A cataclysmic disaster has wrought profound changes upon the natural environment, leading to a drastic reduction in population and the obliteration of civilization. Nearly a century later, the total human population remains less than a fraction of 1,000th of its former self, perhaps even more diminished. In even the most habitable areas, one might find oneself utterly alone within a radius of 1,000 square kilometers. In such a milieu, what does the daily existence of an ordinary human woman entail? A gentle reminder: this narrative contains no supernatural abilities, no undead creatures, and no spaces. Is it not sufficient to engage in earnest production for self-preservation and to quietly prepare sustenance? Smoke meat and mashed potatoes. Sunlight filters through the golden leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. A thick carpet of fallen leaves lies beneath, adorned in hues of gold, red, and orange, with frost flowers yet to melt at the edges of the foliage, resembling delicate strands of lace. Majestic birch and pine trees encircle a quaint wooden cabin, from which white smoke gently ascends through the chimney, drifting toward the azure sky. Within the cabin, He Tian is preparing to enjoy breakfast for the day. She opens the stove and tosses a piece of wood into the firebox, her face aglow with the flickering flames. A kettle of water simmers atop the stove, its yellow body polished to a shine, reflecting a warm orange hue akin to a mirror. He Tian stood before the copper kettle, tidying her hair for a moment. The ends of her hair curled slightly, and despite being tied back into a bun after a night's slumber, the wisp at her forehead and temples remained disheveled. She dipped a comb into the basin of water and brushed her hair a few more times in front of the kettle. At that moment, the lid of the kettle gently danced, and white steam began to escape from its spout. The water had reached a boil. He Tian set the comb down and lifted the kettle from the stove, using a twig to push the round lid over the opening. She carefully poured the scalding water into a copper water bottle, halting when the water rose about an inch from the mouth. She then placed the kettle down, sealed the bottle with a cork, and nestled it into a thick fabric cover. The cover was stuffed with cotton, feathers, and dry moss, ensuring that the water within the bottle would maintain its temperature. She poured the remaining water from the kettle into another copper bottle. This bottle, too, was enveloped in an insulating fabric cover, but its exterior was adorned with fine vines and thinly shaved birch bark, giving it the appearance of a small woven basket as it sat securely atop the extinguished stove. The square iron stove featured a drawer-style roasting compartment on each side. He Tian donned another fabric cover and pulled open the right roasting compartment, placing 2 little potatoes within. These were the last batch of potatoes harvested this year, planted in early autumn. After the first frost, the potato leaves had withered into a mushy mass. Due to their shorter growing season compared to the summer harvest, even the largest among them could be comfortably held in He Tian's hand. As the fire gradually extinguished, it maintained a temperature of approximately 200 degrees Celsius for nearly half an hour, allowing the potatoes to be baked to perfection by the residual warmth of the stove. He Tian tightened the drawstring on the cloth bag of the kettle, slinging it diagonally across her body before securing it snugly against her abdomen. The gentle warmth emanating from the bag alleviated her hunger, which had been gnawing at her empty stomach throughout the night. She approached the door, donned her coat, and cinched it tightly with a belt adorned with numerous hooks, upon which hung a dagger, a small axe, and a pouch filled with lead pellets. After removing 2 items from the wall, she meticulously inspected them before fastening them to her back. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the wooden fence outside, illuminating the countless specks of dust that danced gracefully in the irregular beams of light filtering through the gaps. He Tian unlatched the iron bolt on the wooden door and grasped a sharp stick that propped against it, pulling the door open. In early October, the sun rose later each day, and the frost flowers in the forest had not yet completely vanished. The frost flowers perched high on the branches evaporated under the sunlight, mingling with the dry twigs and fallen leaves to create a sharp and damp white mist. The biting cold prompted He Tian to take a deep breath as she lifted 2 baskets from beside the door. One contained a lidded ceramic jar, while the other held chopped leaves and tender branches mixed with bone meal. He Tian carried the 2 baskets, first taking the one with the jar to the back of the small cabin. Here, several small sheds were scattered about, one filled with firewood and reeds, while the other 2 featured doors. She approached the modest little shed, and before she could unfasten the wooden latch on the door, the simple wooden door was gently nudged a few times, prompting a series of snorts. From its occupant within, He Tian opened the door, and a fully grown male reindeer emerged, eagerly stretching its neck to seek the food she had brought. This reindeer, named Dami, was nearly entirely white. She poured the food into the wooden trough outside the door, and Dami flicked its tail before rushing to lower its head and feast. He Tian seized the broom hanging on the wall and stepped inside the shelter, first opening the small wooden windows on either side for ventilation. Unlike humans, reindeer leave behind their waste on the hay where they lie. Several cloth bags hung on the wall, filled with plant ash. He Tian removed one and scattered the ash on the ground and over the hay, allowing it to absorb moisture before sweeping the waste and soiled hay into a dustpan. Afterward, she carried a basket containing ceramic jars and the dustpan to another small shed. The shed is the most distant from the wooden cabin, situated adjacent to a patch of land that has yielded little in terms of crops. Nevertheless, it is the most meticulously constructed of all the shelters, possessing a design that sets it apart from the others. Elevated at each corner, there exists nearly a meter of space between the floor and the ground. On either side of its wooden walls, small windows open inward, propped open by branches, offering a glimpse of the outside scenery. One window is adorned with a rustic red clay vase, secured with wooden nails, housing a bouquet of pale purple wild chrysanthemums and several sprigs of mugwort. Beneath the vase rests a wooden bucket filled with fresh water and a large wooden spoon. At the center of the shed stands a square wooden box, its lid capable of leaning against the wall behind it when lifted. Inside, it contains a ceramic pot reminiscent of one brought by He Tian. The pot is rounded at the top and features a circular base, with its mouth approaching a square shape. It is topped with a lid slightly smaller than the pot's body, also square, and equipped with a semicircular handle tied with a grass-woven cord. The sides of the pot are similarly adorned with semicircular handles. He Tian secures the door, behind which hangs a meticulously sharpened axe. She retrieves a square wooden board from the wall and places it atop the ceramic pot, then loosens her TRO, users to sit upon it. Indeed, that smoothly polished birchwood board serves as her toilet seat. This shed, in its entirety, is her lavatory. More than a century ago, the greenhouse effect ultimately precipitated a global cataclysm, unleashing catastrophic weather patterns. Icebergs melted, sea levels surged, and before humanity could adequately prepare, global temperatures plummeted. In temperate and subtropical regions, snow fell in June, and terrifying cold fronts encased once thriving cities in ice within mere days. The iconic landmarks of those cities, along with the unfortunate inhabitants who could not flee in time, became mere decorative trinkets within the frozen spheres. At that time, experts estimated that, following this worldwide climatic disaster, the surviving population might dwindle to a mere 1,000th of the original global populace. Yet, no one could ascertain the accuracy of this estimate, as those who made the calculations did not survive, and no organization remained to conduct a global census. A century has elapsed, the once prosperous cities are now shrouded in ice and snow or reclaimed by forests. Human civilization has regressed by several hundred years, and the climate has yet to warm again, with temperate regions enduring 4 to 5 months of winter each year. Nevertheless, humanity persists with remarkable resilience. City-states gradually reemerged in areas that are relatively warmer and rich in resources, with the largest cities boasting populations exceeding 50,000. However, in the frigid forested terrain where He Tian resides, the population density remains astonishingly low, likely just one individual per 100 square kilometers. In such a place, the number of bears, leopards, wolves, and other ferocious beasts far exceeds that of humans. Thus, even for the most mundane task of relieving oneself, one must grasp a weapon firmly. The axe behind the door is a precautionary measure, intended for those urgent moments when one forgets to bring a weapon and finds themselves squatting, suddenly, while confronted by a bear knocking outside. After finishing her business, He Tian seized a stack of half-dry leaves hanging from the windowsill to clean herself, followed by a wooden ladle resting in a barrel that she used to scoop fresh water for washing. Above the barrel, a wooden shelf the size of a palm held her homemade soap. She washed her hands, scooped more water to rinse them again, flushed the makeshift toilet, and secured the 2 layers of covers. Though the soft, snow-white toilet paper of more civilized times is non-existent in this era, humanity has not forgotten the importance of hygiene. Beneath the toilet lies a large clay pot, into which He Tian disposed of the reindeer droppings she had previously collected, pouring them into the slanted base of the pot. Every resource must be utilized judiciously. These droppings serve as invaluable organic fertilizer, capable of enhancing the growth of her limited crops when spring arrives anew. Even the contents of her chamber pot were carefully poured into a large clay vessel affixed to a square wooden frame behind the toilet. This, too, is a precious resource. When summer comes, she will open the pot to dry out the moisture, and what settles at the bottom will be nitrates, an essential ingredient for her. Eds that ate tea this moment. The reindeer rice had finished its breakfast and was leisurely foraging for tender twigs on the ground. They possessed the remarkable ability to withstand the bitter cold, and during the food-scarce winter months, as long as the snow remains uncompressed, they can use their noses to dig through the ice and snow to feast upon the branches and roots hidden beneath, and when necessary, they can even gnaw on tree bark. However, He Tian wishes to provide her rice with a better diet, for it serves as her means of transportation through the forest. An adult stag can effortlessly carry a weight of 60 kilograms, and its top speed can reach 50 kilometers per hour. Upon returning to the dwelling, the enticing aroma of roasted potatoes wafts from the stove. He Tian opens the roasting tray to reveal fist-sized potatoes, golden and perfectly roasted. She places one into a thermal cloth bag, secures it tightly, and hangs it close to her chest. She sets another potato in a ceramic bowl, retrieves a piece of smoked meat suspended above the stove's flue, and, with a small knife, carves 5 or 6 thin slices of the succulent meat to lay atop the potato. Using a metal spoon, she deftly cuts the potato open, revealing a pale yellow, powdery flesh beneath its golden crust. A few firm presses with the back of the spoon transform it into a fluffy mash, while the translucent fat of the smoked meat, warmed by the heat of the potato, appears on the verge of melting. The fusion of fat and carbohydrates typically heralds a delightful taste. This particular piece of smoked meat is crafted from the hind leg of a roe deer, imbued with a savory saltiness and a hint of the unique aroma imparted by burning pine wood. After undergoing drying and smoking, its texture is resilient, while the freshly harvested potato offers a subtle sweetness, melting softly in the mouth. He Tian took a bite, letting out a satisfied sigh. She opened the water bottle resting on the stove and poured a little water into a small enamel teacup. On the wall behind the stove, 2 rows of wooden shelves were affixed, adorned with various jars of spices. He Tian carefully opened a glass jar containing a thick, reddish-brown liquid and poured a drop into her teacup. Instantly, the sweet aroma of maple syrup wafted through the air. She stirred the syrup with a spoon, watching it dissolve, before lifting the cup to her lips, savoring a few sips alongside a piece of meat and a spoonful of potatoes, finishing her breakfast. At that moment, the sun outside blazed brightly, the white mist in the forest dissipated, revealing a cerulean sky. She placed a pack saddle on the back of the donkey and led it deeper into the woods. The pack saddle consisted of 2 symmetrical wicker baskets, held together by 3 wrought tan ropes, balanced securely on the donkey's back to prevent tilting as it moved. However, once items were placed inside, it became essential to maintain an even weight on both sides, otherwise the wrought tan ropes would shift uncomfortably against the donkey's back. Although He Tian had laid a felt cloth atop its back, if the rough, stiff ropes became bothersome, they could easily dislodge the wicker baskets. The left basket contained a copper water bucket. Today, He Tian aimed to gather more provisions for the winter, both for the donkey and for herself. Winter was swiftly approaching, and each additional morsel of food represented a greater assurance of survival. As winter descends, the forest becomes enveloped in layers of pristine white snow, often falling continuously for days and nights on end. The layers freeze solid as rock, making it exceedingly difficult for even reindeer to traverse the snowy expanse in search of sustenance, let alone for humans. In He Tian's recollection, there was a winter that arrived prematurely. The first snowfall in late October marked the beginning of an unrelenting winter that persisted until mid-April of the following year, when spring finally made its tardy appearance. That year, they were compelled to cull the reindeer they had raised. The reindeer could not dig through the layers of snow to find food, and their stockpiled provisions had been entirely consumed to survive in the snowy wilderness. The loss of reindeer drastically diminished the range of resources available for sustenance, significantly reducing the chances of survival. However, this autumn has proven to be exceptionally generous. By early October, there are no signs of the impending cold. The forest's myriad creatures are keenly taking advantage of this unseasonably pleasant weather, busily gathering and storing food. Venturing deeper into the woods, He Tian released the reins, allowing Dami to roam freely. The creature instinctively sought out its preferred food, while He Tian followed behind, collecting grasses abundant with seeds and tender leaves to place into his basket. This forest is home to numerous chestnut trees, their towering branches adorned with spiky husks the size of a fist. When these husks fall to the ground, they split open into 3 or 4 sections, some even yielding 5, each resembling an orange segment, concealing within it a plump chestnut. He Tian donned a pair of squirrel fur gloves and crouched down to gather the prickly balls into a small basket. Once the basket was full, she poured her bounty into a large rattan basket carried by Dami. He Tian and Dami wandered through the woods, each engrossed in their own tasks. Time passed swiftly as sunlight gradually descended from the vibrant orange treetops. Dami continued to munch on snacks, while He Tian refrained from indulging. Straightening her back, she tapped her sore spine and waist, emptying the blue chestnuts into the rattan basket. Amidst the chestnut trees, numerous hazelnut and oak trees flourished, with occasional glimpses of pine cones. However, these nuts primarily thrived in the summer, especially the pine cones. Many of those she collected had already been devoured by squirrels and other small creatures. Leaning against a chestnut tree, He Tian retrieved her water bottle and a small potato from her bag, signaling the time for her lunch. The once boiling water had cooled to a comfortably warm temperature, while the potato had warmed to nearly body temperature. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she took a sip of water and a bite of potato. Her grandmother once told her that people in the past would peel the skin off potatoes before consumption. Yet, He Tian relished the slightly charred skin of the potato. Even though it was no longer as crisp as when freshly roasted, it still offered a delightful chewiness with a hint of astringency that, when combined with the starchy potato flesh, accentuated the inherent sweetness of the tuber. As the prickly balls and leaves cascaded down with a rustling sound, He Tian laughed heartily while dodging the unexpected rain. Dami, startled by this sudden shower, hopped about in the woods for a moment. 2. Blanched river shrimp with flower mushrooms around 4 in the afternoon. The shadows cast by the sun had descended to over a meter above the ground among the trees. Soon, the sunlight would vanish entirely. Although numerous spiky chestnut husks still littered the ground, He Tian decided to conclude her gathering for the day. She gently pulled Dami and began her descent down the mountain. The walk home from this point would take more than half an hour. As autumn deepened, the sun set with increasing swiftness. When the light faded, the temperature within the forest still would plummet to present. It was a mere dozen degrees, and as they traversed the mountain path, wisps of white vapor escaped from their mouths and noses with each breath. He Tian felt a chill upon her cheeks. Approaching home, He Tian paused to unfasten the water bucket from the saddle and went to fetch water. Her wooden cabin was nestled near a mountain stream. Water cascaded down from the heights, flowing into a river that bordered the mountain. This unnamed river surged ceaselessly, journeying eastward, only freezing in the grip of winter. Yet beneath the thick layer of ice, the water continued to flow quietly and steadily. In the vicinity where He Tian resided, the river widened to such an extent that even a reindeer sled would take over an hour to cross from one side to the other. In its narrowest stretches, flanked by towering, steep cliffs, it appeared that one could effortlessly hurl a stone across to the opposite bank. Grandmother often said that all rivers ultimately find their way to the sea. What is the sea like? Does it freeze in winter as well? He Tian was lost in thought when suddenly she heard a clink from the bucket. Peering down, she discovered 2 river shrimp had somehow tumbled into the container. They might have been swept in by the current or perhaps, in their fervent scuffle, inadvertently wandered into her bucket. Each was the length of a finger, representing 2 mature male shrimp. He Tian lifted the bucket, observing the 2 shrimp still clashing with their pincers. A smile spread across her face. Tonight's dinner promised to be a delightful feast. In the mountain stream, river shrimp could often be seen. They nestled among the crevices of rocks, hidden within the shadows cast by the towering trees surrounding the stream. These bluish-green shrimp were nearly translucent, making them difficult to spot as they darted through the water, yet they were not entirely elusive. With a twig tied to a line or sturdy strand of grass, and baited with a small piece of fish skin, one could patiently sit and wait. Before long, the shrimp would arrive, eagerly biting the bait. At that moment, one must be quick and astute, swiftly lifting the fishing rod and tossing both shrimp into the bucket. During her childhood summers, He Tian often squatted by the stream, managing to catch 7 or 8 shrimp in an afternoon, the largest no bigger than a fingertip. While she fished, her grandmother would either chop firewood or tend to the garden, occasionally coming to check on her safety. He Tian carried the bucket while Rice, her pet, trotted ahead. After 2 years of companionship, he had learned the way. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, He Tian opened a water jar beside the stove, a ceramic vessel covered with a wooden lid, within which resided a small fish. In a tank, a solitary fish consumes the minuscule impurities that cling to its walls. Without the fish, the water would become viscous and unfit for use within mere days. She poured half of the water into the tank, and the other half into a copper pot. The 2 shrimp were left in the bucket, their large pincers occasionally tapping against the metal, all producing a rhythmic clinking sound. He Tian opened the iron plate of the furnace, revealing a bed of ash-gray coals, with only a faint ember glowing in the depths. Using a fire hook, she dragged the ash outward, causing fragments of charcoal to cascade through the slits of the cast-iron grate at the bottom of the stove, landing in the ash buck. E.T. on the floor. The sweet potato, placed there earlier in the morning, emerged from the ashes. It was perfectly cooked, still scorching to the touch, its hardened skin yielding to the soft flesh within, releasing an enticing aroma. He Tian set the sweet potato on the stove and added a piece of wood, roughly the size of her palm, along with a handful of dried moss. The moss ignited instantly from the embers, which had been enveloped in ash-gray coals, igniting the wood as the flames grew ever stronger. She added a thick piece of wood, resembling a square brick, and gently blew into the furnace with a reed stalk. The vivid flames cast a warm glow upon her face. The fire danced upward from the stove, and He Tian placed the copper pot atop it, shutting the iron door of the furnace. The chestnut burrs were gathered into a heap and tossed into a basket. The rice straw and leaves were placed in a bamboo tray, spread evenly, and brought indoors, where they were hung flat from a hook suspended from the ceiling. What remained consisted of various wild fruits and nuts, several clusters of hawthorn, jujubes drying on the branches, some hazelnuts, acorns, and a few fragrant mushrooms. He Tian meticulously sorted today's harvest into different containers, placing the nuts in a wooden box to be dried in the sun tomorrow, if the weather permits. The hawthorn and sour jujubes were first placed in a grass basket, prepared to be threaded together with straw later, to be hung in a dedicated shed for drying fruits at dawn. As for the fragrant mushrooms, they would be enjoyed alongside shrimp. Outside, the last vestiges of sunlight had completely vanished, the sky transformed into a shade of grayish blue, while the colors of the yellow, orange, and green leaves dulled with the retreat of daylight, soon to become mere black silhouettes. He Tian removed the felt and reins from the rice, leading it towards the back of the house. It walked into the shed on its own, and He Tian secured the 2 wooden windows of the small shed tightly. She then carried a basket of dry grass from the woodpile, rolling several bundles of slightly damp tender grass and hanging them on a wooden ring nailed to the wall, leaving the rim. Aiming dry grass in a corner of the shed, while a strand of dry grass remained wrapped around her finger. She gently stroked the rice's ear and whispered, "Good night." The rice shook its head, chewing on the tender grass. After closing the shed door, the sky had turned dark. Yet, the woods were anything but tranquil. The wind stirred the leaves, withered branches, and wild grasses, causing them to brush against one another and emit a myriad of delicate sounds, interwoven with the final chirps of autumn insects, the calls of nocturnal creatures, and the distant hoots of an owl. She hung the oil lamp from a hook beneath the beam, casting a soft golden glow throughout the humble abode. Subsequently, she closed the heavy wooden door, first securing it with 2 iron bolts, each as thick as her fingers, and then propping a sharp wooden stake against it from behind. All the windows of the small dwelling were meticulously shut. At that moment, the water had reached a boil. He Tian retrieved a stainless steel bowl, placing it upon the hearth, and tossed in 2 shrimp, pouring in the scalding water. She ascended the wooden ladder affixed to one side of the wall, leading to a lofted area above, designated for sleep. The modest bed was adorned with felt and covered with a floral quilt. He Tian nestled the water bottle within the quilt before descending, ready to partake in her evening meal. The 2 shrimp had transformed into a vibrant orange hue from head to tail. She retrieved the shrimp, placing them on a stainless steel plate, and added a flower mushroom to the bowl, stirring it with chopsticks. The bark and earthy residue from the mushroom rose to the surface, swirling upon the water. Thinly sliced flower mushrooms lay adjacent to the peeled, snow-white shrimp, resting together on the stainless steel plate, while golden sweet potato flesh accompanied them. Release. Steaming wisps of vapor under the dim light. He Tian pondered for a moment, then reached for a jar of chili powder from the spice rack. Gently pinching a small amount, she sprinkled it over the plate, followed by a dash of salt and a few drops of walnut oil. The chili powder was crafted from peppers harvested and sun-dried this summer, while the walnut oil was pressed from last year's walnuts. The combination of chili, salt, the subtly fragrant walnut oil, and wild mushrooms accentuates the sweetness of the river shrimp, curiously complemented by the sweetness of sweet potatoes. After dinner, He Tian brewed herself a cup of chrysanthemum tea. The chrysanthemums were gathered in early autumn from the woods, cut with branches and leaves intact, bound tightly with straw, and placed in a bamboo basket. A stone was added to the basket, which was then submerged in a mountain stream for half an hour, allowing the fine dust to wash away. The flowers and tender leaves were pinched off and laid out in a bamboo tray to dry. The flowers could be used for tea, while the leaves were tucked into pillows, filling the air with their delightful fragrance as one slept. The dried branches were also useful before they completely dried out. They could be twisted together with long-stemmed grass or fine birch bark to create small baskets. Once dried, these baskets could be hung in the home, filled with pine branches, charcoal, and various dried flowers, emanating a gentle aroma throughout the winter. Hanging such a floral basket in areas where grain or leather was stored could also deter pests. Today, He Tian placed all the bowls and utensils she had used on the right side of the stove in a ceramic water basin. The circular hole at the bottom of the basin was sealed with a ceramic stopper tied with straw. Beneath the basin lay a covered ceramic jar. She scooped a ladle of water from the water tank and poured it over the bowls, sprinkling some ash from the carbon dust. She would wash the dishes in the morning. By then, the wood ash would have removed the grease. He Tian took down the oil lamp from the beam and set it on the stove, as she still needed to process the chestnuts and various nuts she had collected today. Chestnuts were meticulously extracted from their spiny husks, the inferior ones discarded into a wicker basket, while hawthorn and sour jujube were strung together with grass twine, then hung by the window. The fire in the stove crackled gently, and He Tian stifled a yawn, stretching her neck and massaging her shoulders before taking a few sips of chrysanthemum tea from the stove. Faced as night fell, the temperature in the forest plummeted rapidly, potentially reaching -10 degrees by 4 in the morning. Yet within He Tian's humble abode, the temperature consistently remained above 20 degrees. The chimney, constructed of clay bricks, each possessing 6 cavities, served to insulate the warmth this sturdy chimney, along with the thick wooden walls of the cabin, retained. Heat emanating from the stove. Having peeled the last few chestnuts, she placed them upon a stone, carefully scoring the tips with a small axe before setting them on the stove. After washing up with hot water, He Tian hung the oil lamp from the beam and replenished the kettle with fresh water, placing it atop the stove. She added 2 pieces of firewood to the hearth, waiting for them to ignite before closing the iron door of the stove and climbing into bed. Beside her bed lay a long, slender bamboo pole, just the right length for her to reach the oil lamp hanging from a beam. She directed one end of the pole towards the wick and gently blew from her end, extinguishing the lamp. Cocooned in her quilt, she cradled the water bottle wrapped in an insulated pouch, drifting into a deep slumber. Outside the cabin, frost silently crystallized upon the leaves, branches, and window ledges. Delicate wisps of blue smoke emerged from the cottage's chimney, gracefully ascending towards the heavens above the forest. On the 3rd day, the weather was splendidly clear. After He Tian awoke, she brought down the bedding, for such delightful weather called for airing out the quilts. The grass mat laid upon the loft was rolled up and slid down the staircase. The chestnuts that had been placed on the hearth the previous night had dried thoroughly, their shriveled skins contracting and splitting open along the seams, revealing the golden flesh within. He Tian tossed them into the roasting pan. After attending to her morning ablutions, she first fed the rice and tidied its shelter, then emptied the chestnut burrs she had peeled the night before into a pile of dry twigs and straw. Once her tasks were complete, the sun had risen, and the chestnuts were perfectly roasted. Allowing them to cool slightly, she pressed them between her fingers, squeezing firmly until the brown outer shell split apart along the cracks, shedding the thin, reddish-brown skin that clung to the chestnut flesh and revealing the golden nuggets within. The cooked chestnut flesh glistened with a glossy sheen, reminiscent of a layer of oil, and when bitten into, it was delightfully soft and sweet, far surpassing the taste of potatoes. One could easily lose oneself in the indulgence of these roasted chestnuts, scarcely able to stop at just one bowl. However, chestnuts are not as easily digestible as potatoes, so one must exercise moderation. Otherwise, one might experience discomfort, burping, or even unpleasant flatulence. Thus, He Tian limited herself to 5 or 6 as her breakfast. She also added a touch of maple syrup to her cup of water, enjoying sweet foods in the morning to warm her body swiftly. Today, she had no plans to venture outside, so her breakfast did not need to be particularly lavish. In the clearing in front of the wooden cabin stood a few pine trees, their tops sawed off, leaving only smooth trunks behind. Between every 2 trees, wooden frames were nailed, upon which rested a small wooden box. The empty wooden boxes serve as He Tian's means for food storage. In the forest, no matter where food is placed, it remains vulnerable to theft by other animals. To deter large creatures such as bears, wolves, and leopards, one can merely secure the food in a sturdy shed or a simple cabin. However, for the cunning and agile small animals like mice, squirrels, and weasels, a locked wooden cabin proves to be no obstacle at all. They can easily gnaw a hole, and climbing to the beams and eaves poses little challenge, as they can simply ascend along the beams. Thus, hunters devised this method of storing provisions, elevating the wooden boxes and wrapping the tree stumps, approximately 1 meter above the ground, in plastic sheeting. The smooth surface of the plastic renders the sharp claws of small animals ineffective, preventing them from scaling the tree. Yet, in this era, plastic sheeting does not exist. Consequently, at the onset of winter each year, He Tian places the food inside the wooden boxes and then pours water over the stumps. As the water freezes, it becomes impeccably smooth. Retrieval is accomplished by ascending with a ladder. Today, she intends to inspect these food storage boxes to determine if any repairs are needed or if there are any signs of rot. In addition to the food storage boxes, thick ropes are tied to the stumps for drying various items. He Tian gazes at the sky. Though the sun shines brilliantly, the temperature remains quite low. Autumn is nearing its end, and today may be the last opportunity this year to air out the bedding. She hangs the quilts on the ropes and vigorously beats them with a thick rattan paddle until they become fluffy. The grass mat, suspended between 2 other trees, also receives a thorough beating. With a water bottle slung over her back, she leads the rice to the woodshed. He Tian adorned the rice with a distinct woven cage, the latter half of which was attached to a wooden raft dragged along the ground. He Tian carefully carried out 5 pieces of wood, each measuring around 70 to 80 centimeters in length and as thick as her clasped hands. She arranged them neatly on the raft, securing them tightly with ropes, and urged the rice towards the back of the house. Additionally, she carried a basket filled with various sizes of wooden blocks and sharpened sticks, a hammer in hand, and a large axe hung from her waist. Behind the house, descending along the slope for about 200 to 300 meters, the sound of rushing river water could be heard. This great river flowed ceaselessly eastward day and night. Here, He Tian collected water during winter and cast her nets for fishing. A small path leading to the riverbank had long been established, a slope approximately 20 meters in length, inclined at about 15 degrees. Under normal circumstances, carrying 2 buckets of water up from the river would be a trivial task. However, in winter, when the ground was coated with a layer of snow, water inevitably spilled onto the path during collection. Layer upon layer, the droplets and ice accumulated, rendering the path increasingly treacherous. Last winter, He Tian had slipped more than once while fetching water, her buckets tumbling down, the water instantly freezing into ice, which further exacerbated the slippery conditions, making subsequent collections even more challenging. On her second fall, as she listened to the buckets clattering down the slope, She found herself struggling on the slick, icy incline, unable to rise. In frustration, she simply rolled over, lying on her back and exhaling clouds of breath into the cold air. In the past, it had always been her grandmother who fetched the water in winter, and He Tian had never realized the arduousness of the task. She wondered whether her grandmother had ever fallen, if she too had lain on the ground, gasping in exasperation as she did now. At that moment, she reminded herself that this year she must repair the road before winter sets in. From that day forth, He Tian experimented with a variety of anti-slip materials. Her initial thought was to lay wooden stakes horizontally along the slope, transforming the descent into a series of steps. After the frost and snow, she planned to fill the spaces between the stakes with gravel to enhance friction. However, through experimentation, she discovered that the gravel became slippery when wet. Subsequently, she tried using crushed wood, broken pottery shards, charcoal, and grass rope. Outside the little cabin, numerous steps made of various materials lay frozen beneath the ice and snow throughout the entire winter. By autumn, He Tian finally identified the optimal anti-slip material. Although she had yet to test it, she believed that the spiky husks of chestnuts could provide superior friction compared to the materials she had previously tried. She intended to scatter the dried chestnut husks across the ground after the first heavy snowfall, as the temperature would freeze them into the surface overnight. Until then, she did not wish to squander the materials she had painstakingly gathered. He Tian removed the harness from the rice and tied it to the roadside, allowing it to graze on grass. She held 2 wooden stakes, positioning them on the road to measure the distance, and then picked up 2 sticks to pound into the ground, selecting suitable spots for the stakes. Whether driving the stakes, nearly an inch in diameter and around 30 centimeters in length, into the earth or compacting them, was laborious work, far more exhausting than gathering chestnuts the day before. Ultimately, He Tian managed to secure all 5 stakes, sweat pouring down her face. Having long since shed her jacket, she now sat on the ground to rest, loosening her collar. She sipped several mouthfuls of water, gradually feeling refreshed. The gentle breeze in the forest, the melodious chirping of birds, and the distant murmur of the river created a serene ambience. After resting for a while, He Tian felt a tinge of regret for not having eaten more in the morning, as hunger began to creep in. Once the wooden post was secured, she dragged a tattered wicker basket from the roadside thicket. The basket brimmed with small pebbles. After scattering the pebbles across the path, He Tian placed a thick wooden plank on the ground and, using a hammer, struck around its edges, compressing the pebbles flat. She was uncertain if this method of road construction was correct. It was merely a technique she had chosen after several trials. How she wished for a book to guide her. Her grandmother owned a considerable collection of books, most of which detailed cultivation methods, while a few were dedicated to identifying and crafting various herbal remedies. At this moment, the sun was nearing its zenith. He Tian took another few sips of water, slung her hunting rifle over her shoulder, and made her way to the riverbank. This stretch of the riverbank, a mere meter or 2 from the water's edge, was strewn with pebbles of various sizes, bordered by low shrubs and wild grasses, and only further back did towering trees begin to emerge. Moored along the riverbank was a small canoe, a vessel traded for 10 mink pelts during her grandmother's youth. Though decades had passed since its construction, the craftsmanship was remarkable, and with careful maintenance each year, the little boat could likely endure for another decade or so. She untied the rope secured to a tree, seated herself at the center of the canoe, and with a long pole resting in the boat, she gently pushed off from the riverbank, allowing the canoe to drift serenely onto the water. In the heart of the river, He Tian exerted herself to lift a large stone resting at the bottom of the canoe. A rope tethered the stone, the other end connected to the small boat. When cast into the river, it would anchor the vessel upon the surface. Nearby, several logs floated lazily on the water. He Tian rose and extended a long pole, the iron hook at its end catching one of the logs that spun ceaselessly on the surface. Beneath the wood lay ropes and fishing nets, along with stones used to weigh them down, items she had set out 2 days prior. Another log was also drawn in by He Tian, who gritted her teeth, leveraging the current to gradually haul in the net. It was heavy, and she felt a surge of joy, anticipating a bountiful catch that day. The river teemed with fish throughout the year. In spring, there were sola fish. Early summer brought sturgeon, rainbow trout, and salmon. Autumn yielded freshwater cod and northern pike. And in winter, one could find river cod. The northern pike and river cod were especially abundant, present in every season, alongside numerous fish whose names eluded her. In her childhood, He Tian had always assumed that the name northern pike was bestowed by her grandmother, as it was the fish that Xiaomi favored most. Xiaomi, a hunting dog, boasted a coat of golden fur reminiscent of ripe millet. Each time they went fishing, it would eagerly leap into the boat, assisting her grandmother and He Tian in pulling the nets. Once the nets were raised, it would receive a wriggling fish as a reward, devouring it on the bottom of the boat, its face and body adorned with shimmering scales. On the expansive river, stretching approximately 50 kilometers, He Tian and her small vessel resembled a fragile leaf, accompanied by a tiny ant traversing its surface. The leaf dances gently upon the water's surface, swaying with the rhythm of the current that causes the canoe to bob up and down. Beneath her feet, she feels the relentless force of the stream brushing against the hull. As the net is cast, the fish within thrash desperately, seemingly intent on capsizing the fragile vessel, ready to meet their fate in a shared demise with He Tian. At last, the net is drawn up, revealing a writhing bounty of fish. He Tian exhales in relief, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. Fishing is not always fruitful. Post-rain is particularly unpropitious for casting nets. Trees uprooted by torrential downpours may become ensnared on the riverbed, and if luck does not favor her, she risks not only an empty catch but the possibility of her net being torn by branches, or worse, being swept away by a fallen tree caught in the current. There are days when the weather is fair, the water flows serenely, yet the fish remain elusive. Today, fortune smiles upon her. He Tian counts her catch. There are at least a dozen fish, each the length of her forearm, along with several smaller ones. The larger fish can be preserved for sustenance, while the smaller ones hold their own value. As winter approaches, live bait will be essential for fishing on the frozen river, for cod are particular creatures, preferring only the most active of prey. He Tian decides to keep some small fish alive as bait. She places her catch into a covered wooden box at the bottom of the canoe and adds a scoop of water. She meticulously inspects the net and the line attached to the floats before casting it back into the water. Her stomach rumbles in anticipation, and she is grateful for the stone hearth she had previously constructed by the riverbank, along with the dry kindling she has gathered, promising a swift meal. She selects some dry twigs, igniting them with flint, and sets them upon the stone stove, then finds a branch, sharpening one end to prepare for her culinary endeavor. She seized a cod from the wooden crate, pinning the still flopping fish against a stone slab. Grasping a hefty rock, she struck the fish's head with a forceful blow, rendering it motionless. He Tian then inserted a sharpened twig into the fish's mouth, pushing it through to its belly. Meanwhile, the fire had begun to blaze. He Tian picked up a thicker branch, splitting one end with her knife to create a slit, gently prying it apart until it formed a Y shape. She planted it into the ground beside the stone stove, positioning the fish on the forked branch with its head facing downward, and set it over the flames to roast. When roasting fresh cod, there is no need to gut the fish. If it is opened up, the rich juices and fats within will evaporate, leaving only dry, unpalatable flesh. Roasting does not take long. Depending on the size of the fish and the strength of the wind, about 15 minutes suffices in this weather. As the fish roasted, He Tian dispatched the remaining larger fish, cleansing them in the river before fashioning some grass into a twine, threading it through their gills to hang them on a tree branch to dry. She reserved one unfamiliar fish, placing it in a bucket with the smaller ones. This particular fish bore delicate pinkish stripes along its sides and had a tender flesh. He Tian planned to nurture it for a few days before cooking it in a stew with potatoes, wild onions, and dried chili peppers. At this moment, the roasted cod emanated an intense aroma as the fats dripped into the fire, producing a sizzling sound. He Tian's mouth watered. She unfastened a small pouch containing a piece of soap from her belt, vigorously rubbing her hands by the riverbank before rushing to retrieve the branch holding the fish from the fire. The once silvery fish had transformed into a golden hue, marked by some charred brown spots. Using a paring knife, she delicately incised the fish from its mandible towards its caudal fin, ensuring not to penetrate too deeply. As a plume of warm, opalescent vapor arose, the fish's abdomen miraculously cleaved open, its pearly flesh gently curling back. With the knife, she deftly removed the unwanted viscera. He Tian, carrying a diminutive metallic salt cellar, unscrewed the lid and sprinkled a modicum of salt upon the fish's belly. Disregarding the scalding heat, she seized the fish and began to consume it. The immaculate flesh was sweetly palatable, the oleaginous belly tender, and the region proximate to the skin delightfully crisp. Before she knew it, the entire fish, nearly the length of her forearm, had been devoured, leaving only the skeletal frame and scaled remains to be cast into the river, serving as sustenance for the aquatic denizens. He Tian retrieved the string of fish and knelt once more by the riverbank, meticulously descaling each one. Once completed, she lifted the cord and submerged the fish in the river, allowing the current to wash away any residual sliminess and scales. Subsequently, she deposited her piscine bounty into a pail, moored her skiff, and commenced her journey homeward. Ascending the incline, He Tian made a point of testing the road surface she had laid that day, finding it satisfactory. The true trial of her endeavor would come with the first heavy snowfall. Upon returning home, He Tian retrieved 2 earthenware jars from the storage shed. After cleansing them in the open air, she filled them with water and introduced the minnows and pink fish into their respective vessels. The jar containing the minnows was placed inside the wooden dwelling, initially beneath a window, with plans to relocate it closer to the hearth as the temperature declined. The jar was elevated atop 2 ceramic bricks to insulate it from the ground, thereby stabilizing the water temperature. He Tian consulted her timepiece, noting that it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She then procured a wrought tin beater and once again aired the bedding. The bedding absorbed the sunlight, swelling into a plump form. The trunk contained winter garments, a rabbit fur hat, a deerskin cloak, rabbit leg wraps, a coat of deer hair, a fox fur hood, and a hand cage used for sledding. The sunlight at this moment was no longer fervent, yet it remained gentle. The shadows of the trees had already cast themselves before the house, and the afternoon breeze softly wafted through, perfectly suited for airing the furs. He Tian hung the pelts with care and opened the trunk to let it bask in the sun. The trunk, made from an unknown type of wood, emitted an aroma that He Tian had always found unappealing. This scent was likely displeasing to insects as well, for the pelts stored within were free from pests. This trunk was a gift from the fur merchant who had long been purchasing mink from her grandmother. Since He Tian could remember every spring market, she would see this merchant, to whom her grandmother consistently sold the pelts. Last autumn, her grandmother passed away. Coincidentally, the merchant did not appear this spring. He Tian patted the deer fur coat and flipped the straw mat to continue drying, then carried a metal bucket and shovel toward the back of the house. Between the path to the toilet and the riverbank lay a vast expanse of open land, devoid of tall trees, yet dotted with a few fruit trees, 2 short apple trees, a jujube tree, and a persimmon tree. This open space was divided into several plots of varying sizes by red clay bricks, marking the cultivated areas of He Tian's family. She excelled at growing radishes, potatoes, tomatoes, and sweet potatoes, while her efforts with vegetables and herbs such as scallions, garlic, and parsley were merely passable. However, her attempts at cultivating millet had not yielded commendably this year. Despite He Tian having read the book several times, she had memorized the various techniques it described, such as shallow tilling, breaking apart clods of soil, removing weeds, irrigating, and applying fertilizer, as well as hilling soil. She found that the ears of grain were significantly smaller than those cultivated by her grandmother in the past. She had saved the largest few ears as seeds, uncertain of what the harvest would yield next year. Planting millet was the most laborious of all agricultural tasks, a chore her grandmother had previously undertaken. Now, the millet field lay barren after harvest. A few days ago, He Tian reread the book and concluded that she should apply autumn fertilizer, deeply till the soil several times, and scatter compost made from leaves, vegetable scraps, straw, and manure. After a winter's dormancy, the nutrients from the fertilizer would seep into the soil, enhancing its quality. However, she did not intend to engage in that task today. Clearly, such labor could not be undertaken on the same day as airing out the bedding. In the open space before the herb nursery, He Tian had dug a pit a few days prior, into which she buried a large pile of walnuts still encased in their thick green husks. Now, it was time to unearth them. When mature walnuts fall to the ground, they are enveloped in a layer of green husk, or rather, fleshy coating. This outer layer serves little purpose beyond being composted. However, when crushed, the juice extracted can be used as dye, capable of staining fabric and leather a deep black, and even leaving stubborn marks on skin that take weeks to fade. The seeds, encased within this seemingly useless husk, are the edible walnuts. To remove this thick skin, the walnuts must first be buried in the earth for a few days, allowing the outer layer to decay. It is advisable to add some decaying leaves to the pit to expedite the decomposition process. Some individuals prefer to amass walnuts in a heap, allowing time to gradually erode their outer skin. The walnuts excavated from the pit often exhibit completely shed skins, revealing their hard shells. However, the intricate patterns of the walnut shells still harbor remnants of the fruit that can stain one's hands black. Some retain a considerable amount of pulp. When tossed into a barrel, combined with wood ash and water, and vigorously stirred, then left for a day or two before draining the water, the walnuts emerge cleansed. At this juncture, the walnut kernels remain tender and crisp, exuding a distinctly refreshing aroma. In early autumn, should there still be some lettuce available, a sprinkle of salt added to a salad of these walnuts makes for a delightful dish. After drying the walnuts stripped of their pulp and skin, they are cracked open to extract the kernels, which are then further dried. When the kernels become as hard as wood, and a gentle crack produces a satisfying sound, they are ready to be pressed for oil. The flavor of walnut oil differs significantly from that derived from animal fats, carrying a hint of the walnut's slight bitterness. It is splendid for dressing cold dishes, and a few drops enhance the taste of boiled fish and shrimp exceedingly well. However, it is ill-suited for frying. Heated walnut oil emits an odd odor and possesses a slightly bitter taste. He Tian's favored method of enjoying walnuts involves coating the kernels in a layer of honey or syrup, placing them in a greased iron pan, and slow roasting them over a fire. Once roasted, the walnut kernels pull apart with long strands, and the sweetness of the honey balances the walnut's subtle bitterness, while the syrup-coated exterior becomes crisp, slightly sticky upon biting. This makes for an ideal winter midnight snack by the fireside. At this moment, it is past 4 o'clock, and the sky gradually darkens, with a chill settling in. 15 fish perfectly fill a jar. In a clay pot brimming with fish, a layer of coarse salt is sprinkled on top. Then it is covered with a wooden lid and placed in the storage shed. He Tian sets down today's catch, retrieves the clay pot containing the previous batch of fish, and makes his way to a small wooden house behind the main dwelling. This rustic abode is devoid of windows, with the doors securely shut. Upon opening it, one finds a series of wooden racks hanging from the ceiling, each adorned with fish, fowl, or other game meats. The walls and ceiling are darkened by smoke, and in the center of the room stands a makeshift iron stove, the floor covered with a rough mat of woven grass. This is the place where He Tian prepares smoked meat. Before entering, she wraps a cloth around her head, for the rendered fat from the smoking meat occasionally drips, and she wishes to avoid any greasy mishaps with her hair. Freshly caught fish, after being cured for 2 or 3 days, are ready to be hung on the smoking racks. He Tian carefully suspends the fish, gathers a piece of grass mat from the floor, pulls out a handful of dried grass, and stuffs it into the stove, igniting it. The grass, coated with the essence of smoked meat, ignites readily, and after adding a few pieces of firewood, she waits until the flames roar before sealing the stove and departing. The smoke and fire will persist for an entire day and night, gradually drying the cured fish. As night descends upon the forest once more, He Tian tends to Dami, gently stroking its head, and bids it good night. Dami pays her no mind, engrossed in chewing on blades of grass. Over the next 3 or 4 days, the rain falls incessantly, though not particularly heavy. It fluctuates between gentle drizzles that resemble a fine mist and sudden downpours that cause autumn leaves to cascade to the ground. Yet, even in the heaviest rain, one can still see clearly up to 20 meters away, unlike the torrential summer rains that drape the world in a curtain of water. Yet the rain persisted without respite. The water in the river grew increasingly turbulent, swirling into vortices, and transformed into a murky brown, littered with decaying branches and leaves. Even the waters of the mountain stream rose by approximately 20 centimeters. In such weather, it was impossible to venture into the river to cast nets. He Tian donned her oilskin raincoat and made several trips to the riverbank. With the rising water, she needed to secure her small boat to prevent it from being swept away. She carefully lifted the boat into the shelter, placing it with great care, for it was a treasured possession. Fortunately, the path she traversed remained sturdy. A layer of pebbles had been laid, and the rainwater cascading down the slope had not washed away the earth nor the wooden sleepers, though some areas had accumulated water. He Tian quickly braved the rain to dig 2 drainage ditches along the sides of the path, scattering small stones to elevate the surface. This weather rendered any journey into the forest unfeasible. After completing the drainage, He Tian inspected the shelter where firewood, clay pots, and other items were stored. Fortunately, they had been repaired during the summer and had weathered the trials of summer storms, requiring only vigilance against mold with the arrival of the persistent autumn rains. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, she removed her oilskin raincoat, her body slick with cold, clammy sweat. With days devoid of sunlight, The indoor temperature had plummeted. The mercury thermometer hanging from the post indicated a mere 18 degrees Celsius within. He Tian added 2 pieces of firewood to the stove to boil a kettle of water. The wild jujubes and hawthorns she had collected days prior were unlikely to dry in time. She plucked a hawthorn and a jujube, placing them in a cup, and poured in the boiling water. As the water gradually turned a rich brown hue and the cup's walls became less scorching to the touch, she added a small spoonful of honey. This cup of tea was now a delightful blend of tart and sweet. He Tian took a few sips of tea, feeling her body warm up. She picked up the fishing net that lay on the floor and meticulously began to mend it. The water was tumultuous. The river surface littered with dead branches, making it difficult to ascertain whether her net remained in place. With a stroke of good fortune, once the rain ceased, she could navigate downstream and perhaps find it. That night, the rain finally abated. The woods under the moonlight were far quieter than a few days prior, the chirping of insects having completely vanished. In the dead of night, He Tian was abruptly awakened by the distant howl of a wolf. The following day, she set out on her boat and discovered her fishing net about 5 kilometers downstream. The net's bottom had a large tear, and the fish it once ensnared were, of course, gone. The tattered net was filled with leaves and dead branches. As she floated downstream, He Tian plucked them from the net's openings and cast them into the river. Sand and sawdust, when combined, could be stored in jars, pots, or wooden boxes with apples and potatoes buried within, preserving them until spring. Alternatively, a deep pit could be dug in the ground, lined with hay, and then filled with sand and sawdust, creating a makeshift root cellar. Layering radishes and cabbages within this cellar, topped with a wooden lid and covered with hay, would ensure the vegetables could withstand the winter. On her way home, He Tian spotted a pheasant perched atop a tree by the riverbank. She set down her oars, raised her shotgun, and with a resounding shot, struck it down. He Tian maneuvered her boat to the shore, firmly plunging a long pole into the marshy bank, wrapping the rope around it to secure her small vessel. She leapt ashore, searching through the thicket for the wounded pheasant, aware that injured birds could sometimes fly over a kilometer, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Fortunately, today's quarry was not particularly resilient. It flew about 200 to 300 meters before succumbing to its fate. Upon returning home, He Tian poured sand into a large wooden box, placing a smoothly planed stick underneath. By tilting one side of the box, she allowed it to roll back and forth, causing the coarse stones and impurities to gradually accumulate at the corners, leaving fine sand in the center. After removing the stones, she cast them aside, letting the remaining sand dry under the sun. She then sifted it through a wooden screen with numerous small holes drilled in its base, preparing it to be mixed with sawdust. As He Tian collected the small stones, she noticed a few golden pebbles shimmering amidst a cluster of bluish-gray stones. The largest of these was slightly bigger than a soybean, oddly shaped, with several small holes near one end. She thought to herself that threading it onto a fine string to wear around her neck would indeed be quite charming. He Tian carefully gathered the golden stones and placed them into a small glass jar. Next, she boiled a kettle of water and poured it into a clay basin, preparing to gut and pluck the mountain chicken. The colorful tail feathers, which she had once cherished in her childhood for writing and drawing, no longer held the same allure for her as an adult. However, during this spring-s market, she had seen a little girl selling fans made of various feathers, which had surprisingly sold quite well. 5 fans could be exchanged for a meter of canvas, a pound and a half of cotton, or a small packet of salt. After plucking the fine down feathers from the mountain chicken's abdomen, she placed them into a cloth bag to dry on a string. These could later be used to fill a warming bag or quilt. Larger feathers than moss, when combined with hay and mud, serve as an excellent wall coating. A thick layer of this mixture can effectively seal the gaps in a wooden house, enhancing its insulation. Today, He Tian intends to prepare a dish of particular distinction. She begins by gently frying the liver of a mountain chicken until tender, setting it aside on a plate. Next, she finely dices a small onion and sautés it in the residual oil from the chicken liver over low heat, gradually adding a pinch of salt. She continues to cook until the onion becomes soft enough to be easily mashed with a gentle squeeze, allowing its sweetness to fully emerge. He Tian then combines the chicken liver with the onion in a bowl, using a spoon to mix and mash them together. Whenever the mixture becomes difficult to stir, she adds a few drops of warm water, persevering until the chicken liver and onion blend seamlessly into a smooth, delicate, pale pink paste. Chicken liver PT is thus created. She tastes the mixture with her spoon, smiling as she savors its delightful flavor. Next, she prepares to make pancakes. She grates potatoes into fine shreds, although radishes can also be used, yielding a crispier texture. The grated shreds are spread in a thin layer over a frying pan brushed with goose fat. She then takes some leftover millet porridge. If the porridge has thickened, she stirs in a touch of warm water. Once the potato shreds release their enticing aroma, she ladles a generous spoonful of the millet broth over them, gently shaking the pan so that the broth adheres to the shreds, forming a pancake. Before the pancake is fully cooked, it will puff up slightly. Once the millet broth has completely set on the surface, she lifts the pan and flips the pancake, ensuring both sides are golden brown. He Tian placed the potato and millet pancakes onto a plate, generously slathering them with a spoonful of chicken liver PT before rolling the pancake and taking a bite. How delightful it was! She had prepared an excess of millet porridge the previous night, which inspired this culinary creation. In truth, pancakes made from a flour batter are equally delectable. However, flour is a precious commodity in this region, and she seldom indulges in it, reserving such treats for the New Year celebrations. After finishing her lunch, He Tian sliced another potato and half a radish, then combined the remaining millet porridge with water to create a rice soup, transforming it all into pancakes. She was in the midst of preparing provisions for the following day. If the weather permitted and it did not rain, she intended to venture into the woods to set various traps for capturing minks. In the past, mink fur coats were a luxury favored by the affluent to showcase their wealth and status. The onset of severe cold might have regressed human civilization, yet it did not diminish the ardor for mink fur. Even in temperate cities known for their livability, winters remained harsh, and mink garments became not only symbols of status, but also highly practical. In this era, the distribution of technology is markedly uneven. It is said that in the most developed southern city-states, electricity is still in use. Railways have been rebuilt between the city-states, and trains have been retrofitted to run on steam power, facilitating the exchange and transportation of resources. Additionally, some city-state inhabitants have reacquired the techniques for refining oil and gas, enabling mechanized agriculture. The farmlands outside the city stretch endlessly, cultivated with rice, wheat, and cotton, while textile factories within the city spin cotton into fabric. The rice, flour, and cloth produced in these warm, hospitable regions are traded by merchants in exchange for furs from the hunters residing in the northern forests. Yet, these city-states are not without their own challenges. He Tian had heard of the draconian laws in those city-states and the intermittent skirmishes that erupted between them. Consequently, many had fled from the south to the north or to the frigid forests further south. When He Tian was but a child, approximately a decade ago, she overheard a fur trader from the south asking her grandmother if she would consider moving to the city. "I was born in the forest and have grown accustomed to life here," her grandmother replied with a smile. "Here, there are bears and wolves, which may appear perilous. Yet there exists a sense of freedom. You urban dwellers might find our existence rather monotonous, with each day resembling an incessant alarm for hunting, farming, harvesting, and preparing for winter. Yet, do not those residing in the city also bustle about like bees? The only distinction lies in factories and rice fields replacing forests and rivers. We trade mink pelts for items absent in our woodlands. But do you not also bear the burden of taxes and military service? The essence of life in the city and the forest is not vastly different. In both, there are daily meals and warm beds. It is said that the generation that perished in the bitter cold lived during the most prosperous era in human history, their material and spiritual lives so abundant that they reached an unparalleled zenith. Yet, even then, many could not escape the clutches of depression, addiction to substances, and the high mortality rates caused by obesity surpassing any previous epoch. Furthermore, this very generation has placed an unbearable strain on the Earth's natural environment. Humanity resembles cancer cells, proliferating fervently while recklessly decimating their host, ultimately leading to their own demise. The origin of this thought eludes He Tian, yet it is evident that many survivors have engaged in profound contemplation. A prevailing perspective posits that the harsh winters and previous glacial epochs were inevitable consequences of humanity's relentless exploitation of nature and insatiable demand for resources. Perhaps the last ice age was also a result of humanity pushing nature beyond its limits. What constitutes the optimal way of life for humankind remains a question He Tian does not ponder deeply. Instead, her thoughts are occupied with whether she can capture enough minks this year to barter for essential supplies such as salt, seeds, fabric, and flour, items that forest hunters cannot procure independently. On the following morning, He Tian set out with a stack of potato and millet pancakes. as well as radish and millet pancakes, which she had prepared the day before. The chicken liver PT was stored in a glass jar, to be spread on the pancakes when needed, delicious even when enjoyed cold. Leading her companion, Dami, she ventured into the woods. In the backpack strapped to Dami's back were not only provisions, but also a sleeping bag, charcoal, and warm clothing to fend off the cold. He Tian's hunting grounds on this side of the river spanned approximately 10 square kilometers. It would take 2 days to thoroughly inspect and repair her traps. She planned to spend the night in a small cabin nestled within the forest. Without a hunting dog, a hunter is not truly a hunter. She fired 2 shots at the bear, striking its right eye and a spot near its heart. Astonishingly, the ferocious creature did not succumb but charged madly towards He Tian. With no time to reload, He Tian could only hurl the axe hanging from his waist at the bear's head. The axe struck true, embedding itself in the bear's skull, causing it to rear up and howl in agony before retreating into the depths of the forest. Both Xiaomi and grandmother had perished. In her final moments, grandmother's thoughts surprisingly turned to the fact that it was autumn, and the provisions for winter had been adequately stored. What would have happened if it were early spring? Her last few words were instructions for He Tian to check the traps in the forest every few days during winter and to gather the captured marten pelts. Trapping marten is a skill that requires years of practice to master. He Tian believed she had already grasped this art until last winter revealed to her how significantly she still fell short compared to her grandmother. Martens are inherently curious creatures. Typically, animals marked by curiosity are not particularly foolish. The challenge lies in crafting traps that can entice a marten, even when it senses something amiss, to approach and investigate. The trap most frequently set by grandmother was the pine arch trap. While the setup was the most intricate, it proved to be the most effective. In early spring, one must first locate 2 appropriately sized pine trees in the area frequented by martens. These trees should not be placed too close or too far apart. A distance of 1 to 1.3 to 4 meters is optimal, with the trunks slightly thicker than a fist. Most importantly, the trees must grow straight. Cut the tree at a height of approximately 1-2 meters from the ground, creating a notch in the center of the stump. Lay 2 freshly cut logs horizontally between the notches and cover them with pine branches. The logs should not be too light. Ideally, they should be about 3 fingers thick, weighing around 10 kilograms for a length exceeding 1 meter. By winter, the stump and logs will have completely lost the fresh scent of recently cut wood. The cross-section, once a pale yellow, will now be cloaked in moss and lichen, blending into the surrounding forest with a muted green hue. After a heavy snowfall, place a wedge and bait, such as a small piece of meat, between the 2 branches. Fresh pine branches are then laid on top. The marten, attracted by the enticing aroma, will ascend the stump, navigating the branches propped by the wedge, ultimately reaching the bait. Suddenly, the wedge will give way, and the heavy logs will fall, tragically crushing the unsuspecting marten. The pelts captured in this manner are typically intact, thus commanding a higher value. Another commonly employed trap is set upon the ground. This trap is simple to construct and deploy, requiring merely a tree cavity and an iron clamp. The iron clamp is placed over the tree cavity or beneath a makeshift shelter constructed from branches, with fallen leaves spread above. Bait is placed at the center of the clamp, and the setup is complete. However, this method has its drawbacks. Ground-level bait is easily misidentified by other animals, leading to unintended captures. Squirrels, mice, badgers, foxes, rabbits, and even reindeer and wildebeests may be drawn to it, all capable of accessing the bait. If the trap captures other animals, it will be ineffective for marten until the bait is replaced, and larger creatures may also damage the trap. As precious time passes day by day, the elusive marten remains uncaught, while the fur of squirrels and foxes holds little value. Thus, those unable to successfully craft a pine arch trap devised a compromise, a small wooden platform upon which a spring trap is placed. Although it cannot deter squirrels, and mice may unwittingly trigger the trap, it at least prevents larger creatures and those incapable of climbing or leaping from being ensnared. The pine arch trap is only accessible to the marten, which is larger and as agile as the squirrels and mice. Once set, the trap can be reused repeatedly. If fortune smiles, the felled tree neither withers nor grows excessively tall, allowing its continued use in the following year. Today, He Tian is set to inspect a timberland located approximately 14 to 15 kilometers from her wooden cabin. She set off at sunrise, and after 2 to 3 hours of winding through the forest trails, she finally glimpsed the small shelter where she would rest tonight. This cabin, also constructed from wood, is far more rudimentary than her own dwelling. Inside, there is a tin stove, with the chimney fashioned from thin metal. Designed for hunters to rest momentarily, the stove needs to heat up swiftly, hence there is no chimney made of clay bricks. This spring, He Tian had repaired the roof of her cabin, and the fine cracks in the walls had been filled with a mixture of feathers and hay. Upon reaching the cabin, she first tethered the rice bag to a tree in front, unloaded her backpack, and opened the cabin door. The windows and door were tightly shut, and after several days of rain, a faint dampness lingered in the air. Only one small window on the sunlit side is open. The window is devoid of glass. When unoccupied, it is covered with a wooden board, and when inhabited, a thin wooden lattice is affixed in its place. Between the two layers of wood, a piece of waxed white oilcloth is inserted, allowing light to filter through while providing a slight barrier against the wind. With the arrival of spring, the bears, having slumbered through winter, awaken. These famished creatures seize every opportunity to forage for food. They may attempt to pry the window open wider, squeezing through and wreaking havoc, tearing clothing and blankets into shreds, and causing widespread destruction within the wooden cabin. Therefore, it is imperative to securely board up the windows of the hunting cabin when it is not in use. He Tian opened the windows for ventilation and sat down to enjoy the lunch she had prepared the previous day. She savored a piece of pancake and sipped some water she had brought along. Once refreshed, He Tian retrieved a ladder from the haystack beneath the southern wall of the cabin and positioned it next to a tree near the door. A small storage box was affixed to this tree, containing a quilt and a deer hair mattress. While keeping the bedding inside, the tightly sealed cabin protected it from the voracious bears. It was not immune to the gnawing of mice or the dampness that could lead to mold. Thus, storing them in a rainproof and ventilated small storage box, elevated high in the tree, was prudent. The trunk, rising over a meter from the ground, was encased in a thin layer of birch bark coated with grease, rendering it too smooth for small creatures like mice or squirrels to gain purchase and preventing them from infiltrating the storage box and causing damage. He Tian took down the quilt and the deer hair mattress and hung them on a rope between two trees to dry, following a bout of autumn rain. The air had grown chillier, and even in the afternoon, the temperature hovered around 17 to 18 degrees. Seizing the opportunity while the sunlight remains ample, He Tian swiftly fluffs and airs the slightly musty blankets. Otherwise, she would be left shivering in her sleeping bag come nightfall. Following this, she places the provisions from her backpack into the storage box. A seasoned hunter would prudently prepare several hunting cabins within the woods, stockpiling food, ammunition, and warm clothing for unforeseen circumstances. Last winter, He Tian failed to adequately prepare all 5 of her hunting cabins in time, which forced her to abandon one of the traps in that particular woodland. Even if the traps there had ensnared minks, she would have been unable to retrieve the pelts promptly. The winter snow would fall incessantly, and traversing through drifts that could reach a meter in depth proved exceedingly challenging. Moreover, during that season, daylight was scarce. The sun would rise at 11 in the morning and darkness would envelop the land by 3 in the afternoon. Within this limited span of hours, one could only journey from one hunting cabin to another. If each cabin were stocked with ample food and ammunition, one could spend a night in the cabin, check the traps for game the following morning, reset the traps, and then reside in the cabin for another night before departing for another. By repeating this cycle, the yield of game throughout the winter could be significantly increased. In the most bountiful year, He Tian and her grandmother had once harvested nearly 300 minks in a single winter. Her grandmother sold the finest pelts and fashioned a small vest and a hat for He Tian from the remainder. Last winter, however, He Tian managed to collect only 104 minks. This year, she cannot afford to repeat such a fate. She opened her backpack and retrieved a square ceramic box, adorned with small holes in its lid. Inside, there were several pieces of cured meat, alongside a wooden container filled with finely ground yellow soybean flour, roasted wild rice, and oat kernels, as well as a handful of potato starch noodles. Additionally, there was a small ceramic jar containing pickled radish strips. Radishes are a crop that He Tian cultivates exceptionally well. Much like potatoes, they can serve both as a vegetable and a staple food. The freshly dug radishes are thoroughly washed, sliced into slender strips the size of a pinky finger, and laid out on a bamboo tray to dry. Once they develop a delicate layer of white frost on their surface, they are ready. Further drying would result in excessive moisture loss, rendering the pickled radish less palatable. The dried radish strips are mixed vigorously with salt, sugar, diced fresh chilies, ground dried chilies, and goose fat, then sealed in a ceramic jar, ready to be enjoyed after a few days. The freshly prepared radish strips burst with sweet juice upon biting. With the spiciness varying depending on the section, those closer to the green skin tend to be spicier, while those nearer to the white core possess a hint of radish's natural sweetness, making them an exquisite accompaniment to porridge or meat dishes. The pickled radish can be stored in the ceramic jar throughout the winter. However, the longer it is kept, the more moisture it loses. By early summer, the dried radish becomes quite resilient in texture. At this point, the slightly wilted radish strips are retrieved, drained, and simmered with the cured meat, yielding an entirely different flavor profile. Having arranged the food, He Tian fetched water from a nearby stream and carried it into her small dwelling. Subsequently, she took rice and ventured into the woods to inspect the 4 or 5 traps in the vicinity. The 4 pine tree arch traps were in excellent condition, and the 2 newly constructed ones had seamlessly blended into the surrounding foliage. Additionally, there was a natural tree hollow, which He Tian had marked to prevent losing track of it after heavy snowfall. After inspecting the traps, He Tian wandered through the forest and gathered some autumn greens. The edges of these wild vegetable leaves had turned a crimson hue due to frost, and their foliage was far less robust than during the summer. They were likely the last batch of fresh wild vegetables for the year. In spring, the first tender shoots of wild greens could be blanched in boiling water and mixed with freshly scalded fish meat, seasoned with a touch of oil and salt, creating a delightful dish. In autumn, however, they were neither as large nor as flavorful as in spring and summer, carrying a slight bitterness. Nevertheless, they remained a refreshing food choice. Upon returning to her cottage, He Tian noticed that the shadows had begun to slant westward, and a chill wind swept through the forest, causing the autumn leaves to flutter down like a cascade of yellow and orange rain. She gathered 2 dry, thick logs and placed them on the chopping block to split them. After making a notch in the wood, she withdrew her axe, inserted a wooden wedge into the gap, and reversed the axe to drive the wedge further into the log. The wedge, thick on one end and tapered to a sharp point on the other, functioned like an extended axe blade, cleaving the wood in 2. Subsequent splits became considerably easier. As dusk approached, He Tian successfully chopped the firewood. She carried the logs into her cottage and stoked the stove. First, she boiled a kettle of water to fill her water bottle. Tucking it into the quilt she would sleep under that night, before placing a pot on the stove to prepare a light millet porridge. The pancakes, charred in the iron stove's grilling cage, are accompanied by congee, chicken liver PT, and spicy radish greens mixed with goose fat, alongside blanched autumn greens. A spoonful of warm millet porridge paired with a bite of crisp, spicy radish greens, followed by a mouthful of pancakes smeared with chicken liver PT. The pancakes, baked to a perfect crisp in the steamer, emit a delightful crackle with each bite. The combination of fats and carbohydrates is divine sustenance, mumbled He Tian indistinctly. Before retiring for the night, He Tian led the rice inside, spreading straw at the entrance. She admonished it, "Rice, do refrain from producing excessive waste." The rice merely shook its head, ignoring her. As the first snow of the year descended, He Tian was casting her net upon the river. The day's catch was not particularly heavy, yet it proved laborious to haul up. The temperature had dropped further, and a persistent mist enveloped the river from dawn until dusk, rendering the air damp and frigid. Even with leather gloves, her fingers grew numb and stiff, struggling to bend as coarse netting chafed painfully against her hands. Finally, He Tian dragged the fishing net into the small boat. Exhausted, she sat on the deck, panting. At that moment, a sudden chill brushed against her cheek, as if a tiny droplet had fallen upon her. She looked up to see delicate snowflakes gently descending. The flakes danced through the swirling white mist above the river, and the breath she exhaled, landing softly on her forehead, eyelashes, and the tip of her nose. At the riverbank, He Tian meticulously dispatched each fish she had caught that day, gutting and cleansing them. The river water was frigid, and a thin layer of ice began to form near the shore. As He Tian meticulously cleans the fish, she occasionally brings her hands to her mouth, exhaling a warm breath to soothe her numbed fingers. The ice remains clear and no thicker than the plate, yet by nightfall, it shall transform into a semi-transparent mass, several inches thick. Following the snowfall, temperatures will plummet rapidly, and the river will succumb to freezing. After washing all the fish, He Tian's hands swell, each finger resembling a diminutive carrot, stinging as if pricked by tiny blades. She decides to wait until the first genuine snowfall before scattering the prickly husks of chestnuts along the path. The cleaned fish have also frozen into a solid mass, a nearly invisible layer of ice enveloping their bodies. With a few shakes, they clatter against one another, shedding delicate shards of frost. Henceforth, The fire in the hearth must burn continuously. The cold wave arrives silently, capable of freezing an entire river overnight, with forest temperatures plunging from -10 degrees to a staggering -40. Such extreme cold can encase everything within a home in ice. Water tanks may crack, leaving slumbering souls trapped in their dreams. He Tian sits by the hearth, warming herself until her stiff, aching fingers regain their dexterity, before taking a bucket to fetch water from the mountain creek. The creek has been icing over these past few days, the layer now exceeding an inch in thickness. Yet the water beneath continues to flow. Each day, she returns to the same spot, wielding a stout stick to shatter the ice, lowering her bucket to collect water. This section of ice, consistently broken, is thinner than elsewhere. Breathing out steam, she contemplates that it is highly likely the creek will be entirely frozen by morning. This water flows down from the mountain's peak, and the higher one ascends, the colder it becomes. The fish tank has also been relocated to the wall beside the stove, and He Tian has moved in another tank, filling it to 8/10 full before gently placing a small fish inside. Now, there are a total of 4 tanks within the room. The addition of more tanks serves not only for convenience in accessing water, but also for the purpose of insulation. The snow continues to fall more heavily, transforming from delicate flakes into white feathers that dance through the air, blanketing the treetops in a layer of white. He Tian steps once more into the swirling snow. She lifts the wooden lid of the root cellar, suspending her oil lamp from the ceiling wall as she descends the ladder. The root cellar, nearly 2 meters deep, is modest in size, occupying only 3 or 4 square meters, yet it is filled with provisions. Sturdy wooden shelves line the walls, neatly stacked with earthen jars and wooden boxes. He Tian takes stock. She has 2 small jars of millet, 1 small jar of wild rice, and oats. These were collected during the summer and autumn while hunting birds along the riverbanks, along with 4 boxes of potatoes, 3 boxes of radishes, 10 large cabbages, a small jar of pickled long beans, chili peppers, small eggplants, carrots, as well as a large jar of yellow beans and 2 wicker baskets of onions. Additionally, she possesses 2 boxes of apples, an assortment of dried fruits and vegetables, and various nuts. Satisfied, she ascends, sealing the root cellar's lid and covering it with several layers of hay-woven curtains. There is also a smaller cellar where she stores sweet potatoes. He Tian proceeds to the smokehouse for fish and meat, methodically taking down the rows of fish and meat, binding them in pairs with straw rope, and placing them all into the sweet potato cellar. With the arrival of winter, hungry animals will risk capture by humans in their search for food. He Tian harbored no desire to discover a nest of mice hidden within the smokehouse one fateful day, having gnawed upon her fish and meat with reckless abandon. Unlike other provisions, sweet potatoes, during their dormant state, emit carbon dioxide, rendering the sweet potato cellar an ideal sanctuary for preserving winter meat. When the time comes to retrieve them, one need only employ a long pole, its end affixed with an iron hook, to reach into the cellar, snagging the twine and effortlessly drawing forth the sustenance. The sweet potatoes had already been neatly packed into rudimentary, grass-woven bags, with each containing 3 or 4 tubers, sufficient to last for a considerable while. In addition to these provisions, He Tian's abode housed some noodles crafted from potato starch. After thoroughly washing and draining the freshly harvested potatoes, they are chopped into pieces and placed into a manual grinder, where water is added and the mixture pulverized, yielding a milky extract. This liquid is poured into a container, and after a brief repose, the surface develops a slight reddish-brown hue, following approximately 2 hours of settling. The clear water atop is decanted into another vessel, leaving behind a fine, white paste at the bottom, which constitutes the potato starch. The remaining potato pulp is then encased in cheesecloth and subjected to vigorous squeezing, allowing for the extraction of additional starch. Once dried, the starch becomes far easier to store and can be transformed into various culinary delights. By mixing the starch with water and then incorporating boiling water while stirring, one can knead it into a cohesive mass. A steel frame used for pressing the noodles is positioned over a pot of boiling water, upon which a portion of dough is placed. With considerable force, the dough is pressed down, emerging through the mesh openings as elegant strands of white, which plunge into the boiling water and take shape. After being retrieved from the pot, the noodles are cooled in cold water and subsequently hung to dry, resulting in dehydrated noodles. If stored properly, potato noodles can endure for 2 to 3 years within the forest. He Tian did not use the fish she caught today for pickling or smoking. Instead, she hung them outside her house, and before long, they froze solid as if turned to stone. She kept one for her lunch. She boiled a pot of water, tossing in rehydrated shiitake mushrooms, mountain fungi, a dried chili pepper, and a sun-dried tomato. When the broth turned a vibrant orange, she added the whole fish and simmered it for approximately 5 minutes. As the enticing aroma of the fish wafted through the air, she introduced a handful of potato vermicelli. The fish soup, ladled into a bowl, was garnished with a sprinkle of chopped scallions and a pinch of salt. The broth was a delightful blend of sour, spicy, and savory flavors, while the fish was tender and delectable, and the potato noodles were exquisitely smooth. After finishing a bowl, she felt enveloped in warmth. After lunch, the wind and snow intensified, casting a gray haze over the world, obscuring the view outside the window, save for the swirling snowflakes. He Tian sat by the hearth, mending her fishing nets. The frozen river did not signify the end of fishing. However, her nets would likely remain unused until the arrival of spring. If her grandmother were still around, they could drill 2 holes in the ice on the river's surface, securing the nets to slender bamboo poles. One person would lower the net and pull through one hole, allowing the current to guide it towards the other hole, while the other would hold the bamboo pole, pulling the net out from this opening. They would then secure the wooden floats on the nets to the edges of the ice holes and leave it for 3 or 4 days. The net would drift quietly in the still-flowing waters below, capturing fish that ventured too close. Days later, they could retrieve the net using the same method, and they would catch fish. But now, she was left to rely solely on herself. As evening approached, the snow continued to fall, accumulating to a depth of nearly 13 or 14 centimeters. Winter has arrived, blanketing the world in a thick layer of snow that fell throughout the night and has only just ceased. When He Tian awoke, the entire landscape was adorned as if wrapped in a sumptuous quilt of white. The sun emerged, casting its golden rays upon the crystalline snow, which sparkled with myriad tiny, colorful reflections. He Tian brewed a pot of red date and ginger tea, savoring its warmth before hastily stepping outside to clear the snow. At that moment, the snow remained soft and easily manageable. As the sun ascended higher, it would melt and subsequently freeze, forming a hard crust that would be much more challenging to remove. Her tool for this endeavor was a wooden rake, essentially a thin board affixed to a stick, allowing her to push the snow aside as one would with a shovel, creating a small path while depositing the snow on either side. Though some snow remained on the path, it was of little concern. A layer of twigs and dried leaves would suffice to prevent slipping. Beneath this organic cover, unseen microorganisms were tirelessly at work, and the decomposition of leaves emitted warmth, while the dark brown branches absorbed the sun's heat, swiftly melting the snow they sheltered. After carving a small path around the house, He Tian cleared the snow surrounding the cellar as well. The grass mat atop the cellar lid was lifted, and the wooden cover was slightly ajar to allow for ventilation. While snow serves as an excellent insulator, hindering air circulation, the vegetables stored within the cellar require oxygen to stave off decay. Additionally, it was imperative to ensure that the cellar lid did not freeze shut. Once these tasks were completed, He Tian made her way to the rice shed, releasing the grain and providing it with sustenance. After tidying up the rice shed, she found herself drenched in sweat from her relentless activity. He Tian attached a rope loop to the neck of the rice grain, fastening the lower end to a wooden rake used for snow removal, urging it to walk toward the riverbank. She followed behind the rice grain, using a wooden shovel to push aside the snow that the rake had failed to clear, and from the basket on her back, she scattered a handful of decayed leaves onto the ground. However, He Tian did not intend to meticulously clean the path. Although the snowfall was substantial, it would soon melt away. When the next heavy snow arrived, it would be the moment for her to lay down the spiny chestnut husks. Thus, she merely swept the area with the rake and scattered the leaves carelessly. He Tian reached the riverbank with the purpose of drilling a hole in the ice-covered surface. The mountain stream would undoubtedly freeze completely soon, and at that time, obtaining water and fishing would rely on the ice holes formed on the river. When the surface first freezes, a thick wooden stick with one end sharpened is used to bore a hole, and the same method is repeated once more when the river freezes again, creating a cavity between the 2 layers of ice. A wooden stake is left in the ice hole, and thereafter, it is vigorously shaken every couple of days to ensure that the water remains flowing throughout the entire winter. Why not melt the snow for drinking water? Because it would consume a great deal of firewood, and firewood is exceedingly precious. The timber buried beneath the heavy snow in winter can certainly be cut down for fuel, but it would be damp and difficult to ignite, producing smoke that is acrid and suffocating. Why not simply consume the stored food? What compels one to drill ice holes for fishing? Because those who dwell in the forest are not solely its inhabitants, people from all walks of life share this reality. Without adequate preparation, survival becomes daunting in the face of unforeseen circumstances. These were the very questions He Tian had posed to her grandmother during her childhood. Having successfully created the ice hole, He Tian gazed out at the misty expanse of the river. In just one night, it seemed that the river's surface was entirely frozen, save for the flowing waters at its center. Yet, she understood that this was merely an illusion. For the entire river to solidify into a firm surface capable of supporting a reindeer-drawn sled, it would require an additional week or two. By then, she could traverse to the opposite bank's forest and set her traps for minks there. The forest across the river also fell within He Tian's hunting grounds. During the gentle days of spring, she would paddle her canoe across to prepare pine arch traps, seeking suitable tree hollows for trapping, marking her findings, and mending the hunting cabin nestled within the woods, all while gathering firewood. Once the river swelled and its current quickened, venturing across in a canoe would become too perilous, necessitating a longer detour that could take nearly 2 days. Returning to the cabin, He Tian savored a cup of red date ginger tea to ward off the cold. She gazed dreamily out at the forest before resolving to take some rice and wander into the woods. The day before, she had discovered traces of wild rabbits in the oak grove and had set an iron trap there. Perhaps after a night of heavy snowfall, she might ensnare a hungry, shivering rabbit? He Tian loaded 2 hunting rifles with lead shot, packed a flask of ginger tea and a roasted potato, and set forth. Just before stepping outside, she placed a ceramic pot atop the iron-lidded stove. Inside the pot simmered 2 bowls of water, a whole small onion, 3 or 4 dried chestnuts, and a wild duck carcass. The duck had been harvested in autumn. After plucking and gutting it, she had sliced off the breast meat and legs, leaving only the carcass. The pieces were marinated and air-dried, as the carcass would serve for soup, while the breast and legs were destined to be steamed with wild rice, shiitake mushrooms, and radishes when the weather turned even colder. The marinated duck carcass has absorbed a considerable amount of saltiness, together with chestnuts and onions. It is submerged in water and placed in a clay pot, resting on a stove covered with an iron lid. The fire is kept at a gentle warmth, maintaining a temperature of around 70 to 80 degrees. The meat on the duck carcass is not thick, and after simmering slowly for 5 to 6 hours, the dried meat becomes tender, releasing the sweetness of the chestnuts and onions. At this point, the iron lid is removed, and the heat is increased to bring the broth to a vigorous boil for 20 to 30 minutes, completing the duck soup. The addition of radish balances the richness of the duck broth while enriching its flavor, whether paired with roasted potatoes or enhanced with potato vermicelli in the soup. The dish is utterly delightful. After a night of snow and wind, the familiar forest transforms completely by morning. Thick, cotton-like snow clings to the branches, occasionally drifting down as she and her companion, Dami, pass beneath, sometimes cascading in large clumps. The accumulated snow on the ground begins to melt under the sunlight, forming a delicate, crisp crust that crunches beneath their feet like shattered eggshells. The mountain stream is nearly frozen over, yet beneath the 7 to 8 centimeters of ice, one can still perceive the water flowing slowly. The tips of the withered grass by the stream are adorned with ice beads resembling crystal orbs, weighing the grass down towards the earth. Demi rather enjoys this weather. After the snowfall, it feels slightly warmer than usual. She ambles through the woods, occasionally lowering her head to nuzzle the snow aside, nibbling on the small branches and grass concealed beneath. He Tian donned a pair of straw sandals woven from bulrushes over his boots, with thin wooden planks bound to the soles that curled inward at the front. These wooden planks expanded the foot's surface area and prevented snow from splashing onto the sandals, rendering walking in the snow considerably less strenuous. Inside the sandals lay a layer of finely cut grass, softened with a mallet. The grass stems, merely 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter, provided excellent insulation, effectively shielding against cold and moisture without succumbing to mildew, ideal for crafting grass mats and sandals, though it could only be harvested in summer near marshes. Today, she ventured out primarily to assess the quality of the bulrush sandals crafted during the past summer. The bulrush stems were significantly thicker than the fine grass used for insulation, measuring nearly 7 to 8 millimeters, even up to a centimeter, which meant these sandals could endure for an entire winter. However, they proved invaluable on snowy days when worn over boots, keeping them dry and free from moisture. Previously, her grandmother had woven all of her sandals. She had never crafted a complete pair herself, having only made a few soles. This summer, After numerous trials and fueled by a resolve to succeed, she dismantled one of last year's sandals and pondered for quite some time, ultimately managing to weave a complete pair. Now, it seemed her effort bore fruit. After traversing the snowy landscape for quite a while, there was no sign of the sandals coming apart. They protected her feet well, allowing not a single flake of snow to seep in. If her grandmother were to witness this, she would surely be delighted. As He Tian reveled in the satisfaction of her creation, the nearby rice, wandering aimlessly, snorted a few times as though it had made a discovery. Instantly, she raised her hunting rifle, alertly scanning the snow-covered thicket. However, she discerned nothing amiss. As she glanced back at the rice, she was momentarily taken aback. Upon the snow-covered ground before the rice, there lay a vivid splash of red. This hue was more vibrant than the autumn maple leaves, glimmering subtly in the sunlight. It was unmistakably not the color of foliage. He Tian approached cautiously, and when she was 2 or 3 meters away from the rice, she discerned that it was a person lying beneath the white snow. The striking red was the fabric of the individual's attire, partially obscured by the snow, revealing a glimpse of material that shimmered with a golden reflection under the sun's rays. He Tian crouched down, grasped a corner of the red fabric, and with a firm shake, the snowflakes cascading to the ground. It was a red cloak. The figure leaned against a tree, sheltered from the wind and snow by the garment. He Tian's heart raced violently. She rose to her feet, gripping the cloak with one hand while firmly holding her weapon with the other, gradually lifting the cloak. Beneath the crimson cover was a remarkably beautiful young girl. Although her lips were tinged a bluish-purple from the cold and her face was as pale as the snow, she retained an exquisite beauty. She resembled a silk doll, crafted by a southern vendor to entice children at the market, with long hair as dark and lustrous as satin, skin as smooth as silk, and eyebrows that seemed meticulously drawn with the finest brush and the richest ink. Her nose was elegantly refined, and her lips curved with delicate grace. Frost flowers adorned the tips of her eyebrows and eyelashes. Remnants of her final breaths crystallized in the cold air. At that moment, He Tian was uncertain whether her heart was filled more with awe at the beauty before her or an instinctual dread of death. She stared blankly at the girl for a moment, contemplating where such a beautiful soul might be laid to rest. It occurred to her that the ground was frozen, rendering burial impossible. The river, too, was encased in ice, precluding any notion of a water burial. Should this enchanting maiden be left here, vulnerable to the hungry wolves and foxes that would surely tear her exquisite visage to shreds? What a tragic fate that would be. Oh, and her beautiful hands. He Tian crouched down, taking hold of the maiden's stiff hand. It felt as cold as stone, clenched into a fist, tinged with a purplish hue. Yet, reminiscent of the elegant figures found in her grandmother's cherished collection of ancient marble sculptures, the fingers were long and delicate, tapering to pointed tips, with neatly manicured nails. He Tian grasped those hands and sighed, wishing fervently that she had been discovered sooner. This lovely girl must have lost her way amidst the storm last night. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What was such a girl doing here? As she pondered, the maiden abruptly opened her eyes, revealing irises as pure as black onyx. Her gaze was unfocused as it drifted toward He Tian, and she weakly inquired, "Am I dead?" He Tian was momentarily taken aback, responding with a firm, "No." The maiden's expression grew even more bewildered, and she murmured softly, "Then why do I see angels?" With those words, she closed her eyes once more. It was then that He Tian snapped back to reality. She was not dead. This girl still lived. In a flurry of urgency, she began to excavate the girl from the snow, brushing away the frost that clung to her, and propping her gently against a tree. Beneath her crimson cloak, the girl wore a red garment, the fabric astonishingly soft and smooth. He Tian, in a flurry, unfastened the ties of her deer fur cloak and retrieved the water flask hanging around her neck. She removed the thermal bag and pressed the scalding copper kettle into the girl's embrace. Her intention was to offer the delicate creature a sip of warm water. Yet she feared that she might inadvertently cause the fragile girl to choke. He Tian had only heard tales of rescuing those frozen in the snow with ginger soup. She had never attempted such a feat herself. She took the deer fur hand warmer from the basket slung across the back of her rice-laden companion and slipped it onto the girl's hands. After a moment's contemplation, she removed her squirrel fur gloves, rubbed her palms together to generate warmth, and placed her hands against the girl's neck. After a brief struggle, He Tian's hands grew cold, and her knees felt stiff with the chill. She quickly stood and bounced in place, rubbing her hands together for warmth. Just then, A clump of snow cascaded from a nearby pine tree, landing squarely on her head. He Tian recoiled, letting out a startled gasp as the icy flakes slipped down her collar, sending a shiver down her spine and sharpening her focus. Even if she managed to revive this near-frozen girl, what then? With an additional mouth to feed, her winter provisions would be insufficient. She stood in the snow, mentally recounting the meager supplies she had already counted countless times. 2 small jars of millet, a small tub of wild rice and oats, 4 boxes of potatoes, 3 boxes of radishes, 10 heads of cabbage, 33 pairs of cured meat, and a variety of dried fruits. Not enough. Still insufficient. With her grandmother gone, He Tian had to hunt, fish, and cultivate the land alone. This year, she had neglected many of the vegetables and fruits planted in the spring and summer, resulting in yields far below those of previous years, particularly concerning one of her staple grains, millet. These rations, while adequate for 1 person to survive the winter, fell woefully short for 2. What if she economizes on her meals? This may imply that she must relinquish her hunting cabin situated in the woods across the river, thereby forfeiting the potential catch of minks therein. Consequently, when spring arrives, this rescued girl may depart. Yet He Tian will lack sufficient minks to barter for the essential resources required for the following year: salt, sugar, glass, and fabric. Even the blacksmith, who crafts iron tools, demands minks or currency in return for his services. Should she then abandon her here, disregarding her fate? There is no need for another snowstorm. As long as He Tian removes that copper water bottle, it won't be long before the girl succumbs to hypothermia. Her limbs have grown rigid. He Tian steps back, shivering. A voice within her cries out in protest. No. To act thus would render her no different from the beasts. Yet, as she gazes skyward, the expanse of blue appears as if it might weep, devoid of a single cloud, and the surrounding silence is unnerving, with not even a bird's chirp to be heard. He Tian looks again at the girl's lovely visage. No, she must save her. A surge of righteous indignation wells up within her. Were it the Chapo family, they would undoubtedly neglect this girl. She refuses to become like them. The Chapo family resides in another grove. This spring, He Tian sought to purchase a puppy from them at the market. Their female dog had given birth to 6 pups. However, they would rather slaughter the surplus for sustenance than sell one to her. Why? Because the Chapo family boasts 2 adult brothers who require a wife. A hunter without a dog cannot be deemed a true hunter. This is common knowledge among those who dwell in the forest. He Tian has no dog, no companion. How long can she continue to survive in the forest? Is there not a day when she must seek the companionship of a family? The reason they did not directly take He Tian away is quite simple. In the woods, no one dares to casually harbor a hostile individual nearby. Furthermore, the He family possesses the most exceptional skill in lead bullet production among the dozen or so hunters in the vicinity. It is said that her grandmother once wielded a firearm capable of firing 6 rounds consecutively. With this very weapon, the elderly lady single-handedly vanquished 4 mountain bandits in her youth. Although it may require a stroke of luck to fell a full-grown bear standing over 2 meters tall with lead bullets and a firearm, a human would need an extraordinary amount of fortune to escape from the muzzle of such a gun. After being refused the purchase of a dog, He Tian departed in silence. She repeatedly reminded herself of her grandmother's saying, "A clever hunter relies on intellect and experience in the pursuit of prey. Otherwise, without the speed of a beast, the strength of a predator, or the sharp fangs and claws, what right does one have to survive in the wilderness?" He Tian hesitated no longer. She bent down, grasped the girl's arms, and attempted to lift her onto Dami's back. To her surprise, although the girl was slender in waist and limbs, her body was surprisingly heavy. Gritting her teeth, He Tian summoned her strength and finally managed to place the girl upon Dami's back. Dami, suddenly burdened with the weight, emitted a reluctant snort. He Tian quickly retrieved a handful of salted and roasted soybeans from the cloth pouch hanging at her waist, offering it as a gesture of comfort and encouragement. The girl's red cloak was lined with purple marten fur. Perhaps it was this very garment that had spared her from freezing to death after a night in the biting cold wind. Aside from the visibly valuable cloak, she possessed nothing else. No knapsack, no burdens, no satchel, absolutely nothing. She also lacked any form of weaponry. It was a mystery how she had arrived here. Perhaps she had lost her belongings amidst the storm. He Tian, fearing she might tumble from the back of the rice and sustain injuries, encircled her arms around the rice's neck and secured her wrist with a belt, crafting a makeshift harness. She draped the cloak over her once more, removed the rattan cord from the basket, and bound her waist to the belly of the rice. Upon noticing the wisps of white smoke ascending from the chimney of the house, she cast her gaze down at the still unconscious girl, and a complex, indescribable feeling welled up within her. Thoughts of rabbits and traps faded from her mind. Upon returning home, He Tian did not immediately carry the girl inside. Instead, she first climbed onto the sleeping platform, retrieved a straw mat, and cleared a space near the hearth. This area had once been designated for her table, where she dined, read, mended fishing nets, and engaged in various small tasks. He Tian relocated the wooden table beneath the window, swiftly tidied the floor, laid down a coarse mat of straw, and then placed the straw mat on top. Following this, she took out her grandmother's old quilt and prepared a deer hair mattress before finally bringing the girl inside. As she had carried her through the forest, He Tian had already realized that if she simply placed the girl on the ground, she would likely lack the strength to move her again. While bearing the weight, she gritted her teeth, thinking, "Goodness, you are quite heavy. No wonder the rice is reluctant to carry you." After placing the girl onto the makeshift bedding, He Tian, feeling exhausted, sank onto the floor and took a few deep breaths. This was not a moment for relaxation. There were lives to save, and time was of the essence. He Tian filled a kettle with water, stoked the fire, and moved the ceramic pot aside to boil a pot of water first. She took 4 or 5 chili peppers, crushed them, and placed them in a clay basin, then retrieved a large radish. The radish had been well preserved in the cellar, still adorned with vibrant green leaves. Having been brought inside only yesterday, He Tian meticulously washed and chopped the radish greens, tossing them into the basin, and then peeled the radish with a small knife, discarding the green peels into the basin as well. At that moment, the water began to boil. He Tian lifted the kettle lid with an iron rod and poured the contents of the basin into the kettle, instantly filling the room with a pungent aroma. The girl had frostbite on her ears, fingertips, and the right side of her cheek. The combination of chili peppers, radish greens, and peels, when boiled for about 10 minutes, would create a solution that, once cooled, could be used to wash the frostbitten skin, significantly reducing the likelihood of blisters and subsequent ulceration. After the wash, applying a layer of frostbite ointment would alleviate itching and promote healing. If she could endure the peculiar taste and drink some of this concoction, it would swiftly dispel the chill from her body. He Tian poured some of the prepared chili radish water into the basin, reserving the remainder in a copper water bottle, which she sealed tightly and placed at the girl's feet. She then covered her with a blanket once more, using a piece of cotton gauze soaked in the chili water to cleanse her face and ears. He Tian submerged the gauze back into the basin, attending to the girl's stiff fingers. It was then that she noticed, despite their delicate appearance, the girl's hands were quite large. Upon reflection, He Tian recalled the moment when he had removed the girl's shoes and then gently covered her with a blanket. It seemed that her feet were rather sizable. He lifted the blanket to take another glance, and indeed, the dimensions were quite robust. However, even with such large feet, she remained a beauty, captivating in every sense. After applying the warm chili radish water, a delicate blush graced her fingertips and cheeks, reminiscent of wildflowers in early summer. As He Tian gazed upon her face, an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. Oh yes, when she had awakened earlier, she had referred to him as an angel. "Huh, you are the true little angel." Suddenly, he remembered that the water bottle nestled against her chest must have cooled by now, and he ought to replace it with warm water. He reached beneath the blanket, searching for the buttons of her clothing to retrieve the copper bottle. Just then, the girl stirred awake and, from beneath the covers, pressed down on his hand. He was startled, their eyes locking in an intense gaze. He longed to reassure her that she was safe, yet the clarity of her striking eyes held a certain enchantment, rendering him speechless. The corners of her eyes drooped slightly, and her unfocused gaze bore a striking resemblance to that of a puppy just after birth. Initially, He Tian had estimated her age to be around 20, but now he reconsidered, believing her to be at most 16 or 17. Suddenly, the girl smiled, and it was only then that He Tian realized her voice did not quite match her beauty. It was husky and deep, almost reminiscent of a man's tone. She remarked, "So, when one ascends to heaven, angels undress you." After she spoke, she slipped back into a deep slumber, her hand slipping from He Tian's grasp. He Tian paused for a moment, retrieved the water bottle, replaced it with hot water, and nestled it within the girl's embrace, placing her hands gently upon her chest to cradle the vessel. This dear patient remained oblivious to when she might truly awaken. He Tian had never rescued anyone frozen in despair, and now contemplated the grim possibility that this girl might merely drift in and out of a haze for days before succumbing to fate. With a sigh, she resolved to do her utmost and leave the rest to destiny. She washed the girl's hands and face once more, though the water had grown cold. She retrieved a box of hardened ointment, scooped out a portion, warmed it in her palm, and generously applied it to the girl's cheeks, ears, fingers, and the edges of her hands. Once this was accomplished, He Tian exhaled in relief, yet a nagging sense of forgetfulness lingered in her mind. She boiled another pot of water, only to then remember that the toes are among the most susceptible to frostbite. With a startled cry, she hastily uncovered the girl's feet from beneath the blankets, yanked off her socks, and was relieved to find her toes intact. Albeit the little toe had developed several large blisters from frostbite. Quickly, clean and apply the ointment. After the flurry of activity subsided, He Tian gently clasped the girl's palm, feeling a measure of comfort in its warmth. Surely, there was hope for her survival? In this era, even within the city, how many could effortlessly sustain another being? Especially now, in a winter forest where hunger equated to death. Yet, the girl's hands bore no signs of labor. They were delicate and unblemished. He Tian opened her own hand, reflecting on the hands she had just warmed, and felt a wave of shame wash over her. The girl's hands bore only the calluses of her thumb and index finger, a testament to years of playing an instrument. He Tian pouted, added some hot water to the earthen pot, and immersed her hands within. The chili and radish-infused water caused her hands to turn a fiery red. Then, she dipped a small brush into soap and meticulously cleansed her fingers and the crevices beneath her nails, drying them with a cloth before generously applying a layer of skincare balm crafted from otter fat, spring daisies, and various herbs. This recipe had been painstakingly perfected by her grandmother over many years, ensuring that her skin would remain uncracked throughout the entire winter, exuding a subtle fragrance. As He Tian rubbed her hands together, memories of her grandmother flooded back. When her grandmother was still alive, her little palms were soft, and the backs of her hands gleamed like the skin of a white radish. Back then, she had never contemplated that it was her grandmother who bore the brunt of the labor that had shaped her so. The girl remained in a deep slumber while snowflakes began to drift outside, unbeknownst to her. Seizing the moment before darkness enveloped the sky and the snowfall intensified, He Tian hurriedly grabbed a water bucket and made her way to the riverbank. Once again, she thrust a stick into the ice hole, vigorously churning to shatter the newly formed ice before lowering her bucket into the frozen depths. Grasping the rope tied to the bucket's handle, she hoisted it upward, steam rising from the freshly drawn water. With an additional person in the household, their water consumption would surely increase. In the days when her grandmother was still present, they would fill 6 water jars in the house each winter. He Tian made 2 trips, fetching 4 buckets of water and moving 2 earthen jars inside, carefully cleaning them and elevating their bases with wooden blocks, arranging them neatly beside the stove. By this time, the sky had fully darkened. Outside, the cold wind howled fiercely. He Tian added more dry hay to the shelter for the rice. The reindeer are untroubled by the chill, requiring little water. Today, the rice has accomplished a significant feat, and He Tian rewarded it by adding a handful of bean flour to its trough. She shook off the snowflakes from her head beneath the eaves, secured the wooden fence placed under the window onto the window frame, and locked it tight with a wooden stopper. Upon returning indoors, she settled in front of the stove, tossing 2 pieces of firewood into the hearth. The girl had yet to awaken. Contemplating for a moment, He Tian retrieved a handful of red beans from the ceramic pot and placed them in a small iron pan, adding just enough water to submerge them, and set it to boil. As the iron pan was placed over the fire, the red beans began to burst, quickly softening into a mushy consistency. At this juncture, she added the rinsed millet and a few pitted red dates to the pot. The red date tree had been planted by her grandmother when she was of similar age to He Tian, and now it yields nearly a basket of dates each summer and autumn. The freshly harvested dates are greenish-yellow, adorned with mottled red spots, plump and smooth, with a waxy sheen on their skins, each as large as a capercailzie's egg. When the fresh dates are washed and dried, then left to sunbathe on a bamboo tray, they transform into wrinkled, crimson-dried dates. Whether cooked with millet for porridge, steeped in water, or simply enjoyed as a snack, they are extraordinarily sweet. The dried dates are stored in a ceramic jar containing charcoal, placed in a cool spot, preserving them for over a year. After half an hour of simmering, the millet porridge gradually shifted from golden to a rich chestnut hue under He Tian's continuous stirring, the burst red beans mingling delightfully with the millet and red dates. filling the room with an enticing aroma. She then removed the iron pan from the fire and replaced it with the clay pot containing the stewed duck soup. He Tian first served himself a small bowl of porridge, cradling it in his hands, gently stirring it with a spoon, and sipping it slowly from the edge of the bowl. The patient awoke once more, roused by the mingling aromas of food wafting through the room. The biting cold had rendered the body utterly fatigued and muddled the mind. In a faint haze, an angelic figure adorned with a halo, riding upon a white deer, seemed to materialize. However, upon opening his eyes, there was no white deer, nor any angel in sight. He found himself in a wooden cabin, where the ceiling and walls, weathered by time, had taken on a rich brown hue. Not far away stood a table draped with a hand-crocheted cloth made of cotton thread, upon which rested a peculiar earthen vase, slightly askew near its mouth, a testament to the potter's unintentional flaw that had been preserved through firing. Within the vase, several withered branches were inserted, adorned with small, coral-like red berries. Beside the vase sat an oil lamp, casting a warm, flickering glow, perched upon a metallic stand. Behind the lamp was a smooth, polished metal disc, reflecting its light throughout the room. The cabin was remarkably warm, with the fireplace crackling softly, and above it hung a square wooden frame, fitted with hooks that bore an array of pots in various sizes, all polished to a gleaming shine. On the wall beside the chimney, a wooden cabinet with 2 doors was affixed, beneath which lay 2 tiers of shelving filled with jars and containers. The angelic figure from his hazy recollection now sat before the hearth, savoring spoonfuls of porridge. Judging by her attire, it was clear she was no celestial being, but rather a young mountain dweller. She donned a deep burgundy coarse cotton robe, adorned with buttons fashioned from the same fabric in a traditional knot style. The collar was embellished with a layer of dark gray fuzz, the origin of which remained a mystery, reminiscent perhaps of mink fur. On her arms, she sported 2 peculiar adornments, fabric sleeves matching the robe's hue, extending from the cuffs to her elbows, simply embroidered with 3 rows of small white X's and tiny red dots in cotton thread for decoration. This robe was evidently tailored for indoor wear, fitting snugly against her figure. At her waist, she cinched a brown leather belt, for fingers wide, accentuating her slender waist. The robe flared out below, cascading to her thighs like a petite skirt, the hem also lined with fur trim. She had also tied a small skirt at her waist, resembling an apron, which matched the sleeve adornments, its edges embroidered with tiny white crosses. This little skirt was pleated extensively, offering more decorative flair than the simple robe. Yet it was only half in length, hanging in front while absent from the back, where it was secured with a bow. At that moment, the patient's stomach emitted a low growl, and the angelic figure, adorned with her strange embellishments, looked up in surprise. "You are awake? Splendid. Are you hungry?" she inquired, placing a bowl upon the hearth and kneeling before the patient. The glow from the fire painted her cheeks a rosy hue. Her slender, arched eyebrows were dark and untrimmed, their tips fluffy and natural. Her eyes, deep and luminous, were shaped like apricot kernels, framed by an abundance of long, curly lashes that seemed to burst forth vibrantly, with a few particularly elongated ones at the outer corners. Her mouth is small yet plump, adorned with crimson lips and pearly white teeth. It is no wonder that, in a moment of confusion, one might mistake this mountain girl for an angel. She bears an uncanny resemblance to those intricately crafted Russian nesting dolls. These dolls, fashioned from wood and embellished with painted faces and bodies, reveal layer upon layer, each doll mirroring the others in countenance, though varying in size and adorned with subtly distinct attire. He Tian remains unaware that this ailing patient is envisioning herself adorned with a headscarf, her hair braided into 2 plaits, rendering her even more reminiscent of a Russian doll. All she perceives is the vacant gaze of the beautiful girl, her eyes wide and unfocused, staring at her in a daze. He Tian surmises that the girl has not yet fully regained her senses. She offers her a cup of water, inquiring if there is any other discomfort. The girl sits up, accepts the cup, glances at it, and asks, "What kind of flower is this?" He Tian responds, "It is wild chrysanthemum. Drink up." Only then does she cradle the cup and gulp down the water eagerly. After quenching her thirst, the girl locks eyes with He Tian for a brief moment, smiles, and says, "Thank you. You've saved me." Her voice, however, remains hoarse and deep, unaffected by the soothing chrysanthemum tea. He Tian, taken aback, asks, "Where were you headed?" She adds, "It has begun to snow again. This snowfall may last for several days. Regardless of your destination, you cannot leave for the time being." The girl, Lost in thought, replies, I arrived on horseback. With the snow, the hooves are trapped, and the wolves are coming. She pauses for a considerable time, gazing at He Tian, and finally says, I suppose I will have to seek refuge here for a while. Would you be willing to take me in? He Tian nodded in agreement. With heavy snow blocking the mountains, the options to descend were either to wait until the spring of the following year or to traverse the frozen river surface. She inadvertently glanced at the girl's hands and said, You may stay with me here, but we must work together to survive the winter. The girl immediately replied, Yes, I will help you with the work. He Tian promptly inquired, So, can you chop wood, fish, or mend fishing nets? The girl shook her head. I cannot do any of those. I used to live in the city. However, I am willing to learn. Very well, I shall take you in, He Tian affirmed, nodding as she extended her hand. My name is He Tian, he as in where and Tian as in field. The girl also reached out, grasping He Tian's hand firmly. I am Xian, E as in easy and Xian as in string. As the two exchanged handshakes, Xian seemed poised to say more, but her stomach let out a loud growl. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she glanced down at her belly and shared a laugh with He Tian. He Tian served her a bowl of red bean and millet porridge, asking, When was the last time you ate? Xian shook her head and countered, What time is it now? He Tian took out a watch from her pocket and glanced at it. It's 8:14 in the evening. That means it was approximately 32 hours ago. He Tian exclaimed in surprise. This indicated that she had been hungry for nearly a day before becoming frozen. In such weather, one can hardly imagine that even a robust man would succumb to frostbite after a day without sustenance, let alone a delicate girl. Thus, it would be prudent for you to refrain from indulging in greasy foods for the time being. In fact, I have prepared duck broth, which I intended for our supper this evening. As He Tian was serving porridge, Xian emerged from beneath the covers. She tidied her attire with grace, swiftly folding the blanket into a neat square and neatly arranged the deer fur mattress. She then rolled up half of the straw mat and placed it atop the bedding. Even the 2 water bottles He Tian had brought to warm her feet and body were set upon the stove. Standing before the hearth, she surveyed the array of jars and bottles hanging on the wall, briefly glancing up at the beams above, only to quickly turn her face aside. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the doorframe. When He Tian carried Xian into the room, it was evident that she was quite tall, her slender legs trailing along the ground. He Tian, already considered tall herself, was taken aback to find that this delicate girl stood a half-head taller when fully upright. As Xian approached, He Tian instinctively straightened her back, as if resisting an invisible pressure. She pulled out one of the 2 wooden chairs in the modest room and gestured for Xian to take a seat. However, Xian did not sit down. Instead, she glanced at her hands and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired of He Tian, I haven't washed my hands yet. He Tian quickly reassured her. No need to wash your hands just yet. I have already done so and applied ointment. You can wait until tomorrow morning to wash. Until then, avoid water altogether, or else you might develop chilblains, which can be both painful and itchy. Xian hastily sat down, expressing her gratitude to He Tian before partaking in the porridge. The porridge, nestled in a reddish-brown clay bowl, emitted a plume of white steam beneath the lamp, mingling with the fragrant aroma of simmered red dates and adzuki beans. He Tian, seated across from Xian, observed her as she savored the porridge, taking delicate sips. Her dining posture exuded grace, yet in the blink of an eye, she had finished the bowl of thickened porridge. After she had eaten, a hint of shyness flickered in her gaze as she glanced at He Tian, who instantly comprehended that there was more to come. He Tian poured the remaining porridge from the pot into Xian's bowl, feeling a twinge of regret. She had initially intended to use the leftover adzuki bean millet porridge to prepare a savory cake for breakfast the following morning. Once cooled, the porridge would solidify more readily, becoming firm after a night's rest. By morning, inverting a plate over the pot would allow the porridge to tumble out entirely, with the bean paste settled at the bottom and a translucent layer of millet batter above, interspersed with red dates, all coalescing into a shape reminiscent of a cake or a colossal jelly. It could be enjoyed directly with a spoon or cut into smaller pieces for pan frying. A generous dollop of goose fat placed in the frying pan would first crisp the bean paste side, followed by the millet side, and after a few minutes, it would be ready to savor. The fried cake would present a crisp exterior while remaining soft and sweet within. He Tian swallowed hard, placing the empty pot into the sink and sprinkling it with a layer of wood ash. Meanwhile, Xian, continuing to eat her porridge, inquired about He Tian's peculiar method of washing dishes, the purpose of the water jars, and the disposal of wastewater from the sink. It was evident that she was striving earnestly to acclimate to her new surroundings. After the meal, He Tian instructed Xian on how to add firewood to the stove. The beautiful girl was truly oblivious to the life in the woods. When He Tian inquired about how she kept warm in winter at her previous home, Xian pondered for a moment and replied that it was indeed by burning coal and firewood. She understood the principle, though she had never done it herself. Fortunately, she adeptly poured boiling water from the kettle into a bottle. He Tian resumed mending fishing nets by the oil lamp. Now, with a companion, she hastened to make 2 more holes in the ice on the river, ready to cast their nets to catch fish. A vague feeling stirred within her. Xian's stature was not merely for show, and their need for sustenance might far exceed her initial expectations. Xian wished to assist, so He Tian handed her a bundle of fishing line, instructing her to observe and learn as she attempted to create a net pouch. After a while, Xian exhibited a bashful expression, stating, "I need to relieve myself." "Oh, I forgot to mention this," He Tian said as she led Xian to a corner beneath the shelf, the farthest from the stove and the coldest part of the room. There stood a folding screen woven from slender birch strips and purplish-gray wild grass, creating a small partition against the wall. Upon unveiling the screen, there lay a wooden box. Lifting the lid revealed a ceramic pot, topped with a circular wooden ring that fit perfectly. "This is the toilet," He Tian explained. She had not anticipated that Xian, who had adapted so well since waking, would be taken aback by the experience of using the toilet. Hesitant for a while, as if fearing to displease He Tian, she asked, "May I go outside?" "No." He Tian firmly rejected. "It's far too cold and very dark. Moreover, a blizzard rages outside. The wind howls relentlessly, reminiscent of distant wolves' cries, akin to the haunting call of an owl." Xian, yielding to the moment, retrieves her cloak and drapes it over the partition. He Tian perceives this gesture as unnecessary, yet refrains from voicing her objections. She mends the fishing net and begins her morning ablutions. She finds a dried willow branch for Xian, instructing her to dip it into the homemade tooth powder for brushing. Once they have completed their morning routines, Xian intends to reopen the grass mat and sleep on the ground, but He Tian interjects, forbidding her from such a choice. "I only laid this makeshift bed because I cannot carry you. You must share the sleeping platform with me." Xian's face flushes crimson as she gazes at He Tian, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head, adamantly refusing. He Tian is taken aback once more. She has long anticipated that Xian's previous living conditions vastly differ from her own. In fact, when Xian exhibits a keen willingness to learn, He Tian feels a flicker of relief and gratitude. How delightful it is that a girl, as enchanting as a princess dwelling in an ivory tower, awakens with the eagerness to master the art of weaving fishing nets and gathering firewood. What more could one desire? He Tian pauses, recalling how Xian had been equally hesitant when using the restroom earlier, and begins to understand. Xian is not repulsed by the untidiness and rusticity of their surroundings. Rather, she places great importance on personal space and privacy. He Tian patiently elucidates. "You did not feel cold sleeping on the ground earlier because the stove was continuously burning wood. As we slumbered, no one added more fuel. While the fire will not extinguish, it will diminish, growing colder. The warm air accumulates beneath the sleeping platform, with one wall adjacent to the chimney, creating a cozy atmosphere. Tomorrow morning, perhaps the wall by the window will still bear frost flowers. Occasionally, the wooden boards on the window freeze, rendering them immovable. I understand that you have exerted considerable effort. It is unfamiliar and may evoke fear." She spoke with a smile, "Yet I am not a villain." Xian hesitated, "But you are a girl." He Tian smiled at her, "But you too are a girl." In that moment, Xian's expression was peculiar, her lips drooping as she cast quick, appraising glances at He Tian. He Tian suddenly felt Xian's gaze piercing, instilling a sense of trepidation that compelled her to step back. At that instant, Xian smiled. No longer shy, she bent down to roll up the grass mat and bedding, pondering how to ascend. The space above the beams, viewed from the side, resembled a triangle, the apex scarcely reaching 1 meter, necessitating a posture of kneeling to traverse the floor. He Tian could kneel and still keep her head upright, whereas Xian would occasionally bump her head. A thick wooden board covered the loft, upon which lay a sturdy grass mat woven from fine reeds, measuring 2 to 3 centimeters in thickness. Adjacent to the eaves, the narrowest section was fashioned into storage wooden compartments, housing bedding and clothing. While the wooden box beside He Tian's bed contained several books, a hand-cranked flashlight, and a ceramic cup, The rafters of the loft and the corners were adorned with small, spherical baskets woven from grass, filled with unknown dried flowers that emitted a faint fragrance. He Tian instructed Xian to place the hot water bottle at her feet and against her chest, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt. After extinguishing the oil lamp, the two remained in a comfortable silence in the dark for a moment, before Xian broke the stillness. Why do you not inquire about my origins? Why venture into the forest in such weather? From the moment He Tian laid eyes upon the girl lying in the snow, he never entertained the notion that she had merely lost her way while out for a leisurely stroll. After a prolonged silence, Xian softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Yet she promptly added, I do not know either. After a brief pause, He Tian inquired, so, in the place where you once resided, did they cultivate rice or wheat? Xian chuckled lightly and replied, perhaps both? She contemplated for a moment. Maybe rice was more abundant? Outside the city, there are numerous rice fields, and during summer, farmers would let ducks roam among them to feast on the pests. In autumn, they drain the fields of water, and once the land is dry, they harvest the rice. She mused, as for wheat, I believe I have seen that as well. After a moment of silence, she turned to He Tian and asked, why do you inquire about this? He Tian responded, here, we cannot grow rice or wheat. We purchase our rice and flour. Over the past 3 to 4 years, the prices of rice and wheat have escalated, and this year, they are nearly unaffordable. I have only managed to buy 10 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of flour, and I can hardly bear to consume them. He continued. Merchants say this is due to the conflict between the southern city that grows rice and the one that cultivates wheat, resulting in many casualties and the destruction of numerous crops. Xian fell silent, just as He Tian assumed she had drifted off to sleep. He heard her let out a sigh. When Xian awoke, the room remained shrouded in darkness. A few beams of light filtered through the wooden slats of the window. By the time the light reached the ceiling boards, it was so faint that it barely illuminated He Tian's silhouette. As she had remarked the previous night, the room had grown considerably colder, with breath crystallizing into frost. 2 bottles filled with boiling water now only retained a slight warmth. Xian turned her head and gazed at He Tian. The wisps of hair by her temples had escaped from her braid, curling delicately along her hairline, framing her face like a picturesque border. The scent emanating from her resembled that of the room, a blend of dry pine wood, the aroma of burning timber, and an indescribable essence that mingled hints of honey, floral notes, and a touch of bitterness. Xian pondered and sniffed her own hands, concluding that it was likely the scent of frostbite ointment. She gently sat up, adhering to He Tian's instruction from the previous night, wrapping the quilt around herself to form a conical little tent, exposing only her head, while pressing the edges down with her calves. Inside this makeshift shelter, she dressed one garment at a time, mitigating the discomfort of the cold that accompanied rising from her slumber. At that moment, the temperature differential between the inside and outside of the quilt exceeded 10 degrees. Once dressed, she folded the quilt and placed it in the corner, quietly descended the ladder, and moved behind the screen. He Tian awoke after several minutes, by which time Xian had already added firewood to the stove, and the water had reached a boil. He Tian instructed her on the locations of various food items and taught her how to add potato noodles to the duck soup. Today's breakfast consisted of duck frame soup with noodles. The pot of soup had been heated repeatedly, with the duck meat having dissolved into the broth, creating a rich and savory essence. As the soup simmered, it released an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. The potato noodles were introduced into the boiling broth and stirred with bamboo chopsticks. The initially hard, dry noodles quickly softened and swelled as they absorbed the flavorful liquid. The finished soup was ladled into bowls, garnished with finely chopped pickled radish strips, the red chili flakes atop the radish contrasting vividly with the green of the diced radish, and the potato noodles glistening snow-white. After finishing breakfast, He Tian met with Xian and Dami, explaining the purpose of the small sheds surrounding the house, as well as the location of the cellar and its stored provisions. Upon inspecting the supplies, Xian felt the gravity of their situation. Fortunately, they resided by the river, which teemed with fish throughout the year. Soon, they planned to fish by the riverbank, but first, they needed to clear the snow. A fierce snowstorm had swept through the previous night. He Tian pulled out a wooden stick that had been stuck in the ground, noting that the snow had accumulated to nearly 30 centimeters. She reinserted the stick and, alongside Xian, began shoveling the snow. After clearing the paths around the wooden house, they piled some snow against the outer walls, compacting it to enhance the insulation of the dwelling. Then, equipped with water buckets and fishing nets. They hurried to catch up with Dami at the riverbank. The slope leading to the river could now be sprinkled with the husks of chestnut burrs. He Tian led the way, scattering the spiny shells while Xian followed behind, stamping them down, ensuring they fused with the snow-covered path. This would create a surface akin to a bed of tiny spikes, preventing slips even if fresh snow fell and obscured the ground. Upon reaching the river, He Tian dragged wooden stakes from the snow to the river's edge. The banks were blanketed in white, but a narrow ribbon of unfrozen water remained in the center, visibly steaming in the sunlight. From a distance, it resembled a pristine white fabric that had been torn asunder. Yet, beneath the snow, the river's surface might still be fragile and unsteady. He Tian handed the wooden stake to Xian, grasped a wooden rake, and swept away the snow obstructing the entrance to the ice cave. On top of it, she scattered the prickly shells of chestnuts. Subsequently, she set down her backpack, took the wooden stake, and with a determined effort, raised it high above the ice cave before releasing it. The stake struck the newly formed ice with a resounding crack, and after several more strikes, water, steaming white, splashed forth from the cave, freezing upon contact with the ground. He Tian wiped her nose with her sleeve, reflecting that she had begun excavating this ice cave since the first day of snowfall, making the task considerably easier. In a short while, we shall create another ice cave, and then we can set our nets, she declared. She walked 4 or 5 meters downstream, raking open a pit, and retrieved the ice chisels and wooden mallet from her backpack. She instructed Xian to hold the chisel while she raised the mallet and struck it upon the chisel. After a few blows, she shifted to a different spot and continued her work. Gradually, a series of indentations emerged on the ice surface, forming a circular ring with a diameter of approximately 50 to 60 centimeters. He Tian wiped the sweat from her forehead and nose, piling the prepared straw within the ring before igniting it. After fetching water, He Tian and Xian ascended the slope, each carrying a bucket, and placed them upon the sled pulled by Dami. Soon, a thin layer of ice formed atop the buckets, resembling a disc, and as Dami trod, the buckets jostled, preventing much water from spilling due to the icy layer. Before entering the house, the ice disc from the bucket was removed and discarded onto the snow. After pouring the water into the water tank, the two took a brief respite before heading out once more. Upon returning to the riverbank, they discovered the pile of straw was nearly burned out, emitting wisps of blue smoke. As He Tian picked up the chisel and mallet, poised to resume her work, Xian proposed, "Shall I take the chisel while you strike?" "Be careful not to hit me," He Tian cautioned. She perceived that Xian found it amusing and wanted to experiment, yet she did not anticipate that after several strikes, Xian would manage to create a nearly 10-centimeter deep dent. The circular ice began to crack with intricate fissures, on the verge of shattering. At that moment, a few more strikes towards the center produced a muffled creaking sound, resulting in the emergence of an irregular hole about the size of a palm, from which water surged forth, instantly freezing into a thin layer atop the ice. He Tian was overjoyed and seized the wooden post, striking it vigorously against the opening. The post towered over her and was thicker than her grasp. After 4 or 5 strikes, she paused to catch her breath. "Let me have a try," Xian said as she took the post from He Tian, raising it high before bringing it down with force. He Tian stood aside, watching in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Xian, who appeared delicate, possessed such strength. No wonder she eats so much, He Tian mused, recalling how they had devoured an entire pot of duck carcass soup with potato noodles that morning. Although she had consumed a portion larger than what she used to share with her grandmother, He Tian suspected that Xian was still unsated, yet felt too shy to voice her thoughts. Not only was she a beautiful princess, but also a strikingly strong one. As He Tian gazed at Xian, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Suddenly, she thought, how wonderful it would be if Xian could stay forever. Xian noticed He Tian's smile directed at her and returned it, asking, "Have we made any progress?" He Tian crouched down to inspect. Not yet. The river had frozen in several layers, with flowing water between each, harboring fish within. "Keep going. Let's break another layer." "Ah, do you wish to take a sip of water and rest for a moment?" After a brief respite, the two resumed their labor. At last, the ice hole was breached. He Tian lowered a thick red rope, secured at one end to a wooden ring, into the newly created ice hole, while Xian stood aside, grasping the other end. She utilized a wooden rake to clear the snow between the 2 ice holes, revealing a faint glimpse of the red rope flowing towards the adjacent hole, hidden beneath a layer of translucent ice, over 10 centimeters thick. With a jubilant shout, He Tian probed into the newly opened ice hole with a bamboo pole, one end thick and the other slender. The wooden ring, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter and entwined with red thread, remained obscured by the thick, translucent ice layer, making it quite challenging to retrieve. The current swayed it up and down, left and right. Fortunately, relying on her experience and a stroke of luck, He Tian soon managed to hook the wooden ring. After extracting it, she placed the ring upon the ground, pouring water over the rope and ring, which instantly froze them to the ice surface. She repeatedly doused them until the ice layer thickened to nearly 10 centimeters, at which point she ceased her efforts. The wooden ring was now firmly ensconced in the ice, destined to remain so throughout the winter. Next, she affixed the fishing net to the red rope from Xian's end, lowering it beneath the water. As the current carried the net towards He Tian, she employed the same technique to pull up the other end of the net and secure it to the red rope submerged in the water. Now, with Xian's end properly anchored, the fishing net was set. In a few days, if fortune smiled upon them, they would be able to catch fish. Observing closely, Xian inquired upon seeing the elation on He Tian's face. "Is it done?" "Yes, it is." The two exchanged smiles. Upon returning home, He Tian noticed that Xian's boots were wet. The black leather boots she wore, crafted from an unknown hide, were soft and glossy, resembling silk. However, such exquisite footwear was ill-suited for trudging through snow. In He Tian's imagination, these boots were most befitting for treading upon a hand-woven woolen carpet adorned with patterns of passion flowers, though she was unfamiliar with the appearance of passion flowers or the texture of sheep's wool. Wearing damp boots made one prone to frostbite. Thus, as soon as they entered, she urged Xian to remove her boots and slip into her straw sandals, placing her feet near the warmth of the hearth. Earlier that day, He Tian had found a deer fur earmuff hat that once belonged to her grandmother for Xian, but the boots seemed a different matter. She compared her own feet beside Xian's boots, then opened a cedar chest to retrieve 2 pieces of reindeer hide. "I shall craft you a pair of fur boots. Come, lift your foot." He Tian sat opposite Xian, gesturing for her to place her foot upon her lap. Xian blushed again, hesitating momentarily before obediently resting her foot gently on He Tian's knee. He Tian measured the hide against Xian's foot, calculating the size in her mind. Perfect. She laid the leather upon the table, trimmed it to shape, threaded her needle, donned a brass thimble, and began to sew the boots. Xian watched her with curiosity. "Why sew the first side on the inside? It keeps you warmer. And why the shape? This way, only one seam is needed." The fur on the hooves of reindeer is most suitable for crafting boots, as its shape and size are impeccable, being both supple and resilient. When He Tian was stitching the boots, she instructed Xian to fetch a handful of chestnuts, soaking them in a clay pot, adding a measure of wood ash, and placing the concoction over the fire to simmer. Upon completing one boot, she urged Xian to try it on. Meanwhile, the chestnuts in the pot had been bubbling away for quite some time. He Tian, using bamboo chopsticks, stirred the chestnuts and let them cook a while longer before draining the water, allowing the brown, fuzzy skin to be easily peeled away. By the time the second boot was finished, the aroma of cooked rice filled the room. The marinated duck leg, when sliced, revealed a stunning deep pink interior, its glistening skin a translucent orange yellow. The fat from the duck permeated the rice and chestnuts, while the sweetness of the chestnuts infused the duck leg and grains, resulting in the once pristine white rice now tinged with a golden hue, glistening with richness. Xian donned the other boot, and together with He Tian, they served the rice on the table. Accompanying the meal was a dish of spicy and crunchy pickled radish. Xian chuckled, remarking on the earlier notion of being reluctant to eat rice. Today was a special occasion, a time to indulge in delightful fare. He Tian raised her cup, smiling. The two clinked their iron cups filled with wild chrysanthemum tea. Xian took a spoonful of rice into her mouth, savoring it slowly, the sweetness flooding her palate. At that moment, her toes, where frostbite lingered, felt a slight itch, as did the soles of her feet, perhaps due to the reindeer fur brushing against her socks, or simply the warmth enveloping her. After enjoying a meal of smoked chicken rolls and sashimi, Xian placed the pots and utensils into the sink, sprinkling them with wood ash. He Tian proceeded to wash the dishes and retrieved a basket filled with bulrush and fine fluff grass, preparing to craft a pair of grass sandals. Even the deer hide boots were prone to water seepage, and adding a wooden sole did little to remedy the situation. Thus, after snowfall, He Tian would don a layer of grass sandals over his boots when venturing outdoors. Next, we needed to venture into the woods to catch minks. And without grass sandals, we would be at a disadvantage. Naturally, Xian was not adept at making sandals, so He Tian assigned her a simpler task, instructing her on how to soften the fine fluff grass with a mallet. She took a bundle of dried fluff grass, fashioned it into a ring in her hands, and began to knead it in her palm before placing it on a wooden stump, which had been layered with rabbit fur, to pound with the mallet. After a repetitive process of striking for several minutes, the fluff grass became increasingly voluminous with each blow. What had once been a bundle the thickness of a finger now required a firm grip to hold together. Each stem had split into several strands, transforming from a gray-green hue to a pale gray, soft as silk yet resilient, requiring considerable effort to break. The thread used for stitching the leather boots was also crafted from the pounded fluff grass. Having softened several bundles of fluff grass, Xian observed as He Tian completed a grass sandal. She was invited to try it on for size, and after a few minor adjustments, He Tian began to weave the second sandal. After watching for a while, Xian inquired, "May I give it a try?" He Tian then instructed her while continuing her work. Initially, He Tian anticipated that Xian, with her slender and dexterous fingers, would swiftly master the art of sandal weaving. However, to her surprise, after much effort, Xian had only managed to complete half of a sandal sole. After experiencing a setback, Xian's lips drooped downwards, forming a triangle, complemented by her adorably slightly drooping puppy-like eyes. She was utterly charming, yet she remained blissfully unaware of the seriousness reflected in her gaze, which was tinged with a hint of anger. It was as if she were a small dog, earnestly fuming. Xian struggled for a few more minutes. He Tian thought that any moment now, she might hurl the grass rope onto the ground and stomp on it vigorously. He quickly set down the grass rope, rubbed his neck, and suggested, "Shall we take a break and brew a cup of tea?" After sipping the sweet and sour hawthorn honey tea, He Tian encouraged Xian to continue pounding the fluff grass. "Look, the grass shoes are much larger than your boots, right? We need to fill in all the gaps with the fluff grass." Xian laid down the sole of the grass shoe and resumed her task. After crafting 2 pairs of grass shoes, He Tian retrieved a thin piece of birch wood, placed the shoes on top, and traced their outline with a small piece of charcoal. He then used large scissors to cut out the shape from the wood, smoothing the edges with a file before inserting it into the shoes. Next, he would attach the wooden clog teeth to the grass shoes. Now, he instructed Xian to compact the fluff grass into small balls and evenly fill a circle within the woven reed shoes, ensuring warmth and moisture resistance. He then had Xian try on the new grass shoes and walk a few laps around the room, adding more fluff grass as she went, allowing her feet to soften the shoes and compact the grass inside. The snowboards could indeed be the very pair once used by his grandmother. Thus, Xian's outfit for venturing outside was nearly complete. As evening fell, the snow began to fall again. Xian exclaimed that she had never seen such large snowflakes, nearly the size of a bowl. As the snowflakes entwined in midair, they descended gracefully, creating a soft sound upon contact with the head and body due to their weighty presence. That evening, she tirelessly wove the base of a straw sandal, repeatedly unraveling and reweaving. By dawn, the snowfall had ceased, yet the sun remained concealed behind the clouds as the wind stirred the fallen snow, causing it to dance lightly in the air, rendering the world a hazy gray. Xian stepped outside in her new straw sandals to sweep away the snow, which had accumulated on the rooftops to a thickness of 3 to 4 decimeters, resembling a heavy blanket draped over the house. He Tian used a wooden stick to prod the snow atop the roof, which had solidified to a brick-like hardness. With a resounding thud, a large chunk cascaded to the ground, scattering snow fragments around. He Tian and Xian transported the snow blocks to the exterior wall of the house, stacking them beside the previous accumulation, as if adorning the wooden structure with a snowy skirt, which would provide warmth. After completing the snow clearing, they proceeded to tidy up the rice storage and attend to the feeding chores. After a busy morning, their stomachs grumbled with hunger, and breakfast was ready. Today's repast consisted of a bowl of millet porridge, a small dish of steamed cured meat, dried radish, and 2 roasted potatoes. The cured meat was a slice from a roe deer's leg, steamed to perfection, its rich red hue complemented by the translucent edges of the fat, served alongside strips of slightly greenish-white radish on a ceramic plate. The millet porridge was not overly thick, its golden broth releasing wisps of steam when stirred, while the roasted potatoes bore a light brown hue, revealing a pale yellow interior upon being split. Initially, Xian peeled the potato skin away, but upon noticing that He Tian consumed it with the skin intact, she followed suit, grasping the skin and combining it with a slice of meat and a strip of dried radish before savoring her meal. After finishing breakfast, a warm sensation enveloped her, akin to an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Seizing the moment before snowfall, the two hurried with the rice to the riverbank. The net cast into the river would take a couple of days to retrieve, so He Tian decided to attempt catching some fish. She carefully removed half of the small fish she had previously caught from the water tank and placed them into a small wooden box. This box was perforated with numerous tiny holes to allow water circulation and was perfectly sized to fit into the water bucket, with a sturdy rope tied to its top. He Tian filled the bucket with water and positioned it behind the sled pulled by Dami. The fishing apparatus was quite simple, a bamboo fishing rod affixed with fishing line and a hook. Upon reaching the river, she first cleared the snow covering the ice hole, then broke the ice surface, stirring the water with a stick before promptly lowering the wooden box from the bucket into the hole, securing the attached rope to the ice surface. The Xian cod, a discerning fish, refused to consume dead bait, preferring only lively small fish. She then carved a small hole in a suitable spot near the ice hole, not too deep, about 6 or 7 centimeters, inserted a twig, and poured water over it to secure it in place, allowing the fishing rod to rest upon it. When fishing in the icy river for Xian cod, a float was unnecessary. One simply needed to pull up the rod as soon as it bent. However, last year, He Tian had too many tasks to manage alone, making it impossible to watch the rod continuously. Thus, she affixed a small bell to the fishing rod. This bell had originally been a decorative piece hung around Dami's neck during the New Year celebrations. Whenever a fish bit the hook and bent the rod, the bell would ring cheerfully. Once the fishing rod was set, He Tian and Xian began to clear the accumulated snow around the ice hole. Signs of clearer skies emerged, with no wind and excellent visibility. The last fisher on the river's surface had vanished, no longer allowing the misty vapor to escape from the unfrozen cracks. Before me lay a vast expanse of pristine white snow. He Tian and Xian each wielded a wooden rake, meticulously circling around the 2 ice holes, clearing away the snow surrounding the openings. By the time they converged, the snow had been cleared. At that moment, the sun appeared, casting a gentle light that was not overly dazzling. He Tian squinted slightly, gazing across the river at the forest. Beneath the snow, an uneven layer of dark green intermingled with patches of white was visible. In just a few days, we would be able to venture to the other side of the river. He Tian exhaled softly, brushing the frost flowers off the brim of her hat with her gloved hand, adorned with deer fur. The temperature had dropped again in recent days. Even during the sunny daytime, it hovered around -20 degrees. The warm breath formed a layer of frost on her eyebrows. Even with the ear flap hat covering her face and forehead, leaving only her eyes exposed, frost flowers would form along the edges of the hat, while the fabric veiling her face near her nostrils crystallized into 2 small snowflakes. Last night, before drifting off to sleep, the two had engaged in light-hearted conversation, during which He Tian shared stories of trapping minks and promised to share some of the catch with Xian. When the fur traders arrived in spring, Xian could take the money earned from selling the furs and continue her journey. Suddenly, the bell on the fishing rod jingled twice. He Tian hurried over, grasped the rod, and with a firm tug, a fish slightly shorter than her arm soared from the ice hole, sending splashes of water that froze mid-air into a cascade of ice beads. The large fish leaped a few times on the ice surface before becoming solidly frozen. As He Tian emerged from fishing, her initial cries transformed into joyful laughter. She crouched down, removing her deerskin gloves to detach the fishhook. Beneath the deerskin, she wore a pair of 5-fingered gloves crafted from squirrel fur, with the tips of the index and thumb fingers trimmed for enhanced dexterity. The fish she caught was sufficient to sustain them for an entire day. The small fish intended as bait had succumbed to the cold, now reduced to a mere head, lying abandoned in the snow. The remaining bait in the wooden box would remain in the ice hole from this day forth. The water flowing beneath the ice hovered between 4 to 5 degrees, considerably cooler than that in the water tank of their wooden cabin. Yet, such was the fate they accepted. By the time He Tian and Xian hoisted the 2 buckets of water, the fish had become as hard as stone, maintaining its final contorted shape, resembling a semicircle. This was a cod, delectable even when consumed raw. He Tian was pleased with today's catch and anticipated enjoying some soon. Before venturing out, She had placed several potatoes in the oven and a smoked chicken in the ceramic pot. Although smoked meats like ham, fish, chicken, and goose can be preserved for extended periods, they inevitably lose moisture during the curing process, rendering them quite tough. When it came time to eat, one would either need to boil or steam them, soaking them in warm water beforehand. The smoked chicken had been soaking in the ceramic pot since last night, yet it remained as rigid as ever. The grouse she had caught might have already been an older bird. In addition to steaming, smoked meat can also be finely shaved with a slicer and directly placed atop roasted potatoes for consumption. Today, He Tian intends to indulge in something rather extraordinary. She, with Xian's assistance, ventured to the cellar to procure a radish. After washing it, she cut off a 20-centimeter section, meticulously slicing it into thin pieces. She then retrieved the resilient smoked chicken, removing the skin from the breast and shredding the meat. A layer of chicken breast slices was nestled between 2 layers of radish slices, rolled into a compact form, and arranged closely at the bottom of a ceramic pot. A touch of water was added, and it was then set to simmer gently over the fire. Once the freshly caught fish had thawed, its scales were scraped away, and it was rolled in the snow to eliminate any slime and entrails. After making a cut through the skin and flesh, the fish revealed its pale pink meat. A delicate slice was cut, which required no seasoning, as it was simply tossed into her mouth, yielding a sweet and tender flavor. While He Tian was slicing the fish, Xian eagerly offered to assist. Having witnessed her craftsmanship in weaving straw sandals, He Tian hesitated to entrust such intricate work to Xian. Yet, determined to prove her capabilities, Xian accepted the knife and quickly arranged a small plate of fish slices. Each piece of the pale pink fish was merely 2 to 3 millimeters thick, so exquisitely thin that they were nearly translucent. In the grayish-black ceramic dish, the fish slices were artfully arranged in a circular formation, resembling a delicate pink flower. He Tian gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "How can you slice them so thin? Each piece has the same thickness. It must have taken great care to arrange them like this." The direction of the fish's fibers is consistent. With the chicken and radish rolls complete, He Tian continued to praise Xian's culinary skills. "Enough talk, let us eat." Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment. He Tian mused inwardly, "Isn't this extravagant display merely an invitation for compliments? How could you not withstand a few praises?" She chuckled softly, falling silent. The meal was utterly satisfying. The sashimi spoke for itself, the fresh fish tender and sweet, its presentation exquisite. The smoked chicken, thinly sliced and simmered gently with radish, absorbed the radish's moisture, regaining a certain elasticity that lent it a delightful chewiness, not too tough, with a hint of the radish's subtle spiciness. He Tian contemplated combining dried bamboo shoots with smoked meat, shiitake mushrooms, and small potatoes for her next culinary experiment. Winter in the forest is notoriously capricious. The day may start bright and clear, only to be engulfed by a tempest of wind and snow as night falls. This particular snowstorm persisted through the night and into the following day, finally relenting. During the height of the snowfall, visibility dwindled to a mere 2 or 3 meters, shrouding the world in a veil of gray. The wind whipped the snowflakes against one's eyes, making it a struggle to open them. Such weather necessitated staying indoors. Yet, He Tian felt no urgency. On the contrary, she found herself rather pleased. She was not alone in being confined by the heavy snow. Countless creatures were also ensnared. Once the storm subsided, she could venture into the woods to set traps for her quarry. Additionally, the river would freeze solid, transforming the opposite forest into her hunting ground. The thought of the upcoming harvest of sable pelts made her dream with glee. Before that, however, she needed to finalize her preparations for the hunt. It was clear that Xian had no intention of donning that purple sable cloak again, as it was ill-suited for traversing the forest. He Tian repurposed some old garments left by her grandmother for her to wear. The looseness of the clothing is quite suitable. However, both the cuffs and the hem have been shortened a bit. He Tian still possesses a few pieces of rabbit fur, which, once cut and stitched together, have finally completed the coat made from deer hide that belonged to grandmother. The leg bindings and hand gloves can still be utilized. Xian knows nothing about leather goods. She mistakenly believes that once the hunted prey is skinned and cleaned, it can be fashioned into garments. This is not the case. The hide must undergo tanning to become supple, and prior to tanning, it must be soaked to remove any residual fat and remaining tissue. It is impossible to tan hides in winter. The fur merchants who purchase mink pelts acquire them without any tanning process. Hunters merely air dry them. Xian sighed upon hearing this, realizing that even if they were to catch a fox or a rabbit, they would have to wait until tomorrow's spring warmth to create clothing. This is the earliest scenario. Typically, one must wait until summer. By then, the weather is warmer, allowing them to wash the tanned hides directly by the riverbank. After washing, the hides must be dried, stretched, and rubbed against tree trunks to attain elasticity. He Tian spoke while filling the quilt with down, suggesting that if they were to wait until that time and also catch a fox, a badger, or something else, she would fashion a small leather coat for Xian, something suitable for indoor wear, or perhaps a leather shoulder cape. Previously, when she visited the hunting lodge, she only prepared bedding for one person. This time, she intended to bring a set for Xian as well. The spare bedding that grandmother had was torn apart by a bear and could no longer be used. It was fortuitous that, with the blizzard preventing them from going outside, the two could swiftly fill the quilt with down together. The bedding of the He Tian family is distinct from that of other households, as it is crafted from down rather than the conventional cotton batting encased in fabric or purchased ready-made from merchants. They produce exquisite down quilts. Initially, two pieces of fabric are sewn together to form a bag of quilt size, temporarily left open at one end. Several vertical seams are then stitched across the bag, dividing it into elongated compartments, each filled with a mixture of down, cotton fluff, and beaten fluff grass. The down is collected from the fine feathers that adhere to the bird's abdomens, backs, and armpits when they are harvested. The finest quality down comes from the large goose, known for its waterproof and lightweight properties, providing unparalleled warmth among all the avian downs sourced from the forest. However, a single goose yields only a handful of such feathers, and with the necessity to craft both quilts and garments, one cannot always afford to be discerning. The cotton fluff is cultivated by the He Tian family themselves. They possess 6 cotton plants, yielding 2 small baskets of cotton bolls each autumn. When the bolls burst open, the fluffy white cotton is revealed. However, processing the cotton from the bolls into usable material involves numerous steps. One must first extract the seeds hidden within the cotton, then tear apart the fluffy fibers, dry them, and beat them. He Tian's grandmother owns a small spinning wheel and a loom, yet she seldom spins thread or weaves fabric, having only demonstrated it a few times for He Tian when she was a child, treating it as a playful performance. The spinning wheel and loom have long been relegated to a neglected corner of a shed, their usability now uncertain. The entire process of hand spinning and weaving is incredibly time-consuming and demands a high level of skill, which is why hunters in the forest rarely engage in this labor. They prefer to barter their pelts for fabric and quilts. After the hunters purchase the quilts, they hang them out to air and beat them. If one is not particularly fastidious, a single quilt can last for many years. For those with slightly higher standards, every few years during the spring market, they take their quilts to exchange with a couple who come annually to fluff cotton. As they work the cotton, the old and new fibers scatter everywhere, turning the couple's hair and eyebrows white. He Tian had always assumed they were an elderly pair, only to later discover that they were quite young. He Tian continues to cultivate cotton solely for the purpose of making sanitary napkins. If down grass could absorb water like cotton, she would have long ceased her cotton cultivation. Thus, this year's harvest of cotton remains merely dried, with the seeds left unpicked. He Tian and Xian sit by the stove, extracting seeds from the cotton, discussing how if they had enough down, they would craft down quilts, no longer filling them with down grass and cotton fibers. Xian inquires why she doesn't raise ducks and geese, as they provide eggs, down, and can also be consumed. He Tian chuckles, responding that first, one must catch live, healthy, and intact ducks and geese. She gestures towards the hunting rifle hanging by the door, stating that she typically uses that. Then, do you understand why wild geese and ducks are called migratory birds? Xian ponders this for a moment, then suggests they could devise a way to catch them with nets and even build a warm shelter to keep them safe from the winter chill. In spring, around May, many wild geese, ducks, and swans will arrive. If you are still here, then we shall give it a try. He Tian stuffed cotton and fluff into the quilt, then stood up and called Xian to each hold an end and shake it. Once the filling settled to the bottom, a seam was sewn across, resulting in a row of square patches the size of 2 palms along the edge of the quilt. The process continued, adding more cotton and down, until the quilt was divided into 30 or 40 small compartments. The completed quilt needed to be dismantled every few years for refilling, as the fine down would escape through the tiny stitches, and the cotton would clump together, gradually diminishing the quilt's warmth. The day after the quilt was finished, the snow ceased. It was also the day He Tian would gather her nets. She and Xian ventured onto the river, breaking the ice layer that had formed overnight over the holes, chiseling away the ropes that secured the fishing nets. They tied new ropes to the wooden rings at both ends, each standing by a hole. Xian lifted the net upwards while He Tian tightened the rope, pulling the net steadily towards herself. Together, they exerted their strength, extracting the net from the water, which contained 5 or 6 fish. The fish, having leaped about in the net, had frozen solid, resembling chunks of stone. They extracted the fish from the net and tossed them onto the ground, quickly continuing to pull the net, which was strung between the 2 holes, back into the water. Once the net was cast successfully, they poured water over the wooden rings to secure them on the ice surface. Although the task was exhausting, the sight of their catch brought them joy. In total, there were 6 fish, 5 cod and 1 northern pike, each robust and meaty, measuring as long as an arm. These fish would be stored in a place inaccessible to other small animals, ensuring they could be enjoyed until the following spring. He Tian planned to take them to the hunting cabin in the woods the next day. Now that we have meat, it is essential to prepare some staple food. Upon returning home, He Tian contemplated for a moment, then retrieved some yellow soybeans, grinding them into flour to be stir-fried and taken along as provisions. She also needed to pack some potato and radish chips. For grinding the beans, she used a small stone mill, placing a handful of beans into the grinding hole, and continuously turning the handle of the millstone. The beans were soon reduced to a fine powder. Xian observed for a while before voluntarily trying her hand at it. She performed the laborious task with surprising efficiency. After a considerable effort, they managed to produce a bowl of soybean flour. Suddenly, Xian inquired, "Why don't you sprout the beans for consumption?" He Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Sprouted beans? Can they still be eaten? That evening, she and Xian each soaked a handful of yellow soybeans in a ceramic bowl, placing it a bit away from the fire on the stove, nestled against the wall. As she tossed and turned in bed that night, Xian asked, "What is wrong with you?" She chuckled foolishly, "I'm just too excited. It just struck me that when I was a child, my grandmother used to make radish flowers and cauliflower for me to play with. Can't they also be eaten? How delightful it would be to enjoy fresh vegetables in winter, with no blooming flowers in the cold season. The cauliflower and radish blossoms could bring a touch of vitality to the home. My grandmother always said that seeing green brings joy to the heart, which is why we would have flowers in our home throughout the year. In spring and summer, there are plenty of wildflowers, some in autumn, along with the vibrant red maple leaves, while winter only allows for colorful grasses or dried fruits. Oh, there was a year when we decorated with red berries and cotton. It looked splendid." Xian then mentioned the warm greenhouse, saying that they had one in their area. Beneath the floor lies a heated pathway connected to the stove, while the house is adorned with seed beds, flowers, and an array of vegetables and fruits cultivated within. Oh, and the roof and walls of the greenhouse are constructed of double-layered glass, allowing light to pour in. At this point, He Tian interrupted with exclamations. "Goodness! How much glass would that require? It resembles a fairy tale castle where a princess resides." Grandmother's gardening book contains descriptions of plastic greenhouses, albeit only briefly mentioned. After the severe cold, plastic and glass become rare commodities. Although the composition of glass is not overly complex, to produce transparent glass large enough to serve as windows, the furnace temperature must reach a staggering 1,200 degrees Celsius, and it must be uniform. Thus, only a handful of major cities are capable of producing glass. In He Tian's wooden house, the windows are not made of a single piece of glass, but rather consist of multiple small panes slightly larger than a hand, assembled into wooden frames. If even one of these panes were to crack or shatter and require replacement, it would necessitate at least one piece of sable fur. Imagining the glass greenhouse described by Xian, she began to calculate how many pieces of sable fur would be needed, and suddenly, the notion of enjoying vegetables in winter seemed trivial, insignificant. Who cares? Pickled vegetables are delightful, aren't they? As for the winter blooms of radish and cabbage flowers, they are splendid. Xian continued, stating that, in fact, a greenhouse can be constructed without glass. However, without light, the vegetables produced would be limited to a few varieties, such as yellowing leaves, garlic shoots, chives, and a type of yellow-hearted cabbage, all of which are quite delectable. My favorite is chives scrambled with eggs or placed atop wonton soup. He Tian eagerly inquired, "What are garlic shoots? What is wonton?" As the two individuals conversed about food, they gradually drifted into slumber. It remains uncertain whether their dreams were filled with the same delicacies. Sweet potatoes and wild rice were prepared, alongside bedding and warm clothing. Now, they awaited the cessation of snow to embark on their journey to the hunting cabin. However, there were still tasks to complete before that. On the day when the snow finally ceased, after enjoying breakfast, He Tian retrieved some previously woven grass mats. These mats, crafted from coarse wild grasses, were loosely intertwined. The snow that had been shoveled earlier had become more compact, and using a wooden shovel, they cut the snow into sizable blocks, each measuring approximately 50 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in width and height. Wrapping the sparse grass mats around the blocks and sprinkling them with a bit of water, the mats would freeze together with the snow, transforming into easily movable snow bricks. Before departing the house, they stacked the snow bricks at the entrance to seal the gaps, for snow serves as an excellent insulator, retaining the precious warmth within. It was imperative that the stove remained lit upon exiting. At this moment, the arrangement of firewood in the stove required meticulous skill. The firewood needed to vary in size. Larger pieces burned slowly while smaller ones ignited easily. They were carefully interspersed, with kindling such as dry grass nestled between them, layered and stacked with precision. This method ensured that the fire would burn steadily and gradually. Remarkably, 2 days later, upon the master's return, the fire in the stove remained alight, and the house retained its warmth. Additionally, it was essential to fill all water barrels within the home. The final task before departure was to clear the ice from the river's hole. With everything meticulously prepared, the sun rose high in the sky. He Tian and Xian placed the bedding and provisions into a wicker basket carried by the ox, guiding it towards the hunting lodge. They secured wooden planks, curved at the front, to their straw sandals, walking ahead of the ox. After several days of heavy snowfall, without the wooden boards on their feet, stepping into the snow would result in it reaching nearly to their knees. For the ox, getting its hooves stuck in the snow would pose a significant problem. The first hunting trip of winter is always the most arduous. The snowfall had transformed the landscape of the forest, making it easy to lose one's way in unfamiliar terrain. He Tian walked at the forefront of the group, clearing a path. Frost had already formed along the edge of her hat and face covering, yet her body was drenched in sweat. In such snowy conditions, they could not afford to stop for rest. They would have to walk for nearly 3 hours to reach their destination. After about an hour of trekking, noticing He Tian's struggle, Xian inquired, "Shall we switch? I am accustomed to walking with the snowboards. Just tell me where to go." He Tian took a couple of breaths and agreed. In the past, she had also alternated with her grandmother. Xian took the lead, treading a narrow path through the snow, followed closely by He Tian and the ox. Once this path was established, future hunting trips would become significantly easier. Unbeknownst to them, Xian had been at the front for nearly an hour. He Tian began to worry, repeatedly asking her, "Are you tired? Do your eyes hurt? Would you like to wear the eye mask?" In truth, the sunlight was not particularly intense today. Although the sun was shining, clouds shrouded the sky, rendering it rather overcast. Such weather is actually more suitable for travel. If the sun were too strong, its reflection off the white snow could easily harm their eyes. Xian's physical strength and endurance surpassed He Tian's expectations by a significant margin. After walking for another half hour, she remained invigorated, conversing with He Tian without much breathlessness. However, at He Tian's insistence, they switched places, with He Tian leading once more. After more than another half hour, the hunting cabin nestled within the forest gradually came into view. Yet, He Tian did not hasten towards it. She removed her thick deerskin gloves, raised her shotgun, and vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. The snow-covered ground around the cabin was nearly smooth, marked only by the tracks of birds and animals. He Tian let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Xian felt a gnawing hunger. It was likely well past their usual lunchtime. About 20 centimeters of snow had accumulated in front of the cabin door. Although there was an eave, snow blown in by the wind had settled on the wooden door, speckling it from the ground up to the doorknob. He Tian and Xian unburdened the rice basket from Dami, allowing it to roam and forage in the snow. They then approached the hay shed at the side of the cabin, pulled down the grass mat covering the hay, shook off the snow, and retrieved a broom and a wooden shovel. They first cleared the snow blocking the door, opened it for ventilation, and then stoked the fire. While tending to the flames, He Tian took out a water bottle from her pocket and had a few sips of the hot water, swallowing some of the stir-fried bean flour from the previous day. Xian had likely never tasted bean flour before in her life. Mimicking He Tian, she placed a small mouthful in her mouth, but before she could swallow, the dry flour caught in her throat. Quickly, she drank several sips of water and coughed a couple of times before cautiously attempting a second bite. He Tian felt a pang of guilt and suggested, "Have a little first. We will prepare lunch shortly." With a hollow stomach filled with some stir-fried soybean flour and warm water, a modicum of comfort was attained. The two resumed their industrious tasks. Nearby, a brook meandered. Yet at this moment, it had long since frozen into solid ice. To procure water, they resorted to melting some snow. By now, the iron stove had warmed up. He Tian instructed Xian to gather some snow in a bucket and bring it inside. They placed a handful of snow in the kettle to melt, subsequently adding a ladle of snow to the freshly melted water, being careful not to add too much at once. After several minutes, a pot of water was finally ready. While the water boiled, He Tian and Xian inspected the small wooden box that stored their provisions, neatly arranging the food they had brought, cleaning the shelves, and laying out their bedding. He Tian also placed several chestnuts in the iron stove for roasting. She prepared 2 slices of smoked meat, a jar of pickled radish strips, some potato vermicelli, and a selection of dried mushrooms and grains. Millet, wild rice, oats, and dried mushrooms were combined in a clay pot. Sprinkled with a couple of ladles of snow, and a small spoonful of salt was added and mixed well. This would serve as their evening meal. She sliced a piece of smoked meat and combined it with the pickled radish strips in the iron pot, adding hot water and, once it boiled, the potato vermicelli. This constituted their lunch. The fragrant soup boiled swiftly, and both He Tian and Xian, ravenous, devoured their bowls in mere minutes, leaving them spotless. Outside, the rice was incessantly rooting through the snow, gnawing on tree roots and branches. Xian led it inside temporarily, tying it beneath the straw shed and offering it some dry hay. After finishing their lunch, it was nearly 3 o'clock. The sun was beginning to tilt westward, and the wind had ceased. The forest lay in serene silence, occasionally punctuated by the chirping of birds. He Tian placed the 2 large sweet potatoes he had brought into the hearth, setting the ceramic pot filled with millet and mixed grains atop the stove. The roasted chestnuts from the steamer were also added to the pot. At that moment, the snow in the pot containing the millet had already melted. He Tian and Xian ventured into the nearby woods to inspect the traps they had previously set. To He Tian's delight, several traps had yielded a bountiful catch. Each pine archway trap had ensnared a marten, varying in size, but at least 2 were substantial rodents. The pelts of the larger rats were more abundant and thus held greater value. The iron claw trap had captured a badger. He Tian instructed Xian to reset the traps, using a small piece of smoked meat as bait. The prey, having long since succumbed to the cold, were as stiff as stones, and He Tian tossed them into a wicker basket. After resetting all the traps, the sunlight in the forest had nearly vanished, and the white snow on the trees seemed to have transformed into a pale gray. At that moment, the wooden cabin was filled with the fragrant aroma of sugar caramelizing, emanating from the sweet potatoes placed in the stove before they departed, now perfectly roasted. He Tian used an iron hook to extract them from the pile of ashes, not rushing to peel and consume them, but instead placing them on the stove. The grains in the ceramic pot had now swelled, cooking together with the diced smoked meat. The dark red wild rice had dyed the oats and millet a deep crimson, while the chestnuts turned a vibrant orange. The smoked meat blended in, making it difficult to distinguish at a glance, as the savory scent of the meat mingled enticingly with the aroma of the grains, invoking a mouth-watering allure. He Tian periodically lifted the lid of the clay pot to inspect its contents, gently stirring the mixture with chopsticks. The water within the pot diminished gradually, while the grains of rice swelled in size. She punctured a few small holes in the rice, and purple-red bubbles would slowly surface from these indentations, eventually bursting. When the last of the bubbles disappeared and the aroma of the dish intensified, it became increasingly difficult to stir the food with chopsticks, leading He Tian to conclude that the rice was fully cooked. She removed the pot from the heat, allowing Xian to scoop the contents into a bowl. Breaking open the sweet potatoes resting on the stove, the deep golden flesh released a rich, sweet fragrance. He Tian combined the sweet potato with the rice in the bowl. Amidst the steam rising from the delectable food, she and Xian exchanged smiles. The wild rice and oats retained a slight firmness even after cooking, particularly the wild rice, which was longer and thinner than regular rice. Consuming it was reminiscent of nuts. One could almost hear the sound of the teeth cracking the outer shell as the rice paste burst forth. The millet and oats absorbed the distinct flavors of the smoked meat, mushrooms, and chestnuts, the savory essence of the meat, the earthy taste of the dried mushrooms, and the sweetness of the chestnuts, blending harmoniously with the even sweeter flesh of the sweet potatoes. This seemingly rustic preparation and haphazard combination achieved a delicate balance between the predominant salty and sweet flavors, resulting in profound satisfaction. During the meal, He Tian also brewed a pot of wild chrysanthemum tea. After dining, each savored a cup of tea, drinking leisurely. He Tian led the rice into the house, where Xian prepared a nest for it in a corner using hay. The rice settled there, occasionally snorting and leisurely chewing on the grass. Similar to He Tian, Xian gently patted the rice's head and said, "You mustn't defecate excessively." The rice, indifferent, offered no response to her. He Tian chuckled softly and brought in a basin of snow with a wooden bowl. Outside, the darkness had deepened and the temperature plummeted rapidly after the sun's departure, possibly dipping to around -20 degrees. By midnight, it might fall to a chilling -30 degrees. The wooden door of the cabin was lined with a circle of nails, concealing the fur of unknown creatures, yet the cold still seeped through the cracks. The trapped minks had regained their softness, and He Tian carefully extracted a small knife to skin the minks. She placed the pelts into the wooden basin, rubbing them with snow, sprinkling them with ash, and gently kneading. Her fingers quickly turned crimson from the biting cold of the snow, and she shook her hands, exhaling warm breath. After rubbing off the snow, her fingers experienced a surge in blood circulation, intensifying in warmth, as if they were ablaze. Xian observed from the side, aware that skinning required considerable skill, a task beyond her capability. She offered, "Let me use the snow to clean." He Tian glanced at the remaining minks and handed over the freshly skinned pelt to Xian. When He Tian skinned the mink, she only made a single incision on the creature's lower abdomen, avoiding the stomach, thus allowing the entire pelt to be removed, including the tail. Akin to Peely as He Tian meticulously skinned the marten, she recited softly, and Xian discerned that she seemed to be expressing her gratitude. "What are you saying?" He Tian smiled and repeated, "Marten, thank you for the fur you have bestowed upon me. I shall make good use of it." A gentle expression suddenly graced her face, and she reminisced, "In the past, my grandmother would feed marten meat to the millet." After uttering this, she fell silent for a moment, sighed softly, and resumed her task. Once 5 martens had been processed, the snow in the wooden basin transformed into a shade of pink. He Tian sighed again. "My grandmother and I have never tasted marten meat. I do not even know how to prepare such meat." She gazed at the marten meat laid upon the grass mat, feeling somewhat troubled, speculating that it would likely not be palatable. However, discarding the leftover meat into the snow raised concerns about what it might attract, perhaps wolves. What to do? Xian glanced at the meat, indeed lacking any appetite. He Tian meticulously wiped the newly skinned marten pelts with snow, and after her inspection, she and Xian applied a layer of plant ash to the pelts, gently needing to remove any residual blood and moisture. Subsequently, He Tian retrieved several round, thin wooden boards, securing one marten skin with bamboo clips to a board, and hung it upon a hook in the beams of the wooden cabin. The marten on the board stretched its limbs and head, its tail dangling down, as if soaring through the air. Badger pelts were not as sought after. Following marten pelts, the next most coveted by fur merchants were otter pelts, renowned for their waterproof hats. Yet, otters were scarce in the woods, rare and elusive, while fox, roe deer, and reindeer pelts followed in desirability. Following this, there are the pelts of various other animals: the ibex, rabbits, raccoons, badgers, wolves, and jackals. The bear's skin, however, is particularly remarkable. Not only is this creature the fiercest predator of the forest, making it exceptionally challenging to hunt, but for fur traders, a bearskin must be sold with its head intact to fetch a high price. Some affluent individuals delight in laying a bearskin before the fireplace in their living rooms, featuring the mounted bear's head with its mouth agape, exposing its fangs towards the flames. Such a bearskin can command a price equivalent to 100 minks. He Tian and Xian had finished processing the furs, and the night had grown late. They climbed onto the loft, nestled into their blankets, clutching a water bottle filled with hot water. After extinguishing the oil lamp, silence enveloped them. After a while, they could faintly hear the wind rustling the empty branches and the sound of snow softly falling onto the pine needles. The next morning's breakfast consisted of fish porridge. He Tian had saved one fish from yesterday's catch, which had thawed in the earthen basin by the time they went to bed. In a nearby earthen pot, a mixture of grains and small pieces of shiitake mushrooms had soaked overnight. They lit a fire to cook the porridge, stirring occasionally. Once the porridge had thickened and the grains softened, they added 2 slices of dried ginger and sliced the boneless, skinless fish into the pot. The fish quickly transformed into a tender white, releasing an enticing aroma. A pinch of salt was added for flavor just before serving. How delightful it would have been to have some fresh green onions. He Tian scooped a spoonful of porridge, gently blew on it, and sprinkled a bit of chopped green onion over the fish porridge, enhancing its delightful fragrance. Xian nodded in agreement. Although there were no scallions, the congee paired wonderfully with the pickled radish, which had been sautéed in goose fat. A dash of soy sauce would enhance the flavor even more. The same goes for sashimi. A touch of soy sauce would elevate its taste. However, soy sauce is rather expensive. We have yellow soybeans. Why not make our own soy sauce? Indeed, when spring arrives and the weather warms, we shall embark on the creation of soy sauce, as well as dabanjiang. The two of them, while enjoying their meal, enthusiastically discussed the culinary delights they could craft from yellow soybeans, as if the essence of these condiments already infused their fish congee. After finishing their meal, they checked the traps once more before their departure. To their surprise, the pine tree archway trap had ensnared 2 minks. Perhaps these little creatures were also yearning for a breakfast of a different kind, leading to their untimely demise in the trap. One of the minks still radiated warmth. He Tian was elated, feeling that this heralded a bountiful season for mink pelts. She poured the last drops of water from her kettle onto the tree trunk, where the storage box was affixed, and soon a slick layer of ice formed, rendering the tree unclimbable for any small creature. From this day forth, we must visit every few days. If we delay in retrieving our catch, we cannot guarantee that they won't be gnawed upon by rats or squirrels. Moreover, as you can see, we changed the bait in the traps yesterday, and today we captured 2 minks. He Tian gazed across the river at the snow-covered pine forest, contemplating their journey to the other side tomorrow. The return path would be considerably easier. The path they trod upon their arrival remains, now frozen a little harder, with traces of last night's snow blown in by the wind accumulating in the footprints. Upon reaching home, the afternoon had just passed. He Tian and Xian exerted some effort to clear away the snow bricks piled at the entrance. A few of the snow bricks had frozen together, and as they maneuvered the grass curtain, they toppled onto the porch, scattering fragments of snow everywhere. However, they swiftly tidied up the mess. The home was still warm, the fire in the stove having not extinguished, burning steadily. The water in the 2 ceramic bowls leaning against the wall was nearly gone, not merely evaporated, but largely absorbed by the yellow beans soaking within. The bean sprouts had grown over 3 centimeters tall, the beans beneath having shed their skins, their cotyledons plump and robust. He Tian, delighted, pinched a bean sprout in her hand to examine it. The white stem gleamed with a silvery luster, and upon a gentle squeeze, a stream of water flowed out. She inquired of Xian, "How does one consume this?" Xian pondered for a moment, uncertain, perhaps stir-fried? I have also seen people boil it in soup, but they remove the cotyledons first. Some even use it for hot pot. He Tian immediately asked. Hot pot, Xian explained. It's a copper pot with charcoal in the middle, where thinly sliced meat is briefly cooked, then dipped in sauce for consumption. Vegetables and tofu can also be added to the pot. Tofu. I'm even more intrigued by that. Do you know how to make tofu? Of course. As they conversed, they hurried to fetch rice by the riverside. The ice hole needed to be swiftly chiseled open, and today was also the day for setting the nets. After conversing for a while, the two realized that their understanding of tofu differed significantly. After further discussion, Xian comprehended the distinction. She explained to He Tian that the type she referred to was indeed a variety of tofu, albeit drier. It was known as yuba, or tofu skin. This was produced by removing even more moisture from the tofu. Fresh tofu is soft and yields to a gentle poke, bursting with flavor. In addition to tofu, there are also soy milk and tofu pudding. Soy milk is made by grinding soaked soybeans into a smooth liquid, while tofu pudding can be considered a form of tofu, though it retains a high water content, resulting in a soft, delicate texture that melts in the mouth. As He Tian pulled up some fish, she resolved to prepare soy milk. Xian examined He Tian's stock of soybeans and inquired about her methods of cultivating them. She surmised that He Tian's family initially began growing soybeans to improve the soil, perhaps believing that planting beans in the garden could serve a dual purpose. Edamame could be enjoyed as a vegetable, and once mature, yellow soybeans could serve as sustenance for reindeer. Should food supplies dwindle, they could be ground into soybean flour and fried to create a staple food. Thus, they unwittingly began this cultivation, as the environment was well suited for yellow soybeans, requiring little effort. Today, they caught 6 fish, all of which were river cod. He Tian retained one fish, cleaned it, and filleted the flesh from both sides, leaving only the head and bones in a clay pot. She then added chili, Sichuan pepper, salt, diced pickled radish, and a bowl of peeled bean sprouts to simmer together. As she prepared the soup, she retrieved 2 small wooden boxes, slightly larger than her palm. Each box was lined with 3 dried leaves at the bottom, followed by 2 slices of sweet potato, and then filled with washed millet. The 2 boxes fit perfectly within a bamboo steamer, which rested steadily atop a simmering pot, steam wafting gracefully from the edges of the lid and pot. During the cooking process, He Tian and Xian suspended the freshly acquired mink pelts from a bamboo pole, positioned at a distance from the fireplace within the room. Several rows of small hooks were affixed to a shelf, spaced perfectly to accommodate the bamboo pole. Before placing the pole, it was generously coated with grease, rendering it too slippery for any small claws to ascend. The thin wooden boards bearing the mink pelts were hung one by one, resembling a row of coats donned by the minks themselves. Subsequently, He Tian and Xian commenced the preparation of the badger's fur. This adult male badger could provide Xian with a matching hat and scarf. He Tian fondly recalled his childhood admiration for hats made from badger or raccoon pelts, when the fur was meticulously stripped, leaving the ears intact and embellishing the eye area with 2 black buttons. The resultant hat resembled a raccoon perched upon his head. His grandmother even retained the raccoon's tail, allowing it to dangle charmingly behind, rendering the hat even more delightful and whimsical. He Tian pondered this, then sighed. Who could say if, come spring, Xian would still wish to remain here? Someone like her would surely prefer the vibrancy of city life. Although she had adapted remarkably well, learning with diligence and speed, it was merely a means of survival through the harsh winter. He Tian shook her head, dismissing thoughts of matters beyond her control. Together with Xian, she hung the processed badger skin on the rope strung between the tree stumps in front of the house. Upon returning indoors, the aroma of lunch filled the entire space. While cooking, He Tian had cracked the door open slightly for ventilation, which was now wide open. She was not particularly fond of the pervasive scent of food. The rice in the steamer was ready. She instructed Xian to bring the steamer to the table, while she removed the clay pot from the heat. Slicing the fish, she briefly immersed the tender, pale flesh in the broth, which instantly cooked it to perfection. On the stove, He Tian placed a small earthenware basin containing a handful of dried pine needles and wild chrysanthemum leaves, adding 2 bowls of water without bringing it to a boil, allowing it to warm slowly instead. The entire codfish was arranged in a circular formation within the stew pot, its white flesh floating in the broth alongside red chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, exuding a tantalizing spiciness. He Tian picked a piece of fish to taste, reiterating her wish for fresh scallions to enhance the flavor, envisioning a sprinkle of chopped green onions that would elevate the dish. The small wooden boxes in the steamer served as individual utensils. He Tian carefully pinched the 2 corners of a leaf, lifting it gently to place atop the millet rice, using chopsticks to roll it into a thick morsel before taking a bite. As she exhaled steam, her eyes squinted in delight, emitting satisfied murmurs while beckoning Xian to give it a try, cautioning her to be careful of the heat. Xian followed suit, replicating the process. The sweet potato starch and the sweetness imparted a delightful viscosity to the millet rice. The outer layer of leaves presented a slight astringency upon entry. Yet after a few chews, a unique fragrance emerged. Xian savored it slowly, contemplating the flavor, and inquired of He Tian whether the leaves were mulberry leaves. He Tian smiled and nodded. Once the rice had cooled slightly, they began to indulge in the fish and fish soup. The spicy broth enhanced the freshness of the fish, warming their bodies thoroughly. He Tian carefully savored her newly discovered food, bean sprouts. Although it was indeed a rare winter vegetable, she felt somewhat disappointed. The bean sprout stems were crisp, yet lacked flavor, merely absorbing the soup's spiciness. As for the bean portion, consuming a few proved rather challenging to chew. Xian took a few bites, puzzled by the taste of the bean sprouts, wondering why they differed from those she had previously eaten. Unbeknownst to her, the bean sprouts she had consumed before were devoid of the beans themselves prior to cooking. The green bean sprouts she now tasted were far removed from the indigestible yellow soybean sprouts that would never grace the tables of the affluent. He Tian quickly remarked that she found them acceptable, suggesting that if they were blanched with fresh bracken and tossed in a salad, they would be even more delectable. Xian pinched a small rice ball wrapped in mulberry leaves, finding it genuinely delightful. He Tian vigorously nodded in agreement, adding that if it were stuffed with red bean paste or roasted chestnuts, it would be even better, perhaps with a sprinkling of dried cherries. After finishing their meal, Xian noticed that the aroma of the food in the room had faded significantly, replaced by a scent reminiscent of a summer pine forest. On the stove, the pine needles and chrysanthemum leaves in the ceramic basin unfurl, while the water within transforms into a pale yellow hue. The wood burning in the hearth emits a faint crackling sound, enveloping the room in a warm embrace, contrasting with the profound stillness outside. The last time He Tian ventured to the cabin across the river, it was in the spring of this year. She navigated her canoe with caution, skillfully maneuvering around massive ice floes and logs as thick as barrels, which could easily puncture her small vessel, harnessing the current's force. She paddled for over an hour to reach the opposite bank. Now, the river's surface has metamorphosed into a vast expanse of snow. Clad in their warmest furs, He Tian and Xian adorned Dami with a harness and sled, urging it onto the icy expanse. However, today, they must traverse on foot because He Tian intends to establish a path on the frozen river. If it were merely a single crossing, there would be no need for such labor. Yet, for the ensuing 2 to 3 months, Dami will frequently traverse this route, making the construction of a proper path essential. The snow on the river now reaches nearly 30 centimeters in depth. Xian and He Tian, as they did the previous day, alternated at the forefront of their procession, creating a trail, while Dami trod in the middle, pulling a sled that bore a tipped basket filled with twigs and chestnut burrs. Those trailing behind occasionally used a wooden rake to scatter some twigs onto the path. Theoretically, the smoother the surface, the lesser the resistance, allowing the sled pulled by reindeer to glide more swiftly. However, these twigs do not significantly diminish the smoothness of the path. Rather, they are strewn about to mitigate the likelihood of Dami slipping. The frozen expanse of snow upon the river's surface is not as uniformly smooth as it may appear from a distance. As the river water solidifies, certain areas continue to undulate, and these waves, once frozen, give rise to small protrusions. The wind stirs the snow, causing the falling flakes to amalgamate with the pre-existing layer, accumulating upon these minor elevations and gradually forming a serpentine pattern reminiscent of fish scales. Over time, and with each subsequent snowfall and gust of wind, the snow accumulates ever more upon the higher mounds, ultimately creating small hillocks, while in other regions, the snow may be almost entirely swept away by the wind, revealing a glassy, mirror-like surface of ice. Standing there, one can even glimpse fish swimming several meters beneath the surface. Additionally, near the riverbank, the steepness and gradient of the shoreline vary, leading to more pronounced undulations. The relentless waves, crashing against the shore, when frozen, create concentric semicircular ripples, some of which retain the shape of splashing water. All of these factors may contribute to the formation of treacherous black ice, posing a risk for the galloping reindeer, which often face dire consequences upon slipping on the icy terrain. Once a snowy path is forged, the twigs scattered upon it by He Tian and his companions become firmly entrenched in the ice, even if the drifting snow covers them. The repeated passage every few days ensures they provide invaluable traction for the reindeer, albeit slight, preventing them from slipping. Thus, this path, visible in its entirety from the outset, took 2 to 3 hours to traverse. Xian and He Tian each carried a basket, meandering across the ice, scattering the twigs and prickly balls wider as they went. The icicles formed after the ripples freeze can cause one to stumble upon stepping on them. In a moment of carelessness, He Tian fell sideways, causing the basket in her hands to topple and scatter dry twigs all over the ground. However, if she were to select a gentler spot to disembark, the distance to the cottage in the woods would be considerably greater. Trekking through the snowy forest would prove no simpler than struggling on the icy surface. By now, it was already noon, and everyone was feeling ravenous. He Tian instructed Xian to prepare a handful of rice with salted stir-fried soybeans. They needed to pause for a moment to rest, drink some water, and enjoy a roasted potato before continuing their journey. Although there were 2 massive boulders along the riverbank, once they reached the shore, the terrain improved significantly, sloping gently. After meandering through the pine woods for nearly an hour, they finally spotted the cottage nestled within the forest. However, at that moment, He Tian's expression turned grave. Smoke billowed from the chimney of her cottage, and the snowy ground surrounding it was littered with footprints. She yanked a hunting rifle from her shoulder and tossed it to Xian, whispering, "You know how to use this, right?" Xian said nothing, removing her thick gloves to grasp the rifle, expertly chambering around. He Tian retrieved 2 pieces of white cloth from the basket on Dami's back and gently unfolded them. They were two hooded cloaks. She draped one over Xian and donned the other herself, patting Dami's head and allowing it to wander through the woods on its own. The white cloaks provided excellent camouflage against the snow, allowing He Tian and Xian to approach the trap area on the opposite side of the cottage without being detected by the two men, who stood beside a pine tree archway trap, collecting the minks they had caught. "Drop my minks," He Tian suddenly called out, startling the two men, who instinctively reached for their rifles. The resounding blast of the shotgun reverberated through the air, causing the snow accumulated on the surrounding trees to cascade down, while startled birds took flight, flapping their wings in a hasty retreat. He Tian had just fired a shot at one of the men's feet. She scoffed, asserting that it was not a matter of missing the target. Rather, it was a warning given in consideration of their years as neighbors. As she spoke, she discharged another shot into the sky, proclaiming her capability to fire 4 more rounds consecutively. The two men stood frozen in place. He Tian coldly commanded, "Drop your gun and crouch down." One man promptly obeyed, discarding his weapon and squatting on the ground, while the other hesitated, glancing at Xian beside He Tian. Xian let out a soft chuckle. In that moment, He Tian realized that such a smile possessed a greater power of intimidation than the gun itself. It was a derisive grin that seemed to say, "I wonder what you will do next." He Tian was not the only one with this impression. The hesitant man also relinquished his shotgun and obediently crouched down. "Is anyone else in the house?" He Tian inquired. "No, just the two of us," replied the man who had just crouched. Before He Tian could issue further commands, Xian had already approached and kicked the 2 shotguns over to He Tian's side. Xian aimed his weapon at the two men, while He Tian calmly retrieved her gun and slung it over her shoulder. "Now, hand over the lead pellets you brought as well," she ordered once more. With no other choice, the two men untied the bags from their belts and tossed them to He Tian. Once Xian had stepped back to stand beside her, He Tian addressed the two men, saying, "Now, you may leave. If you dare to return to my forest to steal my minks, I shall not waste any more ammunition." He Tian revealed a fierce demeanor. "You have consumed the provisions I stored here, along with the firewood in my wooden cabin. Do you not owe me any compensation? Was it I who invited you here? The fence between the hunting grounds was established by your grandfather and mine. Cannot you see this? Leave." The two men departed, disgruntled. He Tian followed closely behind Xian, maintaining a distance of about 5 or 6 meters, escorting them to a wooden fence. The two men climbed over the barrier and ventured into the forest beyond. They were none other than the 2 brothers from the Chapu family, whose hunting grounds bordered He Tian's. After the snowfall, their traps had only yielded 3 minks, yesterday having caught a few worthless squirrels. The brothers resolved to inspect He Tian's traps. The pine arch trap did not appear particularly challenging, yet the true difficulty lay in the weight, length, and positioning of the logs employed, all of which concealed undisclosed secrets. Let us merely observe how her traps are constructed. We shall ponder further and craft one ourselves. This cannot continue. Squirrel pelts are the least valuable. With this notion in mind, the brothers stealthily infiltrated He Tian's hunting territory. With their grandmother deceased, they presumed she would not return to this forest. Had she not been unable to come frequently last year, this year should be no different. Entering He Tian's hunting cabin, the brothers were pleasantly surprised to discover that the traps near the cabin had already yielded 4 minks. Moreover, He Tian seemingly harbored no intention of relinquishing the wooden cabin. She had even meticulously stacked firewood in the shed and stored a modest supply of food in the external storage box. The 2 brothers stoked the fire, retrieved the cured meats and grains prepared by He Tian, and concocted a pot of meat porridge, intent on usurping the space and establishing it as their encampment. What if He Tian were to arrive? They conspired. After all, she was but a woman, while they were 2 men. Reflecting on He Tian's family land, aside from this quaint cabin, there lay 3 additional structures, each accompanied by preset traps of pine tree arches. The brothers could hardly contain their mirth. The thought of He Tian arriving alone further fueled their amusement. Yet, unexpectedly, He Tian had acquired an ally. Though only a pair of eyes were visible, the figure's posture and form unmistakably indicated youth. What did this signify? In the forest, the presence of an able-bodied young laborer would exponentially enhance their planting efficiency, allowing hunters to traverse freely between all hunting cabins and their homes, amassing greater spoils. Selling the marten pelts would yield more and better supplies, seeds, salt, tools, and firearms. Damn it, where had He Tian found such a person? The Chapu brothers cursed in frustration, compelled to quicken their pace through the snowy woods towards their hunting cabin, all the while praying they would not encounter any ferocious beasts. For kilometers away in He Tian's cabin, the atmosphere was far from pleasant. This wretched creature had been raised for nearly 4 years, yet remained untamed. In hindsight, they should have taken it to the market to have the itinerant doctor geld it. The chaotic traces left by the Chapo brothers had nearly vanished. However, He Tian remained sullen, muttering under her breath about those thieving rascals. Her displeasure deepened when she noticed a distinct scratch on the back of a marten they had accepted, a blemish that rendered the pelt undesirable. No one would take a damaged marten. Xian remained silent, listening to He Tian lament how the Chapo family refused to sell her a dog, seeking to humiliate her instead. After a while of cursing, He Tian added water to the pot and tossed in some grains, continuing to simmer the porridge. After all, the cured meat was already cooking. During their meal, He Tian finally smiled, acknowledging that the two scoundrels had at least chopped some firewood and stoked the flames, providing them with water. Suddenly, Xian posed a question: why didn't we simply kill them? He Tian chuckled as she savored a spoonful of meat porridge, replying, kill them? The old man of the Chapo family would certainly seek vengeance against me. It wouldn't take much to deduce that we were involved in their demise. What Xian said next left He Tian astounded. With a calm demeanor, she suggested, then let us eliminate him as well. You must know where he is currently camped. Alternatively, we could easily extract that information from those two fools. We could kill them, and it wouldn't be until the market reopens in spring that anyone would notice their absence. But who would suspect you? You are but a solitary young girl. He Tian gazed into Xian's dark, enigmatic eyes, realizing that her assumptions about Xian's background might have been somewhat misguided. On one hand, she found Xian's reasoning to be quite compelling. As spring blossoms and the warmth returns, after Xian has departed, what should He Tian do if the Chapo family seeks vengeance upon her? Why not strike first? Yet, simultaneously, a chill creeps down her spine. Xian, upon hearing this, pauses for a moment, extending her hand to gently caress the back of He Tian's hand twice. He Tian chuckles softly, locking eyes with her, and Xian reciprocates her smile. The roasted wild rabbit this time. He Tian and Xian have brought an abundance of provisions, intending to prepare all 4 hunting cabins nestled within this woodland. The hunting ground belonging to the He family is an irregular quadrilateral, measured by her grandfather to encompass approximately 50 square kilometers, complete with rolling hills. The 4 cabins are irregularly dispersed across the corners of the forest, necessitating about an hour and a half of travel from one to another, with some journeys taking even longer. It is now mid-November, and the sun has gradually begun to rise later, not appearing until around 10 in the morning. After 3 in the afternoon, darkness envelopes the land swiftly, leaving no trace of daylight by 4 o'clock. As the harsh winter lingers, the duration of sunlight will continue to dwindle. By mid-December, the average daylight lasts only about 4 hours, assuming clear weather conditions. Following the new year, the days will slowly begin to lengthen, but this transition is a protracted affair. It is not until mid-April of the following year, when the ice on the river begins to crack, that winter can be deemed officially over. The weather will gradually warm, prompting minks and other creatures to shed their coats. At this stage, the quality of their fur is unsuitable for garment making. Moreover, the animals engage in reproduction during the spring, nurturing their offspring, thereby ensuring a continued presence of prey within the forest upon which the hunters residing in this ecosystem rely. The arrival of the harsh winter era has rekindled humanity's reverence for nature. Even the most uneducated of hunters comprehends the principle of allowing nature to recover and rejuvenate. Today, the poaching activities of the Chai brothers have profoundly unsettled He Tian. She had initially planned to confine her activities to the small cabin near the riverbank and the closest neighboring cabin. However, now she aspires to extend her hunting range to encompass all 4 cabins within the woods. In reality, ever since her grandfather passed away nearly a decade ago, she and her grandmother have struggled to attend to all 4 cabins. During winter, after darkness falls, encountering blizzards poses the peril of losing one's way. Even for a hunter accustomed to these woods, losing one's way on a night of -40 degrees typically signifies death. Thus, one can only retrieve game from the traps near a single cabin each day. After resetting the traps, one must endure a night before moving to another cabin the following day. He Tian contemplated throughout the night, scarcely finding rest. Upon awakening during her morning ritual, she realized that to adequately care for all 4 cabins, she must reside in this one. In her grandfather's time, he would stay here every winter, since He Tian was still young when her grandfather passed. Her grandmother feared that the arduous conditions of living in a hunting cabin would be too much for a child to endure throughout an entire winter. She tapped her head, rousing herself. It is best to do one's utmost and leave the rest to fate. What difference would it make to capture more minks? Even if she were to acquire more money, seeds, salt, rice, flour, or fabric, she would still remain but a solitary individual, no matter how abundant the seeds. She could not cultivate vast lands. No matter how plentiful the salt, she could not utilize it all. Yet, she must defend her family's heritage. This forest was bequeathed to her by her grandparents. The wooden cabin was constructed by her grandparents together, and each year she would join her grandmother in repairing their cherished home. This was the fruit of their labor, and it must not be plundered by others. Coming to this realization, He Tian found peace within herself. Accompanied by Xian and rice, she ventured to another small cabin in the northwest, the closest one to their current location. After traversing the snowy forest for over an hour, they finally arrived at the cabin. Upon entering, they removed their hats, steam rising from their heads. He Tian instructed Xian to kindle a fire while she went to inspect the traps in the nearby woods. She retrieved the wooden ladder from the woodshed, propped it against a tree, and opened the storage box. Xian handed her various provisions, which she meticulously organized. There were millet, assorted grains, dried fruits, cured meats, smoked fish, dehydrated potatoes, sweet potatoes, and the fish they had caught in recent days. The frozen fish stored in the box could last an entire winter without spoiling. When the time came to eat, they would bring it indoors to thaw, its flavor akin to that of fresh fish. While He Tian checked the traps, Xian also chopped some firewood. Although her technique was somewhat flawed, He Tian offered gentle guidance, and she quickly grasped the method, swiftly splitting a small pile of wood, which she then carried inside and neatly stacked beside the stove. He Tian also retrieved bedding from another storage box. Her name is Xian. Together, they grasped the quilt, shaking it vigorously before hanging it on a line. With a rattan paddle, they strike it gently, restoring the fluffiness of the down and cotton within. The reindeer fur mattress is essentially a single piece of reindeer hide. After giving it a good shake, they spread it out on the snow and beat it with a wooden shovel, allowing the dust and dirt from the fur to be absorbed into the snow. They then lift it, give it another shake, and hang it on the line to air out for a while before bringing it back indoors. The bedding is left to continue drying inside, permitting the warm indoor air to dissipate any residual dampness. Having just soaked a pot of millet, the sky darkens and the wind rises. Soon, snowflakes as large as bowls begin to fall. Xian gazes at the heavens, murmuring to herself, uncertain whether the stove at home will extinguish. He Tian shares her uncertainty. The snowfall indicates that they may be compelled to remain here longer than originally planned, perhaps an extra day or several. It all hinges on when the snow will cease. The firewood stoked in the stove should suffice for 2 days and nights, but beyond that, it becomes a matter of fortune. Once the fire is completely extinguished, approximately a day later, maintaining the house's temperature becomes increasingly difficult. The water in the barrel will freeze, and if it solidifies entirely, it may cause the ceramic jar to crack. The small fish intended as bait within will also succumb to the frost. Furthermore, the stored turnips and potatoes may rot from freezing. Fortunately, these are the only significant losses anticipated. The door of the house may also be frozen shut. Yet this is not insurmountable. By lighting a fire in the porch, the ice and snow at the door seems will gradually thaw. The greatest concern lies with the ice hole used for retrieving water. They must be stirred at most every 4 days, lest they freeze solid. To reopen them would require considerable time, which inevitably signifies a reduction in the catch. Worrying is futile. Thus, He Tian merely gazed at the snow-laden sky before pulling Xian inside. While processing the mink fur, He Tian placed the wild rabbit, which occupied one of the trap slots, before the hearth to thaw, entirely unconcerned about the possibility of its fur being singed by the occasional sparks. The snares were indeed unreliable. Rabbit pelts are only marginally more valuable than squirrel pelts. Squirrel pelts are diminutive and their fibers short, suitable only for crafting gloves or small bags, while rabbit pelts are slightly superior, albeit only by a small margin. I have heard that many cities also engage in rabbit farming. Indeed, rabbits reproduce swiftly and are not finicky eaters. After a few months, they are ready for consumption. There are dedicated farms, and many individuals keep them at home. The meat can be consumed, while the fur can be fashioned into garments. However, it is typically only the less affluent who don rabbit fur. Yet, it seems your family holds rabbits in even lower regard. Xian chuckled, pointing to a wooden stump in the corner upon which a layer of rabbit fur had been stretched. Under the pounding, the original color of the fur was scarcely discernible, save for a little rabbit tail still attached, allowing one to identify it as rabbit fur. He Tian smiled as well, remarking that rabbit meat is quite delectable. Soon, we shall roast the rabbit for dinner. The two of them finished skinning the mink, cleaning it with snow and wood ash, and hung it on a birch board to dry. The scorned rabbit was also ready to be skinned, considerably larger than the mink and thawing at a slower pace. He Tian utilized this opportunity to let Xian practice, instructing her on the nuances of skinning a prey. He elucidated where to make the incision, how deep the knife should penetrate, the proper technique for guiding the blade, and methods to minimize bloodshed. In the event that blood did flow, he advised her on how to prevent it from staining the pelt. He detailed the specific areas to grasp while skinning and how to exert the right amount of force, all comprised of intricate and trivial techniques. Xian had only managed to skin half of the rabbit, beads of sweat adorning her forehead and nose, appearing more fatigued than when she had been chopping wood earlier. Her expression had transformed into a triangle of concentration. He Tian could not suppress a chuckle. Just as he bit his lip, he heard Xian exclaim softly, causing the unfortunate rabbit to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. It seemed she had intended to hastily remove the skin in one go, but ended up ruining the poor creature, which now sported half of its pelt removed while its tail fur remained attached. The skin was torn unevenly, a sorry sight indeed. He Tian let out a muffled laugh reminiscent of a wild boar's grunt. Xian puffed her cheeks in resignation, opting instead to clean the hide with a mixture of snow and wood ash. She scooped a handful of snow from the wooden basin to wipe her hands, feeling a twinge of frustration, lamenting her apparent clumsiness. He Tian took her hand, cradling it in his palm, and playfully remarked, "How could such beautiful hands possibly be clumsy?" He smiled, gently rubbing his thumb against her delicate fingertips, pondering how her mood had shifted so suddenly to one of joy, an inexplicable phenomenon. Releasing Xian's hand, he took over the care of the poor rabbit. He meticulously cleaned the rabbit's skin, removed its innards, and washed it again with snow. He then severed the hind legs, applied a layer of goose fat and salt, wrapped it in hay, and placed it in the roasting rack. This is today's dinner. The leftover rabbit meat has been chopped into small pieces and placed in a clay pot, prepared for tomorrow. To refer to it as dinner is somewhat premature, for it is only a little past 4 in the afternoon. The morning hours are precious. After arriving here, the two of them hastily consumed some dry rations and hot water, which sufficed as lunch. Thus, dinner can be enjoyed a bit earlier. In addition to 2 rabbit legs, He Tian has added some millet to the clay pot, along with a few pieces of dried sweet potato and a handful of dried dates, all simmering gently over the fire. Gradually, the sweet aroma of the millet porridge begins to permeate the air, while the dried sweet potatoes and dates soften, deepening the color of the porridge. Soon, an extraordinary fragrance wafts from the roasting rack, mingling with the sweetness of the porridge. He Tian has not tasted fresh meat in quite some time. The rabbit meat, wrapped in a layer of dry grass, has preserved the fat within. Upon lifting the oil-soaked, dark green grass, the golden skin of the rabbit leg is revealed. When torn apart, the deep pink meat oozes with steaming broth, dripping onto the clay plate and forming little round pools adorned with a ring of golden oil, glistening under the light. He Tian and Xian each take a rabbit leg, grasping the bones to gnaw. One bite of the savory rabbit leg meat, complemented by a mouthful of sweet, thick millet and sweet potato porridge. After finishing their meal, darkness has fully enveloped the surroundings. The snow has yet to cease. Xian retrieves the rice from the woodshed, brushing off the snow on it beneath the porch. Upon entering, the rice lifts its neck to inhale the lingering aroma of food in the air, wagging its tail in delight. Upon witnessing the flick of its tail, He Tian let out a startled cry. Just as she jumped up, Dami raised its tail and unceremoniously deposited a substantial pile of excrement onto the floor. This foolish creature. He Tian felt a pang of despair, yet was left helpless. She and Xian exchanged glances, both at a loss, and decided to simply close the door, opting to wait until Dami finished its business before attending to the mess. After only having opened and shut the door twice, the precious warmth that lingered in the room had diminished significantly, leaving a chill in the air. He Tian sprinkled the wood ash she had used to clean Dami's fur over the droppings. Fortunately, its diet primarily consisted of tree bark and hay, making the cleanup relatively manageable. Noticing He Tian's gloomy demeanor, Xian offered words of comfort, recalling that those who once inhabited the highlands would gather cow dung, compressing it into patties to be affixed to walls or spread on the ground to dry, which they would then use as fuel during the winter months. Why didn't they chop down trees? He mused. Because there were hardly any trees there, it was all grassland. Cutting down a single tree would take an eternity to regrow. After clearing away the deer droppings, they opened the door, and a frigid gust swept in. Swirling snowflakes that resembled a flurry of white butterflies, only to vanish into the air moments later. The remaining warmth in the room dissipated, causing He Tian to shiver as she urged Xian to don the large deer fur coat. In a fit of irritation, she tugged at Dami's ear. Xian spread hay in the corner and led Dami over, gently patting its head. You mustn't provoke He Tian any further. Dami, however, remained indifferent to their presence. The snow that had previously been placed in the iron bucket has now melted into half a bucket of slushy water. He Tian added a piece of wood to the furnace and poured some of the melted snow water into the kettle, tossing in a few dried apple slices. He left the kettle uncovered and set it on the stove to heat for a while. Gradually, the delightful aroma of apples filled the room. He Tian then covered the kettle, allowing the water to come to a boil, and poured a cup for each of them, adding a hint of maple syrup. This cup of apple tea evoked memories of autumn, a time when the weather was still pleasantly mild, the sunlight bathed in golden hues, and the maple leaves blazed in fiery reds. Ripe apples would tumble from the branches onto the ground. Xian sipped the tea, reflecting that it was not entirely the fault of the rice. How wonderful it would be if we had a stable or some sort of shelter. In winter, thick grass curtains could be nailed to the shed, drawn down at night, and rolled up during the day. He Tian understood the necessity, yet here, wolves roamed at night. Thus, a secure shelter must be constructed, locked, just like at home. However, that would have to wait until spring. The ground was frozen solid now. As the two discussed the shelter, they retrieved some plush grass from their backpacks. The grass mats in their small abode had not been replaced in 3 or 4 years. Normally, they would weave new ones every winter, but He Tian, alone, lacked the time. The plush grass for weaving mats does not require beating into fluff. A bundle of grass, the thickness of a finger, is tightly bound at the head, tail, and waist with 3 strands of grass twine, while being placed on a wooden stump to be firmly pounded. Another bundle is added, and this process is repeated until the mat gradually takes shape. However, as time progresses, the force required for pounding must increase. The grass mats are typically crafted to a length of nearly 1.80 meters and a width of 1 meter. For those with a discerning eye, these mats are often adorned with fabric edges, enhancing both their durability and aesthetic appeal. Xian had previously encountered similar grass mats, yet this was her inaugural experience witnessing their creation. He Tian, having already appreciated her weaving skills, held little expectation regarding Xian's ability to illuminate the craft of mat making. After a few demonstrations, Xian grasped a wooden mallet, suggesting it might be best if she took on the task herself. Outside, the wind and snow howled, while inside, the atmosphere was as warm as spring. The two worked in tandem to create the grass mat, their efforts leaving them pleasantly fatigued and sweating. Seated before the cozy hearth, sipping sweet apple maple tea with delicate fragrant grass in hand, the ambience was safe and comforting. If only the foolish creature in the corner, occasionally snorting and likely to create a mess, could be overlooked, it would be perfect. The snow continued to fall until the following evening. The withered branches and chestnut husks that had scattered upon the ice formed a gray-black path across the snowy expanse. They were firmly encased in the ice and snow. Despite the snowfall, the wind had swept away much of the previous accumulation. On this path, Dami could finally gallop freely. He ran faster and faster, while He Tian gestured to Xian, first leaping onto the sled and then pulling her up beside him. When the reindeer sprinted across the smooth surface, it could reach speeds of nearly 50 kilometers per hour, or so the books claimed. He Tian could not ascertain how fast Dami was running at that moment, but it was undoubtedly swift. The biting cold wind rushed towards them, and even thoroughly bundled, with only their eyes exposed, they felt the chill penetrating their very eyeballs. Grasping the reins, her hands were adorned with the delicate snowflakes kicked up by Dami's vigorous gallop. The snow accumulating on either side of the sled quickly froze, only to melt as it rubbed against the ground, transforming into small icicles that flowed downward, soon to be coated again with a layer of freshly scattered snow. The return journey was markedly swifter than the outward trek. After Dami had sprinted with all her might for approximately 30 to 40 minutes, the familiar scenery near home became distinctly visible. He Tian instructed Dami to halt near the ice hole and jumped off the sled, disregarding the snow clinging to her, and hurried to inspect the ice hole. She vigorously shook the wooden stick inserted into the hole, murmuring softly, "Don't freeze. Don't freeze." Xian approached, saying, "Allow me." She grasped the stick and slowly turned it, eliciting a crackling sound as the ice layer began to fracture. He Tian was not idle. She rushed to another ice hole, vigorously stirring the stick within. Fortunately, after a brief span of 10 minutes, the ice layers in both holes had been thoroughly disrupted. They pulled up the fishing net, discovering 7 or 8 fish within. After lowering the net once more, both women felt fatigued and famished. However, they could only consume a meager portion of dry provisions to quell their hunger. They needed to feed Dami and assess the condition of the wooden cabin. If the door were frozen shut, they would have no choice but to kindle a fire in the clearing to warm themselves slightly. Once the door thawed, they could enter the cabin and attend to other matters. The prospect of a sudden snowstorm loomed ominously. That would indeed be disastrous. Fortunately, the house remained relatively warm. The water barrel had not frozen, and the ceramic bricks outside the chimney felt pleasantly warm to the touch, with only a delicate frost forming along the window seams. He Tian and Xian quickly set to work. Xian rekindled the fire, while He Tian cleared the snow from the vegetable cellar. It would have been a calamity had the lid frozen shut, but fortunately it had not. She descended into the cellar to retrieve some provisions, carefully replaced the lid, and wedged a wooden block beneath it to allow for ventilation. Once the fire blazed vigorously, Xian boiled a kettle of water and emerged to assist He Tian with the snow. "You go prepare the meal," she insisted. "I shall handle it." Noticing He Tian's cheeks flushed from the cold, Xian couldn't help but smile as she pressed her hands against her friend's rosy cheeks, playfully pinching them, which caused He Tian's lips to pucker adorably. Xian burst into laughter, and He Tian joined in, passing her wooden spatula to Xian. "Then I shall cook some potato noodles." There remained a half-eaten piece of cured meat at home, a leg of venison. A few slices of meat simmered in the hot broth would suffice, and with the addition of some potato noodles, they would have a warm meal. He Tian poured the nearly boiling water into an iron pot, set it over the fire to continue boiling, and sliced several pieces of venison leg with a small knife, tossing them into the pot. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a few slices of pickled cabbage from the jar. The pickled cabbage was a tradition in He Tian's family, prepared each autumn. However, this year's cabbage harvest had been lackluster, so only one jar was made. The pickling process began with a layer of salt at the bottom of the jar, followed by a mixture of salt, sugar, and a generous amount of chili powder, stirred into a marinade. A fresh cabbage, sliced vertically in half, was opened leaf by leaf, with the marinade evenly sprinkled between each layer, before being placed in the jar and finally pressed down with a heavy stone. The jar should be placed in a cool and well-ventilated spot, depending on the temperature. It may take more than a week or as little as 3 to 4 days for the cabbage to ferment properly. At this stage, the cabbage releases a significant amount of moisture, and upon lifting the lid, one can behold the vibrant green cabbage submerged in a pool of crimson liquid. Once winter arrives, the jar of pickled cabbage must be brought indoors. It can also be stored in a cellar, albeit with the inconvenience of retrieval, as the cellar is 2 to 3 meters deep. The pickled cabbage is abundant with savory broth. Meanwhile, the water in the pot has reached a rolling boil. She tosses in 3 or 4 handfuls of potato noodles and stirs them with chopsticks. After Xian has finished clearing the snow around the house, the meal is ready. On the table sit 2 steaming ceramic bowls filled with snowy white noodles, deep pink slices of cured meat, and strips of cabbage, accompanied by a small dish of vibrant green cabbage leaves adorned with flecks of red. The broth is slightly spicy, the cabbage stalks crisp, and the venison tender and flavorful. After finishing the bowl of hot, spicy noodle soup, she feels full and warm all over. He Tian tosses a few slender, dark gray pods into the kettle. These pods are unfamiliar to Xian. He Tian remarks that even her grandmother does not know what they are, but she occasionally discovers that the water boiled with these pods is delightful to drink. Surely, they ought to have a name? Since no name has been assigned, they are simply referred to as the pods for boiling water. Xian chuckles softly, and He Tian joins in her laughter. After the pods have simmered for a while, Xian catches a whiff of an aroma reminiscent of creamy confections. The fragrance intensifies, and as the water reaches a boil, He Tian pours 2 cups of tea, lifting the lid of the kettle to fan the steam. How delightful the scent is! The water used to boil the bean pods possesses merely a hint of sweetness, lacking the rich aroma of milk. He Tian retrieves the bean pods and lays them out on a ceramic plate to dry. After a single boil, the water loses its flavor. However, when making soap in spring, grinding them and adding them in still imparts a delightful fragrance. Xian suggests incorporating them into candles to create scented wax candles. Scented candles? The lighting in He Tian's household relies on oil lamps. Animal fat is heated, filtered, and poured into the lamp, accompanied by a cotton wick to facilitate illumination. The glass shade atop the oil lamp protects the flame from the wind and allows for portability. The brightness can be adjusted by raising or shortening the wick, yet it remains modestly luminous regardless of the adjustments. Candles are also utilized by some. By slightly warming the base of a candle and pressing it firmly onto a ceramic dish or any material suitable as a candlestick, one can easily relocate it. Many prefer to purchase candles from merchants, as they are quite affordable, and even in the largest cities, not every household has access to electricity, which is often unreliable. Thus, candles are a staple in every home. Additionally, hunters from the mountains craft their own candles. The process of making candles does not require advanced skills, as long as they can burn. However, Xian's notion of scented candles clearly indicates that their primary purpose is not merely illumination. Whether during a bath, before sleep, or simply when one wishes to indulge in a cup of tea, immerse in a book, enjoy a cozy nap in a warm room, listen to music, or let one's thoughts wander, as long as the desire exists, one can light a scented candle at any moment. Xian pondered for a moment and added, "We could also place dried flowers and fruits, such as sliced lemons, within the scented candles. The wax encased in glass containers appears quite exquisite. Sometimes, one can indulge in a relaxing bath while sipping tea and enjoying a light snack." Speaking of bathing, He Tian recalled something important. Xian had been with her for over 2 weeks now. Although He Tian had modified her grandmother's old garments, including a woolen coat, cotton robe, and coverall for Xian, she had overlooked the matter of undergarments, which Xian had not mentioned either. Throughout these days, Xian had been following the same routine as He Tian, washing up behind a screen before bedtime and using a ceramic comb for her hair. The comb features small holes that allow scents to dissipate. The process of cleansing her hair was simple. Every 3 days, before sleep, she would release her hair, first combing through it with the ceramic comb, then massaging her scalp with fine sand mixed with plant ash. Finally, she would comb out the sand and fine ash, leaving her hair fluffy once more. If dried fir needles, pine needles, wild chrysanthemum stems, or any other dried flowers were ground into powder and added to the plant ash, her hair would be fragrant as well. "Let us take a bath this evening, and we shall wash the clothes tomorrow," He Tian decided. "Oh, I have some fine cotton fabric. Shall I make you some replacement undergarments? What style would you prefer?" Xian felt quite pleased at the mention of bathing, but when it came to the idea of undergarments, she became bashful. Her cheeks flushed as she fell silent for a moment before replying, "The simplest style will suffice." Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with daylight still illuminating the surroundings, He Tian laid out the fabric on the table. Without the aid of a measuring tape, she instructed Xian to stand before her. She measured her waist with her hands and then assessed the most prominent curve of her hips. Xian stood rigidly, akin to a wooden figure, until He Tian gently declared, "All right, measurements complete." Recognizing the impending bath, she acknowledged the necessity of boiling a substantial amount of hot water, thus ensuring its optimal utilization. Before crafting undergarments for Xian, He Tian retrieved her precious flour and commenced mixing it. She intended to steam several baskets of buns for their meal. After blending the flour with yeast, she added 2 generous tablespoons of sugar, a pinch of salt, and gradually incorporated warm water, stirring from the edges of the earthen basin towards the center. Once the mixture was adequately combined, she washed and dried her hands, applied a piece of goose fat to her palms, and coated her fingertips and the spaces between them with the oil before beginning to knead the dough. Upon achieving the desired consistency of the dough, she covered the basin with a damp cloth to retain moisture. The basin was placed at the edge of the stove, mindful not to position it too close to the flames, as excessive heat would kill the yeast, preventing the dough from rising. Conversely, placing it too far away would delay the fermentation process until midnight. While the dough was rising, He Tian took Xian to clean the designated bathing shed. This small structure, previously utilized for curing meat, had been repurposed into a bathing area after falling into disrepair, measuring merely 3 to 4 square meters. It was a challenge for 2 individuals to turn around within its confines. At the center stood a rudimentary iron stove with a large wooden tub in one corner, accompanied by a 2-tiered wooden stool, essential for climbing into the tub. Within the wooden tub, there exists a small stool, allowing one to sit comfortably while indulging in a soothing bath. He Tian filled a wooden basin with a few flakes of snow, pouring it into the tub, and together with Xian, they tilted the tub, gathering a handful of straw to cleanse it thoroughly. On one side of the tub, approximately 10 centimeters from the bottom, resided a circular wooden plug from which a rope was firmly affixed. When the rope on the tub was pulled, water could flow forth. Surrounding the wooden plug was a layer of leather, which swelled upon soaking, effectively sealing the gaps between the circular hole and the plug, thus alleviating any concerns regarding leaks. In the vicinity of the tub, on the floor, lay another rope. By pulling it with considerable force, a wooden panel would open, allowing a rush of cool air to envelop the space. He Tian instructed Xian to position the tub upright and gradually maneuver it until the rope on the tub aligned with the panel that could be opened. When it was time to drain the water, they would simply pull the panel on the floor, followed by the wooden plug on the tub, enabling the dirty water to flow directly outside the house. They stoked the fire in the stove, covering it with a lid, allowing the room to warm gradually. After more than 2 hours, He Tian fashioned 2 sets of the simplest undergarments for Xian using fine cotton cloth. While the dough in the ceramic basin had risen beautifully, the dough, which had initially been only slightly larger than a fist, now nearly filled the entire basin, exuding the distinctive fragrance of fermented flour. He Tian informed Xian that it was now time to boil some water. Xian fetched 2 buckets of water to heat, while He Tian applied another layer of oil to her hands and commenced the preparation of steamed buns. As she grasped the dough, it elongated into strands resembling silver threads, rapidly shrinking in size, revealing a multitude of tiny holes and emanating the unique scent of fermented starch. He Tian reformed the dough into a cohesive mass, dividing it into 2 portions, one of which she meticulously sliced into 8 pieces. She lined a bamboo steamer with a damp cloth and arranged the 8 small buns with precision. The remaining portion, she intended to craft into a slightly more distinctive variety of buns. In the bathing hut, Xian had also prepared a kettle of water. Following He Tian's instructions, she first removed the wooden lid from the wall and placed it atop the bucket, subsequently pouring the hot water through the circular opening into the bucket below. This method ensured that the warm steam would remain contained within. She then set about boiling a second kettle of water, as He Tian had advised that approximately 3 to 4 kettles would be necessary. As Xian poured in the second kettle, He Tian arrived bearing a steamer full of buns. At this point, the buns had risen once more, having expanded significantly since they were initially placed in the steamer. Replacing the kettle with an iron pot, she added water and set the steamer atop, allowing it to steam for nearly 10 minutes once the water reached a boil. The unique, sweet aroma of the starchy food mingled with the steam, filling the small hut. The steamed buns emerged, resembling a cluster of plump, white rabbits huddled together. After pouring in the water, He Tian tested the temperature, determining it was nearly time for a wash. A touch of cool water would bring it to the perfect temperature. Xian promptly suggested, "You go first." He Tian suspected that Xian might be feeling bashful again, so she acquiesced. "All right, once I finish washing, I will let out some of the water from the bottom of the bucket, ensuring the remaining water is clean. While I wash, I will boil another kettle of water to add in, so when you wash, the water will still be warm." He Tian carried a basket containing her clean clothes, while also transporting another steamer of buns to be prepared. She placed the steamed buns on the iron stove and said to Xian, who was hastily making her way out, "Why don't you have a bun while it's still warm?" Xian acknowledged with a quick nod and rushed off, so eager to eat the buns. He Tian murmured softly as she closed the door, shed her clothes, and climbed into the bathtub. After more than 20 minutes, she had finished her wash, and the batch of buns was ready. Xian was running with her head down. As He Tian entered the small room, it was warm and filled with a white steam, mingling the aromas of burning wood and freshly steamed buns. She secured the door and, while undressing, noticed that He Tian had placed a piece of wood across the tub, upon which rested a ceramic plate containing a cup of tea and a bun shaped like a flower. This bun resembled a blooming rose, adorned with numerous layers of petals, each edged with a translucent golden-orange hue. How was it crafted? What ingredients were used? Xian smiled as she carefully climbed into the tub, the water scalding yet inviting. Gritting her teeth, she mustered the courage to settle in, and her every muscle and inch of skin was instantly caressed by the soothing warmth. Holding the small bun in her hand, she took a delicate bite and discovered it was filled with persimmon paste. How sweet it was! Xian smiled. setting the bun aside to sip her tea, brewed from toasted wild rice. The wood in the iron stove crackled softly, the red flames flickering through its crevices, while steam enveloped the room. Was this not the epitome of indulgence, soaking in a bath, sipping tea, and relishing a delightful snack? Leaning her head against the tub's edge, she exhaled softly, a smile unconsciously blossoming on her lips. On the winter solstice, Xian felt an unusual joy. She and He Tian sat before the hearth, savoring steamed buns while waiting for their hair to dry. Once dry, they used a ceramic comb to untangle their tresses, which flowed smoothly and emitted a faint, fragrant aroma tinged with a hint of cool bitterness. He Tian remarked that the scent of the shampoo they used was a cherished secret of her grandmother. The following day, He Tian and Xian ventured to the riverside, transporting rice back and forth to fetch water, replenishing the water tank that had been depleted from bathing. Coincidentally, it was also time to clean the tanks. He Tian used a ladle to scoop the small fish from the tank into a ceramic basin, pouring the remaining water into the basin as well. She then moved the tank to the porch and scrubbed its walls with a piece of loofah. The fish kept in the tank were self-sufficient, consuming the various microorganisms adhering to the tank's walls, as well as those present in the water. During winter, cleaning the tank every couple of months sufficed. However, during summer, more frequent attention was required. After refilling the tank, He Tian and Xian began washing clothes. Before fetching water for the rice, they first retrieved the washing machine from a storage shed. Although much of the region had lost electricity as a common power source, the technology, having undergone several improvements, had not been forgotten. The washing machine at He Tian's home resembled an old-fashioned cylindrical washer, yet it was crafted from wood. Mounted on a stand, a long rod was affixed to one side of the barrel, allowing it to be manually operated or enabling the rice basket's harness to push it along. In essence, the washing machine bore a closer resemblance to a stone mill, with the wooden barrel replacing the grinding stone and pestle. Clothes were placed into a barrel, accompanied by water and detergent. A slender bamboo pole was tied atop the rice basket, from which dangled a tender twig or some other favored morsel. In pursuit of this treat, the creature would incessantly move forward, blissfully unaware that it was merely circling the barrel. As the barrel rotated, the clothes within would spin continuously. After an hour of this, the water would be changed, and following a brief continuation of the spinning, the garments would emerge clean. Since living alone, He Tian had frequently washed clothes by the mountain stream, having long forsaken the use of a washing machine. Today, Dami had toiled diligently. In the evening, He Tian promised to reward it with some beans, patting its belly. Unperturbed, Dami continued its endless march, disregarding He Tian completely. By the time He Tian and the others processed the harvested mink pelts and hung them up, the clothes were likewise washed. The damp garments, once hung upon the line, quickly froze solid. In the midst of hanging the clothes, He Tian hastily offered her assistance, yet Dami insisted on managing alone. He Tian had come to realize that Xian was quite a reserved individual. Thus, she refrained from offering guidance, allowing Xian to clumsily hang each piece of her discarded attire on the line. Xian had changed nearly every article of clothing, donning a deerskin coat and rush grass shoes, typical of a mountain hunter. Upon entering the house, she shed the coat to reveal a cotton robe, cotton trousers, and deerskin boots. At that moment, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a hunter of the mountains. These garments had been creatively lengthened and modified from her grandmother's old clothes, and He Tian felt a sense of joy in seeing them continue to be worn. By afternoon, the ice-encased wet clothes could be retrieved, albeit still somewhat rigid. Placing a drying rack by the stove, she found that upon awakening, the clothes were nearly dry. If there are still small wrinkles yet to dry, He Tian possesses an iron. This iron, crafted from cast iron, is hollow, with a piece of glowing charcoal nestled within, covered by a lid. A felt cloth is spread on the table to serve as an ironing board, smoothing the clothes into pristine condition before they are neatly folded and placed into a box. After a day of tidying at home, He Tian and Xian set off once more to the hunting lodge. In the ensuing weeks, they frequently traversed the woodlands on either side of the river, continuously gathering mink fur. It appeared that He Tian's premonitions were indeed accurate. This winter, the harvest of mink fur was bountiful. The Chow brothers had not made another appearance. The increasingly frigid weather and shortening daylight rendered them unable to risk sneaking into He Tian's woods. Of course, it was also possible that the sight of He Tian with her new assistants had instilled a sense of caution in them. For her, this day was particularly special, as it called for the creation of a unique dish, dumplings. From this day forth, the daylight in the northern hemisphere would gradually lengthen. Following this day, a storm of nearly 10 days would soon ensue, a yearly occurrence that had persisted for decades. He Tian had once heard her grandmother recount a year when the storm was exceptionally fierce, with snow accumulating overnight to the extent that it blocked the door, nearly burying the entire house beneath the snow, leaving only the roof visible. They were unable to venture outside, and the air was quickly depleting. They dared not even light a lamp, relying solely on a hand-cranked flashlight. Ultimately, they dismantled the door from inside, using shovels to carve out a passage to escape. They were finally rescued. After that incident, they constructed a raised platform, opting not to sleep in beds any longer. Should another such blizzard occur, they would at least be able to break through the roof to escape. Around the winter solstice, many families would engage in prayers or similar ritualistic activities. After the winter solstice comes the new year, and many of the offerings or foods used during this festive time must be prepared in advance. Ensuring that the rice is warm and comfortable, He Tian ventured into a shed where firewood was stored to retrieve two particularly special types of dry leaves. One was silvery white, which He Tian identified as white sage. Upon returning indoors, He Tian set the leaves aside and first washed her hands and the flour, preparing to make dumplings. The dough for the dumpling wrappers does not require fermentation. It merely needs to be mixed with warm water and kneaded to a consistency slightly firmer than that of steamed bun dough. Once the dough was ready, she covered it with a damp cloth in a ceramic basin to let it rest for a while. For the filling, she utilized a cabbage brought up from the cellar and fresh cod fillet caught from the river that very day. In addition to these primary ingredients, she also included some finely chopped pickled radish and soaked shiitake mushrooms to enhance the flavor. Xian and He Tian chopped the meat and vegetables separately, adding seasonings and a touch of goose fat, mixing thoroughly. After a while, a little water was added, and the mixture was stirred continuously until it became thick and smooth, its surface glistening with a translucent sheen, indicating that the filling was complete. They could prepare a generous quantity of dumplings, placing them on a bamboo mat outside to freeze solid. Inside a wooden box, they layered dry leaves, followed by a layer of dumplings, another layer of leaves, and then another layer of dumplings, sealing it with the lid. Whenever they desired to eat, they could simply take some out and toss them into boiling water to cook. While Xian was mixing the dumpling filling, He Tian retrieved a large white marble mortar and began to finely grind the leaves of the white sage into powder. After sifting, the fine powder was placed in a ceramic bowl, while the coarse remnants were discarded into the furnace. The powder swiftly transformed into a cascade of tiny sparks, exuding a delightful fragrance into the air. She found herself momentarily entranced by the ascending sparks before beginning to grind the needles of the fir tree. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. Once the dumpling filling was prepared, He Tian combined the fir and white sage powder and commenced the art of dumpling making. With a dumpling wrapper cradled in her palm, she placed a small spoonful of filling within, drawing the edges together, pinching to seal, and finally grasping the corners, pressing them inward. With 4 fingers on the exterior and her thumb on the inside, she delicately pinched the edges, ensuring the filling was entirely encased within the dough. The completed dumplings resembled little canoes, the first resting in the center of the tray, followed by a line of others, spiraling outward. Soon, their crafted dumplings filled 2 trays entirely. Xian counted, noting that each tray held over 40 dumplings. He Tian washed the flour from her hands, tidied the countertop, and placed the bowls containing the 2 types of leaf powder upon the table. With another bowl filled with water, she immersed her fingertips, adding a few drops of water to the powder, stirring with a chopstick before adding a few more drops. Finally, she retrieved a small bottle from the wooden rack, its contents a pink liquid, complete with a dropper. Carefully, she administered 2 drops into the mixture, continuing to stir. The powder swiftly amalgamated into a cohesive mass, its hue shifting to a deep pink. It appeared that this liquid possessed both adhesive and dyeing properties. At that moment, He Tian finally spoke, declaring, "This is fragrance." Following the winter solstice, the new year approaches. Each year, a heavy snowfall ceases just before New Year's Eve. By that time, the fragrance will have dried, ready to be ignited. Each household possesses its unique method of incense preparation. Some even resort to merely burning pine and cypress branches. However, the essence of the blessing process remains largely consistent. On the eve of the new year, one ignites homemade incense, sending forth prayers and blessings towards the curling wisps of smoke, commemorating the deceased, and hoping that they may, in the ethereal realm, lend their protection to the living, bestowing health and safety, ensuring bountiful harvests, and guaranteeing that fishing nets and traps remain ever fruitful. He Tian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as they swirled in her gaze. Xian, unable to restrain herself, gently placed a hand atop her head. He Tian must have been reminiscing about her grandmother. The two exchanged a silent gaze for a moment before He Tian inquired, "Would you like to help me make incense?" Xian readily agreed, "Of course." He Tian first demonstrated, pinching a small amount of incense dough with 4 fingers, shaping it into a cone between her fingertips, and placing it in a ceramic dish. She gently pressed the tip of the cone while flattening its base. The completed conical incense was then laid upon a small bamboo tray to dry in a shaded area. Subsequently, every other day, it would be turned over to ensure even drying. Otherwise, damp areas could extinguish the incense when lit. At this moment, Xian felt the weight of responsibility. She diligently reminded herself to flip the incense daily. Once dried, the incense transformed into a delicate pink hue, exuding a subtle fragrance. With the incense prepared, the winter winds and snows arrived as anticipated. The day after the winter solstice, the snow fell in abundance. Xian had never witnessed such a magnificent snowfall, resembling countless snowflakes cascading from the heavens. The earlier flakes had not yet settled upon the ground before being overtaken by the subsequent flurries, layering upon one another. This snowfall was accompanied by a distinct sound upon landing. The sound of raindrops striking the ground during a summer downpour resonates vividly. Then, the wind arrives. It sweeps through the forest, scattering the snow accumulated on the trees, only for fresh flakes to quickly replace it. The towering, dense trees do little to diminish the ferocity of the gusts, or perhaps this is the diminished force of the wind itself. The howling wind drowns out all other sounds within the forest. If one were to venture outside, the entire landscape would be cloaked in white. Assuming one could withstand the blizzard and keep their eyes open, all that would be visible are layers upon layers of snowflakes. Fortunately, prior to this, He Tian had made adequate preparations. The wooden poles inserted into the snow outside were not merely for measuring the depth of the snowfall. When water was poured over the poles erected in front of each shelter, they froze solidly into the snow. Thick ropes were then tied between the poles, allowing them to navigate carefully when venturing out, for instance, to gather firewood or feed the rice. By grasping the thick rope and taking measured steps, they ensured they would not stray off course and become lost in the swirling snow before their own door. Such incidents were not unheard of. There have been instances when someone set out merely to fetch firewood, only to vanish without a trace. After the blizzard had ceased, family members discovered him huddled against the exterior wall of the house, unable to find his way, his cries for help swallowed by the storm. The snow continued to fall until morning. Fortunately, by midday, the wind had calmed. He Tian and Xian quickly seized the opportunity to shovel snow, extract the rice, and break ice along the riverbank. For a full week, the weather remained unchanged. On the eve of the new year, the heavy snowfall finally relented. The clouds dispersed, the snow melted away, and the sun emerged. He Tian and the others took another bath, this time solely to celebrate the arrival of the new year. As the old year gives way to the new, everything within the house is meticulously cleaned, and those dwelling within must embody the same purity. Naturally, after bathing and boiling water, one should not be wasteful. Thus, He Tian prepared some steamed buns. This time, Xian witnessed the entire process of crafting the rose-shaped buns. After kneading the dough with water, yeast, and a spoonful of sugar, she set it aside and began to prepare the filling with 2 or 3 persimmons. The reason for the modest quantity was that during the preparation, He Tian couldn't resist tearing off a small piece to taste. Before placing the filling in a bowl, she shared the outer skin of the persimmons with Xian, leaving only the soft, sweet core. Her home boasted a persimmon tree, yielding 2 small baskets of fruit each year. When ripe, the persimmons radiate a vibrant orange-red hue, and freshly picked ones resemble small square lanterns. At this stage, the persimmons remain firm, offering a crisp bite. Selecting the most plump fruits, she peeled away the skin while retaining the calyx, tying them with straw and hanging them beneath the eaves to dry. Gradually, a layer of white frost formed on the surface, and the flesh deepened in color, as if the sunshine were captured within. Over time, the persimmons softened to a dough-like consistency, and their skins wrinkled. At this point, she would pluck them from the vine, cradling them in her palm, gently pinching the calyx and pressing downwards, transforming the little lanterns into flattened discs, approximately 4 to 5 centimeters thick. This was the persimmon cake. Once made, persimmon cakes can be stored for an extended period. They are placed in wooden boxes lined with hay and stored in a cool, ventilated area, allowing one to enjoy them until summer when other fruits become available. Dried persimmons serve as delightful snacks, can be torn into small pieces and soaked in water, or transformed into fillings for various pastries. By grasping the stem of the persimmon and pulling outward, one can often extract a strand of its soft, sticky core, reminiscent of semi-solid honey, glistening and translucent. Holding the edge of the dried persimmon, it can be inverted from the stem's opening, allowing the soft pulp to rest in a bowl. A touch of goose fat is added, and the mixture is thoroughly stirred with chopsticks for future use. He Tian and Xian shared the outer skin and broke apart another dried persimmon to enjoy with hot tea infused with rose buds. The texture of the dried persimmon, once peeled, is akin to that of honey, its sweetness rivaling that of the nectar itself. Once the dough has risen, He Tian rolls a piece into a long sheet, spreads a layer of persimmon puree upon it, folds it vertically into thirds, applying a bit of oil between the layers, and then cuts it into several portions, stacking one atop the other. After allowing the dough to relax and regain its elasticity, a chopstick is pressed firmly between the two layers, transforming the stacked sheets into 4 parallel strips. These strips are then gathered, the ends pinched together to form a ring. A chopstick is placed within this ring, one hand gently holding the base of the dough while the other rotates the chopstick, making 2 complete turns with care to avoid tearing the dough, as Xian learned. Finally, the chopstick is pressed downward and withdrawn, resulting in the dough resembling a ball of coarse yarn. Using small scissors, a few snips are made atop the yarn ball. Once steamed, the cuts will expand, blossoming into a splendid rose. He Tian observed Xian struggling with her task, as she was on the verge of producing a triangular-shaped creation. To assist her, he decided to teach her how to make a simpler version, the jujube flour steamed bun. Compared to the rose-shaped bun filled with persimmon paste, the jujube flour bun is considerably easier to prepare. One must knead the dough into a long strip, akin to crafting dumpling skins, but with a slightly thinner consistency. The steamed buns can take on the charming forms of plump butterflies, chubby dragonflies, or round pine cones, all of which are quite delectable. In addition to the buns filled with persimmon and red date paste, He Tian also prepared buns with fillings of pine nuts and walnuts. The pine nuts and walnuts were crushed, then sweetened with sugar or honey, encased within the dough. To distinguish the different fillings, the walnut buns were shaped like little hedgehogs, while the pine nut buns resembled small rabbits. The preparation of these 2 varieties was remarkably simple. Flatten the dough on the work surface, encase the filling, pinch the edges closed, and reshape it into an oval form, with one end slightly larger than the other. The smaller end represents the head of the little creature, while the larger end forms its round rear. For the rabbit, one would make 2 snips at the head using scissors, allowing the elevated dough to emerge as the rabbit's ears. He Tian demonstrated the common wild rabbit found in the forest, whereas Xian, during her creation, allowed the rabbit's ears to droop at the sides of its head, declaring it a lop-eared rabbit. Crafting the hedgehog buns is equally straightforward. One merely needs to make shallow cuts on the surface of the dough, creating spikes reminiscent of a hedgehog-esque quills. Finally, a pine nut or a dried raspberry can be added to give the little rabbit and hedgehog eyes. Enthusiastically, Xian produced 2 rabbits and 3 hedgehogs, only to suddenly realize that He Tian was treating her as if she were a child. Pouting, she glanced at He Tian, only to discover that he was genuinely enjoying himself as well, which made her smile. To commemorate the arrival of the new year, He Tian and Xian prepared an abundance of delectable dishes, elegantly arranging a lavish spread on the eve of the celebration. Among their offerings were no fewer than 4 varieties of steamed buns. In addition to the assortment of buns, they presented 2 main courses. The first, a traditional chestnut braised smoked duck, was a familiar favorite, while the second dish was a rare delicacy. Reminded by Xian, He Tian rekindled a childhood passion by soaking cabbage stalks and radish tops in a bowl of water, which miraculously blossomed into vibrant cabbage and radish flowers. She harvested these delicate blooms and sautéed them alongside fish fillets, creating a visually stunning dish with the pristine white fish complemented by the pale green stalks and soft yellow flowers, forming a striking contrast against the rich, reddish-brown chestnuts of the smoked duck. Beyond the 2 main courses, He Tian also crafted 2 exquisite desserts. The first was amber-coated walnut halves, which were fried and enveloped in a syrup made from honey and sugar. The second dessert, a cherry maple jelly, stood out as a rarity. He Tian utilized preserved cherries, which she had collected during the summer. These wild cherries were washed, pitted, cooked, and then cooled before being jarred with honey, allowing them to be stored until the following summer's harvest, or even longer. When the time came, she retrieved a handful of these cherries, placing them in a small pot along with maple syrup and a pinch of an essential yet minuscule amount of salt, stirring gently to allow the flavors to melt. The salts serve to balance the sweetness harmoniously. In a ceramic bowl, water is heated until it is just slightly warmer than a fingertip. Delicately, slender strips of Canton are cut and immersed in the bowl, stirred until they dissolve completely. He Tian then solemnly retrieves a large glass bowl, cleans it, and first pours in the cherries, followed by the melted Canton. A gentle stir is given, and it is left undisturbed overnight, resulting in a splendid jelly. The transparent glass bowl showcases a ruby red, glistening jelly adorned with plump cherries. Thus, two desserts are prepared, one cold, the other warm. Before the New Year's Eve feast, He Tian brings out the incense made on the winter solstice and places a ceramic dish filled with fine sand on the table. 3 incense pellets are placed atop, and a slender branch of cypress is ignited, setting the incense alight. The fragrant smoke rises gracefully. Initially white, it transforms into a delicate shade of pink as it ascends, creating a breathtaking sight. He Tian and Xian join their hands in silent prayer, eyes closed. In her heart, He Tian silently wishes, "Grandma, how are you? Can you see me? I am well. You need not worry." She opens her eyes and gazes at Xian, noticing her eyelashes fluttering and her lips gently moving, as if in prayer. Sensing He Tian's gaze, Xian turns towards her, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth even before her eyes open. When Xian finally opens her eyes, she finds He Tian smiling back at her, just as she had envisioned. The two share a moment of mutual understanding, exchanging smiles. Above them, the pale pink smoke from the incense made of fir and white sage lingers in the air. The crackling firewood and the aroma of various dishes create an atmosphere of preciousness on this tranquil, cold night. After the new year, the hunting season entered its bustling finale. A fierce blizzard had obliterated the previously traversed paths, and the thick blanket of snow rendered the task of clearing the way more arduous than before. Nevertheless, He Tian was imbued with confidence. Xian was a dependable companion. Although she appeared delicate, her spirit was tenacious, complemented by formidable strength. Consequently, He Tian occasionally felt a twinge of guilt and regret for having once worried that Xian might hinder her progress. As the pathways to the various hunting cabins reopened, daylight gradually lengthened. At last, He Tian managed to cover all 4 hunting cabins across the river, to establish interconnected routes among the cabins. She and Xian initially invested considerable time, felling several trees to carve out a new path, and then laid down pine branches, trampling them with rice to create a stable way. The outcome was gratifying. Now, one could reach any cabin from another in approximately an hour. This investment of time swiftly proved its worth. With the days growing longer, the temperature began to rise gradually. Although snow would still occasionally fall, the temperature had stabilized at around -20 degrees. A week later, He Tian informed Xian that the winter hunting season was drawing to a close. Since November, they had harvested nearly 400 minks over the course of 4 months, along with a fair number of squirrels, rabbits, raccoons, and badgers. This quantity even surpassed the most bountiful harvest she had experienced with her grandmother. The ice river had yet to thaw. Typically, it would melt in April each year. Before that, He Tian planned to embark on one last trek. Alternatively, one might speak of a journey extending beyond a week. She must hasten with the rice, navigating upstream along the river, traversing the forest, and reaching the other side of the mountains. There lies an active volcano, a realm where ice and fire coexist. At the summit of the volcano, the snow, before it can descend, is melted away, and magma sporadically erupts, spewing forth from fissures that emit acrid smoke day and night. Occasionally, minor eruptions may trigger earthquakes, leading to landslides. Yet, the valley beneath the volcano is a warm and humid paradise. Mountain springs surge forth from the earth, their waters warmed by the geothermal heat of the volcano, flowing into vast depressions formed by repeated tremors, creating a highland lake with a diameter of over 100 kilometers, alongside an even more expansive marshland. The lake does not freeze over in the harsh winter. Instead, during this season, a white mist lingers above the surface, and the rising water vapor transforms into snow, which falls again, melting into water, in a continuous cycle. The lake's waters meander down the mountainside, forming numerous marshes, ponds, and lakes along the way. It sounds like a more habitable place, does it not? Indeed, the bears share this sentiment. The warm valley serves as their domain, where they hibernate. Each year, from November onward, the bears seek a cozy den, remaining in slumber until March of the following year. After 5 months of hibernation, they awaken, ravenous, just as the grass in the valley has grown to calf height, fresh and abundant. The migrating salmon become the most vital sustenance on the bear's menu. They must eat swiftly and voraciously to accumulate sufficient fat before the arrival of the next winter. Otherwise, hibernation may extend into an interminable sleep. Thus, it is only during the slumbering winter months of the bear that this valley is deemed safe. Yet, He Tian does not venture to the hot springs valley for leisure. It merely serves as a passageway for her. Her destination lies in proximity to a volcano that belches forth smoke and flames, where natural sulfur can be found. Sulfur is an indispensable ingredient in the manufacture of ammunition. In this era, a hunter unable to produce their own ammunition cannot hope to survive. Nearly a century has passed, and even those fortunate enough to have acquired industrially manufactured bullets before the onset of the harsh winter have now exhausted their supply. Only 1 or 2 of the largest cities manage to maintain the production of industrial ammunition. These cities, of course, are not inclined to generously sell their bullets to others. While it remains possible to procure finely crafted ammunition and weaponry from the black market, the prices are exorbitant. Consequently, the majority resort to homemade lead bullets and self-manufactured projectiles. Given lead's low melting point, crafting it at home is not overly challenging as long as one possesses a mold. However, the creation of ammunition is considerably more perilous. Within the forest, each household's recipe and method for ammunition production are closely guarded secrets. Potent ammunition can be decisive in life and death situations. Many opt to purchase sulfur and nitrate for weapon manufacturing from merchants, believing that these chemicals produced in the grand cities are purer and more effective. Yet, the He Tian family has steadfastly adhered to self-production. This commitment is not without reason. Their lead bullets are widely recognized for their exceptional power. The secret lies in the sulfur. Obtaining sulfur, without a doubt, constitutes a perilous journey. Climbing up the volcano, which belches toxic smoke and threatens to erupt with molten lava, is undoubtedly perilous. However, the journey to reach the volcano is fraught with its own dangers. Should one encounter a bear awakening from hibernation, the opportunity to succumb to poisonous fumes or scalding lava may never arise. Nevertheless, He Tian must embark on this quest. The most crucial preparation for the sulfur expedition is the crafting of a gas mask. The disparity between Xian's facial structure and that of her grandmother is too great for the old mask and glasses to be modified. Thus, He Tian fashioned a new one for her. Next, he cut a piece of cotton cloth slightly larger than the bamboo tube, soaked it in soapy water, and allowed it to dry before inserting it into the bamboo, ensuring a snug fit against the tube's cross-section. Following this, he filled the tube with crushed charcoal, dry sawdust, and cotton fluff. This bamboo tube now serves as the essential component of the gas mask, the filter that covers the mouth and nose. The filtering materials, including charcoal, sawdust, and cotton, will effectively remove the toxic smoke. Additionally, a protective face shield must be affixed to the bamboo filter. This part of the process is relatively straightforward. He selected a piece of elastic leather. It need not be large or of superior quality, as it is intended for single use and will be discarded afterward. Thus, He Tian typically utilizes squirrel skin for this purpose. Tailor the leather according to the shape of the face, and cut a hole slightly smaller than a bamboo tube in the center. Insert the bamboo tube, sealing the joint of the leather and tube with an adhesive made from a mixture of fish skin and pine resin, allowing it to dry thoroughly to ensure a proper seal. During this process, it may be necessary to apply additional layers of adhesive. Next, take a piece of cotton cloth, cut it into uniform size and shape, and sew it to the leather, leaving an opening. When needed, insert the cotton cloth soaked in soapy water between the leather and the cotton. The outer layer of leather not only serves a sealing function but also protects against acid corrosion. The layer of cotton soaked in soapy water filters toxic gases, safeguarding the skin of the face. In addition to the gas mask, goggles are essential. Otherwise, the noxious fumes will render the eyes nearly useless, making it impossible to see the path ahead. The goggles are also crafted from bamboo. However, this is not the entirety of the protective gear. Before ascending the volcano, one must don a mask that covers the entire face, leaving only 3 openings for the eyes and mouth, before putting on the goggles and mask. It is crucial to secure the cuffs and collar of clothing tightly to eliminate any gaps. Even then, it remains a challenge to guarantee immunity from the corrosive gases. Ultimately, it hinges on fortune. With the most vital equipment prepared, one can embark on the journey. In addition to provisions, charcoal, warm clothing, bedding, and a tent, He Tian also brings along a canoe. Beneath the small boat, a wooden sled is fastened, equipped with a pair of steel ice blades, tethered to the sled of the larger rice-laden vehicle. Supplies such as the tent and food are divided into two portions, one placed on the sled and the other in the canoe. Departing before dawn, they traverse the frozen river's surface, taking a moment to rest at noon before continuing their expedition. The closer one approaches the upstream, the narrower the river becomes, and the snow upon its surface is swept away by the wind, making the flow of the rice swift. In the narrowest section, a mere 5 or 6 meters separates the sheer cliffs on either bank, where the withered branches of the trees seem almost to touch. As dusk descends, the river widens somewhat, extending approximately 2 to 3 kilometers. He Tian urges the rice across to the opposite shore, where a dilapidated wooden cabin stands amidst the trees. This will be their refuge for the night. The cabin has not been maintained for nearly 2 years. It is drafty, and a thin layer of snow blankets the floor, with snow filling the gaps between the wooden planks. Once the snow freezes solid, it creates a seal, preventing any more from drifting inside. In the center of the cabin stands a worn iron stove. He Tian adds 2 pieces of charcoal, igniting a fire that melts some snow into water, which she then uses to prepare a pot of meat porridge. In the evening, they spread pine branches on the floor beside the stove and crawl into their deer fur sleeping bags. He Tian and Xian rest on one side of the stove, while the rice settles on the other. The next morning, they resume their journey. After 2 hours, they emerge from the forest. The path through the woods is easily identifiable, leading straight from the back of the cabin to the other side of the trees. The coniferous trees lining the path have all been felled to a height of about a person, with some stumps sprouting new branches. He Tian explains that this route was cleared by her grandparents in their youth. As hunting was unnecessary in this forest, they sought merely to pass through swiftly, creating the most direct path by felling all the trees along the way and constructing a cabin at the forest's edge. The endeavor took them nearly half a year. Yet it was clearly a worthwhile endeavor. Rice can swiftly pull sleds along the narrow 1-meter-wide forest path. Upon emerging from the woods, they encounter a frozen pond. They lift the canoe down to the water's edge, crossing the pond before hoisting it back onto the shore to continue their journey, only to find another pond ahead. As dusk approaches, they arrive at the bank of a river. This river remains unfrozen, with only about a meter of the banks coated in ice, while the water flows steadily at its center, enveloped in wisps of white steam. Numerous ravens perch upon the trees by the riverside, and not far away, a towering tree cradles a massive nest, into which a bald eagle is soaring. Beneath that grand tree stands a modest cabin, slightly better than a mere shed. This is to be their lodging for the night. He Tian ushers Rice inside the cabin. The mischievous ravens take delight in teasing, with a few already attempting to tug at the fur on Rice's tail. What accounts for the abundance of ravens in this locale? Xian surveys the trees lining both banks, spotting black dots that signify the presence of ravens everywhere. These birds occasionally emit their peculiar calls. When one squawks, the entire flock soon follows suit, creating an oddly surreal spectacle. After the sun sets, the birds call out in a haunting chorus to the last rays of light, amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Beneath the unfrozen surface, last year's salmon, which had returned to spawn, lie within the river. Having spawned and perished, their bodies remain in the water, preserved by the frigid temperature of 4 to 5 degrees Celsius year-round, thus becoming sustenance for the bald eagles. The ravens stand vigil here, awaiting the moment a bald eagle seizes a fish, at which point they swarm in to snatch it away. He Tian and Xian approach the riverbank, where indeed, many remnants of large salmon lay frozen upon the snowy ground. Once the dead fish were retrieved, they quickly became as hard as stone. However, the ravens and eagles, equipped with sharp beaks and talons, were capable of tearing the fish flesh apart. Some of the fish meat still retained copious amounts of blood, which, after being snatched and fought over by the ravens, was spilled onto the snow. The following day, they left their sleds behind in the wooden cabin and continued their ascent by boat. He Tian and Xian loaded their belongings onto a small canoe, each taking a position at either end, rowing upstream against the current. Dami bravely leapt into the river, swimming closely behind the boat. He Tian secured its leash to the stern of the canoe. After approximately an hour of paddling, the water's flow began to slow, and the river widened, gradually transforming into a lake. The water temperature rose as well, with steam rising thickly from the surface, creating a warm, pleasant breeze that caressed their faces, as if every pore had opened. After some time, He Tian and Xian, feeling the heat, shed their deer-hide coats and loosened their leg bindings, their bodies and faces glistening with sweat, while the warm mist enveloped them in a damp embrace. He Tian exchanged the paddle for a long bamboo pole, standing in the center of the canoe to propel it forward. At this moment, the fog on the lake was so dense that visibility was limited to just 2 or 3 meters. Xian could not fathom how He Tian was discerning their direction, for the lake was a smooth expanse devoid of islets, aquatic plants, or driftwood, merely a blanket of profound silence, occasionally pierced by distant bird calls. With a hint of pride, He Tian revealed that this was the benefit of experience. The surroundings were enveloped in an almost otherworldly stillness, broken only by the sound of the canoe gliding through the water and Dami's movements. At that moment, the vessel trembled gently, as if its hull had encountered something beneath the surface, causing Xian's heart to race. Yet, she heard He Tian exclaim, "We have arrived." With determination, she plunged the bamboo pole into the muddy bank, removed her boots and hung them around her neck, then hastily shed her leather and cotton trousers. Despite the mist enveloping the scene, Xian caught sight of 2 long, fair legs, nearly gasping in surprise. She promptly turned away, lowering her head to untie her boot laces, only to hear He Tian leap into the water. The boat swayed slightly, and Xian gripped the edge, her heart pounding in sync with the vessel's movement. Soon, the sound of He Tian wading through the water reached her ears. From the sound, it seemed the water was only slightly above her knees, with a thick yet delicate mud coating the riverbed, though it was not particularly deep. An image formed in Xian's mind. He Tian strong, pale legs traversing the warm water, her feet sinking into the mud, stirring it up and clouding the water, the murky swirls diffusing between her moving legs. As He Tian climbed ashore, she curiously wondered why Xian had not followed her, for she was usually quite swift in her movements. Xian? Through the mist, she could not discern the situation on the boat. Xian replied quietly, I can't seem to untie my shoelaces. I will be there shortly." Gradually, the vegetation along the shore thickened, the grasses and trees becoming more abundant. However, no matter the species, these trees were not particularly tall. They were part of a newly sprouted forest. 20 years ago, a volcanic eruption occurred, though it was not particularly large. However, it triggered a landslide that buried the original forest and its inhabitants. He Tian informed Xian as they ventured into the woods. Enveloped in an enchanting aura, the forest seemed to repel the dense fog that lingered by the lakeside, causing the white mist to dissipate and allowing the forest to re-emerge. Yet, there was no significant snow within the woods. A thick layer of pine needles blanketed the ground, while the light snow melted into mere puddles by the time it reached Xian. After passing through He Tian and Dami's simple straw sandals sufficed, rendering snowboards unnecessary. The trees were not heavily laden with snow. The snow atop the branches of evergreens, such as pines and firs, melted into water, which dripped from the vibrant green foliage and froze again, forming ice balls the size of walnuts, glistening and transparent. Occasionally, one would fall and strike their heads as they passed beneath the trees. At times, when sunlight illuminated the ice balls just right, they refracted tiny rainbows. It seemed that the magic of this forest extended beyond merely dispelling fog. Gazing upward, the sky appeared exceptionally blue, and the sunlight shone as brilliantly as if it were not winter. They found a high ground within the woods, cleared away the underbrush, leveled the ground, and erected a tent, deciding to spend the night there. Shortly after the campsite was prepared, as the sun began its descent, He Tian kindled a campfire outside the tent. Perhaps due to their proximity to the lakeside, or perhaps because magma flowed silently beneath the forest, the air remained surprisingly warm, with no sudden drop in temperature. After He Tian brought the small boat ashore, he left his bamboo pole at the riverbank, tying a fishing line to it with a small piece of cured meat suspended from the hook. Even from a distance, the sound of something thrashing beneath the water could be heard. Xian tugged at the fishing line, revealing a slender fish, writhing like a serpent, measuring about 70 to 80 centimeters in length. The fish's fins flared open on either side of its belly as it struggled, resembling the delicate, transparent wings of a dragonfly or some other insect. He Tian did not simply remove the fish from the hook. Instead, he deftly severed its head with a knife. The fish's head was diminutive, its mouth still twitching open and closed. He Tian cast the hook, still bearing the fish's head, back into the water. After eviscerating the fish, its pale pink dorsal fin continued to gently undulate, akin to a small folding fan perpetually opening and closing. Xian secured a rope to a bucket, casting it into the lake to draw up water. He Tian scooped some mud from the lakeside and placed it in another bucket along with the fish. Subsequently, he filtered the water retrieved from the lake through cotton gauze, set a kettle over the fire, and as the water began to boil, added several dried rose buds and slices of dried apple. Once the water was ready, they each poured a kettle's worth into their water bottles, storing them in insulated bags nestled within their down sleeping bags, ensuring a warm nest for the night. They then poured themselves each a cup, sipping leisurely while awaiting the food to roast. Tomorrow, they would row further upstream, hoping to avoid any encounters with bears. He Tian savored his tea, prodding the clumps of mud in the campfire with a stick to ensure they roasted evenly. Though it was winter, the bears would still awaken, either from hunger or disturbed by some noise. He Tian gazed vacantly at the flickering campfire. When Xian reminded her about the fish, was it not done yet? Indeed, the fish was perfectly cooked, as was the potato. With a stick, He Tian deftly extracted the potatoes and clumps of mud from the ashes of the fire, casually picking up a stone to shatter the hardened mud. The delightful aroma of the fish wafted into the air, mingling with the scent of pine needles. The clay, now charred and solidified into a crust, cracked open, taking with it the delicate scales and skin of the fish, revealing its tender, fragrant flesh. The saltiness and the unique fragrance of the pine needles had infused the fish, perhaps due to the mineral-rich sediments of the lake, or maybe the fish's own exquisite texture. Xian found the fish unusually sweet and fresh today. The only imperfection was the burnt, charred skin of the potato, which carried a hint of bitterness, yet this minor flaw was easily overlooked. As the two savored their dinner, their rice also appeared to relish the feast. The woods were abundant with tender twigs, which the rice consumed with unceasing enthusiasm, its munching audible even as it settled into its sleeping bag. At dawn the next day, before the sun had risen and as the campfire dwindled to embers, He Tian and Xian awoke. They rekindled the fire to boil water, filling 2 bottles, and prepared a porridge using dried potatoes, jerky, and a bit of millet soaked from the previous night. After satisfying their appetites, they set off once more. After packing up the tent, He Tian collected the warm ashes from the fire into an iron bucket. Upon reaching the lakeside, she pulled up a bamboo pole that had been planted in the ground. And once again, a fish was caught. She cleaned and prepared the fish, burying it whole within the bucket of ashes. This marks the luncheon of the day. At this moment, the sun emerged, and the mist over the lake began to dissipate. 2 individuals rowed a boat, with the rice swimming in the water, continuing their journey northward. Approximately 2 hours later, the scenery transformed once more. The surface of the lake gradually narrowed, adorned with islands of various sizes. Some resembled small isles, crowned with rocks and tall pines, where squirrels frolicked among the branches, while others appeared as small tufts of grass, concealing waterfowl with slender beaks amongst the greenery. At midday, they paused for rest beside a small islet, having traversed over 2 hours without interruption. He Tian pulled the rice ashore, allowing it to graze on hay and the bark of shrubs, while she and Xian settled in the boat to enjoy their meal. Xian gazed at the lake's panorama, unable to suppress a longing to know how this place would transform in the spring and summer. It surely must be more beautiful than now. He Tian dipped her hand into the water, feeling its warmth. She tilted the bucket into the lake, rinsing away the ashes, then split the fish, tearing off its skin, dividing it evenly with Xian. After their respite, they resumed their journey. As dusk approached, they finally arrived at the foot of the volcano, the destination of their expedition. At the base, lakes of various sizes were scattered like stars, lightly veiled by a thin layer of snow, with many areas revealing the tawny hue of dried grass, while some lake edges hinted at a tinge of green. The atmosphere here was warmer, yet more perilous. The wind wafting from the mountain peak occasionally carried a faint scent of sulfur. From this vantage point, the summit seemed almost within reach, with the portions obscured by white mist concealing the natural sulfur deposits within. In addition to the myriad of lakes, there exist numerous natural springs. At times, the white spring water would erupt suddenly, resembling a fountain, accompanied by the pungent scent of sulfur and scalding temperatures that could prove lethal. That evening, He Tian and his companions camped by the largest lake at the foot of the mountain. The vicinity was teeming with small creatures, besides sparrows and white-eyed tits. There were also several wild rabbits. Remarkably, These animals exhibited little fear of humans. Some sparrows even ventured close, hoping to peck at the millet soaking in their pot. He Tian set a trap in the thicket, scarcely 10 meters from their campsite, and soon ensnared a wild rabbit, which subsequently became the centerpiece of their dinner. At the break of dawn the following day, He Tian and Xian, donning gas masks that had been soaked in soapy water the previous night and carrying wicker baskets, commenced their ascent toward the volcano. As they climbed to the mid-slope, the acrid smoke grew increasingly overwhelming. Even through their masks, the stench of sulfur was palpable, and the heat intensified. The mountain offered no discernible path, merely scattered stones of various sizes. Further up, glimpses of fiery red magma could be seen trickling through the crevices of the rocks. As they ascended, they had to prod the ground ahead with sticks to ensure their footing. After a grueling half-hour climb, they finally beheld the natural sulfur deposits. Yellow mineral blocks lay strewn about the cave's entrance, from which smoke and flames billowed. Peering deeper into the cave, they observed the magma bubbling vigorously, glowing with a vivid red hue. Fortunately, the radiant magma illuminated their surroundings, preventing them from losing their way amidst the thick smoke. Xian took over, gesturing to He Tian to collect the fractured mineral stones into their basket. With her immense strength, the sulfur ores quickly tumbled down, clattering as they fell, and He Tian diligently collected them into her basket. The journey from home to this place had taken several days. Yet the task of gathering sulfur was completed in a mere few minutes, filling their baskets to the brim. He Tian gestured to Xian, and the two, hand in hand, carefully supported one another as they began their descent down the mountain. Each basket of sulfur weighed approximately 50 to 60 pounds, and the path down was fraught with difficulty. With every step, loose stones cascaded down into the valley below. He Tian was drenched in sweat, the weight of the heavy basket pressing painfully on her shoulders and neck, while the collar of her garment chafed against her skin, causing an increasing itch. Tears streamed down her face, blurring her vision, yet she forced her eyes open, knowing they could not afford to linger here. After another 10 minutes, her knees and thighs began to tremble. He Tian's breathing grew labored, compelling her to slow her pace, at times relying on the rocky terrain for support. Navigating such a steep descent demanded utmost caution. A fall would be disastrous, not merely for her, but for the precious sulfur that would be lost if it tumbled down the mountainside. As she paused to catch her breath while leaning against a rock, Xian approached from behind and lifted her basket. With their masks preventing any verbal communication, He Tian shook her head and gestured frantically, but Xian paid her no mind. Instead, she removed He Tian's basket and placed her own on the ground. Using the iron rod that He Tian had employed to pry the sulfur as a yoke, securing both baskets to either end before hoisting them onto her shoulder. At that moment, she gestured for He Tian to lead the way. Unable to entangle herself further with her, He Tian had no choice but to forge ahead, seeking a safe path, clearing the slippery stones to make it easier for Xian to traverse. She had intended to wait until Xian grew fatigued before shouldering her own burden again, but to her surprise, Xian did not pause for a moment until they reached the foot of the mountain. Removing their masks, the two of them inhaled deeply the considerably fresher air, then took out handkerchiefs to wipe the sweat from their brows and faces. "You possess remarkable strength," He Tian gasped, feeling a tinge of regret and fear. She realized that her earlier greed had been ill-advised, as she had taken more than she usually did. In the past, when she accompanied her grandmother, they had each carried no more than 3/4 of a basket. Today, halfway down the mountain, He Tian nearly contemplated discarding some stones to lighten her load. Each trip was arduous, and if she were to venture alone next time, it would undoubtedly be even more challenging. Yet, the hunters in the forest should not entertain such greedy thoughts. Xian, also drenched in sweat but breathing steadily, covered her mouth and nose with her handkerchief, urging, "Let us proceed swiftly. Just hold on a little longer." He Tian was resolute this time. She would not allow Xian to bear 2 baskets alone. She shouldered the heavy stones once more, gritting her teeth as she descended step by step. Upon locating the rice and placing the baskets on the sled it dragged, He Tian felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the snowy ground and loosening her collar to breathe heavily. Xian sat beside her, retrieving her water bottle, opening it, and offering it to He Tian. He Tian gulped down several mouthfuls, her hand trembling around the bottle. Xian hesitated for a moment, gently stroking He Tian's back. "Are you feeling better?" He Tian nodded and handed her the water bottle. The natural sulfur ore exhibited a range of yellows, with the deepest hues resembling a vibrant orange red. Surprisingly, it bore no dreadful odor. In fact, it was quite mild compared to gaseous substances. He Tian broke the ore into smaller pieces, dividing them into several portions and placing them into specially crafted wooden boxes. Each box measured approximately 30 to 40 centimeters in length and width, lined with hay and bits of cotton, then secured with grass twine over the lid. Once this task was completed, she and Xian removed the protective leather garments they had worn while collecting sulfur, using damp cloths to brush off the volcanic ash and various mineral dust from head to toe. Tonight, we shall indulge in some delectable food and enjoy a soak in the hot springs, He Tian declared, patting her hunting rifle. I noticed some deer tracks nearby. Heh. Before pursuing the deer, they initially ate some smoked meat and oatmeal, along with porridge made from millet to satiate their hunger. After lunch, Xian nestled inside the tent and soon fell asleep. Not long after, a gunshot echoed, startling her awake. He Tian had indeed succeeded in hunting a deer, and it was quite substantial, weighing around 40 to 50 pounds. Even more delightful was the fact that she had struck the deer in the head, ensuring the entire hide could be utilized. Xian assisted He Tian in transporting the deer to the lakeside, where they skinned it, using a handful of hay dipped in the snow to clean the hide. They then severed 2 legs to prepare for dinner, while the remaining deer meat was wrapped in hay, placed in a wooden box, and covered with a layer of snow, ready for their journey back. He Tian gathered some branches and constructed a makeshift grilling rack over the bonfire, placing 2 deer legs on it to roast gently. First, she brushed a layer of goose fat onto the meat, followed by a sprinkle of salt and chili powder. The deer leg meat is firm and lean. The application of goose fat prevents it from becoming overly dry and enhances its aroma. She also sliced off a piece of breast meat, mincing it into a meat paste, and seasoned it with finely diced pickled radish. Finally, she mashed the soaked oats into a paste with a spoon. Although incorporating a bit of flour or potato starch would yield more visually appealing dumplings, the soaked oats exude a white, sticky juice, providing a delightful chewiness to the dumplings. He Tian mixed the meat paste thoroughly until no liquid was visible, then shaped a small portion, slightly larger than a fingertip, into a ball in her palm. Placing it on a plate, she intended to steam these balls later to bring along as snacks for the journey the next day, or to cook them in boiling water with potato noodles to create a soup. She also hung a kettle of water over the fire to prevent the flames from scorching the deer legs. Having completed her preparations, the sun had yet to set. The shadows of the reeds and various wild grasses by the lakeside were elongated by the evening sun, while a gentle mist hovered over the water like delicate veils, slowly drifting and shifting shape. Among the hazy white fog, remnants of aquatic plants and withered leaves could be discerned, their outlines becoming abstract and mysterious with the occasional breeze. In the distance, returning birds called out, mingling with the sounds of unknown creatures. He Tian placed her change of undergarments, a pot of warm water, a loofah, and soap into a wooden tub, shedding her outer garments and loosening her braid. She carried the tub towards a cluster of reeds by the lake. Xian, as usual, dawdled and hesitated, prompting He Tian to call out to her several times, but she remained unhurried, eventually proceeding on her own. As He Tian walked, she glanced back, and it was only when she reached the edge of the reeds that Xian leisurely approached with the tub in tow. Come here. There are no sudden scalding springs here. He Tian parted the reeds and stepped inside, brushing off the snow accumulated on the reed heads. She shed her clothes and draped them over the reeds, stepping into the water, where the warm liquid enveloped her calves, eliciting soft murmurs of comfort. The silt from the lake bed crept between her toes, causing a ticklish sensation on the soles of her feet. The lake here was not very deep, only just below her shoulders, and the edges of this small pool were grazed with large stones, perfectly suited as makeshift seats. The wooden tub floated on the water's surface, and she pushed it towards the center of the pool, turning to wipe the moss off the stones submerged in the water. The water was slightly murky, but that was of no concern, it would soon clear up. Now, she slowly lowered herself into the water, allowing her body to acclimate to the temperature. As she settled in, the warmth caused her to exclaim softly once more. It was simply delightful. She felt a sense of joy upon discovering this exquisite bathing spot. The lakeside pool was nearly circular, with only a small opening connecting it to the heart of the lake. The hot spring water bubbling from the lake bed mingled with the coolness, creating a temperature just perfect for bathing. Tall reeds surrounded the pool, shielding it from the wind even as the sun dipped below the horizon. She relished the moment until she heard the sound of Xian entering the water. Xian? Where are you? The steam enveloped the pool, and the towering reeds obstructed the cold breeze from the outside, preventing the vapor from dissipating. The mist above the pool was even thicker than that on the lake's surface, making it difficult for He Tian to discern Xian's location. I'm right here. By the sound of her voice, it seemed Xian dared not venture deeper, remaining at the water's edge. He Tian waved her towel, attempting to disperse some of the white mist. The water isn't deep. It only reaches my shoulders. Come over. Don't be afraid. After a moment of hesitation, Xian approached. He Tian then pushed the wooden bucket between them. I brought hot tea. Give it a try. Oh. Xian picked up the water bottle, twisted it open, and took a few sips. It's delicious. What did you put in it? Haha, blueberries, red dates, mint, and after the tea cooled a bit, I added some honey. At that moment, He Tian noticed that Xian had entered the water still wearing a thin garment. The white sleeves, now damp, had turned semi-transparent, clinging to her ivory arms. While the lower part of her body remained obscured, it was reasonable to assume she had donned trousers as well. Why are you still wearing clothes? He Tian inquired. Even through the hazy veil of mist, obscuring Xian's visage, one could discern her discomfort. After all, they were outdoors. How could this be? He Tian chuckled softly, reassuring her that it was perfectly all right, emphasizing that her comfort was paramount. The notion of bathing in the open air might indeed be a challenging one for Xian to embrace. Yet, He Tian mused, during the height of summer, they would venture to the mountain stream for a dip. At that moment, a pang of wistfulness struck her. Alas, where would Xian find herself when summer finally arrived? Shaken from her reverie, she shook her head, inhaled deeply, and submerged herself in the water, dampening her hair, gently massaging in soap, and moving toward the pool's edge. I'm going to wash my hair, she announced. Oh, very well, Xian replied. He Tian intended to wash her hair at the pool's edge to avoid disturbing the water's clarity. But Xian seemed to misinterpret this as a cue to designate separate bathing spaces. She stood still, mimicking He Tian's actions, submerging her head and beginning to wash her hair. After finishing her own hair, He Tian sat on a stone at the edge of the pool and called out to Xian, could you come over and help me scrub my back? Scrub? How do I do that? Xian inquired. With a loofah, of course. Come here, and I'll show you. Xian hesitated for a moment before approaching, standing there in a daze. The mist by the pool had thinned considerably, and although Xian towered over He Tian, she seemed to shrink back, either from the chill or perhaps from shyness, revealing only her shoulders above the waterline. The garment she wore clung to her shoulders, accentuating her modesty. He Tian extended her arm and gestured with the loofah, demonstrating the motion, up and down, or side to side. Oh, whichever you prefer, just scrub the entire back. Once finished, I shall assist you as well. After saying this, she took Xian's hand and pressed the loofah into her grasp. In truth, she had long wished to invite her to scrub her back during their last bath on New Year's. However, they were not yet well acquainted, having known each other for less than 100 days. Now, however, it was different. They had spent nearly an entire winter together. This bond had been forged through the capture of nearly 400 minks together, so surely, scrubbing each other's backs would pose no issue. Oh, Xian grasped the loofah and vigorously scrubbed the inner side of her arm a few times. Is this how it's done? Before He Tian could respond, Xian tossed aside the loofah and let out a startled yelp, stepping back as she pointed at the fine, grayish-white threads on her arm, exclaiming, "What is this? It's so dirty." He Tian retrieved the loofah floating in the water, seized Xian's arm, and scrubbed her a few more times, causing even more thin strands of gray to fall in response to her outcry. What's all this fuss about? It's not a parasite, He Tian reassured her. It's merely the accumulation of oil and dead skin that has accumulated over the entire winter. Gripping Xian's arm firmly to prevent her from squirming, He Tian lifted it slightly higher and pushed her sleeve towards her armpit. In a few swift motions, she thoroughly scrubbed Xian's entire arm, and the gray residue cascaded down like fine threads, transforming Xian's ivory skin to a delicate shade of pink. Throughout this process, Xian emitted a series of strange sounds, a mixture of astonishment and mild disgust. How could I be so dirty? She had already explained that it was not dirt, but rather the loosened dead skin softened by hot water, merely appearing a bit alarming. At that moment, He Tian found Xian to be somewhat overly sensitive, likely having never bathed in her life. It was no wonder, as this fellow even wore long sleeves while showering. He Tian grasped one of Xian's arms and wiped it down, then took hold of the other, lifting the sleeve to continue. Soon, both of her arms were a rosy hue. Isn't this how you bathe there? No. Amidst the swirling mist, Xian's cheeks were flushed. Uncertain whether it was due to accepting that her skin could harbor mud as thick as a string or perhaps for some other reason. She turned her face away, tilting her head, her gaze fixed on the vapor floating above them. He Tian chuckled softly, observing the small droplets cascading from Xian's dark hair and eyebrows. She appeared dazed, unaware of the need to wipe them away. After finishing with her arms, He Tian intended to ask if she should wipe her back first. But Xian took the loofah and inquired, "Is this the right amount of pressure?" "Yes." He Tian turned around, gathering her damp hair at the nape of her neck, twisting the ends atop her head several times, and securing it with a slender reed into a bun. As she styled her hair, water splashed from her arms, falling onto the surface, causing Xian to flinch as droplets hit her eyes, turning her face away to wipe them. "I'm sorry. I'm fine. You. Turn around, and I'll wipe your back," Xian said, pressing on He Tian's shoulder to turn her away. By now, twilight was approaching, and through the hazy mist, the sky transformed into shades of purple and blue, with streaks of orange clouds lingering at the horizon. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the gentle sound of water as Xian moved. He Tian sighed inwardly, reminiscing that the last person to help her wash her back was her grandmother. In truth, one could easily fashion a small bamboo stick to bind to a loofah and wash their back independently. Yet how could one achieve the same level of cleanliness as when aided by another? There is quite a lot of grime, isn't there? It cannot possibly exceed what I had just now. Ha. Hey, you wouldn't think me dirty, would you? You didn't mind it a moment ago. He Tian chuckled, relishing Xian's attentive service, and added, "I'll wash your back later." Xian paused momentarily, muffled in her response. "No? Why not?" She turned her head. "Don't look over here. Stand still." Her tone suddenly turned stern. He Tian shrugged and chuckled lightly. After Xian resumed her task for a few moments, He Tian abruptly spun around and embraced Xian, exclaiming, "Ha ha." Xian, startled, instinctively clutched her chest and stumbled backward, slipping in the water and awkwardly submerging with only her head above the surface. The mischievous He Tian pointed and laughed heartily at Xian's predicament, teasing, "You're bathing in your clothes, and yet you're clutching a stick. Are you afraid of monsters lurking in the water?" Xian's face turned crimson, her lips forming a pout as she huffed indignantly, unexpectedly letting out a loud cry, her fists angrily pounding the surface of the water, sending splashes that drenched He Tian's face and hair. As He Tian laughed, while wiping the water from her face, Xian swiftly turned and dove into the water, swimming away. He Tian chuckled softly twice before realizing that Xian was genuinely upset. She picked up the floating loofah pulp from the water's surface and silently wiped her body. After a while, He Tian sensed something was amiss. She initially thought that Xian, in her anger, had left the water without washing up, but when she looked around, Xian was nowhere to be seen. Although her fresh clothes still hung on the reeds, the lake's surface lay tranquil. Xian? Suddenly, He Tian felt a rush of panic. Could it be that this young lady, in a fit of anger, had swum towards the center of the lake and drowned? At that moment, He Tian recalled that she had never inquired whether Xian could swim. Frantic, He Tian swiftly swam towards the lake's heart, where a mist rose, shrouding everything in a veil of white, and the sky was growing dim. How could she possibly search for her now? Just as her anxiety peaked, Xian's head emerged from a short distance away, waving both hands. In her grasp was something resembling a coarse branch, from which muddy water continued to drip. "I'm fine. There's lotus root." Xian slowly swam closer, halting a few meters from He Tian, and tossed the muddy stick towards her. "Catch. Clean it up. It's quite delicious." This time, Xian did not venture far. She submerged near a water plant with large, withered leaves and soon resurfaced with another muddy stick, which she referred to as lotus root. Many tubers of plants are edible and rich in starch, so Xian's claim seemed plausible. Well, let us tentatively believe that this hard, nut-like object might indeed be edible, considering it was partly responsible for her earlier vexation. Xian responded from a distance with a casual acknowledgement. As He Tian cut into the venison, she glanced down at her own chest, and, reflecting on Xian's earlier reaction, began to understand a little better. The chest of Xian is remarkably flat. Just moments ago, through the mist of water and the fabric of her clothing, a mere glance revealed its pitiably flat nature, devoid of any gentle curves. In fact, it bore a striking resemblance to her arms, which showcased distinct muscular lines. Upon reflection, He Tian's arms exhibited prominent blue veins. Were it not for her fair and delicate skin, they would scarcely resemble those of a young woman. It is no wonder she is capable of lifting 2 baskets single-handedly. Nor is it surprising that she appears displeased. The soup made from lotus root and meaty bones is undeniably exquisite, and He Tian, after tasting a piece of the pockmarked root, instantly fell in love with its starchy sweetness. When lotus seeds are soaked, their cores extracted, and then simmered with tremella, red dates, or dried longan, the result is a delightful sweet soup. Currently, we are consuming aged lotus root, though the tender variety is far superior. Sliced thinly and sprinkled with a touch of sugar, it delivers a crisp and sweet flavor, making it almost akin to fruit. Lotus root, when filled with glutinous rice and steamed, then drizzled with honey, creates a heavenly dish. Sliced and stir-fried with sweet peas, water chestnuts, and sandalwood beans. When it comes to the various ways to enjoy lotus root and seeds, Xian effortlessly enumerates several. Additionally, when lotus root is finely chopped and ground into powder, well, essentially extracting the starch yields lotus powder, which, when mixed with boiling water, becomes a fragrant and sweet delicacy. Adding osmanthus would elevate its deliciousness even further. He Tian listened, swallowing in anticipation. How could she have only just discovered such delectable treasures that had always been within her sight? Upon their arrival, they were burdened with a task. Thus, throughout their journey, they were pressed for time and lacked the leisure to indulge in exploration. On the return trip, however, they found a bountiful harvest of sulfur, preserved meticulously enough to last for 2 to 3 years. Reflecting on the impending departure of Xian after the spring, He Tian felt a twinge of melancholy, pondering when they might reunite, and thus chose to meander and enjoy the surroundings slowly. The outward journey took 3 to 4 days, while the return was extended to a full 6 days. The following afternoon, they indulged in a soak in the hot springs, and after bathing, they hurriedly washed the rice in the pool. True to He Tian's words, it was so comfortable that they found it hard to leave. Later, they ventured into the newly sprouted forest where He Tian successfully hunted a capercaillie and discovered several pine cones that had evaded the nibbling of squirrels and chipmunks. She extracted the pine nuts, placing them within the clean belly of the capercaillie, binding it with hay, and then, like their previous fish, encrusting the entire bird in mud and pine needles before roasting it over an open fire. The meat was extraordinarily delectable, wrapping the chicken, glutinous rice, mushrooms, and a hint of dried shrimp and lotus leaves. They placed it in a steamer, resulting in a fragrant dish known as lotus leaf glutinous rice chicken. She gestured to indicate the size, crafting a small parcel of such dimensions that she could consume 5 or 6 in one sitting. The lotus leaves exuded a unique, refreshing aroma. He Tian instantly grasped the general method of preparation for this dish, surmising that it likely required fresh lotus leaves, which must be washed and dried before use, as old leaves, having been subjected to frost and sun, would lack any fragrance. Indeed, Xian pondered for a moment, then smiled, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at He Tian. Tell me, do you think we could make a trip to the lakeside in the summer? Harvesting fresh lotus roots, lotus seeds, and lotus leaves. Oh, and a delightful lotus flower tea. Select a bud of the lotus flower, place a silk bag containing the tea leaves within it. Sew it shut, and after a few days, retrieve it. The tea will be infused with the fragrance of the lotus blossom. He opened his arms wide. The lotus flowers were immense, in hues of pink, white, and pale yellow. Inside were the lotus pods, which would eventually mature into seed heads. Suddenly, Xian became animated, patting He Tian's arm and exclaiming, "How did I not think of this? Your name, Xiaomi, can harvest lotus, and lotus leaves are abundant. Your name says it all. How can you not go out to gather lotus?" He Tian gazed at Xian's beaming face, initially smiling, but gradually she lowered her head, poking at the firewood in the campfire with a twig. It would be quite difficult for me to go alone to harvest the lotus. Upon hearing this, Xian fell into silence. After a while, He Tian lifted her gaze and asked, "Xian, spring is approaching swiftly. Have you decided where you wish to go?" She pressed her lips together and whispered softly, "If you wish to stay, that would be wonderful too." After saying this, she looked at Xian. Their eyes met briefly before he averted his gaze. After a moment, he replied, "Let me ponder it further." Leaving the pine forest, they continued their journey downstream. Whether it was the subtle arrival of spring's breath during their back-and-forth journey or the shift in their moods, the scenery appeared transformed. Although the banks remained cloaked in a white snowy mantle, the landscape seemed different. The withered grasses and branches near the riverbank hung with moisture, which had frozen into glistening crystals, resembling delicate glasswork. As Xian rowed, she playfully struck the small ice balls hanging from the aquatic vegetation along the shore with a twig. The ice balls tumbled into the boat with a soft splash, and Xian tossed one to Dami, who was swimming alongside. Dami, under the impression it had received a reward, eagerly submerged its head in the water to search for the ice ball. However, once it splashed into the depths, it was lost to sight. Dami turned its head in a futile quest, finally lifting its neck in disappointment with a soft grunt. Xian chuckled heartily and offered a handful of roasted soybeans to Dami. Upon reaching the forest inhabited by a flock of crows, He Tian lamented the sight of frozen fish in the refrigerator, wistfully expressing that if Xiaomi were still around, it would have been delighted, for Xiaomi had a fondness for such treats. When Xian inquired about Xiaomi and Grandma, He Tian recounted the tale. She had now reached a point where she could speak of it with calmness. It is often said that the finest physicians reside in the strongest fortresses, yet paradoxically, they are the scarcest in places where humanity faces the highest risk of injury. As they passed by the frozen pond once more, He Tian produced 2 pairs of ice skates. She first strapped a pair to her grass shoes and demonstrated a graceful glide across the ice, tracing a figure-8 pattern upon the surface, which was largely free of snow. You should give it a try? Xian secured the skates, unsteadily rising to her feet, yet soon found herself gliding with elegance and ease. They hoisted the small boat and effortlessly slid across to the opposite side of the pond. At that moment, Dami, with its hooves encased in grass sacks, was only halfway across. He Tian whistled, prompting Dami to hurry over, only to realize she had forgotten to bring the ice skates along. As He Tian reminisced about the days of yore while untying his ice skates, he recalled how, each spring, the river would swell and freeze, creating numerous small ice lakes in the woods, a perfect playground for him and his skates. Ah, the joys of childhood. Yet, it was not all blissful. Xian pondered, reflecting on his own youth, which was far busier than his present life, filled with the obligation to learn a multitude of things, often facing punishment from teachers for shortcomings. There were examinations, rankings, and the dread of not performing well, an existence fraught with anxiety, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Are all the children in your area like that? He Tian grimaced, feeling pity for the city-dwelling children. The children of the forest, he mused, lacked formal schools or teachers. Rather, their caregivers embodied the role of educators, imparting their skills and wisdom through lived experience. Xian shook his head, acknowledging that while some children merely indulged in pleasure and leisure, he abruptly paused, a sigh escaping him. His teacher had remarked that such children, if overly pampered, would grow into ineffectual adults. Once stripped of support, they become akin to fish and meat, vulnerable to being butchered. He Tian fell into a reverie, contemplating the validity of Xian's teacher's words. Yet, was it truly justifiable to resort to punishment for poor performance? How terrifying. Even now, she occasionally made spelling errors, often needing a dictionary to pronounce certain characters correctly. Not every book at home had been read with diligence, and her handwriting left much to be desired. But did any of that truly matter? Are there still examinations to become officials in your region? She inquired, having never heard of such a thing. The two exchanged smiles, a shared understanding blossoming between them. The felled tree, as long as its roots remain embedded in the soil and it has not been afflicted by pests or diseases, will continue to grow slowly, sprouting new branches. If left unattended, it will soon obstruct the pathways within the forest. Thus, He Tian and Xian, upon passing by, took out their axes and severed the newly sprouted branches. They arrived home on the morning of the 7th day. The rice had exerted considerable effort on this journey, and He Tian removed the ropes and felt pads from its body, providing it with hay and soybeans, followed by a thorough brushing with a brush made from pig bristles. Although the doors and windows of the house were not frozen shut, the water in the barrels had turned to solid ice. Before their departure, they had emptied several barrels, including draining half of the water from the fish tank, which fortunately did not crack. They rekindled the stove to warm the house. He Tian meticulously packed the sulfur ore he had gathered into several ceramic jars, sealing them and storing them separately in 2 storage sheds. In one corner of the shed, there was a ventilated space designated for the sulfur ore. He constructed a square pit with ceramic bricks, placed the jars inside, and filled the gaps between them with sand. The task of moving the ceramic jars was largely undertaken by Xian. Once the sulfur was securely arranged, the house felt slightly warmer, prompting He Tian and Xian to head towards the riverbank. On the icy surface, the fires surrounding the two ice holes were nearing extinction, and a thin crack had formed in the ice at the opening. Using a sharpened bamboo wedge, they inserted it into the crack and tapped along the edges of the ice hole, then grasped the wooden stick they had placed in the hole before leaving, rotating it from side to side, swiftly dislodging the entire layer of ice that had formed at the entrance. At this point, they could simply insert a new wooden stick. During the 10 days of their absence, the entrance of the ice cave had frozen over with a layer of ice measuring 6 to 7 centimeters. Once the ice cave was opened, the fishing net could be retrieved. This time, the net was heavier than usual. He Tian had anticipated this and brought rice to assist. Finally, the net was pulled up, revealing a large school of fish thrashing and leaping upon the ice surface for a while, only to become entangled with stones, ice, and the fishing net. He Tian and Xian collected the fish one by one into their basket, amassing a total of 20 to 30 fish of various sizes. Had the net been larger, they might have caught even more, though retrieving them would have proven more challenging. Xian smiled at He Tian for a considerable time, extending a finger to gently touch a curled strand of hair that was sticking up from her head, remarking on its beauty. After savoring the flavor of the lotus root and pork bone soup, and witnessing He Tian's appreciation for this novel ingredient, Xian ventured to dig up more lotus roots. He Tian was eager to join, but Xian cautioned her that this required considerable experience, as it could be rather perilous, thus leaving her on the shore. Concerned that the lotus roots might freeze, He Tian laid a layer of reeds in the wooden box, placing reeds between each layer of lotus roots to ensure their protection during transport. The hollow reeds provided insulation. However, upon inspection, some were still damaged by frost or broken. "Perhaps we shall try again next time," Xian remarked, gazing at He Tian. "I must wait until the spring market opens, and the fur pelts can be exchanged for money before I leave. There may be time yet." He Tian smiled quietly, choosing not to reply. Lotus root is a rather unfamiliar food to He Tian, and Xian only possesses a limited understanding of its culinary aspects, lacking any knowledge on its proper storage. Hence, she divided the lotus root into several portions and placed them in various locations, hoping that one of the methods would prove effective. Most of the lotus root was wrapped in hay and reeds and stored in the cellar, while some were placed in a clay pot with a little water, positioned in a cool, shaded area of the house. By this time, they had long surpassed the hour for lunch, prompting He Tian to inquire of Xian, "What would you like to eat?" Xian pondered for a moment and realized she had no particular craving. "Can you still make that soup with the small meatballs you prepared last time?" "Certainly," He Tian replied. She selected a fish freshly caught that very day and instructed Xian to clean it thoroughly, taking only the most succulent flesh from the sides. After mincing the fish, she seasoned it with a hint of chili powder and salt, then brought a pot of water to a boil. She took a small bowl of potato starch, scooped a spoonful of the fish paste with an iron spoon, rolled it in flour, and dropped it into the boiling water. The meatballs danced and bobbed in the water until they floated to the surface, signaling their readiness to be retrieved with a bamboo strainer and set aside for later use. Xian, observing for a while, eagerly offered her assistance, displaying a speed in crafting the meatballs that surpassed even He Tian's. Soon, all the fish paste was transformed into gleaming, smooth meatballs, which, when pinched and placed in the mouth, revealed a tender, fragrant delight. It seemed as if the sweet essence of the fish had been encapsulated within the meatballs. One fish yielded 2 large platters of meatballs. He Tian placed one platter outside to freeze, intending to store it for future use. Whenever they desired a meal, they could simply drop the frozen meatballs into boiling water to prepare them anew. She discarded the water used to boil the fish balls and replaced it with a bowl of clean water. Once it reached a boil, she added potato vermicelli and shredded pickled spicy cabbage, followed by a plate of fish balls. Thus, the bowl of vermicelli soup was completed. The fish balls glistened with a tender pink hue, while the potato vermicelli appeared plump and white, adorned with the vibrant green of the spicy cabbage and a hint of red chili, presenting an enticing sight. By the time they finished their meal, it was just past 4 in the afternoon. The sun had set, casting a golden-orange hue upon the snow outside their door. He Tian and Xian sat by the warming hearth, breaking apart a lotus seed pod to extract the lotus seeds. He Tian gazed at the dark, hard seeds with lingering doubt about their edibility. She placed the seeds into a ceramic jar, adding some water, hoping that after a night of soaking, the tough outer shells would soften, allowing the inner fruit to be extracted. Nightfall came swiftly, and He Tian, and Xian found comfort by the now warm hearth. While outside, snowflakes began to drift once again. After soaking overnight, the once hard black shells of the lotus seeds had softened slightly, and after much effort, they managed to remove the shells. To Xian's astonishment, the inner seeds were not the white he had previously encountered, but rather a dark gray. As for the lotus seed and snow fungus soup, He Tian lacked the snow fungus and had never heard of dried longan. However, she did possess red dates. They peeled the lotus seeds, discarding the cores, and cooked them together with the red dates. The resulting broth was rather unimpressive, failing to reveal the flavor of the newly discovered ingredient, only the sweetness of the red dates. Xian remarked that this was due to the age of the lotus seeds. Fresh lotus seeds are indeed delightful. In my former residence, there existed a tranquil pond adorned with a lotus flower garden. Each year, as early summer dawned, the lotus blossoms unfurled in an unceasing display of beauty. The flowers, grand in size, cradled beneath their petals the developing seed pods. Even after the blossoms withered, the small pods retained their charm. When the pods were harvested while still verdant, they were split open to reveal the tender lotus seeds within, their outer skin a delicate green that peeled away effortlessly. The seeds, pure white, offered a delightful sweetness upon tasting. Once dried, they transformed into shades of pale yellow or ivory. He Tian, with fervent resolve, endeavored to defend the exquisite flavors of his cherished delicacies, assuring himself that the unpalatable lotus seed soup might stem from overly mature seeds or perhaps the discordant nature of the plant variety, deeming this particular lotus unsuitable for consumption. Nevertheless, the flavor of lotus root remained quite agreeable. Let us experiment with lotus powder, he suggested. Previously, they had sliced the lotus root into thin discs for stir-frying, and He Tian deemed this preparation far superior to that of yellow soybean sprouts. Whether sautéed with sliced cured meats or steamed in a clay pot alongside pickled fish, dried bamboo shoots, and shiitake mushrooms, the sweet, crisp essence of the lotus root harmonized beautifully with the other ingredients. He Tian particularly relished the stir-fried combination with cured pork. He even envisioned a delightful dish for spring, where the lotus root could be preserved until then, blanched briefly, seasoned with a hint of walnut oil, and tossed with a few slices of marinated venison, culminating in a savory blend enhanced by a sprinkle of sugar. Oh, the mere thought of it evokes a tantalizing anticipation. Through various culinary experiments, He Tian has officially affirmed that lotus root is indeed a remarkably promising ingredient. The mere fact that it serves as a fresh vegetable apart from radishes and cabbages during the winter season merits serious consideration for cultivation. However, how does one go about planting lotus root? Xian found himself entirely at a loss. As for the process of making lotus root powder, he could not articulate the specifics, yet He Tian, having previously extracted potato and sweet potato starch, could venture a rough idea. They peeled the lotus roots, chopped them into small pieces, and placed them into a hand-cranked grinder to reduce them to a pulp. After adding a bit of water and allowing it to soak for a while, a milky liquid began to flow from the lotus root mash. That was the starch contained within. In a ceramic basin, they laid a piece of cotton cloth, poured in the lotus root residue, tied the cloth tightly, and pressed it vigorously, causing the liquid to flow out incessantly. The basin was then set aside to rest for approximately an hour, allowing the starch to settle and separate from the water, thus forming the nascent lotus root powder. He Tian carefully scooped out the water that floated on top, leaving behind a fine, dark pink paste at the bottom of the basin. She retrieved a large bamboo tray, typically used for drying potato and sweet potato starch, and with a wooden spoon, transferred the paste onto the tray, spreading it evenly. The water dripped steadily from the paste into the large wooden basin placed beneath the bamboo tray. She then gently pressed down on the paste with the wooden spoon to facilitate the escape of excess moisture. Ideally, the extraction of starch should be conducted during the summer months when the weather is warm and the days are long. It is not impossible to carry out this process in winter. However, one must resort to drying it on a stove using the heat from charcoal. Before retiring for the night, He Tian moved the bamboo tray to the stove, propping it up with a few wooden blocks to ensure it received warmth while allowing for adequate ventilation. Upon awakening the following day, she would stir the paste in the bamboo tray and continue the drying process. Once the powder from the lotus root has entirely dried and transformed into a fine dust, the extraction of starch is successfully completed. Lacking osmanthus, He Tian, however, possesses some wild rose blossoms and rosebud petals harvested in early summer. She blends a portion of the lotus powder with the rosebud petals and pours the mixture into a bamboo jar, sealing it tightly. She hopes that this jar of lotus powder will absorb the fragrance of the rosebuds, transforming into rose-infused lotus powder. The remaining lotus powder is stored carefully. The last layer brushed off the bamboo tray with a small brush made of squirrel tail fur is placed into 2 ceramic bowls, accompanied by sugar. After boiling a pot of water, she gradually adds it to the bowls while stirring, just as Xian suggested. Indeed, the powder in the bowls metamorphoses into a translucent and viscous paste. Scooping a spoonful to her nose, she inhales the rich aroma before it cools. Taking a sip reveals a smooth, sweet taste, with an even more pronounced fragrance, an advantage that surpasses potato and sweet potato starch. He Tian embraces Xian tightly, exclaiming how delicious it is. Xian chuckles, his cheeks slightly flushed. As March unfolds, the sunlight noticeably lengthens. Yet, the frozen river shows no signs of thawing. On their way to collect sulfur, they dash upstream across the icy river, passing by 2 particularly close cliffs. Xian muses that if a bridge or some other structure could be erected there, it would facilitate crossing to the opposite bank. With the river still frozen, they should act swiftly. He Tian's grandparents once contemplated constructing a bridge there, yet the cliffs lacked sufficiently tall trees, and the prospect of transporting timber from distant locations proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Consequently, they gathered a considerable amount of long vines with the intention of weaving them into a vine net bridge, upon which wooden planks could be laid. However, before the vine net could be completed, the grandfather passed away, and the endeavor was left unmentioned. Nevertheless, Xian seemed resolute in his determination to build the bridge. He urged He Tian to search through a cluttered, cobweb-laden shack where they uncovered the long vines. There were more than a dozen large baskets filled with these vines, each weighing heavily, posing a dilemma regarding their transportation even after weaving. Undeterred by these concerns, Xian meticulously extracted the vine strips, wholly dedicated to crafting the vine ropes. This time, his performance surpassed that of his previous attempt at weaving straw sandals. After all, it merely required braiding 4 vine strips into a single rope. When one strip was nearly depleted, he would tie a knot with a new strip, seamlessly continuing the weaving process. This was significantly simpler than crafting straw sandals. Thus, for over a week, aside from daily activities such as fishing, fetching water, and cleaning, Xian and He Tian spent their time indoors weaving the vines. The coarse vines, having aged for many years, retained both resilience and hardness, making them difficult to manipulate. Often, they required pounding with a wooden mallet to soften them sufficiently for bending and shaping as desired. After weaving for 10 to 20 minutes, their fingers would ache from the strain of twisting the thick, rigid vines, and even with the aid of pliers, relief was minimal. It was at this moment that He Tian realized the extraordinary willpower possessed by Xian. He could sit there endlessly weaving. When his fingers ached, he would rub them, and when his neck hurt, he would twist his head and continue. However, He Tian was not the same. She would occasionally rise to brew tea for the 2, then prepare lunch, and soon after suggest, "Shall we make some delightful desserts?" Xian lifted his head. "Sure. What do you wish to create?" He Tian countered. "What would you like to eat?" Xian pondered for a moment. "I used to enjoy a particular cake filled with chestnuts and red beans. Although I can't recall what else was included. It was sweet, semi-transparent, not overly sweet, with a hint of floral fragrance. It would pair perfectly with afternoon tea." He hesitated. "However, it might be rather time-consuming to prepare. You wouldn't find it tedious, would you?" "Not at all," He Tian replied, already contemplating how to make this cake. When asking Xian for details, he could only describe the texture and flavor of the delicacy, as well as its appearance. He was unable to clarify the specific ingredients or whether it was steamed or baked. He Tian retrieved various ingredients and stood thoughtfully at the stove while Xian chuckled softly. Weaving was both tiring and monotonous. Allowing He Tian to rest and prepare something delectable for everyone was a win-win situation. Thus, he contemplated a dish that was not so easily made. After a moment of reflection, He Tian had a clear idea. The red beans and chestnuts were readily available, and since the cake was semi-transparent, it must have contained starch, which she also possessed. Even the subtly fragrant starch was at her disposal. The can of rose lotus powder should still be usable, shouldn't it? He Tian first took some red beans and placed them in a small iron pot to simmer for a while, setting it outside the house. He then switched pots to boil chestnuts, adding a handful of wood ash. Once the chestnuts cooled, he retrieved them and rinsed them under cold water, effortlessly peeling away the fuzzy brown skin. After boiling the red beans for an additional 10 minutes, they became soft and mushy. At this point, he added white sugar and stirred gently. He resumed boiling the chestnuts, and after 20 minutes, they cracked open at a mere poke from chopsticks, revealing a powdery texture, indicating they were perfectly cooked. The cooked chestnuts were set aside to cool while he prepared the red bean paste. The coarse bean paste was not to be wasted. He stored it for future use, knowing it would enhance a bowl of millet porridge delightfully. After sifting the bean paste, He Tian placed a frying pan over the fire, generously adding a large chunk of wild boar fat. He heated the fat over low flame, added the red bean paste, and stirred continuously, occasionally incorporating some white sugar. In no time, the entire room was filled with a sweet aroma. Once he finished frying the red bean paste, he tasted a small spoonful, finding its delicacy and sweetness quite agreeable. Xian exclaimed, "Let me have a taste too." Encouraged, He Tian scooped another spoonful and handed it to him. He savored it thoroughly, declaring it delightful. Encouraged further, He Tian proceeded to make chestnut flour. He placed the soft, glutinous chestnuts into a bowl, mashing and crushing them with a spoon, then passing them through a sieve. He added a bit of warm boar fat to create a drier paste. Then, He Tian laid out a work surface, generously sprinkling a layer of potato starch over it, using a squirrel hairbrush to evenly distribute it. This layer of starch ensured that the various doughs to be used next would not stick to the work surface. He Tian coated her hands with oil and kneaded the chestnut paste into a cohesive mass. Utilizing an oiled rolling pin, she flattened the mixture into sheets approximately 2 to 3 millimeters thick. She then placed a small wooden board, typically used as a cutting board, atop the sheet, and with a knife, she meticulously sliced it into rectangular pieces along the edges of the board. Next, on one piece of the chestnut dough, she evenly spread a layer of red bean paste, before gently placing the other piece on top and pressing it down lightly with the wooden board she had just used as a mold. At this stage, the delicate form of the confection had already taken on an appealing appearance, yet He Tian's work was far from complete. She retrieved a bamboo container filled with rose lotus powder, opening it to inhale the fragrant aroma of roses that had permeated the powder. Or at least that was how it seemed. The true flavor remained to be discovered. Using a spoon, she scooped out a small bowl of lotus powder, carefully extracting the rose buds. With a gentle pinch of her fingers, the buds crumbled, leaving behind the intact, vibrant petals while discarding the remaining calyx and stamens. Following this, she gradually added boiling water to the bowl, stirring the lotus powder with chopsticks as she poured. Initially, the mixture appeared as an assortment of uneven lumps due to the minimal water added. After allowing the lotus powder to cool, He Tian kneaded it into a smooth dough. Dusting the dough with a hint of potato starch, she rolled it out into thin sheets, again employing the small wooden board to cut them into 2 pieces. After allowing them to rest briefly, she carefully placed the piece filled with red bean paste atop the other thin sheet, layering it gently and pressing it down with the wooden board. From a side view, the unformed delicacy now revealed 5 distinct layers. The outermost 2 layers were a powdery white, followed by 2 layers of pale yellow, encasing a central layer of red bean paste. Xian could not help but pause his weaving, gazing intently at the cutting board, utterly captivated by its beauty. He Tian grasped the knife, exhaling deeply, contemplating his impending cut, uncertain of its success. At that moment, a thought struck him. Should he perhaps apply a layer of syrup between the 2 sheets of dough to serve as an adhesive? Would the pieces fall apart after cutting? If they did, he could always attempt it again next time. Xian washed his hands and hurried over, seizing the knife from He Tian's grasp. "Let me do the cutting." He had previously demonstrated his exceptional knife skills while slicing sashimi, though He Tian had not paid close attention to his technique then. This time, she observed closely. Xian's hands moved with remarkable speed, and He Tian barely caught a glimpse of him making intricate cuts across the dough before he set the knife down. Naturally, the dough was perfectly cut into uniformly sized rectangles, as if measured or molded with precision. He Tian boiled a pot of water, laying a layer of mulberry leaves in the steamer, followed by a thin coating of grease to prevent the steamed cakes from sticking. With utmost care, she arranged the small rectangular pieces in a circular formation within the steamer. After steaming on high heat for 10 minutes, an enticing aroma filled the air. Xian, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly lifted the steamer lid and exclaimed in delight. The finished delicacies were exquisite. Their surface was semi-transparent, adorned with delicate pink rose petals, revealing a glimpse of the pale yellow filling beneath. Ignoring the heat, he pinched one piece, blowing on it gently before taking a bite. As he savored the warmth, He squinted his eyes in a smile directed at He Tian. Yours is even more delicious than what I've tasted before, and far more beautiful. He Tian smiled, her desire to taste a piece of cake evident. Xian quickly molded another piece, placing it in a ceramic dish before handing it to her. It was indeed delicious. The 4 ingredients, lotus root powder, rose, chestnut, and red bean, each possessed distinct sweetness and fragrance, harmoniously blending to create a unique aroma. The lotus root powder made for a chewy and slightly sticky texture, while the chestnut flour was glutinous, and the red bean paste melted upon contact with the tongue. Xian picked up another piece of cake and smiled at He Tian, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable." He Tian chuckled softly, taking another bite. "It's your recipe that is impressive." Outside, snow began to drift down once more, yet the interior remained warm and fragrant. As March unfolded, daylight gradually lengthened. However, in the forest, snow still fell intermittently, sometimes for several consecutive days. This seemed quite astonishing to Xian, but He Tian explained that snow would continue to grace them until April. The onset of spring in the forest would not arrive until May. Nonetheless, the woodland creatures sensed the waning of winter and the impending arrival of spring. The fur of the minks, foxes, and wild rabbits began to change color. Although some hunters who had failed to secure sufficient game during the winter still yearned to hunt, the value of fur at this time had diminished. Temperatures steadily rose, with midday hovering around -16 to 17 degrees. As the vernal equinox approached, the vine rope that Xian and He Tian had been weaving neared completion. He Tian's grandparents had been resolute in their intention to build a bridge, gathering a whole nest of long vines for the endeavor. They ascended the cliffs on both sides, inspecting the summit for any trees or rocks suitable for use as tower supports. On one occasion, as they engaged in light-hearted conversation atop one cliff, the 2 brothers of the Chapu family appeared on the opposite precipice. He Tian and Xian immediately ceased their discourse, brandishing their weapons. However, the Chapu brothers unexpectedly exhibited no hostility. In fact, they greeted them with a semblance of politeness before promptly departing. It seemed entirely a chance encounter. From the forest across the way, they overheard voices and curiously ventured out for a glimpse. He Tian was taken aback by their sudden courtesy. Xian let out a soft hum. On their way home, He Tian sat on the sled and suddenly sighed. Xian, seated behind her, heard the sigh and quietly remarked, "Do not worry." He Tian turned her head. "What is there to worry about?" Xian smiled. "It's nothing. I just heard you sigh." He Tian shook her head. "I'm merely a little hungry." Xian surmised that He Tian was concerned about potential troubles from the Chapu family after his departure. With the bridge constructed, they could easily traverse back and forth. Xian had no intention of informing He Tian that upon his leaving her, he would certainly deal with that family. Just as he finished his sigh, He Tian turned to him with a smile. "It seems you are hungry as well." Upon seeing the glimmer of laughter in her eyes, Xian realized his own lips were involuntarily curling upward. He stifled the impulse to kiss her eyes and gently replied, "I am also hungry." Xian hesitated for a moment, then extended his arms to embrace He Tian's waist and abdomen. After a brief pause, he rested his head against the back of He Tian's left shoulder. Clad in a thick deer fur coat, He Tian's fabric brushed against Xian's face as the wind stirred the fibers. With his eyes gently closed, he inhaled the scent that enveloped He Tian. Over the past few months, this distinctive aroma had become a symbol of warmth, safety, comfort, and tenderness in Xian's heart. Upon arriving home, Xian leaped from the sled and suddenly remarked to He Tian, "I wish for you to always be well." He Tian paused, smiled, and reassured him, "I will always be well. You need not worry." They exchanged glances for a moment before instinctively diverting their eyes. That evening, He Tian retrieved several exploration records and a sand table she used as a child to practice writing. Grasping a twig, she repeatedly sketched and erased, and after a while, climbed onto the shelf to rummage through boxes, ultimately uncovering a book. At first, Xian found her serious demeanor amusing, but as he passed by, he was startled to see that the sand table bore markings resembling hyperbolic cosine functions. Standing behind He Tian for a closer look, he discovered she was indeed calculating the length of the cord needed using the catenary formula. After much discussion and calculation, taking into account the dry season or freezing period and the distance from the bridge's underside to the water's surface during peak water levels, as well as the height of the trees and rocks on the cliffs that could serve as bridge piers, He Tian ultimately resolved to construct a suspension bridge with a span of 5.8 meters and a width of 0.8 meters. The bridge is composed of 6 strands of vine, 2 of which serve as the foundational cables, upon which wooden planks are laid, further adorned with several bamboo poles to form the bridge's surface. At the base of the cliff lies an expansive bamboo grove, where splitting bamboo into long strips proves far simpler than sawing wood into planks. Additionally, strands of vine are secured to either side of the bridge to serve as handrails. Each vine must measure a minimum of 4 meters in length. Furthermore, smaller vines are required to create an X pattern along the handrails, enhancing safety and reinforcing the structure. The bridge abutments on either side are strategically positioned. One side is anchored by 2 robust oak trees atop a cliff, while the other side secures the vines to the rocky base. Currently, their supply of vines is more than ample. In the past, their grandparents dedicated considerable time to gather these vines for the bridge construction. As the vernal equinox approached, He Tian prepared incense once more. The weather on this day bore a striking resemblance to that of the winter solstice, as a sudden snowstorm descended, seemingly relentless. However, this time, the snowfall persisted for 3 days before finally ceasing. After the snow stopped, He Tian and his companions had completed all necessary preparations. On the day of the bridge construction, before departing, He Tian placed a pottery dish filled with sand on the table, standing beside Xian as they ignited incense with a cypress branch, offering silent prayers. Upon concluding their prayers, the two exchanged knowing smiles. In the early hours, Xian was awakened by a crackling sound emanating from the bamboo grove outside their tent, realizing it was the sound of prey triggering the trap set by He Tian. Turning his head, he peered at He Tian, who lay beside him, illuminated by the faint glow of the campfire outside. Hesitating for a moment, his right hand resting on the edge of the blanket, he felt the chill seep into his wrist, before quickly extending his fingers to gently trace along He Tian's brow twice. From the highest arch of her brows to the delicate tip, he traced a path from the brow peak to the tail, pausing at the faintest point of her brow's end. Outside the quilt, a chill permeated the air, contrasting with He Tian's soft, velvety eyebrows. His fingertips lingered at the edge of her brow, while his gaze involuntarily drifted towards her lips. Her lips were remarkably full, yet small, gently pouting in slumber, resembling a kiss bestowed upon an invisible flower or perhaps a cherry steeped in honey. To prevent her lips from cracking, He Tian diligently applied a balm twice daily, bestowing upon her lips a lustrous sheen. She gifted him a small box of the balm to carry with him, ensuring he could apply it at any moment. The balm was housed in a flat box made of slender bamboo, the lid crafted from the same material and secured tightly with a delicate leather cord. He could only wonder how her grandmother had imparted such wisdom to her. He Tian held an almost reverent trust in this ointment, despite its simple composition of otter oil, beeswax, and a few herbal ingredients, exuding a faint aroma of mint and honey. He heard He Tian stir, murmuring softly in her sleep. As dawn broke, He Tian joyfully discovered that the snare set at dusk had captured a snow chicken. These birds were quite shy, active only during the night, yet they were delectable. He Tian contemplated the assortment of provisions brought along, ultimately selecting a large white radish, intent on preparing something special. After breakfast, Xian hoisted a basket brimming with vines onto the sled, along with rice, and transported them across the frozen river. Now, it was time to place the vines upon the cliffs on either side. They secured leather ropes on both sides of the vine and attached a stone to the leather. He Tian climbed to one side of the cliff, while Xian raised the leather rope with 2 long bamboo poles joined together and handed it to He Tian. He Tian secured the leather rope, and Xian ascended the cliff to assist her in pulling up the heavy vine, first loosely tying it with the leather to 2 oak trees that served as the tower's base. Then, they climbed to the opposite cliff to repeat the process, pulling the vine up and securing it to the rocks of the tower's foundation. Beneath the oak trees, they constructed a simple winch, allowing the rice to pull it, tightening the vine further as the winch turned. After all 6 ropes were firmly secured, the sun had begun its descent. Yet, He Tian's heart was illuminated with joy as she gazed at the nascent suspension bridge and shouted across the cliff to the forest on the other side. Ah, this magnificent feat deserves a splendid celebration. Previously, when He Tian had inquired of Xian, she learned that they also consume noodles there. Thus she had been contemplating when to prepare some. Upon returning to the campsite below the mountain, He Tian instructed Xian to boil water while she mixed the flour she had brought with warm water from her bottle, kneading it until smooth. She then repeatedly slapped the dough against the edge of an iron basin before covering it with a damp cloth to allow it to rest. At that moment, the water had also come to a boil. He Tian plucked and cleaned the snow chicken, removing its innards, and sliced the chicken breast, setting aside a small piece of yellow fat near the innards. Next, she took a large white radish, peeled it, shredded it, sprinkled it with a spoonful of salt, and placed it in a basin to knead for a while, ensuring the salt was evenly distributed. After letting it sit for several minutes, the salt drew out the moisture from the radish. Pour out the excess water, then envelop the shredded radish in a cloth to extract any remaining moisture. Chop the chicken breast and fat finely, adding a small amount of flour, and mix it into a paste. Sitting beside the pot of boiling water, He Tian uses a small spoon to scoop out a portion of the radish and chicken mixture, gently dropping it into the bubbling water, where it transforms into a delightful dumpling that quickly rises to the surface, signaling its doneness. Once the entire mixture has been formed into dumplings, they are set aside for later use. At this moment, the dough in the bowl has also risen beautifully. Xian kneads the dough once more and hands it to He Tian. She sits by the pot of boiling water, tearing off a piece of dough, stretching and thinning it until it reaches its maximum length, and just before it threatens to break, she plunges it into the boiling water. She repeats the process with another piece of dough. Handing a portion to Xian, she encourages, "You try it too." The two of them playfully laugh as they prepare a pot of noodle soup, adding the freshly made radish dumplings along with a sprinkle of diced preserved radish, making it ready to be enjoyed. Sipping this bowl of noodle soup, warmth envelopes their entire being. The remaining dumplings are placed in a wooden box, quickly freezing solid for future hot pot meals. He Tian remarks with a cheerful smile. The leftover dough is rolled into thin sheets, cut into finger-width strips, and gathered into small bundles to be frozen as well, providing a quick meal option when time is scarce. Naturally, these handmade noodles can also be included in the hot pot. Xian mentions that after savoring the vegetables and meat from the hot pot, the handmade noodles should be added to the broth, allowing them to absorb the rich flavors of the ingredients previously cooked. Enjoying a bowl of noodles prepared in such a manner completes the hot pot experience beautifully. After savoring a delightful meal of fish hot pot, Xian shared with He Tian more about the wonders of hot pot cuisine. River shrimp could be transformed into delectable shrimp paste, while the forest brimmed with an abundance of fungi and wild vegetables, all of which could serve as exquisite ingredients for hot pot. Engaging in discussions about how to prepare even more scrumptious dishes, it was as though the sense of spring had already permeated the tent, despite the wintry landscape outside remaining frozen in ice and snow. The following morning, He Tian and Xian ventured into the nearby bamboo forest to harvest bamboo. The sudden onset of extreme cold, followed by a centuries-long continuation, has, to some extent, fostered biodiversity within the forest. Arctic plants have expanded their range southward into more favorable environments, while some temperate and even subtropical plants have managed to survive in areas transformed into tundra. The forest where He Tian resided exemplified this phenomenon. In addition to the common coniferous trees of the boreal forest, there existed vast expanses of bamboo groves, and a willow forest thrived beside the marsh, remaining lush and green even until late October. The fibers of bamboo possess unique characteristics absent in wood fibers. They are more pliable, elastic, and most remarkably, bamboo is hollow, enabling the creation of various tools such as water bottles, cups, scoops, and small boxes. By hollowing out segments, a single long bamboo stalk could serve as a chimney, while splitting it further could yield bamboo stools and beds. Delicately woven bamboo strips could be fashioned into an array of baskets, containers, and other implements. Naturally, bamboo also serves as an invaluable building material. Xian informed He Tian that their city is adorned with numerous rivers, some of which are crossed by bridges constructed from bamboo, known as bamboo suspension bridges. Additionally, the impoverished residents bind a row of bamboo sticks together and place them in the river, creating bamboo rafts that serve as makeshift boats. A notable advantage of bamboo lies in its hollow structure, making it significantly easier to fell than timber of the same height. The fallen bamboo, laden with the snow that rests upon its leaves, cascades down to the snowy ground. He Tian wiped her brow and took a sip from her water flask. Observing her flushed cheeks akin to the hue of rouge and the beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead, nose, and upper lip, Xian recognized her fatigue and suggested, "I shall split the bamboo here. You may go prepare the meal." He Tian pondered for a moment, agreeing, "Very well. I shall cook first and then assist you." She gathered a handful of snow and placed it into 2 bamboo tubes, followed by a handful of dry grass to clean the tubes. He Tian melted some snow in an iron pot, ensuring the water reached a temperature akin to her hand before positioning the bamboo tubes upright in the pot, covering it, and adding firewood for a vigorous steam. Upon completing these tasks, Xian had already split a considerable amount of bamboo planks by the campsite. They ultimately abandoned the idea of laying wooden planks on the bottom suspension. The timber felled in winter, lacking sufficient drying, would shrink by summer, with the originally 1-meter-long plank potentially reduced to a mere 9 centimeters. Hastily placing wooden planks would only lead to the distortion of the bridge's cables. In contrast to wood, bamboo possesses a denser texture and a lower shrinkage rate. Moreover, splitting bamboo is considerably easier than splitting timber. A single cut along the grain of the bamboo suffices to cleave it from end to end. Hence, the saying as effortless as splitting bamboo holds true. After conducting the experiment, He Tian resolved to first lay down a foundation of bamboo planks for the bridge, gradually replacing them with wooden boards. Xian placed 7 or 8 pre-split bamboo pieces at his feet, each measuring 1 meter in length and about the width of a palm. He Tian possessed a hand-operated drill. She settled herself atop a section of bamboo, yet to be split, grasped a bamboo plank, and rested it on her knee. She then meticulously drilled 2 holes at each end of the plank, threading fine vine strings through the holes and tying knots at the openings to secure them. Thus, when constructing the bridge, she only needed to anchor the 2 vine strings on either side of the bamboo plank to the base cord, and a bridge plank would be ready for laying. After working for a while longer, He Tian called out to Xian, "Shall we have our meal now?" Xian wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "What are we having?" "Bamboo tube rice," she replied. "Oh, do we still have rice?" "Just a little." Having lived together for quite some time, He Tian was already well acquainted with Xian's culinary preferences. For Xian, rice was far more delectable than noodles. Noodle dishes required intricate preparation or some whimsical novelty to truly entice him, whereas rice, simple and unadorned, was utterly satisfying. Ideally, the accompanying dishes should possess a delightful balance of sweet and savory flavors, such as the smoked duck and cured meat stewed with chestnuts. Soybean flour was the most dreadful of foods. The reason why anyone would consume it remained a perplexing mystery. As they approached the campsite, even from a distance, Xian caught a whiff of the fragrant rice. He Tian lifted the lid of the pot, and a plume of steam immediately enveloped her face. The rice within the bamboo tube was perfectly steamed, glistening in the verdant bamboo, accompanied by rosy slices of cured meat, rendering it an irresistible sight that made one salivate. Bamboo tube rice possesses a unique and fragrant aroma. Nestled warmly in a cloth mat, it is delightfully steaming and appetizing. As one stirs it with bamboo chopsticks, the enticing fragrance wafts through the air. After their meal, He Tian collected a few sprigs of pine needles and added them to the pot, simmering them with snow for a while before pouring each a cup. Pine needle tea, in truth, has little flavor, merely the refreshing scent of pine. Remarkably, this tea pairs exquisitely with the rice cooked in bamboo tubes. They savored the tea, enjoying a brief respite, before resuming their conversation about food. Xian gazed at the teacup in hand, the pale yellow brew enveloped in a misty vapor. He recalled a winter's day when he had witnessed someone prepare bamboo tube rice, albeit in a more elaborate manner, dubbed the 3 Friends of Winter meal. 3 Friends of Winter? How can one make a delicacy from pine needles? It merely captures a hint of their fragrance. Xian gestured with his hands, indicating the size of a small steamer crafted from bamboo strips, lined with pine needles, in which plum blossom-shaped red bean buns were steamed, somehow infused with the scent of plum blossoms. Visually appealing, though the taste was, well, tolerable, perhaps. He Tian fell into a contemplative trance, then inquired of Xian about the appearance of plum blossoms and winter jasmine. Xian chuckled, having anticipated a question regarding the texture of the buns. He Tian laughed in return, proceeding to ask, "Is the bun's skin made of flour, or is it transparent?" Xian pondered for a moment, replying, "It is semi-transparent, likely made from glutinous rice flour." Glutinous rice. He Tian sighed, lamenting the myriad of delicious dishes it could create. Regrettably, he had not procured any last year. Last summer, he had even missed out on eating zongzi. "I made rice dumplings using a combination of rice and millet. They can be unwrapped without falling apart, yet their flavor pales in comparison to that of glutinous rice dumplings. I am quite eager to try dumplings made with rice and millet, so I plan to make some one day." After exchanging a few more words, the two of them gathered their spirits and returned to work. As the sun began to set, They finished splitting all the bamboo boards they would need and carried the remaining boards back to the campsite, preparing to drill holes in them after dinner. A total of 42 pieces of bamboo were split, intending to lay one piece every 10 centimeters along the 8-meter base. However, after threading all the bamboo with rattan, they revised their plan, opting to space them every 15 to 20 centimeters instead, as the combined weight of 40 pieces of bamboo along with the rattan approached 30 kilograms. For the same volume, bamboo is heavier than pine boards. If the bridge boards are too heavy, they will press the bridge surface closer to the water. He Tian squatted in the snow, holding a twig, recalculating once more. After a while, she tossed the twig aside and stood up, deciding to leave it for tomorrow. Nevertheless, as she lay in bed that night, she found herself still mulling over the number of bamboo boards needed. It is best to lay the bridge boards in one continuous effort. The person laying the boards carries them on their back, stepping on the ones they have just laid, progressing piece by piece from one end of the bridge to the other. Upon hearing this, He Tian finally felt a sense of relief and soon fell asleep. The next morning, when Xian woke up, he saw He Tian sitting by the campfire, adding more firewood. Her hair was disheveled, sticking out in all directions. As she stared blankly at the flames, he could not help but reach out to touch her fluffy head, asking, "Why are you awake so early?" He Tian inhaled deeply. "I couldn't sleep. I was too excited." Xian chuckled softly. After breakfast, they strapped on bamboo planks and rattan ropes and ascended to the mountaintop. At that moment, the sun had just risen, casting golden rays upon the 6 rattan ropes that had already been laid out, creating a few dark shadows on the glacial ice below the cliff. Frost flowers clung to the dark brown rattan ropes. "We arrived too early," He Tian remarked, as she removed the rattan basket and stamped her feet. Xian handed her a bamboo plank, saying, "Come on, we can lay the first plank now, and once the frost melts, we can lay the others." He Tian pondered for a moment, then took Xian's hand. "Let us do it together." They crouched at the edge of the suspension bridge, each on one side, placing the bamboo plank on the bottom rope, pressing it flat, and tightening the rattan rope threaded through the bamboo plank. He Tian shook the plank, ensuring it was firmly secured to the bottom rope, and smiled at Xian. With the first plank secured, they could finally see the shape of the bridge. Before this, it had merely been a few ropes spanning the cliffs on either side. He Tian looked up at the sky and then at the frost flowers on the ropes, saying to Xian, "I'll carry half of the bridge plank to the other side. We will lay them towards the center, and when the bridge is complete, we will reunite." Xian, aware that she was merely anxious to get started, replied, "I'll carry half of the bridge plank to the other side. You stay here and watch me." Without waiting for a response, he hoisted a load of bamboo planks and descended the mountain. He Tian watched as Xian's silhouette faded into the woods, then saw him walking on the frozen river. Turning around, he waved at her before climbing up the forested bank. Approximately 20 minutes later, he appeared at the edge of the cliff on the opposite side. Xian, gazing at He Tian who stood by the cliff, felt compelled to act in a manner he deemed rather juvenile, yet could not restrain himself. He called out to her loudly, "He Tian! He Tian!" Xian shouted again. At this moment, He Tian responded, raising her chubby gloved hands high to wave at him, then cupping her hands around her mouth to call his name with equal fervor. "Xian! Xian!" Her laughter rang out joyfully. Xian chuckled silently, mirroring He Tian's gesture of cupping his hands. In that moment, a gentle pang struck his heart, prompting him to unabashedly declare, "I like you." After uttering those words, he was momentarily taken aback, as the valley fell into a profound silence. Anxiously, he looked towards He Tian, but the distance of over 8 meters, combined with the mist of her breath, obscured her expression. As his heart raced, He Tian tilted her head and smiled, calling out, "I like you too." She waved her hands again, exclaiming, "I like Xian." Xian stood rooted in place, aware that he was smiling, yet unable to muster any further response. Upon hearing He Tian's exclamation, he felt a surge of joy. However, a small voice within him whispered, "No, He Tian, your affection differs from mine." After a moment's pause, He Tian noticed Xian standing there in a daze, leaving her perplexed. She waved at the opposite cliff, and Xian mirrored her gesture. Then, Xian crouched down, unfastened the burden from her back, and began laying the bridge planks. By this time, the sun had risen considerably, and the frost on the vines had nearly melted away. The two of them, each on one side, leaned over the bridge cables, placing bamboo planks one after another. After laying down 2 or 3 planks, they would momentarily sit on them. retrieving vine ropes from their burdens to bind them in an X shape on the railing cables, securing and reinforcing the bridge for safer passage. The bridge swayed gently, still a considerable height above the ground with two people standing upon it. Yet, they felt no fear. He Tian had already implemented safety measures, fashioning two safety ropes from vine, looping them around their waists, with the other ends attached to a copper carabiner that could easily be unfastened and secured to the bridge cables. This carabiner had once assisted her grandfather when he climbed lofty trees. Ultimately, the 8-meter-long bridge required 28 bamboo planks. With each plank secured, the distance between He Tian and Xian grew ever shorter. At last, all the planks and ropes were secured, and the two sat together at the center of the bridge, exchanging smiles. He Tian spread her arms wide, tilting her head as she gazed at Xian, who smiled in return yet began to exhibit a hint of shyness. He Tian, overwhelmed with joy, overlooked Xian's discomfort expressed through subtle body language, and leapt forward to embrace Xian tightly, exclaiming, "We did it." "Yes, we succeeded," Xian replied softly, resting his chin on her shoulder. Weren't you just brimming with excitement? Why the sudden change in mood?" "I am happy," he assured her. As noon approached, sunlight bathed the two in warmth. Xian lowered his gaze and noticed their shadows on the icy surface, his and He Tian's silhouettes merging into one, inseparable. The bridge was finally completed, and He Tian and Xian walked several laps across it, feeling quite satisfied. However, there was a slight drawback. Being a suspension bridge, there was a 20-centimeter gap between the planks, causing a rather unsteady sensation as they traversed. One could imagine the summer scene beneath the bridge, where the river surged with vigor, the rapids crashing against the cliffs, creating a thunderous roar, while water mist continuously sprayed upwards, drenching their faces and clothes. The experience of crossing this bridge would surely differ vastly from the present moment. He Tian also attempted to bring Dami to explore the suspension bridge. Dami, terrified, was reluctantly coaxed by He Tian to walk across a few planks, but flatly refused to proceed any further. After some effort, He Tian and Xian managed to lead him down. It appeared that in order to encourage Dami to cross, it would be necessary to affix vertical bamboo supports to the bridge, further reinforcing its structure. He Tian suddenly felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she grasped the bridge railing, silently murmuring, "Grandma, Grandpa, look, the bridge is completed. It was built by Xian and me." A profound sense of pride enveloped her. With the bridge in place, crossing to the other side would now be effortless, even in the summer. Yet, a flicker of concern lingered in her heart. The Lin family's territory downstream, adjacent to her own, made her wonder if they might perceive her family as encroaching upon their land. Would they feel threatened? Might they contemplate sabotaging this newly constructed bridge? Xian seemed to sense her worries and whispered reassuringly, "They won tea." "Why?" After a brief silence, he explained, "They are the type who only dare to bully the weak. When faced with someone stronger, they prefer to retreat." Recalling the last encounter with the Chap brothers and their courteous demeanor, He Tian felt a measure of relief. The timing of the Vine Bridge's construction was impeccable. 2 weeks after its completion, spring finally graced the forest. The river, frozen for over 5 months since November of the previous year, had at last awakened. That afternoon, He Tian and Xian were at home preparing the mink pelts. The dried pelts, now ready, could be removed from the birch boards. In just a few weeks, merchants would begin to arrive at the market below the mountain, and this was the perfect time to give the pelts their final touch-up for an enhanced appearance. After the mink fur is removed from the wooden board, it remains stiff and unyielding. He Tian firmly grasps the head and tail of a mink fur in her hands. Resting the body of the mink upon her lap, she gently rubs the head and tail against her knee, alternating sides until she has smoothed one side before flipping it over to attend to the other. Then, she reaches into the slit at the belly of the fur, spreading it open and laying it flat once more, proceeding to rub both sides. After this tender manipulation, the mink fur regains some elasticity and softness. At this juncture, she seizes the tail of the fur and pulls it out through the opening in the belly, much like reversing a glove to expose its inner lining, turning the head, limbs, and tail of the mink inside out. Upon completing this process, what He Tian holds in her hands is a fluffy mink, albeit merely the pelt. Once the mink fur is turned inside out, a fur merchant can readily discern the quality of the fur, what kind of mink it is. There are several breeds of mink, the most sought after being the oiled mink, whose fur possesses a glossy sheen, with the guard hairs standing erect and gleaming with a radiant luster. The next tier is the velvet mink, characterized by its downy texture that resembles feathers, lacking the sharp tips that emit a glimmering iridescence but offering greater density, resulting in garments that provide enhanced warmth. To assess the hue of the mink's pelts, fur merchants categorize the mink fur into several shades: purple, dark gray, black, gray, blue, and mixed. The most exquisite is that which is jet black, with each hair's tip exhibiting iridescence under sunlight, identified as purple. Following this is the dark hue, a black that possesses a verdant luster reminiscent of certain black avian feathers under light. Subsequently, there are pure black, gray-black, and blue-gray furs, while other colors such as brown-black and reddish-brown are classified as mixed. The rarest and most valuable is the silver-gray mink fur, which is a coveted treasure, seldom encountered. Even more elusive is the albino mink, entirely snow-white with red eyes. Such creatures are spoken of in legend, yet seldom seen. Living albino minks command an even higher price, as they are often domesticated as pets, said to bring fortune to their owners. In addition to the coloration of the mink fur, the integrity of the pelt serves as another criterion for evaluation alongside size. Among furs of identical color and quality, larger mink pelts fetch a higher price. Merchants have established standards. Those with a head-to-tail length exceeding 50 centimeters are classified as large minks. Those measuring between 50 and 40 centimeters are medium, while anything smaller is deemed small. Undoubtedly, one of the most significant determinants of fur value is its completeness. Even the rarest silver minks lose considerable worth if their pelts bear scratches, gnaw marks, or bullet holes. Thus, He Tian meticulously stores the harvested mink furs, drying them carefully before placing them with reverence in a cedar chest, which is then positioned on 2 oil-treated beams. The process of turning mink fur is indeed a meticulous endeavor. Once dried, the mink pelts become quite resilient. If not handled with care, their elasticity diminishes, making them susceptible to breakage or cracking, particularly around the tail and limbs. At such moments, the dexterity of one's fingers, the application of force, and experience become paramount. This task is certainly beyond Xian's capabilities. He can merely assist by flipping the belly of the mink fur, while He Tian must employ a slender wooden awl to properly turn the tail and limbs. After listening to He Tian's explanation on how to categorize the mink fur, he found himself quite helpful, likely due to having encountered numerous fine pieces in the past. He swiftly sorted the pelts by color. Subsequently, He Tian provided Xian with a boar bristle comb, instructing him to brush the mink fur until it gleamed and appeared fluffy. Xian performed this task admirably, eliciting a few compliments from He Tian, which filled him with a sense of pride. Just as he finished combing through all the mink pelts in his possession, he noticed He Tian's delicate hands skillfully manipulating the lustrous fur and wooden awl, causing an inexplicable sensation akin to a tickle from the mink fur itself. Observing He Tian's dark braid, he playfully grasped the end of it and suggested, "Shall I comb your hair as well?" He Tian shot him a playful glare, exclaiming, "No." Xian feigned ignorance, gently tugging at her braid, deftly removing the leather tie securing it. He then positioned himself behind He Tian, grinning as he let her hair cascade down, employing the combing technique she had just taught him. Initially, He Tian giggled, even promising, "I will comb your hair later." However, after a while, engrossed in her work, she ceased to pay Xian any further attention. Xian held her hair, smoothing it from the crown to the tips. He Tian's hair, naturally curly, became even more pronounced when styled into a whip-like form. Once released, it blossomed into a voluminous cascade, exuding a faint fragrance reminiscent of wild chrysanthemums. They had bathed just the day before. Xian, holding a strand of her hair, instinctively brought it to his nose to inhale its scent. "What are you doing?" He Tian suddenly inquired. Startled, Xian quickly released her hair, realizing they were standing in front of the window, where He Tian had caught sight of his subtle gesture reflected in the glass. He stammered, "Why does your hair smell different from mine? We use the same soap." He Tian, believing him, set down her mink fur and tools, pinching a strand of her own hair to smell it. "Come here, let me smell you," she called out to Xian. He swiftly turned to flee, but He Tian leapt up, arms outstretched to tackle him, laughing heartily. Given the limited space of the room, he dared not truly push her away, and after a few evasive maneuvers, she managed to catch him. He Tian clung to Xian's chest and shoulder, playfully giggling. "Why are you dodging? Let me smell you." She was significantly shorter than Xian, unable to reach his hair, so she embraced his waist, repeatedly jumping up. Xian felt a mix of shyness and anxiety. Undeniably delighted, yet a tinge of embarrassment flickered within him. To avoid further playful antics from He Tian, he quickly crouched down, saying, "All right, enough of this." He Tian leaned in, sniffing the side of his head, then grasped her own hair to compare, discovering that there indeed was a distinct difference. In his heart, Xian remarked, "What nonsense. I am a man, and you are a woman. Of course, we are different." As this thought crossed his mind, He Tian's gentle breath and soft strands of hair brushed against his ear and neck, stirring a restless yearning within him. How he wished he could spend a lifetime grooming your hair. This fleeting notion flitted through Xian's mind, prompting him to shake his head and lower his eyelids. He Tian sensed a sudden shift in Xian's mood and inquired, "Why do you seem unhappy?" Through the glass window, she observed the corners of Xian's mouth drooping into a triangular frown, yet the wooden panes obscured her view of his expression above his nose. After a moment of silence, Xian spoke, "I just thought that spring is approaching, and I—" He left his sentence unfinished, and He Tian felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. She longed to say, "Will you not leave? Just stay with me." At that instant, a distant rumble echoed, reminiscent of an explosion or thunderclaps in the sky. Yet, outside, the heavens were a brilliant blue. Xian inquired, "What is that sound?" He Tian lowered her head in silence for a moment before turning to face him, responding, "It is the sound of spring arriving." A heaviness settled in Xian's heart as their gazes locked, both enveloped in a shared silence. It was April, although the temperature outside lingered below freezing. The ice could no longer contain the relentless force of the flowing water. The frozen river stirred awake, the ice layers beneath cracking and splitting towards the surface, producing a thunderous roar akin to rolling thunder. The ice river was breaking up. Spring had truly arrived. In previous years, when the glaciers melted and announced the arrival of spring with a resounding crack, the He family would prepare a special delicacy, spring pancakes. This year is no exception. Using flour and water, they knead the mixture into a dough, which is then placed in a bowl and covered with a damp cloth, allowing it to rest for approximately half an hour. This interval is perfectly timed for preparing an array of vegetables, meats, and sauces to accompany the spring pancakes. He Tian has chosen 2 types of meat. One is smoked salmon, and the other is a roe deer, which she hunted during her last sulfur expedition to the volcano. In the winter months, if she is fortunate enough to catch prey, she typically refrains from preserving or smoking it. The frigid outdoors serves as a natural freezer. Upon catching the game, she cuts the still warm meat into chunks and freezes them individually, allowing her to simply thaw a piece whenever she desires a meal. The roe deer meat was originally intended to be stewed with dried bamboo shoots, white radish, and shiitake mushrooms for dinner, and it has already been defrosted. Now, He Tian slices the meat into fine shreds, seasoning it with a touch of salt, sugar, chili powder, and potato starch, allowing it to marinate briefly before frying. She places a generous chunk of lard in a cast-iron pan, and once the oil is heated, she sets aside a portion in a ceramic bowl before stir-frying the roe deer shreds. The smoked salmon, prepared last autumn, is sliced into thin pieces, garnished with dill and a sprinkle of peppercorns, and left to marinate briefly. The fish now glistens in a semi-transparent orange-red hue, adorned with ivory-white fat marbling. In addition to these 2 meats, He Tian has also prepared blanched bean sprouts, finely shredded radish, and pickled cabbage. At this point, the dough has finished resting. The process of preparing the dough resembles that of making dumpling wrappers, but from here onward, the preparation takes a different turn. He Tian brought over the hot oil he had prepared earlier and, together with Xian, evenly spread it on both sides of the rolled dough. They then carefully stacked the layers one upon another. Next, He Tian used a rolling pin to flatten the thick stack of dough a few times, causing it to expand significantly. He then flipped the stack over and rolled it out again, repeating this process several times until the dough reached the size of a ceramic plate. At this point, the dough was as thin as a leaf, and the oil spread between the layers prevented them from sticking together. He Tian switched to a steaming pot, placed a cloth in the steamer, and arranged the stack of spring pancakes on top. After the water boiled, he steamed them for several minutes until the spring pancakes were cooked. He took the pancakes out and placed them on a ceramic plate, gently lifting one by its edge with his fingers. The translucent spring pancake was as delicate as a cicada's wing, allowing the color of the plate beneath to be clearly visible. According to their preferences, they filled the steaming spring pancakes with shredded meat, bean sprouts, shredded radish, and shredded cabbage, creating a delightful assortment of flavors. The taste of the spring pancakes was exquisite, yet the atmosphere during dinner was rather somber. Both Xian and He Tian were acutely aware that the moment of parting was approaching. After the ice on the river thawed, the temperature rose significantly. The small pools and marshes in the woods were the first to melt, with the water's surface in the center gleaming like a mirror under the sun, surrounded by soft white snow and reeds weighed down by the snow. Subsequently, the mountain streams began to thaw as well. In the midst of a mountain gorge, originally over a meter wide, a fissure has opened up, spanning 20 to 30 centimeters. The lively stream flows through this crevice, while the ice and snow on either side have transformed into translucent forms, sparkling and clear. The relentless waters cascading down from the mountain gradually erode these icy layers, thinning them with each passing moment. The aquatic grasses at the gorge's edge have also begun to revive. Although still a tawny hue, they are slowly rising upright. The snow that blanketed them throughout the winter has mysteriously vanished, metamorphosing into variously sized, glistening crystal orbs that bend the grass stalks beneath their weight. He Tian and Xian no longer need to venture onto the frozen river for water, as the nearby gorge now offers sweet, crystal-clear mountain spring water. However, they are temporarily unable to fish in the river. Following the thaw, the ice becomes unstable, rendering the riverbank perilous. One can never tell when the ice beneath their feet might fracture, sending them adrift with the current. Instances of individuals drowning or freezing to death while attempting to fetch water from the riverbank during the spring thaw are not unheard of. It is at this moment that Xian comprehends why He Tian insisted on checking the fishing nets every 3 to 4 days throughout the winter. The winter catch constitutes their primary sustenance. The harvest from last autumn has gradually dwindled. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, millet, assorted grains, and cabbages are either nearly depleted or have begun to spoil after a long winter. The salted and smoked fish, fowl, and game meat from the previous year are down to just a few morsels, and the jars storing rice and flour have nearly run dry. Nevertheless, He Tian remains unperturbed. Although one cannot fish in the river at present, the bounty of fish harvested during winter remains substantial. However, as the temperatures continue to rise, these fish will thaw, and the challenge of preservation arises once they are unfrozen. Yet, when the temperatures ascend to the point where the fish are completely thawed, the large ice blocks on the river will be swept away by the current, allowing her to once again navigate her small canoe to fish in the river. She begins to prepare for the hunting season of spring. It is the perfect time to mend the fishing nets that have been used throughout the long winter, and furthermore, she must craft some wooden decoys of ducks. Wild ducks, geese, and other waterfowl flock to the pond, searching for food, seeking mates, laying eggs in the grass, and nurturing their young. However, similar to capturing any other creatures, bird hunting requires a certain level of skill. Especially now, as she has lost the assistance of her hunting dog, meticulous preparation is essential. The most rudimentary method of bird hunting involves the hunter, armed with a shotgun and accompanied by a hunting dog, stationed by the pond, aiming and firing at the birds. A more sophisticated approach entails constructing a blind near the pond beforehand and placing decoys to lure the wild ducks and geese on the water or shoreline. The hunter then conceals themselves within the blind, using a wooden flute or whistle to mimic the calls of the birds, enticing the flock closer, before taking aim and shooting at the flying birds. If executed well, this method can yield a dozen birds in a single day. Once a flock is startled and takes flight, it is not long before another group is attracted by the calls and appearances of their kin. The melting ice not only awakens the slumbering pond, but also transforms the adjacent forests near the waterways. The fractured ice can sometimes be immense, with lengths reaching several kilometers. The thawing river water propels these enormous and weighty ice blocks through the forest, resembling a colossal axe that cleaves through the trees, toppling many in its path. During the autumn floods of the previous year, scarcely a tree frozen by the waters emerged unscathed. Those fallen trees, propelled by the river's fierce thawing force, traversed the waterways and marshes of the forest, ultimately surfacing to drift downstream. This phenomenon is, in essence, a natural cycle of renewal within the woodland. The downed timber is carried forth by the spring tide into the river, floating alongside fragmented ice. Meanwhile, new saplings burgeon rapidly in the increasingly warm embrace of summer. 2 weeks after the thaw, the expansive river surface is gradually adorned with logs of varying sizes. Some of these logs measure over 10 meters in length and boast diameters of up to 4 meters, remnants of entire trees uprooted. By hauling these logs ashore to dry, they can be transformed into firewood. Should they gather a sufficient quantity of driftwood, the firewood required for the coming winter would be secured, allowing hunters to conserve considerable time and effort otherwise spent in felling trees. On this particular morning, the river continues to emit a resounding roar, as if a great dragon slumbers beneath its surface, poised to awaken with a mighty roar and leap forth from the water. He Tian and Xian, equipped with rice and a small canoe, arrive at the riverbank. They embark on the canoe, cautiously and slowly navigating amidst the scattered ice blocks, careful to avoid the sharp edges. At this moment, the river's current is gentle, ensuring their safety as long as they steer clear of the jagged ice. He Tian, spotting a log floating in the river, casts a rope high into the air, reminiscent of a herdsman lassoing a steed, with the canoe buoying them. They deftly maneuver the substantial log along the river-esque course. Along the way, He Tian tirelessly used the paddle to clear the floating ice obstructing their path, while Xian exerted force on the oar. After several minutes, the small boat gently approached the shore. He Tian leaped from the vessel, summoning Dami to come over, as Xian untied the ropes and dragged the timber ashore. Occasionally, if fortune smiled upon them, the wood would drift close enough to the bank that standing atop it and swinging the rope would allow them to snag a floating log. A week later, 15 or 16 stout logs, each measuring 4 or 5 meters in length, rested along the riverbank of He Tian's family. At this moment, the thick layer of snow accumulated over the winter transformed into a precious resource. By compressing the snow into bricks using empty wooden boxes and transporting them on grass mats to Dami's sled, they could create a snow path leading from their home to the riverbank. After more than a week of gathering firewood, He Tian's yard was filled to the brim with floating logs. The snow atop the roof would fall in large chunks without needing to be swept, while icicles formed as water dripped from the eaves, freezing into crystalline shapes during the night. In the morning, a branch was used to strike the icicles from one side of the eaves to the other, creating a delightful cacophony as they all tumbled down. The icicles gradually thinned, initially as thick as a fist and now reduced to the width of a finger, while hints of green began to emerge at the edges of the snow. By the river and amidst the woods, the calls of flocks of birds could frequently be heard, their silhouettes often streaking across the azure sky. He Tian had also prepared herself for hunting wild geese and ducks. She had repainted the wooden duck crafted by her grandfather. This duck, resembling its real counterpart in size, boasted a green head and neck, a black belly, and a yellow bill. From a distance, it was nearly indistinguishable from a living duck. However, upon seeing the duck crafted by his grandfather, Xian remarked, "This is merely a male duck. To attract a flock of birds, we ought to create a few female ducks." Consequently, He Tian procured 2 pieces of wood for him, and with great earnestness, he carved 2 slightly smaller ducks, painting them in a rich brownish-black hue. Once the wooden ducks had dried and the ammunition was prepared, He Tian made a stack of millet pancakes, accompanied by a few sprouted onions. They loaded their provisions into a basket and set off downstream in their small boat. This time, rice was not included in their venture, as it could not sit in the boat, and the floating ice on the river hindered its ability to swim alongside. Approximately 10 kilometers downstream from He Tian's home, the river branched into a tributary, becoming gentler in its flow. Here lay a marshland, the first resting place within the forest during spring. From a distance, the various plants in the marsh appeared as golden, withered branches, their roots and tips still cloaked in a delicate layer of snow. However, upon closer inspection, layers of green revealed themselves. Moss had begun to peek out from the ground, alongside tender shoots of aquatic plants, and the branches of shrubs were sprouting leaf buds, some a reddish-brown, while others had already unveiled a faint green at the tips. He Tian was quite familiar with the terrain. She secured the small boat to the neck of a half-fallen willow tree and led Xian through the uneven grass. The dry reeds and aquatic plants, as well as the branches of the surrounding trees, rustled in the wind, creating a soft, whispering sound, while in the distance, the calls of courting birds could be heard. After about 10 minutes of walking, a pond with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters appeared before them. He Tian retrieved a shovel from her basket and, standing 5 or 6 meters away from the pond, cleared a patch of accumulated snow amidst the reeds. She then took a woven net, measuring over 1 meter in width and more than 2 meters in length, and fashioned it into a circle, securing it to the ground with branches while leaving an opening. She cut down some reeds, binding them with surrounding wild grasses into a bundle, which she split in the middle and leaned against the woven enclosure. This netted structure would serve as a refuge for her and Xian. He Tian instructed Xian to continue gathering reeds to further fortify their cover. She then carried 3 wooden ducks to the water's edge, placing 2 into the pond and gently nudging them toward the center, while the third was set beside the bank. He Tian turned a wooden box upside down and laid an old deer hair blanket atop it, creating a comfortable spot for both her and Xian to sit within the enclosure. She patted a stack of millet pancakes in her basket and smiled at Xian, remarking that if they failed to catch anything, they would have to settle for dry pancakes today. As she spoke, she handed Xian a cloak made of white cloth, and the two donned the garments, seamlessly blending into the environment by the pond. He Tian produced a wooden flute from her coat, gently blowing a few notes, which remarkably mimicked the calls of wild ducks. What followed was a patient vigil. However, judging by the recent frequency of duck flocks soaring across the sky, they would likely not have to wait long. Indeed, 20 minutes later, a flock of wild ducks soared overhead, circling above the pond. They spotted their kindred leisurely alighting on one side of the pond, foraging while engaging in amorous displays. Just as they were about to descend, a series of thunderous booms erupted in the air, accompanied by an acrid scent, causing several ducks to plummet from the sky. Lured by visions of succulent insects and enchanting female ducks beneath the water's surface, it seemed there was no need to nibble on the dry pancakes any longer. Xian chuckled as he sprang from his concealment, eager to retrieve the spoils. This time, they had successfully hunted 4 wild ducks, all males. He instructed He Tian to prepare lunch while he remained vigilant in his hideout, continuing the hunt. He Tian removed a wooden flute from around her neck and handed it to him, advising him to sound it every 10 minutes or so. The ducks were rather dim-witted. Soon, more would arrive. This marshland, lacking towering trees and situated near the river, was buffeted by strong winds, which dispersed the sound of gunfire. The open expanse was indeed an optimal locale for duck hunting. Xian took the flute, placing it between his lips, and played a few notes as He Tian had done, suddenly feeling a flush of embarrassment. He examined the flute in his hands, lost in thought, when the sound of birdsong reached his ears once more. The ducks were indeed quite foolish. They were returning. He Tian had constructed a fire in a sheltered spot, amidst several stones, which bore the charred marks of previous use. She gathered nearby reeds for fuel, quickly igniting a flame, and set a pot over it to boil water. She selected the plumpest wild duck, expertly cleaning and plucking it, removing the liver and gizzard while discarding the other entrails. After a winter's storage, these onions have sprouted green shoots measuring over 10 centimeters. He Tian deftly removes the shoots, peels the onions, washes them clean, and dices them into fine cubes. He then heats oil in a pan, cutting the duck fat into small pieces and tossing them into the pan to saute alongside the onion cubes. Once the onions attain a golden hue, he adds salt and sugar, crushing the pre-cooked duck liver into a fine paste with a spatula, adding a splash of water and allowing it to simmer gently. Although the flavor of duck liver differs slightly from that of chicken liver, the resulting sauce is still delectable. As April draws to a close, the snow in the forest has yet to completely melt, occasionally surrendering to fresh flurries. However, the rivers have fully thawed. He Tian once again rows his small boat onto the river, with Xian seated at the opposite end. Observing the swirling currents beside him, his face pales. The sight of the rushing water induces a sense of dizziness, yet witnessing He Tian's calm demeanor spurs him to mask his discomfort. He Tian, perceptive of Xian's unease, continues as the boat drifts to the center of the river, where they must cast their net before moving on. She lowers one side of the fishing net, weighted down, and rows a few meters towards the shore before casting the other half. The weights sink to the riverbed, and the net floats in the river's embrace, promising a catch in 3 or 4 days. With the river thawed, merchants will soon arrive by boat, ready to exchange goods with the hunters. In just a week, the spring market will commence. Xian gazes blankly at the ceaselessly flowing water, lost in thought, only to realize after a moment that He Tian has steered the boat into a tributary. The water here flows much more gently. Upon closer inspection, one can scarcely perceive the current. The hue of the river here differs significantly from the earlier wide and turbulent waters. It is a deep emerald green, in stark contrast to the nearly bluish-gray surface observed previously. After paddling along the river for another 10 minutes, the expanse of the water widened further. Yet the current did not quicken. The depth of the river had diminished, now merely waist-deep. As the small boat glided atop the surface, leaning over the side allowed one to glimpse the sediment at the riverbed, where tiny bubbles perpetually rose to the surface. He Tian retrieved several simple cages from the boat and gently cast them into a section of the riverbank blanketed with aquatic vegetation. These cages were constructed with 3 bamboo strips forming 3 circular frames, encased within a bucket-like fishing net. When laid flat, they appeared as circles, but upon immersion, the net and bamboo were buoyed by the water, transforming them into cylindrical shapes. Between the 2 layers of circles was an opening, and by placing a stone or tile at the base of the net, the cage could be anchored securely to the riverbed, with a rope tied at the top, tethered to the riverbank's vegetation. After a few days, fish would naturally swim into these cages, considering them a refuge. Other fish, observing this, would also deem it a safe haven and venture in to partake. When the time came, He Tian would simply lift the cages and capture them all. However, he planned to wait a week or 2 before returning to collect his catch. By then, various migratory fish would arrive, plump and laden with roe and spawn. This spring marked their first encounter with the blooming flowers, which delighted He Tian immensely. They were golden magnolias, quite delectable indeed. They rowed their boat alongside the blooming water plants. The golden flowers, a name bestowed upon them by Grandma He Tian, remained a mystery in terms of their scientific classification, as she could not discern it from her readings. Of course, Xian knew not the identity of these blossoms either. He merely observed that they resembled small bowls, each about the size of a walnut. The petals, close to the flower's center, shone in a golden hue, their edges tinged with a hint of pink. He Tian had secured a small basket, slightly larger than a ceramic bowl, around her waist, allowing her to free both hands for the delicate task of flower gathering. Xian also plucked a blossom, bringing it to his nose to inhale its faint fragrance, pondering how He Tian might prepare this floral delicacy. He Tian's hands danced through the greenery, selecting only those buds on the verge of blooming, and soon the basket cradled a modest layer of approximately 20 blossoms. That would suffice. She covered the basket and placed it in the boat, for these flowers were best enjoyed fresh. Meanwhile, in the warm southern cities, girls might already don their delicate spring attire, revealing their elegant necks and fair wrists. Yet, in the forest, He Tian and Xian remained clad in light cotton robes. Nevertheless, their shared appreciation for the springtime radiance transcended their respective locales. As they navigated a stream adjacent to a marsh, Xian spotted a nest of pale blue-green eggs concealed beneath the water plants near the shore. He gasped softly, quickly silencing himself at He Tian's gesture for quiet. When he caught her smile, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He felt foolish for his surprise. Indeed, had he not given her yet another reason to jest at his expense? He Tian gazed at the triangular-mouthed Xian, unable to suppress a smile as she reached out to gently stroke his head. Their eyes met, and immediately, a flush crept across his face. He hurriedly reminded himself to remain composed and nonchalant, lest he succumb to embarrassment once more. How unbecoming. Despite the tumultuous thoughts raging within him, Xian was acutely aware that his face was growing increasingly flushed, and his heart raced wildly. Thus, he resolved to keep his triangular mouth pursed, remaining utterly still. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How could he remain so motionless? Was he not akin to a puppy awaiting its master's affectionate pat? No, this simply would not do. What should I do instead? Perhaps I could reciprocate by stroking her head? If we both engaged in this mutual gesture, it would no longer resemble a master petting a dog. Yes, that was the way to go. In hindsight, I should have acted upon this notion the moment she began to caress my head. However, just as he extended his hand, He Tian turned around, leaning toward the bird's nest to retrieve 2 eggs. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, "Look, the eggs are still warm. They might be freshly laid by the water duck. Let us be off. It won't notice the missing eggs." The water duck's nest floated atop the water, constructed from slender twigs and various aquatic plants. Nestled in a tranquil spot along the shore and concealed beneath the overhanging foliage, the nest contained 9 eggs, of which only 7 remained, giving the appearance of a bountiful clutch. As He Tian paddled the boat, she instructed Xian to gather some aquatic plants, weaving them together to create a safe cradle for the eggs, ensuring they wouldn't break. Xian, eager to assist, relinquished the steering to her and took up the paddles, propelling the boat forward. He Tian plucked a long blade of grass and swiftly wove it into a small basket. Though the basket was rather crude, Xian found it endearing. He placed 2 eggs inside, resting the basket on his lap, and the more he gazed at it, the more charming it appeared. The verdant grass cast a faint green hue upon the white eggs. Numerous water ducks inhabited the area, and they stumbled upon several nests of eggs, with He Tian only taking 1 or 2 eggs each time. On one occasion, a brooding water duck lay in its nest, Appearing slightly flustered upon their approach, its glossy black neck extended, and its small head adorned with a red crown tilted in curiosity. However, as they swiftly glided past, the duck settled back comfortably atop its eggs. Not only water ducks, but also various other waterfowl constructed their nests here. Xian discovered several more nests amidst the grassy banks. These eggs were slightly smaller than those of the water ducks, embellished with brown speckles. He Tian identified them as the eggs of the golden-eyed duck, which prefers to lay its eggs in the grassy thickets along the shore. He secured the canoe to a tree by the bank, leaped down with a smile, proclaiming that they would have a delightful meal today. The eggs of various birds are indeed one of the delectable gifts of spring. He Tian diced the pickled radish into fine cubes, cracked 5 eggs into a ceramic bowl, and whisked them with bamboo chopsticks until a layer of fine bubbles floated atop the egg mixture. The enticing aroma of the eggs mingled with the fragrance of oil, permeating the entire room. Dinner consisted of millet porridge accompanied by steamed buns and fried eggs. The buns were previously steamed and, after 10 minutes in the steamer, thawed to regain their softness and elasticity. The culinary offerings may not be described as lavish, yet the tender texture of fresh eggs contrasts delightfully with the crispness of diced radish. The pickled radish, with its perfect balance of sweet and salty flavors, accompanied by congee and steamed buns, creates a meal that is truly satisfying. After the meal, He Tian brewed a pot of pine needle tea over the fire, allowing the fragrant aroma of pine to dispel the greasiness of the scrambled eggs. On this night, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse, starry sky, and the sound of the wind through the trees was unlike any other. Xian awoke in the middle of the night, mistaking the rustling sounds for rain, only to discover at dawn that it was the wind dislodging the remnants of ice and snow from the branches. The snow on the trees melted not uniformly. Those branches receiving more sunlight melted first, trickling down and dripping onto lower branches, where the snow froze into icy clumps. Eventually, through the warmth of the sun and the gentle breeze, these clumps fell to the ground, shattering into peculiar shards of ice. Beneath several fruit trees in He Tian's yard, the snow piled nearly as high as a person, serving to protect the bark from being gnawed by small creatures, thereby preserving the trees. As the snow gradually melted, it nourished the fruit trees. With the presence of eggs, the variety of recipes expanded. For breakfast, He Tian prepared a golden flour egg pancake. A handful of flour was placed in a bowl, then mixed with beaten eggs to achieve a consistency that was neither too thin nor too thick. A pinch of sugar was added for flavor, and if time permitted, a touch of yeast could be incorporated to allow the batter to rise, resulting in a fluffier pancake. In a frying pan, a generous spoonful of oil was heated over low flame, and a ladle of batter was poured in, gently swirling it. The center of the batter would begin to bubble, and when the edges hardened, it was flipped around the other side. Depending on the seasonal ingredients, one can also incorporate fresh fruits and vegetables into the egg pancake before flipping it, such as blueberries, strawberries, raisins, or dill. When preparing the golden flour egg pancake, He Tian gently places the washed and dried flour heads, facing downwards, onto the batter as soon as it begins to bubble, allowing it to cook a little longer before carefully flipping it. The finished pancake displays 4 or 5 flowers on one side, with the sepals facing upwards and the petals unfurling as though they have been imprinted onto the surface. Besides its delightful sweetness, the sepals and stamens provide a delightful crunch, while the hues of the petals permeate the pancake, leaving delicate, pale pink patterns upon its golden surface. Steamed egg custard is another exquisite dish centered around eggs. By adding sugar to the egg mixture and stirring it thoroughly, one can pour it into a small ceramic bowl. Covering it with a layer of mulberry leaves secured tightly with straw to ensure no air escapes. After steaming in a steamer for 5 to 6 minutes, the custard emerges tender, fragrant, and silky. He Tian often drizzles a spoonful of maple syrup atop the custard to enhance its sweetness and aroma. Xian remarks that it resembles milk jelly in taste. A sudden thought strikes He Tian, recalling Xian's previous suggestion of crafting fragrant wax candles from the gray beans. He mentions that the water used to soak those gray beans possesses a rich milky fragrance. In the forest, dairy products are a rare delicacy. The next time he prepares the custard, He Tian meticulously extracts the beans from the gray beans, grinding them into a fine powder, which he adds alongside sugar when whisking the eggs. The resulting steamed egg custard indeed boasts a more intense aroma. In addition to scrambled and steamed eggs, He Tian enjoys preparing eggs in a savory marinade. Once the duck assumes a vibrant reddish-brown hue, He places the boiled and shelled eggs into the pot, where the egg whites swiftly adopt the same rich color. After several hours of simmering, the eggs absorb the rich flavors of the marinade and the meat. The contents of the braising pot can be replenished indefinitely. When the marinade diminishes, an array of spices can be added to continue the cooking process. The pot should be stored in a cool, well-ventilated area, and boiling it daily allows for long-term preservation. With prolonged cooking, the old marinade becomes even more exquisite, infused not only with the spices, but also with the essence of the various meats and eggs previously prepared. The braised eggs can be cut into 6 segments using fine string, served alongside pickled radish strips or freshly sprouted bracken to create a delightful cold dish. The first batch of bracken appears by the stream in early May. Only the tenderest shoots are harvested, briefly blanched in boiling water, which removes their bitterness, resulting in a crisp and succulent vegetable. Arguably, the most delectable spring fare is fresh bracken, unless, of course, fragrant Chinese tune sprouts are available. A few tune trees stand in the woods nearby. They bear little resemblance to edible plants. He Tian's grandfather transplanted a tune sapling close to their home, pruning it each year to prevent excessive height. The tender shoots of the tune, when they reach the size of a pinky finger, become edible at this stage. The leaves retain a hint of red. After washing and finally chopping them, they are stir-fried with eggs, resulting in an exceptionally fragrant dish. Stir-fried tune eggs wrapped in spring pancakes are also delightful. This year, He Tian did not prepare many spring pancakes, and given Xian's usual appetite, they would certainly have been devoured. However, on that particular day, both of them were somewhat downcast, and surprisingly, half of the pancakes remained. The leftover pancakes were wrapped in mulberry leaves, bundled in straw, and placed outside to freeze before being stored in the cellar for extended preservation. When the time came to enjoy them, all that was needed was to place the spring pancakes in a steamer, where they would regain their softness and elasticity. The translucent spring pancake envelopes stir-fried Chinese tune and eggs, revealing the golden yolk and verdant tune sprouts within. Eating it while still steaming feels akin to savoring a bite of spring itself. He Tian has prepared a week's worth of varied dishes centered around eggs, and Xian has yet to tire of them. However, the spring market has now opened. The duck soup with radish, known as radish duck soup, arrived with the merchant fleet that midday. The merchant ships set sail from several southern cities, gathering at the river mouth before navigating upstream, enduring several days and nights of travel to reach the foot of the mountain. Before the merchants disembarked, they signaled from their vessels, launching flares that shot into the sky with piercing whistles, bursting into vibrant red explosions. The resounding echoes could be heard from afar, and even if one missed the sound, the crimson smoke lingered in the sky long after, visible until dusk. At that moment, He Tian and Xian were casting their nets on the river, where the fish floundered joyously, their tails slapping against the small boat. The two aboard remained remarkably silent, as if in unison. It seemed they were out of time. The woven bags and baskets would have to wait until the grass was fully dried out for crafting. Traditionally, He Tian's family would harvest grass leaves for drying only after the onset of summer, when the leaves were at their longest and most resilient, with vibrant colors post-drying. Last year, she had no time to gather them, and this year, with the arrival of spring, she wished to prepare a backpack for Xian, resorting to spring grass instead. Compared to summer's offerings, spring grass is somewhat inferior in all respects. Selecting the longest and sturdiest stems from the myriad of short blades is a task that consumes considerable time. However, it seems that the painstakingly gathered blades of grass are now of no use. Upon returning indoors, He Tian and Xian proceeded as usual to salt the fish they had caught, placing them in a jar and sealing it tightly. Before washing their hands and attending to other tasks, He Tian climbed up to the shelf and retrieved an old, woven backpack. The interior of the backpack was lined with a layer of ochre-colored coarse cloth, while the exterior was crafted into a net-like bag from 2 different shades of grass, enhancing its durability. "This is for you. I wove it myself," He Tian said as she opened the bag, first placing Xian's striking red silk mink fur cloak inside. It was quite ostentatious, yet valuable. Selling it in a town below could fetch a substantial sum. Next, she added several garments she had altered from her grandmother's old clothes for Xian. "The weather has warmed down the mountain, and you didn't bring any light clothing. Please don't disdain these few pieces. Wear them for now." She then opened a camphor wood chest and, as promised, set aside 1/3 of the mink fur for him. "Tomorrow, go to the market and see how the merchants will barter. We will divide the earnings afterward." As she spoke, A wave of emotion washed over her, prompting her to sit down and gently caress the mink fur, her head bowed in silence. Since entering the house, He Tian had avoided making eye contact with Xian, fearful that she would burst into tears. Yet, with her head lowered and her lips pursed, her trembling eyelashes betrayed her suppressed emotions. Xian, too, felt a pang of sorrow. He pulled a chair closer and sat beside her, resting his head on her shoulder. To his surprise, as he leaned in, He Tian instinctively nestled her small head against him. As their ears brushed against one another, Xian remained still, hesitant to move. He Tian exhaled deeply through her nose, her hands encircling the arm that rested near her. In a soft voice, she proposed, "Tomorrow morning, we shall row down to the market at the foot of the mountain. We should arrive around noon. After we exchange the mink fur, it will still be bright outside. Then, you can depart as the dawn breaks." After a pause, she continued, "I have been contemplating this for several days. The sooner you leave, the sooner I can find peace of mind. Otherwise, sigh." She let out a breath, then added, "You need not feel indebted to me for rescuing you. Even if you believe you owe me, you have already repaid it in full. You have helped me immensely this winter, and I am truly grateful for your assistance, even building a bridge for me. Moreover, you have engaged me in countless conversations. Not even my grandmother spoke with me so affectionately." Upon hearing her words, Xian felt as if a lump of cotton were lodged in his throat. The arm that He Tian held close was no longer his own. He could not discern whether it was her soft hair or the peculiar sensations stirred by his emotions that caused this strange feeling. The tingling spread from his right neck to his ear, along his jawline, to his temple, and ultimately enveloped the entire right side of his head. He slightly turned his head, his nose brushing against her hair, which now rendered his nose itchy as well. This peculiar sensation quickly traversed through his nasal passages and settled in his chest. The two of them remained silently nestled together like small creatures seeking warmth in the harsh winter, and after a long while, He Tian inquired, "What would you like to eat tonight?" In the morning, as I ventured out to collect the nets, lunch had already been prepared, a wholesome mixture of millet rice and duck soup with radishes. Prior to my departure, He Tian had placed the duck in a clay pot atop the stove. The fire in the stove was first kindled to a vigorous blaze, while the assorted grains and millet soaked overnight were placed in a steamer atop the clay pot. Once the rice was cooked, I reduced the flames to a gentle simmer, allowing the duck to tenderly stew while keeping the rice warm. The radishes, having been stored throughout winter, sprouted fine white roots, yet their flavor remained unchanged, and their texture retained its crispness. I peeled them, cutting them into small cubes of 2 to 3 centimeters, and combined them with equally sized pieces of wild duck for a slow simmer. To this, I added a dried red chili, a few Sichuan peppercorns, and some salt, resulting in an exquisitely fragrant broth. The radish, no longer crisp, absorbed the rich, fatty essence of the duck, beautifully balancing the soup's richness. Both Xian and He Tian relished this dish. By this time, the rice and duck had long been ready, exuding an enticing aroma. Regrettably, neither felt particularly hungry. After lunch, Xian took up an axe and began chopping the dried firewood stacked outside the shed into smaller pieces. He Tian intervened, suggesting he take a rest, for tomorrow might entail a long journey. Xian shook his head. He believed that by chopping more wood now, He Tian would expend less effort after his departure. Every few years, hunters would fall victim to robbery on their way to the market. Those fortunate enough to survive could recount their harrowing tales, while the unfortunate might leave behind little more than scattered remains, whether in the rushing rivers or the dense jungles teeming with wildlife. These locales served as ideal places for disposing of bodies. In addition to the threat of robbery, the market is rife with various temptations that entice hunters to part with their freshly acquired wealth. There are enchanting vendors selling intoxicating beverages, and numerous gambling stalls that have ensnared He Tian in their deceit. One stall owner had lured her with the promise of a prize, claiming that if she could knock down the central can in a row of iron cans with a stone, she would be rewarded. She spent her money, only to leave empty-handed. It was only later that her grandmother revealed the truth. The central can was rigged with a mechanism, supported by a vertical stick, which the stall owner could manipulate at will to prevent it from being toppled. "If you knew he was deceiving me, why didn't you tell me sooner?" He Tian exclaimed in frustration. "I merely wished to provide you with an opportunity to experience life," her grandmother replied with a twinkling smile. Reflecting on past events, He Tian couldn't help but smile softly. Knowledge may be imparted, but experience must truly be lived. She then prepared a stack of millet soup pancakes and chicken liver paste, boiling a pot of dumplings and allowing them to cool on a large ceramic plate, intending to pan-fry some in the morning for breakfast, taking the rest with her. The dumplings, with their crisp and golden exterior, paired delightfully with finely diced pickled radish and congee, making for a hearty breakfast that she could easily finish in one sitting. Additionally, she crafted a modest portion of lotus root powder rose chestnut cake. This time, she did not make much, as there was only a small amount of rose lotus root powder left, and the result was somewhat rustic, with the red bean paste filling left unfiltered due to her oversight. Aside from these foods that can be consumed regardless of temperature, He Tian also packed several pieces of cured meat and a salted fish for Xian. With the last bit of flour in the house, she crafted a few flatbreads, steaming them until they were cooked through, then placing them on the hearth to dry. Afterward, she boiled a piece of cured meat, shredding only the lean parts into delicate strips, which she enveloped in the flatbreads, folding them into rectangular shapes before placing them in the baking tray for a brief roast. Once cooled, the flatbreads filled with shredded meat became both crisp and flaky, capable of lasting for an extended period without spoiling. However, they inevitably left one parched, necessitating ample water for consumption. He Tian wrapped the flatbreads in pairs with mulberry leaves, securing them tightly with fine grass strings, and neatly arranged 2 stacks in the cloth bag prepared for Xian. She also filled a small bamboo jar with pickled radish strips, another with candied chestnuts, and yet another containing jerky made from the wild duck she had hunted a few days prior. Once the food was meticulously packed, the bag was brimming. He Tian sighed, realizing there was no more room. If she tried to add anything else, it would likely spoil before they could finish it. The cured meat and salted fish could only be bound with grass strings, hanging from the strap of the bag. She glanced at the salted fish, pondering its incongruity with Xian. Upon arriving in a new city to seek employment, carrying such an item might invite ridicule, potentially even leading to a reduction in salary. Imagining the tall, graceful Xian with the bag, cured meat in front and salted fish in the back, she chuckled at the thought of the fish bumping against her as she walked. He Tian called Xian into the room, pointing at the salted fish and cured meat. On the way, you should consume these first. If you haven't finished them by the time we reach the new city, discard them without feeling regret. Otherwise, you may be looked down upon and struggle to find a good job. There is a chance you might even be mocked or bullied. Observing Xian in such a manner, one might surmise that he has never been belittled or mocked throughout his life. He Tian is acutely aware of how unpleasant that experience can be. She recalls the first time she accompanied her grandparents to the market during her childhood. Upon touching a fascinating trinket, she was swiftly reprimanded by the vendor, who struck her hand with a fly swatter, exclaiming, "You little rascal! How dare you touch something so filthy?" The sting of the slap was not particularly painful, yet the shock of humiliation and indignation, coupled with the lingering ache on the back of her hand, left an indelible mark on He Tian's heart. She harbored a desire that Xian should not endure a similar fate. With a promising job secured, he would soon be able to purchase copious amounts of salted fish and cured meat. One must not sacrifice the substantial for the trivial. Xian nodded in acknowledgement. He Tian then opened a bamboo box from her bag, revealing some chestnut and red bean cakes. "I made a few more this time. Though they aren't as good as the last batch, I forgot to sieve the bean paste." Inside the jade green box lay 12 translucent cakes, each delicately wrapped in a small mulberry leaf, exuding charm and elegance. "Do not skimp on these. Consume them quickly, lest they spoil." Xian accepted the box, cradling it in silence. Having busied herself for quite some time, it was now past 4 in the afternoon. She inquired of Xian, "What would you like for dinner?" After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Red bean and millet porridge." That was the dish she had prepared for him upon his awakening. He Tian gazed at him, her lips curling into a tight smile as memories flooded back. After dinner, she inspected several hunting rifles, handing one to Xian along with some lead pellets, dividing them into 2 portions, one to carry on his person and the other to be stored carefully in his luggage to prevent moisture damage. She stored the lead pellets in a meticulously crafted bamboo tube. The tube had been charred by fire, rendering it both lightweight and moisture-resistant. At the bottom of the tube and atop the stopper lay a protective layer of moss and cotton paper. The bamboo tube was slightly wider than the diameter of the pellets, allowing them to roll out one after another with a simple pull of the stopper. When the tube was inserted into the chamber, it could fire continuously. He Tian also provided Xian with a similar bamboo tube and a matching hunting rifle. In addition to the weaponry, there was a map, drawn by He Tian's grandparents in their youth, depicting the terrain on both sides of the Great River. extending downstream to several cities. Although decades had passed, the mountains and rivers remained unchanged. Alongside these essentials, He Tian prepared for Xian a willow-wood toothbrush with boar bristles, a spare brush head, a small box of tooth powder, a bar of soap encased in a cloth bag, several pieces of fabric to serve as towels, and, of course, a box of his grandmother's secret ointment. Xian smiled as she held the small bamboo box, knowing it could remedy various injuries, cuts, burns, insect bites, headaches, and stomachaches. Naturally, He Tian was quite confident. After thoroughly checking their belongings, the two went to sleep, burdened by their thoughts, sharing no words throughout the night. The following morning, they set out. He Tian and Xian paddled their canoe, with a sturdy camphor wood box containing the marten pelts securely placed in the center of the small boat. The stern held their luggage and provisions for the journey, including a water flask. They rowed vigorously, the canoe swiftly gliding downstream. By early May, during the hottest part of the day, the temperature hovered around 16 to 17 degrees Celsius. Around 6 in the morning, the sky began to brighten. On the ground, on the trees, and atop the houses, the snow has melted. However, occasionally, a flurry of snowflakes may still drift down in the mountains, while some patches of snow remain in the shaded recesses of the rocky hollows. When He Tian and his companions set forth, the sun had yet to rise, and the river's surface was quite cold. They navigated the river for about an hour, as the sun gradually ascended. After another hour of rowing, they found it necessary to shed their fur vests, and by nearly 10 o'clock, even the buttons of their thin cotton jackets had to be undone to stave off the warmth. The river's current was not perpetually swift. At times, they encountered stretches where the flow was gentle and calm. During these moments, He Tian would halt the boat or rest against a small islet in the river's center. Or sometimes, he would simply cease rowing and let the current carry them. When waterfowl appeared, He Tian would occasionally catch one or two for provisions. And if he happened upon a nest, he would discreetly gather a couple of eggs to place in his bamboo basket. As they approached 11 o'clock, the river suddenly widened considerably, where 5 tributaries converged. 2 of these streams were rather murky, and upon merging with the others, the water's surface transformed into a mesmerizing pattern of yellow and white, gradually blending into a magnificent spectacle. The scenery along the riverbanks also underwent a delightful transformation. Upon departing from He Tian's home, the banks, adorned with aquatic plants and verdant trees, appeared to be in the throes of spring. In less than 3 hours, however, the landscape had assumed the essence of early summer. Not only did the water plants and foliage burgeon, but many trees in the adjacent thickets were ablaze with blossoms. Shades of pink, white, pale yellow, and vibrant orange competed for attention. Countless wildflowers carpeted the ground, attracting a myriad of bees and butterflies. One could faintly observe that some blossoms had already fallen from the tree crowns, leaving behind small, green, marble-like fruits dangling from the branches. The river was no longer graced by just their solitary canoe. Numerous boats dotted the surface. Some hunters, familiar with one another, exchanged greetings, inquiring about each other's harvest for the year or discussing potential trades. Others simply maneuvered their vessels closer together, engaging in transactions upon the water. The Chap family also arrived in their canoe, which, albeit still a dugout, was significantly longer than He Tian's, capable of accommodating 6 or 7 individuals. Old Man Chap sat at the bow, while his 2 sons occupied the stern, and the trio rowed in unison, swiftly catching up to He Tian and his companions. What perplexed He Tian was the noticeable shift in the brothers' demeanor. When their boats converged, Old Man Chap greeted He Tian with polite conversation. Yet as their canoe overtook He Tian's, the brothers' gazes transformed once more into the lewd, greasy expressions reminiscent of their encounter at the market the previous year. After surpassing He Tian's boat, the Chap family seemed intent on reaching the market ahead of them, rowing with increased vigor. She silently worried, yet reassured herself that it was inconsequential. Arriving later would not be a problem, as the fur traders were well prepared with ample funds. As more boats and people filled the river, the current grew steadier. Upon reaching a fork in the waterway, all vessels veered into a narrow channel, scarcely 5 or 6 meters wide, where roughly 40 or 50 boats could be seen from afar. The market was situated on a flat expanse by the riverbank. At the other end of the fork, the waters converged once more, revealing a broad river surface. Near the shore, a temporary dock had been erected, accommodating several merchant ships. The waters here were deep yet calm. The merchant vessels arriving with cargo each measured 20 to 30 meters in length, and rise 2 to 3 stories high. In contrast, the small boats paddled by He Tian and his companions appear as diminutive ants clustered around a few majestic unicorn beetles. Surrounding each merchant ship are 5 or 6 smaller boats equipped with awnings, resembling grasshoppers guarding their larger counterparts. The shorter boats measure approximately 11 to 12 meters, while the larger ones extend to 14 or 15 meters. Like the colossal merchant ships, these boats are outfitted with diesel engines, occasionally emitting a low hum as they swiftly navigate the river, darting from one merchant vessel to another to relay messages, transport vital goods, or conduct patrols. Xian observed the guards aboard these grasshopper-like boats, clad in standardized attire and wielding identical weapons. Quietly, he adjusted the scarf around his neck, tying it in a knot at the back of his head. He then fanned himself with the raccoon skin cap crafted by He Tian, wiping away the perspiration from his brow before donning it once more. Turning his gaze towards the riverbank, he noted the presence of several large, square red tents arranged in an orderly fashion, creating a structured square. The bustling activity in the open space between the tents suggested a lively atmosphere, with various goods likely having been unloaded onto the shore. He Tian was reflecting on how this year's market was markedly different from those of previous years when they spotted a representative from a merchant caravan approaching the shore to greet them. However, this greeting was more akin to a directive. The man, a middle-aged individual with a dark yellow complexion and a belly protruding like that of a woman nearing childbirth, held a pen and a clipboard with a stack of papers. With a brusque demeanor, he barked at the individuals managing the boat, instructing them to remain still until they were registered before disembarking. How many individuals have arrived? How many are men and how many are women? What goods have they brought? Is there any mink fur among the cargo? As these inquiries were made, notes were carefully inscribed on paper. Should they have brought mink fur? The demeanor of the individual would soften slightly, directing the boat to row a bit further, and once ashore, someone would escort you to exchange the fur. Conversely, if the arrivals bore no mink fur, the individual would wave them away as though swatting flies, urging them to disperse to the other side, admonishing them not to crowd in this area. He Tian felt somewhat bewildered and turned to an elderly hunter ahead of them, inquiring, "Grandmother, what is happening? Who is that person? Why must everyone heed his commands?" The elderly woman shook her head, sighing. "This year, it seems the price for mink fur will not be favorable." "Why is that?" He Tian was perplexed. The old hunter, however, fell silent thereafter. Xian whispered to He Tian, "It appears that this year's merchant convoy intends to monopolize the trade." Xian's assessment proved accurate. Soon, He Tian gleaned information from other hunters. Last year, the lords of 2 southern cities passed away in succession, leading to their merger. These cities, strategically located along the vital waterways to the north, originally stood at opposite ends. Following their unification, the new lord established checkpoints at the closest points of the 2 rivers in the spring, imposing a unified tax system. All merchants passing through were required to register, and the official directing them ashore was appointed by the lord. Upon hearing this, He Tian's anger flared. "This is unjust. What constitutes justice?" chuckled the old hunter who relayed the news, as he filled his pipe with tobacco. "The bear can hunt every creature in the forest, while the rabbit and the muntjac are left only to graze in fear. Could not the lord capable of uniting 2 cities be deemed more formidable than 1,000 bears? Naturally, one would expect him to indulge in a greater abundance of sustenance and revel in the offerings of more beings." He Tian fell into a contemplative silence, his spirits visibly dampened, as if he found truth in this assertion. Xian remained taciturn, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Yet he adjusted the thin linen cloth higher and pressed his hat down further. The raccoon skin hat crafted by He Tian was quite amusing. It was fashioned from an entire raccoon pelt, resembling a raccoon perched atop one's head, with the ears standing erect and the tail cascading down the back, while the pointed snout drooped over the forehead. Lacking glass beads, she felt the hollow eye sockets were unsightly. So she stitched the raccoon's 2 front paws over the eyes, creating the illusion of the raccoon playfully covering its eyes. Xian pressed the pointed snout against his forehead, obscuring his face entirely except for a pair of eyes peering out. He Tian did not find this peculiar. When others cast curious glances at Xian, she would explain, "My sister has developed a floral rash." The floral rash is a common affliction in the spring forest, essentially a pollen allergy manifesting as red, swollen patches on the skin that can become ulcerated and ooze yellow fluid when scratched. However, recovery is straightforward. A A simple application of ointment and shielding the skin from the wind will suffice, and within a week or two, one shall be healed. In truth, even without protection, it would resolve itself in a fortnight, though the appearance remains rather unsightly. For a young lady, it is certainly preferable to conceal such blemishes. This raccoon skin hat is favored in the mountains primarily by children and spirited young girls. As it came time for He Tian to register and disembark, the minor official exhibited no suspicion, openly displaying his disdain. He even covered his nose with one hand, seemingly fearful of contagion, repeatedly gesturing with his pen and paper, urging them to depart swiftly. At that moment, Xian felt a profound sense of relief for not having disclosed his true identity to He Tian. Thus, even if inquiries arose later, He Tian would firmly believe that he was aiding a girl, thereby evading entanglements. On their journey to the marketplace, Xian comprehended why He Tian had initially assumed he was a girl upon their first encounter. If all the men He Tian had encountered in his life resembled those he had seen that day, then Xian indeed bore little resemblance to his counterparts. Many hunters appeared to have gone years without bathing or laundering their garments. Their attire, necks, faces, and fingers were grimy, and even the frayed edges of their thin cotton cloaks revealed stuffing that was blackened with filth. The older men were not worth mentioning, but even the younger ones, like the two brothers from the Cha Pu family, seemed disheveled, with stubble and closely cropped hair. Later, Xian learned from He Tian that many hunters favored shaving their heads in winter to avoid lice, which made him feel quite nauseated. As the small boats congregated in the river bend, waiting to reach the shore, there were a few young men of decent appearance. However, upon closer inspection, they too were exceedingly rough around the edges. As the boats drew nearer, Xian feared that the stench of these foul men would offend He Tian. After securing their small vessel at the designated spot, He Tian and Xian hoisted the wooden box and stepped onto the wooden planks set up on the shore. They were given a tag, and when their number was called, they were directed toward a row of small stalls at the front of the line. The row of small stalls stood outside the grand red tent, each occupied by a fur merchant inspecting pelts. Contrary to the elderly woman's fears, the prices of sable fur had not plummeted alarmingly, yet they remained modest. The price of each type of sable was displayed on a placard hanging from each stall. He Tian calculated in her mind and found the prices to be reasonably acceptable. Soon, their number was called, and with a sense of trepidation, He Tian approached with her box. As the merchants began to classify the furs, a thought struck her. Could the city lord have instructed them to deliberately lower the classification of the pelts? If the violet sable were misclassified as black sable, the price would differ significantly. To her surprise, the merchants provided a remarkably fair assessment. Noticing that He Tian had over 400 pelts, most of high quality, they summoned 2 or 3 assistants to assist in the grading and measuring process. As they sang while sorting, one of them inquired of He Tian, "Little girl, can you read and count?" Suddenly inspired, she replied, "I cannot read. As for counting, I manage just fine." She wished to ascertain whether these men would deceive the hunters, yet to her astonishment, they proved to be wholly honest, making no mistakes in their calculations. Holding a thick wad of money, He Tian felt somewhat bewildered. The fur merchants even advised her to turn left upon exiting, where she would find vendors selling salt, iron, seeds, and cloth, cautioning her to safeguard her money, for outside the tent, the city lord's officials would be unable to protect her from thieves. "Oh, this is what they call market benefits," she mused, "providing you with an advantage to make you feel grateful." Xian crossed her arms and scoffed. "I suspect the city lord has already collected taxes from the merchants. Would they truly be willing to comply? Did you not see the armed guards along the way? Once, merchants had to hire bodyguards to collect their furs, did they not?" Indeed, they did. Not only were hunters subject to robbery, but merchant caravans laden with goods also became prime targets for bandits during the rampant springtime criminality. Compared to merchants, who merely counted their earnings, those hunters who faced bears and wolves daily were certainly more formidable. The taxes paid by the merchants to the lord of the city were ostensibly for protection. If the lord could indeed guarantee their safe passage, they would willingly pay such taxes. Even if they were reluctant, they had no alternative. Previous trading had always occurred here, and now, with taxes imposed, they could not simply change their trading location. If they wished to evade taxes or engage in smuggling, they would have to wait until the following year. However, if the lord's protection proved effective, the taxes would ultimately be more economical than hiring bodyguards, guides, or establishing new markets for smuggling. It might well become a new norm. Yet, there lay a dilemma. Once the merchants paid their taxes and received protection from the Lord, both parties benefited, but those who previously served as merchant bodyguards would find themselves unemployed. What would become of them? The Lord's favor did not extend to them. Xian scoffed, noting that former bodyguards could have sought refuge with the Lord, while those who lost their livelihoods could defect to become the Lord's musketeers. Should they refuse, the Lord would seize the opportunity to quell dissent, thereby establishing his authority and expanding his influence. He Tian pondered thoughtfully, wondering if the Lord might eventually demand taxes in the form of mink pelts or send agents to collect them. Xian chuckled, remarking that it would depend on the Lord's cunning. Such a course of action was indeed feasible, yet if the hunters were unwilling to pursue minks, from whence would the pelts come? After all, the hunters were armed. Moreover, who could he possibly send into the mountains to collect taxes? As the two conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the market for the trade of salt, iron, and seeds, where they were met by guards who inquired for a ticket number, stating that taxes must be paid before entry into the market. He Tian and Xian exchanged glances. Indeed, the city lord had erected barriers and deployed soldiers solely for monetary gain. Merchants dealing in sable pelts, upon concluding their transactions with hunters, had their earnings documented and reported for entry based on their ticket numbers. Those without sable pelts were relegated to another area, entering through a small door on the eastern side of the square fort formed by grand tents. The tax rate was set at 10%, causing He Tian to feel a pang of pain as he paid the tax. Xian further fanned the flames, suggesting that even purchasing goods inside might incur additional taxes. What you just paid is income tax. That is known as consumption tax. Upon hearing the categorization of the taxes, He Tian instinctively clutched his chest in distress. The vicious dogs that dominated the fur trade market in the northern forests effectively controlled the livelihoods of the mountain dwellers within. Perhaps this city lord was not inclined to deplete resources recklessly, or perhaps he genuinely sought to benefit the market. Hunters were exempt from taxation when purchasing goods, and merchants dared not inflate prices. Although items were slightly more expensive than the previous year, a comprehensive selection remained available, with price increases kept within reasonable limits. Particularly for essentials like salt and iron pots, not only had prices not risen, but they had even decreased slightly. As Xian pointed out, if hunters deemed this official market not worth the long journey, they would be reluctant to engage in trade. After all, sable pelts would not spoil, provided they were not gnawed by rodents, and it would not be long before smugglers emerged. Upon departing from the double city river gate, one encounters a multitude of waterways. Even if the city lord were to conscript all the bandits operating within these channels, there would still be insufficient manpower to apprehend the smuggling merchants. Only when all parties benefit and none are oppressed to the point of unbearable suffering can the official market thrive. Hunters, having exchanged their marten pelts for currency, ventured into the market enclosed by the tri-border tents, soon discovering the newfound advantages of the official marketplace. In the past, some merchants would allow hunters to barter their pelts directly for seeds, salt, iron pots, and tools, demanding no currency, only the pelts themselves. However, this year, such arrangements were no longer permissible. All goods were now clearly priced, necessitating exchanges on a one-to-one basis. To engage in trade, one must exit through the west gate, where the riverbank hosts the hunter's own market, bustling with exchanges of wicker baskets for bamboo sieves, trinkets for other trinkets. The variety was endless. Merchants could also trade for mountain delicacies, such as dried hazelnuts, pine mushrooms, pine nuts, or pelts from foxes, wolves, and deer, as well as fans crafted from golden pheasant feathers, freshwater pearls the size of millet grains harvested from the river, or rare animals. These transactions fell beyond the purview of the city lord's concern. He Tian purchased 20 pounds of salt and calculated that it was nearly half as cheap as in previous years. She found herself harboring a favorable impression of the city lord, reflecting that if he could maintain his position for the long term and establish these market regulations, it would be splendid, even if slightly higher taxes were imposed. Of course, never increasing taxes would be even more delightful. Apart from the row of large tents near the riverbank dedicated to the procurement of mink pelts, the other three sides are adorned with an array of goods. Numerous stalls bear their respective names, while the central open space is lined with 3 rows of smaller booths. The stalls vary in size and offer an extensive assortment of merchandise, including salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, and various seasonings, fabrics, an array of iron and steel tools, as well as services for repairing iron pots and hoes. There are vendors providing a multitude of agricultural seeds and fruit tree saplings, ensuring a comprehensive selection. Additionally, 3 establishments offer medical services, selling various pills and powders, among which one is a dental clinic, where the anguished cries of patients can be heard even from a distance, with a long queue forming outside, indicative of its thriving business. Another popular establishment specializes in optometry and eyewear, where a well-maintained pair of reading glasses can last for a decade or more, costing no more than the price of 2 black minks, a worthy investment indeed. The market also features vendors selling liquor, tobacco, and those engaging in games of chance with marbles, roulette, pai gow, dice, and playing cards, alongside performers adorned in vibrant makeup showcasing their talents. All of this is found within the row of tents to the north. This year, the market boasts a greater variety of goods compared to previous years. There are 4 stalls solely dedicated to fabric, each offering commendable quality at reasonable prices. The number of vendors selling iron pots and repairing tools such as shovels and axes has also increased. The seed sellers have expanded by 5 or 6 establishments, with 2 offering not only seed selection but also samples of the plants cultivated from these seeds, along with literature on planting techniques. The cotton candy vendor remains singular, a couple whose years of labor have turned their hair white as they work tirelessly in the corner of the Western market. Among the more uncommon offerings is a stall promoting a livestock-powered washing machine, complete with a diesel engine. The fellow spoke with great enthusiasm, urging the villagers to take note of our family's propulsion device, installed on the boat. With a gentle tug, lo and behold, there is no need for oars or exertion, and in just an hour, one can traverse 20 to 30 miles of waterway. Some may inquire about the abundant stones, water plants, and decaying wood in our rivers, which might ensnare the fishing nets cast by others, resulting in a sudden snap and the motor's impeller breaking. The attendant lifted an ironclad cover from the ground, proclaiming, "What you refer to is a conventional motor. Ours is the Golden Bell motor, specifically designed for intricate underwater terrains. It has been rigorously tested and verified by experts. If you do not believe me, please exit through the west gate and observe the riverbank. Of the 26 merchant vessels that have arrived, all are equipped with our Golden Bell motor. Available in 3 sizes. You may choose according to the dimensions of your vessel." He Tian felt quite tempted. Her small boat glided swiftly downstream, yet struggled against the current. How wonderful it would be to have a motor. As she contemplated this, someone inquired about the price of diesel. How long would a jug of diesel last? How far could one travel? Upon hearing the price, He Tian discreetly tightened her grip on her wallet. Perhaps it is best to continue rowing. She took Xian's hand and walked away. In previous years, He Tian would have explored every stall, large and small, but today was different. With the impending separation from her companions weighing on her mind, she found little interest in shopping, merely adhering to her list and purchasing items that were reasonably priced. Since the onset of winter, He Tian had meticulously compiled a shopping list for trapping minks. Each time a thought of something to purchase crossed her mind, she would jot it down, revising it repeatedly until she finally settled on it just a week ago. Following her list, it wasn't long before she had acquired a considerable amount of items, her basket brimming to the brim. However, as the weight on her back grew heavier, so too did her spirits. Ultimately, her last acquisition was a piece of red corduroy cotton fabric. Her winter coat sleeves had already worn thin, and having grown a bit taller, it seemed inevitable that she would have to remake her winter attire this year. As she touched the fabric, a sense of melancholy washed over her, and she lifted her gaze to Xian. Xian remained veiled, yet his eyes reflected a reluctance to part ways. Upon exiting the official market, they entered a more rudimentary marketplace where the mountain folk exchanged their produce. This place was far simpler, with buyers and sellers huddled near a patch of wetland adorned with a few large willow trees. The early arrivals had trampled the reeds and weeds underfoot, clearing a space for various goods, some placed in baskets or overturned crates, while others lay directly on the ground. The ground between the stalls was still quite muddy, and many boots bore the evidence of the merchandise they had traversed. From a distance, He Tian spotted 2 or 3 stalls selling puppies. She hurried over, as she was in desperate need of a hunting dog, intentionally bypassing the dog stall run by the 2 brothers from the Chapu family. She approached another vendor and crouched to observe a litter of puppies. The mother and father dogs had been brought by the owner to attest to the lineage and quality of the hunting dogs. He Tian whistled at the mother dog, who perked up her ears, watching her with a keen yet silent vigilance, her front paws together and chin held high. Clearly a well-trained hunting dog. The most essential quality of a good hunting dog is its tranquility. They only bark when they have detected prey. He Tian observed the dog's coat more closely. Although it was in the process of shedding, the golden short fur was dense and lustrous, well suited to adapt to cold climates. The dog's owner was a woman a few years older than He Tian, with a sun-kissed complexion and elongated eyes. Noticing He Tian's interest, she beckoned the pair of hunting dogs to stand for him. The two dogs, previously resting beside their puppies, immediately rose with vigor upon hearing their owner's call. Their legs were straight and long, their claws neat and gleaming despite being muddied. The owner then showcased their teeth, paw pads, and ears to He Tian. The more he observed, the more he was captivated, and when he glanced at the puppies, only 3 months old, yet already exhibiting the spirit of their parents, he felt a surge of affection. He pointed to the quiet golden puppy in the center and inquired about its gender. "It's a male," she replied with a smile. "All our dogs are exceptional hunters." Just as He Tian was about to negotiate the price, the eldest son of the Chapu family swaggered over, spitting onto the ground before casting a disdainful glance at the dog seller. "What kind of worthless mutt do you dare to sell here? Can your dog even compare to mine?" The woman was taken aback, quickly realizing that this brute was deliberately provoking her. With a stern expression, she reached for her hunting rifle at her waist and retorted, "What do you intend to do? Draw your line." The younger brother of the Chapu family approached as well, smirking. "Hey, not at all. You're not allowed to sell dogs to her." He pointed at He Tian and said, "Do you believe it? If you dare sell to her, I shall unleash my dog to maul your pups." As he spoke, he glared at another dog seller. "You lot are no exception." The elderly couple, intimidated, promptly clutched their dog and retreated. The Chapa brothers exchanged smug glances, and with a wave of their hands, their 2 adult hunting dogs dashed forward, baring their teeth and emitting threatening growls, drool dripping from their sharp fangs. He Tian's heart raced with fury. On what grounds? The Chapa brothers glanced at her, then at Xian, chuckling. "He Tian, it's not impossible for you to have a dog. Just buy it from us." "On what grounds?" "Simply because we are men, and you are but a group of women. Have you ever seen a herd of deer scatter without a stag? Without a man to protect you? Just wait to be bullied." The female dog seller, seething with anger yet unable to voice it, knew her dogs were equally formidable, but her trained hounds would cling to their prey, even when injured, until it was dead. Her chest heaved with frustration as she thought of her puppies, and she fell silent, gripping the gun tightly, standing her ground against the 2 brutish men. The second son of the Chapu family leered at the woman, appraising her, then turned to He Tian, saying to his brother with a smirk, "This lass has a decent face and figure, but compared to you and your lovely companion," he glanced at Xian, then back to He Tian. "You are the truly delightful one, so smooth and charming." He spoke as he unexpectedly extended his hand towards He Tian, attempting to caress her face. Xian, like a protective hen shielding her chicks, positioned herself between He Tian and the intruder, softly inquiring what it would take for them to allow He Tian to acquire a dog. The 2 brothers from the Chapu family exchanged glances. The elder chuckled, saying, "To be honest, even bartering with mink fur would be futile." The younger sibling joined in the laughter, adding, "You would need to trade your delicate skin for that." He then glanced at the dog seller, remarking, "As for you, while your face cannot compare, your posterior is ample." A crowd had gathered, some displaying expressions of anger, while others lewdly laughed, fixated on the flushed faces of He Tian and the dog seller. The dogs, sensing their owner's agitation, emitted low growls in unison. Xian chuckled softly, maintaining her subdued tone. "This is quite a predicament." She partially pulled down the veil obscuring her face, casting a playful glance at the 2 brothers. With a slight nod of her chin towards the reeds in the distance, she invited, "Follow me." He Tian remembered to pull Xian back, but despite her strength, she was merely a girl. The brothers, initially thinking they had misheard, watched as the tall beauty indeed released He Tian's arm and ventured towards the reeds. Observing her long legs and slender waist, along with the striking face they had seen that morning by the river, they burst into laughter and hastily followed her. One man among them chuckled, "This doesn't bode well for you two." Yet, no one paid him any heed. Such is the law of survival in the forest, where even more brutal occurrences are not unheard of. At that moment, someone clutched their chest and cried out, "My money has been stolen." The crowd, no longer interested in the spectacle, scrambled to check their own belongings. "There's a thief among us. Quickly, summon the officials." He Tian, having been struck by Xian, felt an inexplicable numbness shoot through her arm, the very arm she used to wield her firearm. Instinctively, She shook her arm, only to turn and see Xian swiftly striding away, her long legs carrying her at an alarming pace. While the two brothers from the Xiaomi family pursued her like ravenous wolves, their eyes glinting with hunger as they neared the reeds. The reeds here had grown taller than a person, lush and dense, and once one ventured into their depths, they would be utterly concealed within, making the search for them all the more troublesome. He Tian froze, her mind clouded with indecision, yet after a moment's contemplation, she resolutely shook her head. Sister, I am not to be underestimated. With a swift motion, she lifted the hem of her garment to reveal a pistol. The woman had no choice but to release her grip, and He Tian hurried towards the reeds. Upon reaching the edge of the thicket, He Tian found herself at a loss. The wind rustled through the reeds, creating a soft, whispering sound, while green leaves brushed against one another. Between the straight stalks, all that could be seen were more green poles. Glancing down, she noted patches of wetlands and muddy puddles, making it difficult to discern their whereabouts. Desperation welled up within her, and she felt tears brimming as she shouted, but abruptly covered her mouth. Why hadn't Xian yet approached the marketplace or disembarked before covering her face? Would her outcry only exacerbate the situation? He Tian stifled a sob, her chin quivering as tears streamed down her cheeks. In the depths of the reed marsh, He Tian wept softly, while the two brothers from the Xiaomi family also shed tears. They closely followed Xian into the verdant thicket, where they beheld a graceful figure gliding through the lush reeds. The woman's long hair, dark and lustrous, flowed like silk, and her fair complexion rivaled that of He Tian, causing their mouths to water with desire. As they pursued her, they called out, "My lady, is this place suitable? No one can see us here." "Brother, the lady is shy." They laughed. "Could it be that you are still a virgin? Fear not, we shall be gentle." As they indulged in their lewd banter, Xian suddenly halted and turned around, tearing away the cloth that obscured her face. During this winter, when they first encountered He Tian and this enchanting woman, they had assumed her to be a man due to her height and veiled visage. However, upon seeing her by the river this morning, they realized that, in comparison to He Tian's handsome features, this lady possessed a unique allure, resembling a delicate silk figure. The brothers, now revealing their foolishness, resembled two fidgeting flies, fixated on Xian. Before they could comprehend the situation, a flash caught their eyes, and Chapu's younger brother let out a strange cry. Collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony, clutching his side and howling, his legs flailing wildly, his commotion flattened a considerable swath of reeds around him, allowing him to writhe in agony without the mud that had ensnared his brother, who was rolling about like a black pig. As the brothers screamed and tumbled, they still attempted to reach for their weapons at their waists. Xian let out a cold laugh and delivered another kick to each of their wrists, then menacingly declared, "Open your dog eyes and have a good look. Am I not a man?" The Chap brothers howled in agony, tears streaming down their faces, now smeared with mud and filth, yet their expressions unmistakably conveyed, "You call this manly? What a joke." Stepping forward, he lifted his garment, lowered his trousers, and urinated upon the two brothers, all while baring his teeth and adopting an imagined fierce and malicious expression of a tyrant. "Are you satisfied now?" The Chap brothers, drenched from head to toe, stared in shock at the beauty hiding a treasure, their mouths agape, inadvertently swallowing a few drops of the steaming liquid. "Humph, you dare to tease my woman?" Xian fastened his pants, reveling in their astonished and terrified expressions, and continued to threaten, "If you dare to lay a hand on my woman again, I shall sever your ears and noses and, feed them to your dog." The brothers trembled, clenching their legs tightly, pleading in unison, "Spare us, Great One, we dare not." In that moment, as they surveyed their surroundings, the reeds, which were once a perfect setting for secret rendezvous, rustled ominously in the wind, carrying an unsettling chill. Should they cry for help, their voices would scarcely escape. If someone were to perish here, their corpse would rot away, consumed by flies and maggots, unnoticed by anyone. The brothers shuddered in unison, realizing that the man disguised as a beauty behind them was, in truth, a pervert. Who knows whether this perverse individual will engage in even more depraved acts later. On his way, Xian had already contemplated that the Chapo family would also attend the market. Once He Tian departed, he would eliminate them. He Tian had mentioned that every year at the market, hunters unfortunate enough to encounter bandits often met grim fates, with instances of drunken brawls leading to fatalities. Thus, it would not be surprising if this year misfortune befell the Chapo family. However, the unpredictability of fate intervened. The market was under the control of the Lord. with numerous guards present and officials meticulously recording the hunters attending the market. While the minor official on the shore did not explicitly inquire, one's gender and age were apparent at a glance. Ironically, the Chapu brothers chose to provoke him, and with so many witnesses, should they find themselves in peril, suspicions would inevitably fall upon He Tian. Xian's well-laid plan for murder and disposal was thwarted, and he was compelled to spare the lives of these two imbeciles. Much to his chagrin, spotting Brother Chapu stealing glances at him, he narrowed his eyes, questioning, "What are you looking at?" "And nothing. I dare not." He recalled a tale told by his father of mountain bandits who once raided a hunter's home, leaving only a 10-year-old old woman and a young man in his 20s. Those brigands had subjected the young man to unspeakable horrors, using wooden sticks and branches in their vile acts, leaving him bedridden for months, suffering excruciating pain every time he attempted to relieve himself. Overwhelmed with fear, he collapsed to the ground, one hand covering his front, the other shielding his behind, crying out, "Please, sir, have mercy. Do not harm me." Xian struck him fiercely on the back with a reed, commanding, "Silence. Move." The ordeal of beating, humiliation, and intimidation was brief, lasting no more than the time it takes to relieve oneself. The brothers of Chafu entered and exited the reed marsh, their entire experience spanning merely a few minutes. Yet, upon reaching the fringes of the reeds, they were struck by an overwhelming sense of dislocation, as though they had endured decades of torment. Upon seeing He Tian standing ahead, they felt as if they had encountered a long-lost kin, and they erupted into a wailing lamentation. The two men appeared ashen-faced, their foreheads and noses glistening with beads of sweat, limping awkwardly as if impersonating ducks. Upon recognizing He Tian, they doubled over in grief, pleading, "Dear lady, please hurry and purchase your dog. If you fancy our pup, feel free to take it. We shall never dare to offend you again." He Tian was momentarily taken aback, and turning her gaze to Xian, she noted that he still concealed his face, his eyes betraying no signs of emotion, and his cloth mask bore no traces of perspiration. It seemed unlikely that he had engaged in a physical altercation with the Chafu brothers. Either their respective strengths were vastly unequal, resulting in a one-sided assault, or the confrontation never escalated to violence. The two men scurried away like frightened ducks. Once the Chafu brothers had retreated to a safe distance, He Tian grasped Xian's hand. Before she could utter a word, her nose tinged with the threat of tears, nearly overwhelming her composure. "You scare me to death," she exclaimed. Xian wrapped his arm around her shoulders, gently brushing away the tears from her eyes. "But look, I am unscathed," he reassured her. She sniffled. "How did you manage with them?" Xian replied, "It was nothing much, merely a matter of reason." "I do not believe that," she countered. "I prefer to speak with my feet. I have long maintained that they bully the weak while fearing the strong. After receiving a lesson, they will understand that you are not to be trifled with." Returning to the marketplace, the dog-selling woman awaited their arrival. He Tian's backpack was carefully placed behind the stall, under the watchful gaze of her father. After negotiating the price, the woman handed He Tian 100 yuan, smiling at Xian. "You have avenged me. This is a token of gratitude." Xian returned the money to her, saying, "Thank you, but it is unnecessary," before taking He Tian's hand and departing. He Tian cradled the golden-hued puppy as if it were a precious treasure, smiling at the woman as they walked away. As they distanced themselves, the woman chuckled. "He is quite the proud young man." He Tian, having acquired the dog, felt no desire to linger further. She sought a secluded spot, dividing the money received from the sale of the mink fur with Xian. Their eyes met for a moment. Then she glanced at the bag slung over his shoulder. "You, be careful," she said, lowering her gaze. "You should leave now. If you traverse this expanse of reeds and continue westward for over 2 hours, you will find a small ferry dock where boats depart for nearby towns. Once in the town, you can catch a boat or even purchase a horse." She paused, then added, "I must also depart." After speaking, she cradled the puppy in one arm and opened the other wide, embracing Xian tightly. He wrapped her in a bear hug, his arms encircling her so firmly that the little dog nestled between them squeaked in protest. The puppy's plaintive whines shattered the poignant atmosphere of their farewell. He Tian, on the verge of tears, suddenly burst into laughter. Looking up at him, she urged, "You must go now? Do not dawdle." Xian replied, pressing his lips together. After she had walked for over 10 minutes, the little dog in front of her seemed to finally comprehend that it would soon be forever separated from its parents, whimpering softly in despair. Xian had vanished from sight. She placed the puppy in a basket lined with a piece of rabbit fur. Initially, the puppy whimpered anxiously, alternating between soft cries and excited yips. After a while, it lay in the basket, playfully tugging at the fur of the rabbit's tail, imitating its parents. It nibbled at the rabbit's tail while barking and shaking its head vigorously, then suddenly leapt up in the basket, fiercely pouncing on the rabbit's tail. Before long, the tail was thoroughly dampened from its playful bites, teetering on the brink of detachment from its body. He Tian had assumed that after Xian's departure, she would be rowing upstream with tears streaming down her face and a nose runny with sorrow. However, after traversing the confluence of 5 rivers, she realized that sadness, too, demands strength. Rowing against the current, one cannot afford to relax. With both oars poised, she repetitively engaged in the same motion. According to literature, physical activity prompts the brain to release dopamine, an invigorating hormone. It is said that before the onset of severe cold, many doctors recommend exercise as an auxiliary treatment for those suffering from depression. If even depression can be alleviated, how much more so can parting sorrows? He Tian continued to row for over an hour. Upon reaching a calmer section of the river, she anchored her boat on a small sandbank in the center of the waterway, retrieved her provisions, and ate a little. The small dog in the basket caught a whiff of something delightful and immediately began wagging its tail, struggling to leap out of the basket. It settled before He Tian, gazing at her with quiet anticipation. The pup sat upright, exuding an air of a well-trained hunting dog, yet its little tail wagged incessantly, tapping against the bottom of the boat, producing a rhythmic sound. He Tian couldn't help but chuckle. From this moment onward, the responsibility of training this dog would fall upon her shoulders. It was not merely a pet acquired for companionship. Should its new owner fail in proper upbringing, the dog might never fulfill the duties expected of a hunting companion. He Tian took a few bites of the millet pancakes smeared with chicken liver paste, then placed a morsel of the paste on the boat's floor. The dog immediately attempted to dash forward to devour it. He Tian gently restrained its head, preventing any movement, and tapped its rear to signal it to sit back down. The pup whined in protest, but soon complied, lifting its head once more, its dark, glistening eyes fixed on He Tian. She placed another piece of chicken liver paste on the deck, this time positioned closer, almost within reach of the dog's eager snout. The small creature's nostrils flared, and its neck shifted slightly, as if it were swallowing saliva. It clearly sensed the tempting aroma, but remained obediently still. At that moment, He Tian laid down a third piece of chicken liver paste directly in front of the dog's paws. The pup glanced down at the treat before looking up at her. "Go on, eat," He Tian encouraged, patting its head and gesturing toward the food. The dog promptly gobbled up the morsel, licking its lips in satisfaction, its expression reminiscent of Zhu Beiji relishing a ginseng fruit as it cast a longing gaze back at He Tian, as if to say, "What else do you have?" She pointed to another piece of chicken liver paste, urging it to indulge. He Tian gently caressed its head and neck in a gesture of praise before commanding it to consume the third piece of food. This hound truly exemplified a noble breed, having been well cared for by its previous owner. After taking a sip of water, He Tian continued to paddle toward home. When she paused again, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. She donned her mink vest once more, replenishing her energy with food and drink. The puppy, having briefly succumbed to slumber, awoke and leaned over the edge of the boat, taking a few sips from the river. He Tian lifted it and placed it on the shore of a small islet, where it quickly spun around and relieved itself beside a reed. Upon seeing the food, the little dog instinctively knew what to do. He Tian affectionately stroked its head, encouraging it to eat. It wagged its tail and settled beside the box, eagerly lapping up the egg custard. In no time, it devoured an entire egg, leaving traces of yolk on its whiskers and the soft fur beneath its chin. He Tian set off once more, this time paddling for a full 2 hours before pausing again. By this time, dusk had descended, painting the sky with brilliant hues, while the river's surface flowed gently. The lush grasses on either bank danced in the wind, and a flock of wild ducks soared overhead. Suddenly, He Tian found herself shedding tears. Yet, she merely sobbed softly a few times before wiping her tears away with her sleeve and resuming her paddling onward. By the time she returned home, it was already past 7 in the evening, the sky cloaked in a muted blue-gray. Through the trees, one could still glimpse the fading orange hues of the sunset amidst the shadows of the leaves. The rice had remained in the shed for an entire day, growing increasingly impatient. Stretching its neck and poking about, It was startled by the little dog cradled in He Tian's arms and took a step back. However, it soon realized that this small creature posed no threat and leaned forward once more to nuzzle He Tian, inquiring for a treat. He Tian let it out, offering a handful of yellow soybeans, while she lit the oil lamp hanging on the shed wall. Holding her breath, she swiftly cleaned up the droppings left by the rice, sprinkling wood ash and fresh hay over the area, and replaced the water in the trough with clean water. Meanwhile, the little dog was not idle, following her in and out, nearly having its chubby paws stepped on by He Tian on several occasions. Observing her sweeping the floor, it barked softly and tried to nip at the broom. By the time the shed was tidy, darkness had thoroughly enveloped the surroundings. The rice, having feasted on the yellow beans, flicked its ears in annoyance, ignoring her. She boiled a kettle of water and added cool water to the wooden basin where she washed her feet, unaware of the misfortune that awaited it. The little dog frolicked about, sniffing curiously around the room. As night fell, the temperature outside began to drop rapidly. He Tian secured the doors and windows, poured the hot water into the basin, and gently placed the little dog inside. Using a pig bristle brush dipped in soap, she scrubbed it from head to tail. The little dog whimpered in protest, unable to resist. After wrapping it in a soft cloth to dry it off to a degree, she took out a bamboo comb to groom its fur. Sitting by the stove, illuminated by the light of the oil lamp, she captured a few fleas that had been frantically escaping from its coat and tossed them into the fire, where they crackled with a soft pop. After several strokes with the comb, the little dog's fur was thoroughly dry. He Tian gently stroked its little whiskers, declaring, "All done. Now let me apply a touch of powder." In a large, flat bamboo box, insect powder was stored, and the powder puff was crafted from rabbit fur sewn onto a piece of plush fabric. He Tian dipped the puff into the powder and playfully tapped it a few times on the little dog's body, causing it to sneeze several times in surprise. "Tomorrow, I shall give you some deworming tablets," she assured. Using a pig bristle brush, she groomed its fur, then retrieved a small bamboo basket. Lining it with a piece of plush fabric, she covered the handle with a piece of badger skin, creating a warm and cozy little nest. She placed the nest by the fireplace, declaring, "You shall sleep here tonight." Next, she took 2 small ceramic bowls, one filled with fresh water and the other containing a cracked egg, and set them beside the water tank. The little dog jumped down from the stool, first quenching its thirst, then indulging in the egg. He Tian squatted beside it, murmuring to herself, "Let me give you a name. What shall it be? Shall I still call you Xiaomi? You two are golden yellow. Perhaps I shall name you Xiaomi instead. Flour is made from wheat, and mature wheat is also golden yellow." Now, the little dog was named Xiaomi. Once it finished eating, she wiped the egg residue from its face, gently saying, "Sleep well, little one. I understand today marks your first day away from your parents, and you may cry tonight. But I will watch over you, even though I cannot hold you close as you sleep. That is a rule set by Grandma. Besides, you have yet to take your deworming medicine." He Tian's predictions proved accurate. Shortly after settling down, the little pup began to whimper softly. If it were a human child, it would likely be crying out for its mother and father. Several times, it lay against the wooden ladder leading to the loft, emitting mournful whimpers, yet it was incapable of climbing. He Tian resolutely decided to ignore it, for even the clattering of the stairs would be of no avail. Although the stove no longer burned with firewood, the thick and sturdy hearth remained pleasantly warm, and the little nook beside it was even cozier. After several such disturbances, it was inevitable that He Tian found herself unable to sleep soundly. She pondered the whereabouts of Xian. Had he arrived in town? Where was he lodging? Had he dined? Time slipped away, and she found herself drowsily awakening once more. The wheat once again called out, but this time, it was not the playful whimpering seeking affection. Rather, it was a tentative warning bark, not yet full of authority. He Tian jolted awake. Someone was outside. She quickly donned her clothing, grasped her hunting rifle, and descended from the loft. She did not light a lamp. In the darkness, illumination would betray her, turning her into a living target for any adversary. He Tian cautiously approached the windowsill, her heart racing, as her eyes gradually adjusted to the dim light. A soft sound echoed from the porch, indicating that someone had stepped onto it, possibly standing just outside the door. It could also be a bear. The wheat emitted a childish low growl of feigned threat, trembling beside He Tian, unsure if it was shivering from the cold or out of fear. At that moment, a barely audible sound broke the silence outside, a human breath, likely attempting to warm their hands. Not a bear. He Tian initially felt a surge of relief, only for her heart to race again. If it were a bear, as long as she secured the doors and windows, it could not enter or find sustenance. At worst, it might cause some damage before departing. In the wilderness, whether man or beast, efficiency was paramount. Yet, if one were to consider the situation, He Tian's mind was in turmoil as she gently lowered the table beneath the windowsill, using it as a makeshift barrier. She concealed herself behind the table, straining to listen to the commotion outside. How many individuals had arrived? What were their intentions? She held her breath for a moment, only to hear the individual descending the porch once more. Just as she pondered this, a series of faint, hurried footsteps reached her ears, causing her to feel a wave of confusion. Could this person possibly be a bandit? A bandit who, frozen by the cold, could only stamp their feet for warmth was rather pathetic. Or perhaps, this bandit was merely a scout sent to gather information? Was the main force lurking behind? With this thought, He Tian felt a surge of anxiety, prompting her to retrieve the 2 hunting rifles hung behind the door and drape them across her chest. These rifles were equipped with tubular magazines, fashioned as flat boxes, filled with 5-centimeter-long pellets, each with an 11-millimeter diameter. He Tian mused. Regardless of how many intruders there might be, she would not miss her mark. Unlike standard lead bullets, the pellets had a limited range but dispersed like a shower of blossoms upon firing, ensuring accuracy. Previously, special police and transport units utilized similar projectiles for breaching doors and riot control. With firearms in hand, her heart steadied. He Tian resolved that should the bandits as Xian sneezed, she promptly covered her mouth and nose and turned away, offering an apology. She then shook her head, realizing that the bandit had come as a scout and thus needed to conceal himself. Just as she hesitated, footsteps echoed on the porch, and the bandit reappeared at the entrance. He Tian heard him approach the door and pondered whether she should shoot through it. Alas, that would render her door useless, and crafting a new one would be quite the hassle. The weather had been just right these days, perfect for planting the sprouting potato seedlings. Leaving her little time to make a door. Lost in thought, she was startled by 3 firm knocks on the door. He Tian froze, taken aback by the bandit's unexpected politeness. Perhaps he was not a bandit after all, merely a lost soul? Regardless of who or what he was, she was armed. Who is it? She called out loudly. Upon hearing her voice, He Tian sprang up from behind the table, dashed to the door, removed the doorpost, and unlatched the iron bolt. When she opened the door, she was met with surprise and confusion. Standing outside was none other than Xian. He Tian exclaimed in delight, rushing forward to embrace Xian tightly. You fool, you're freezing. Why didn't you knock earlier? Xian replied, shivering slightly. I was afraid of waking you. I have been awake for a while. Oh, I thought you were a bandit. I nearly shot you through the door. Are you hungry? You must be cold. I heard you sneezing. I'm not cold. Nonsense. I heard you stamping your feet. 35 marinated meat omelette rice. June 11th revision. He Tian, filled with a mixture of laughter and tears, leaped with excitement for a moment before entering the room with Xian, where they ignited the stove. Feeling Xian's hands were icy, she quickly picked up the small wheat dog at her feet and placed it in Xian's hands, urging him to hold it for warmth. I shall fetch you the kettle, she said. The small dog whimpered reluctantly, but had no choice but to serve as a hand warmer. He Tian rekindled the fire, initially adding some oily hay taken from the smoked meat cottage into the stove. The flames flared up instantly, and she then added a few thin wooden slices. Once the slices were evenly aflame, she proceeded to add firewood. As the fire roared to life, the room quickly warmed up. Xian sat by the stove, warming his hands, while He Tian placed a clean piece of firewood beside him, encouraging him to remove his shoes and warm his feet. He hesitated for a moment, as usual, before finally taking off his shoes. He Tian was not oblivious. She pondered why Xian had been concealing his face the previous day and why he wore a sardonic smile when discussing the new lord's benevolence. She had her suspicions. Since the riverside market could dispatch guards, it was not unreasonable to assume that the ferry and the small town might also have sent personnel. It seemed Xian was aware of her unspoken questions. Gently stroking the small dog's head nestled in his arms, he said, I crossed the ferry and arrived at the town without incident. He Tian felt a sense of relief wash over her. Xian's face flushed slightly, and in a hushed tone, he continued, upon reaching the town, I realized that I possess no skills. What kind of job should I seek in the city? He lowered his voice as he spoke further. In these past few months, I have only learned to hunt, fish, and drive sleds. In the city, I suppose there would be no similar employment opportunities? Moreover, larger cities surely harbor more nefarious individuals. The townsfolk have mentioned that since the merger of the two cities, the lords of several nearby small towns have recently been apprehending people to fortify their construction efforts. If I were to venture there, I fear I would first be seized to toil and labor. Perhaps I should wait until the situation calms down before departing? He glanced at He Tian, his ears flushing crimson. Would you be willing to continue to shelter me? He Tian, having finally found companionship, was reluctant to let Xian go. With Xian's deliberately timid tone, how could she possibly refuse? I am willing, He Tian exclaimed, opening her arms to embrace Xian. He attempted to evade her grasp, but forgot his foot was still resting on the wooden surface, nearly stumbling into the stove. He dared not move again and was held tightly by He Tian. After an entire night, Xian once more caught the faint fragrance of He Tian's hair and felt a profound sense of comfort enveloping him. Even his frostbitten feet felt warm and cozy. The words he shared with He Tian were a blend of truth and fiction. Indeed, he had arrived at the small town, but contrary to He Tian's concerns, the Lord's influence was not in pursuit of him. Following He Tian's directions, he traversed the reed marshes and arrived at a small ferry dock, where a sparse line of weeping willows stood, alongside 7 or 8 hunters and mountain dwellers waiting for a boat. The various entertainment options available here were far more affordable than those at the market, even though his attire was similar to that of the locals. It did not take long for the mountain dwellers to discern that Xian was somewhat different from them, and none took the initiative to engage him in conversation. The past few years had been tumultuous, with many fleeing from the cities to the mountains, small towns, and villages. When the boat arrived, everyone boarded, manned by a matron and her young daughter. After a 10-minute journey, the matron began inquiring whether the young men aboard were married. Upon learning that none of the young hunters were wed, she fervently began to promote her daughter. The boat, measuring less than 10 meters, allowed all passengers to hear her enthusiastic pitch. The girl, of a similar age to He Tian, had a round face and slightly protruding teeth, yet she was unreserved, boldly gazing at the young hunters. Halfway through the journey, she locked eyes with one of them and spontaneously began to sing a duet of mountain songs. Xian felt a surge of irritation as the surrounding matronly figures egged them on. He recalled the male hunters he had encountered earlier that day, while some, like the 2 brothers from the Chapu family, were rather unsightly. Others exuded a certain rugged handsomeness. In this region, the ideal of masculinity was not defined by mere good looks, but rather by a robust and valiant demeanor. Most adult men sported thick beards, striving to resemble bears in their ruggedness. Suddenly, a voice in Xian's mind asserted that none of them were worthy of He Tian. Yet, that same voice questioned where she might find a suitable match. By the time they disembarked, the boat's maiden had already exchanged glances with the hunter who sang along with her, and the matron planned for them to stay at her home that night. Such rugged men were evidently in high demand. Upon reaching the town, dusk had settled, and Xian sought out a restaurant, ordering a bowl of noodles. As the bowl was presented to him, his appetite vanished. The porcelain bowl bore a chipped edge, and a layer of grease clung to the tips of the chopsticks, while the edges of the table glistened with a slick, oily patina. Xian, having no desire to eat, exited the restaurant and settled by the riverbank, where he retrieved the provisions prepared for him by He Tian. He took a bite of the dry cake filled with shredded pickled meat, sipped a bit of water, and gazed at the flowing river, experiencing for the first time a profound urge to weep, though he could not discern the reason behind it. It dawned on him that months had slipped by, yet he had not earnestly devised a plan for his future. The skills he had acquired in elementary school seemed to serve him only in terms of physical strength while in He Tian's company. But what of other cities? He certainly would not seek employment in the manner He Tian envisioned, living once more as a citizen. Instead, he would look for an opportunity to showcase his talents, only to be utilized by the city lord, perhaps with a mixture of caution and reliance. What would follow? His previous desire to escape the forest stemmed from a fear that someone might trace his whereabouts and implicate He Tian. In retrospect, he realized he had greatly overestimated his own significance. The 2 cities had merged, and the city lord's position was precarious. Despite appearing decisive and having accomplished a series of significant actions, it was likely that he was merely paving the way for another's success. There were battles to be fought, and this group of individuals was preoccupied with vying for power and profit. Who would have the time to pursue his trail? Once the next conflict concluded, who would remember him? Recalling how He Tian had saved him, treating him with genuine sincerity in every regard, He pondered whether he would ever encounter such earnestness again in his life. He shook his head. Should he choose to remain in the bustling streets, perhaps there was a slim chance of survival, but if he aspired to rise anew, that prospect was almost non-existent. At that moment, the ferry was about to depart once more. The ferryman shouted, "Is there anyone else wishing to board? This is the last boat. The very last one." Suddenly, Xian jolted awake and leaped onto the vessel, bursting into laughter. The other passengers stared at him, but he feigned ignorance to their gaze. Before the onset of severe winter, the world's largest city boasted a population of millions, engaged in countless professions, with technology capable of propelling humanity into the cosmos. Yet, whether a beggar or an oil magnate, a nation as president or a street vendor, all ultimately reduced to the simple routine of 3 meals and a night's rest. If these basic comforts were met, then life was deemed joyful. He truly was a fool. The more Xian pondered, the clearer it became to him, prompting another fit of laughter that startled several nearby passengers, who instinctively moved away. However, the ferry was narrow and small. When navigating treacherous waters, passengers had to work together to maintain balance, lest they all rush to the front. Observing him dart towards the reeds, the other passengers whispered among themselves, "Is he mad? In such darkness, he chooses to run towards the reeds rather than the nearby village?" By this time, the sky had nearly succumbed to complete darkness. Xian hurriedly made his way towards the market nestled in the valley. He took a circuitous route, reaching the row of tents on the western side, and quietly slipped inside one. Indeed, in a corner, he discovered a guarded chamber. Inside were 2 individuals, reclining on folding beds and casting dice. Xian chuckled to himself. It seemed the Lord had recruited a ragtag army. Their discipline so lax that they remained oblivious even as someone entered their quarters. He subdued the 2 guards, stripped off their uniforms, and stealthily made his way to the dock, seeking an opportunity to board a patrol boat. Silently, he dismantled the motor from the vessel and, undetected, proceeded to the area where the local fishermen moored their boats. There, he casually selected a boat, untied it, and rowed away. Once he had distanced himself sufficiently, he attached the motor, pulled the starting cord, and the engine roared to life, its propeller whirling rapidly, much swifter than rowing by hand. She prepared a pot of boiling water for Xian's bath and inquired about his culinary desires. Xian retrieved a bamboo box from his bag, opened it, revealing a piece of cake that had yet to be consumed. "I would like some pine needle tea and a few snacks," he replied. He Tian promptly set about brewing tea. They each enjoyed a cup of hot tea while savoring Rose Lotus powder chestnut cake, exchanging cheerful glances and smiles. After indulging in several pieces of cake, the morning light brightened the room. It then occurred to He Tian that she had not dined the previous evening, having subsisted on a few pancakes during her journey. With freshly purchased rice, flour, and eggs collected the day prior, He Tian contemplated preparing an omelette rice. As dawn broke, a multitude of daily tasks awaited her attention. Xian ventured to the stream to fetch water, while He Tian tidied up the rice storage area, releasing the rice to forage for food near their home in the woods. As the weather warmed, only a small water jar remained inside the house, its contents reserved for cooking and drinking, primarily utilizing the water freshly gathered from the stream. While organizing, she took some rice, rinsed it, placed it in a bamboo container, added a few slices of cured meat, gently mixed them by hand, and set the mixture to steam in a steamer. The cured meat is a piece of venison from a roe deer, transformed into a deep crimson hue, with the edges of the fat glistening brilliantly. He Tian steams rice while sorting through the various seeds purchased yesterday. On the first tier of the wooden shelf, positioned obliquely above the stove, a neat array of small woven baskets of assorted sizes is displayed, each containing seedlings of varying heights. He Tian transfers them to the table, selecting the tallest and most robust. As the earthly splendor of April wanes, the peach blossoms in the mountain temple begin to bloom. In the plains below, sowing will commence around the Qingming festival. However, in the mountains, one must wait an additional month. Planting too early risks a frost that could obliterate all the tender sprouts overnight, while delaying the planting of crops such as potatoes could lead to the second harvest not maturing before autumn arrives. Today, He Tian intends to plant potato seedlings. A week prior, she had placed the seed potatoes on the windowsill to sunbathe, and soon they sprouted. The selected seed potatoes were the most robust and plump from last year's harvest. After sprouting, the seed potatoes are cut into 4 cm square pieces, ensuring each piece has several sprouts. They continue to be sun-dried until the cut surfaces become firm and dry. allowing the sprouts to grow taller before they are planted in the soil. Given the lower temperatures in the mountains, He Tian waits a few more days until the potato sprouts reach several centimeters in height and exhibit tender, delicate leaves before commencing the planting. She carries a basket of potato seedlings and retrieves a hoe and rake from the tool shed. The two of them arrive at the nursery. The hillside where He Tian's family resides has been cultivated for decades, transforming its once undulating terrain into a level expanse, with surrounding trees felled to ensure that crops and soil receive ample sunlight. The plot designated for potato cultivation is situated on a gently sloping terrain, having been tilled several times before. The soil is rich and loose, and due to its approximately 15-degree incline, it boasts excellent drainage. He Tian guides Xian as he employs a spade to excavate a trench roughly 10 centimeters wide and 15 centimeters deep in the prepared earth. She, standing a few dozen centimeters away, diligently digs a similar trench beside him. The land is not perfectly rectangular. The area suitable for digging straight trenches measures about 6 meters in length and 4 meters in width. In the corners and edges of the slope, He Tian meticulously excavates small pits, each approximately 7 to 8 centimeters wide and 15 to 16 centimeters deep. Once the trenches are established, the potato seedlings can be planted. The seed potatoes must be spaced about 30 centimeters apart and should not be buried too deeply. The soil will be mounded only when the sprouts reach nearly 10 centimeters in height. At present, the seed potatoes are merely covered with about 10 centimeters of soil, appearing as a series of sunken depressions. Xian, adorned with the squirrel skin gloves fashioned by He Tian, uses a small shovel made from a bamboo tube to plant the potato seedlings one by one. After placing each seedling, he stands to assess their alignment. Observing this, He Tian remarks, "There's no need for such precision. This isn't a military parade. Surely, you haven't measured the distance between each seedling?" Xian chuckles, asserting that a neat arrangement is simply more aesthetically pleasing. He Tian shakes her head, as she is tasked with planting in the irregularly shaped areas. She plants the seedlings along the edges of the pits, making sure they are spaced similarly at about 30 centimeters apart. Yet their visual appeal pales in comparison to the orderly rows Xian has cultivated. She swiftly completed her own planting and then proceeded to assist Xian. Standing side by side, they simultaneously crouched down, using small bamboo spades to dig holes for the potato seedlings, gently covering them with soil and patting it down softly. They busied themselves until the sun rose high in the sky, having planted all the potatoes. Upon witnessing this, He Tian threw the softball a little farther away, and the wheat, now preoccupied, ceased to cause any disruption. By the time they finished planting the potatoes, it had grown weary, lying on the ridge, panting with its mouth agape and tongue lolling out. After planting, the potatoes required regular watering, yet care was needed to avoid oversaturation, as the freshly planted tubers were prone to rot and mold. Although the sprouts peeking out from the soil appeared vibrant and green, their fate was already sealed. Thus, it was imperative to water them in the morning. This way, after a day of evaporation, the moisture from the leaves and soil would dissipate, allowing the earth to retain its dampness. He Tian and Xian fetched water buckets, locating rice at the edge of the forest, and drove it to the mountain stream to draw water. After several trips back and forth, they had sufficiently watered the entire plot. He Tian then moved the steamer aside, stirred the ashes from the stove, added a handful of dry grass among the embers, and placed a few wooden pieces to stoke the fire. Once it blazed, she added a log and gently blew through a bamboo tube, quickly reviving the flames. In the frying pan, she poured in oil and cracked several eggs, adding a pinch of salt to the egg mixture, stirring it with bamboo chopsticks. When the oil began to smoke, she poured in the egg mixture, gently shaking the pan as the edges curled and large bubbles formed in the center. After flipping it to achieve a golden hue on both sides, she transferred the round egg pancake onto a ceramic plate. Here, Xian diligently followed the instructions, using bamboo chopsticks to fluff the steamed rice, which he then placed beside the egg pancake. He Tian, taking a spatula, folded the other side over, transforming the pancake into a golden-hued half-moon dumpling. On the opposite side of the plate lay several slices of finely chopped pickled cabbage and radish. After a moment of contemplation, He Tian retrieved a small glass jar from the cupboard, containing tomato sauce made from last year's harvest. He scooped a spoonful and drizzled a curvaceous line atop the golden pancake. With a spoon, he dug into the soft pancake enveloping the glistening white rice. Accompanied by the crimson slices of marinated meat, a delightful feast for the eyes that stirred one's appetite. Having only indulged in some exquisite pastries for breakfast, the duo was now immersed in their culinary endeavor, the tangy and sweet tomato sauce proving most tantalizing. They devoured the marinated meat and egg-wrapped rice with remarkable zeal. Observing Xian's ravenous consumption, He Tian grew concerned for his digestion and brewed 2 cups of wild rice tea for them to share. Seated at opposite ends of the table, they exchanged smiles through the rising steam of their teacups. The spring sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a warm glow upon them, enveloping them in a comforting embrace that made movement seem unnecessary. Outside the window, beneath the gentle caress of spring sunlight, the black soil and verdant woods teemed with vibrant life. This meal had been quite indulgent, and after a sleepless night, neither He Tian nor Xian could recall who first suggested it. They climbed onto the loft and decided to take a nap. Upon awakening, He Tian anxiously glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. At that moment, her mind finally cleared. Xian lay wrapped in his blanket, still deep in slumber. Having likely spent the night in wakefulness, feeling both chilled and fatigued, He Tian, driven by a surge of excitement, busied herself through the morning. It was probable that her subsequent slumber would extend until sunset. Gently, she descended from the shelf, whereupon Xiaomi eagerly approached, affectionately rubbing against her feet. Together, they ventured outside. First, she unlocked the cellar, retrieving 2 fish caught the day prior, followed by a basket brimming with the plumpest sweet potatoes from the sweet potato pit. At present, the cellar's temperature could preserve fresh fish for approximately 3 to 5 days. Should the weather grow warmer, the preservation would inevitably falter. However, He Tian had placed several jars of ice within early that morning, ensuring that even in the height of summer, the cellar could function akin to a refrigerator, preventing her freshly caught fish and meat from spoiling immediately. The fish was intended for dinner, while the sweet potatoes were preparations for the forthcoming planting. He Tian then acquired several large baskets filled with necessary items from a storage shed. Over 30 ceramic cups, each adorned with 2 ears and strung with a piece of grass, along with a considerable bundle of bamboo skewers. She carried the sweet potatoes to the edge of a mountain stream, fully submerging the basket in the flowing, crystalline water, which swiftly cleansed them. After lifting the basket and allowing it to drain, He Tian meticulously selected the healthiest sweet potatoes, slicing them into chunks approximately 3 to 4 centimeters thick, and inserting several bamboo skewers into the outer sides of each piece. She then positioned the skewered sweet potato chunks cut side down, placing 1 in each ceramic cup, allowing the skewers to suspend the tuber at the rim, half exposed and half submerged within the cup. All of He Tian's cups were arranged upon the table beneath the windowsill, leaving only a small portion of the table vacant. Subsequently, He Tian filled all the cups with water, ensuring that at least half of the sweet potatoes suspended at the rims were submerged. With the sun's radiant warmth, the tubers would sprout within a few days to 2 or 3 weeks at most. Sweet potatoes thrive in warmth, hence they are typically planted later than crops like potatoes. Once the tubers begin to sprout and the shoots reach a few centimeters in height, they can be gently detached from the tubers, resulting in sweet potato seedlings. At this stage, the seedlings have yet to develop roots. Therefore, they should be placed in a bowl to soak for 2 to 3 days until roots begin to form. Following this, on a pleasant and sunny day, they can be transplanted outdoors. The entire process from soaking the cuttings to planting them in the soil takes over a month longer than today. After completing these tasks, He Tian quietly climbed a ladder to check on Xian, who was still asleep. She prepared a bowl of millet accompanied by several red dates, sliced the fish fillets beside the 2 fish into 1 centimeter thick pieces, and marinated them with soy sauce and sugar. After a moment's thought, she added a few peppercorns. The aroma of the fish tantalized Xiaomi, who, though eager, remained silent, gazing at her with its dark, glistening eyes while its little tail gently tapped against the floor. He Tian placed the remaining fish heads and bones into a clay pot, added water, and boiled them until cooked. Once cooled slightly, she transferred the mixture into a large clay bowl, scraped the fish meat off, and placed it in Xiaomi's bowl. "Go ahead and eat," she softly encouraged. Xiaomi immediately dashed over, burying its head in the bowl, devouring the contents with fervor. In mere moments, it finished, vigorously licking the bowl, which it nudged off the surface, causing it to clatter against the floor. The assorted grains, once ground and stir-fried, were intended for consumption as dry rations. He Tian sifted the remaining fish broth from the clay pot into a small ceramic basin, blending it with mixed grain flour and a dash of yeast. kneading it into a dough. The cod possessed no fishy odor and was exceptionally fresh, resulting in a delightful broth. Xiaomi, having caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, observed He Tian with anticipation, believing this was yet another treat meant for it, patiently waiting at her feet. However, after a considerable wait, the owner placed the clay basin beside the stove, rose, and called for it to accompany her outside. Outside, how delightful that would be. That large creature seen earlier this morning also promised amusement. Xiaomi trotted behind He Tian, tail wagging, as they ventured into the woods. The forest was even more exhilarating. For a young puppy, this was akin to a playground. Ah, there was that large creature again. Upon spotting Dami, Xiaomi playfully barked in an attempt to engage it, alternating between lying at its feet and barking, then bouncing around its head in excitement. Yet, Dami paid no heed to He Tian, and even less to the newcomer, her head lowered as she persistently grazed on tender grass and newly sprouted leaves. To Xiaomi, the springtime forest was a playground. To Dami, it resembled a lavish buffet. He Tian carried a small bamboo basket, searching for pine mushrooms beneath the pine trees. Recent rain had graced the earth, and with the warmth of spring, the pine needles accumulated over the years became a nurturing bed for various mushrooms. The rich humus of the pine needles, basking in the sunlight after the melting of spring snow, fostered the growth of numerous small fungi. Two common varieties emerged. One was a grayish-black, resembling a closed umbrella with a long stem, while the other was a white umbrella, its cap seemingly flipped inside out by a fierce wind, with a sunken center and a plump stem. Two varieties of mushrooms, whether stir-fried or stewed, each possess their unique charm and are undeniably delectable. He Tian favors the texture of gray mushrooms, while Xian has a penchant for the white variety, claiming its taste resembles that of succulent abalone. He Tian brought Xiaomi along, not merely to prevent it from disturbing Xian at home, but also to help it acclimatize to this forest swiftly. Moreover, it needed to learn to work. He Tian presented the mushrooms to Xiaomi, allowing it to sniff them, and gently patted its soft furry head, encouraging it to seek out more. Initially, Xiaomi was somewhat perplexed by its master's intentions, gnawing the mushrooms to a pulp. However, as He Tian guided it from one pine tree to another, upon spotting those umbrella-like fungi, Xiaomi would eagerly crouch down, joyfully gathering them, presenting them for inspection, and placing them in the basket. After a couple of repetitions, Xiaomi began to understand. It dashed through the pine forest, its golden tail held high, and upon discovering mushrooms beneath the pines, would lift its little head and bark twice in delight. At first, it attempted to assist its master by uprooting these little umbrellas, but He Tian quickly intervened, clarifying that it was only required to help locate them, not to unearth them. He Tian employed a bamboo scissors to harvest the mushrooms. A resilient bamboo stalk is sharpened at both ends to create thin, pointed blades, then heated over a fire and bent into a U-shape. A simple squeeze at the center allows for the delicate stems of the mushrooms to be severed without damaging their roots, ensuring they will regrow promptly. In cases where the root stems are particularly robust and thick, a bamboo knife is necessary. If that fails, after extracting the mushroom, the original soil around the root must be compacted to encourage the growth of new mushrooms. With the assistance of Xiaomi, He Tian swiftly gathered a substantial amount of pine mushrooms. Each time Xiaomi successfully uncovered a mushroom, she would gently stroke its neck and head as a gesture of encouragement and praise. These mushrooms were placed in a basket, partially submerged in the mountain stream for rinsing, washing away the dirt and sand that clung to them before being arranged on a bamboo tray to dry. Dried pine mushrooms have a long shelf life and serve as one of the provisions prepared for the winter. The task of foraging for pine mushrooms is time-consuming. Last year, she was unable to collect many, only a few flower mushrooms. By this time, it was nearly 6 o'clock, and darkness was approaching. The mixed grain dough, prepared with fish broth, had already risen to twice its original size on the stove. She added a touch of goose fat to the dough, kneading it thoroughly. The mixture comprised millet, yellow beans, red beans, oats, wild rice, and a bit of flour, resulting in a reddish-brown dough. He Tian pinched off a small portion of the dough, shaping it into a nest-like bun and placing it in the steamer. Before long, the steamer was adorned with small, round-top dumplings. He Tian placed the millet and red dates, which had soaked all afternoon, into a clay pot to cook porridge, setting the steamer atop the pot and covering it with a lid, while adding a handful of hay and 2 pieces of wood to the stove. In no time, the porridge began to boil, and the aroma of the steamed dumplings wafted through the air. "How did you manage to eat one?" He Tian observed Xian, who was stirring the porridge with one hand while savoring a dumpling with the other, and glanced at Xiaomi, who was licking its lips with an uplifted head. Their dinner consisted of millet porridge, sautéed fish fillets with pine mushrooms, complemented by the dried pancakes with preserved meat that He Tian had previously prepared for Xian. It was no wonder Xian mistakenly believed the steamer of dumplings was intended for them. After steaming, the steamed buns take on a deep purplish-red hue, reminiscent of wild rice, perhaps due to the incorporation of fish broth into the dough, along with the addition of goose fat. This not only imparts a rich aroma but also enhances their visual appeal. The surface gleams, and when held, they feel delightfully soft and springy, each one exquisitely petite. Who could have imagined they were made for a small dog? The table is now adorned with ceramic cups brimming with chunks of sweet potato. He Tian and Xian sit side by side, facing the window, dining while daydreaming about the sight of the bare sweet potato pieces sprouting tender shoots. Beside the stove, Xiaomi is relishing its meal as He Tian softens a steamed bun in warm water, adding a bit of unseasoned fish meat. The bracken has flourished abundantly, sprouting in the thickets and along the mountainside, sometimes even bursting forth from the crevices of stones. The newly sprouted bracken shoots are a tender green, their curled tips bearing a hint of yellow, easily snapping with a gentle tug. He Tian delights in the crisp texture of the stems, intentionally harvesting them a bit longer. She recounts to Xian how, in her childhood, she envied the golden hairpins and jade hairpins worn by ancient beauties depicted in illustrated books. So much so that she would insert bracken shoots into her hair, imagining them to be jade hairpins. And what about the silk gourd fibers? Aren't they delicate? Curling strands? Pulling them off would create a silken phoenix hairpin. As He Tian reminisces about her childhood antics, she inquires of Xian, "What about you? Did you have similar experiences while growing up?" Xian offers a faint smile and decisively shakes his head. "No." He Tian sighs. "There were no girls my age near our home. Were there any for you?" Xian purses his lips. "No." Freshly harvested ferns are placed in a bamboo basket, which is then submerged in the mountain stream, allowing the spring water to cleanse them thoroughly. The tender ferns can be blanched in boiling water to eliminate their astringency, rendering them ready for consumption. Even without the addition of oil or salt, they remain crisp and refreshing. When stir-fried with cured meat, they offer a distinct and delightful flavor. Arranged on a ceramic plate, the vibrant green of the ferns resembles jade, harmonizing beautifully with the rich red of the cured meat. One can gather a generous quantity of ferns. When stored in a clay jar, generously sprinkled with salt to cover them, they can be preserved until winter. On snowy days, when the jar is opened, the ferns, although having lost their crisp texture and become soft, still retain a semblance of their original color and flavor. The jar brims with water, infused with the brine released by the ferns. The ferns, now tender as noodles, are retrieved and soaked in clean water for a bowl. Drained the next day and squeezed lightly. Regardless of what they are stir-fried with, they remain delectable. This captures the essence of spring, preserved for an entire year. Last year, due to a poor harvest of minks, the amount of salt exchanged was less than usual, and with limited time to gather ferns in spring, the preservation of ferns was neglected. A scarcity of salt renders the preparation of many delicacies impossible. For instance, there are various methods to pickle salted duck eggs. Some prefer to immerse the eggs directly in a high-concentration saline solution, while others coat the eggs in a layer of mud. The method favored by He Tian's family is the latter. The mud consists of black soil mixed with charcoal residue, combined with a substantial amount of salt, sawdust, and a suitable amount of cooled boiled water. This last detail is a point of insistence from the grandmother. If the eggs are improperly pickled, they can spoil, and more alarmingly, consuming such eggs may lead to gastrointestinal distress. After the marinade is mixed into a paste, it is enveloped around duck and goose eggs. Once they reach a semi-dry state, the eggs are rolled in pine needles. The coated eggs swell to twice their original size and are placed in jars, layer by layer. Finally, the lids of the jars are sealed with the same paste and stored in a cool, ventilated area. After a few weeks of pickling, it is time to check on them. If tiny insects are visible on the surface of the mud used for pickling the salted duck eggs, it is likely a failure. Otherwise, the chances of success are significantly high. Last winter, He Tian regretted not being able to enjoy salted eggs, so she pickled 2 jars of duck eggs after preparing the fern. With spring just beginning, there is an opportunity to gather more eggs, allowing for the preparation of additional jars. In the bamboo forest, every season is filled with bustling activity. Particularly in spring, the forest's inhabitants, be they little squirrels or hunters, all adhere to a tightly packed schedule. Once the potatoes are planted, it is time to sow millet. Last autumn, He Tian diligently studied agricultural literature and meticulously followed the prescribed methods. She first set fire to the remaining straw in the field to eliminate pests and pathogens, then turned the soil several times, removing stones, roots, and weeds, and finally applied autumn fertilizer. Now, it is time to sow the seeds. He Tian and Xian turned the soil twice more to ensure it was fertile, with appropriate acidity and good drainage, and on a calm morning, they planted the millet seeds. The millet seeds were among the primary seeds He Tian purchased this year, as last year's harvest had been poor, leaving her with no viable seed heads to retain for planting. Before sowing, they lightly sprinkled water once more, ensuring the soil remained moist, which would prevent the millet seeds from being carried away by the wind. They also laid a loosely woven grass mat over the ground. The mat was punctuated with small openings every few dozen centimeters. He Tian and Xian crouched down, using bamboo spades to dig shallow pits through the openings in the mat to plant the seeds. This layer of grass not only served to retain warmth, but also inhibited the growth of weeds. The covered areas, deprived of sunlight, would naturally struggle to sprout weeds, thereby safeguarding the essential nutrients required for the millet's growth. Having sown the seeds, their task was only halfway complete. He Tian and Xian erected bamboo poles around the millet field, tying withered grass vines, leaves, and strips of cloth to the poles. Additionally, some poles bore circular nets crafted from fine bamboo strips. These nets were intentionally sparse, affixed to the poles with bamboo nails, some positioned higher and others lower. When the wind blew, they spun like windmills, and the entangled leaves of the dry vines danced up and down. They hoped this would frighten away the birds. After securing the last bamboo pole, He Tian stood up and brushed the dirt off his gloves. If that doesn't suffice, we can sporadically fire a few shots each day, Xian suggested. In spring, while humanity busied itself with sowing, birds and beasts sought their meals. Even before the millet seeds were planted, small birds perched on nearby trees, watching hungrily. The potato seedlings, planted earlier, were also favored by moles, mice, and wild rabbits. In the forest, their greatest adversaries were these neighboring creatures. By day, birds would come to pilfer seeds, while at night, hedgehogs and mice would gnaw at the tender leaves and shoots. The mountain dwellers can only devise various strategies to outsmart the small creatures and protect the fruits of their laborious cultivation. If only there were plastic greenhouses or plastic film, their efforts would not be so arduous. However, during this era of severe cold, the once ubiquitous plastic products have all but vanished. With the onset of the bitter chill, electricity provided by fuel was the first to be cut off, followed by the shutdown of hydroelectric and nuclear power stations. Wind and solar power could endure for a little longer, but once the solar panels aged and deteriorated, solar energy too would cease. Without electricity as a source of power, oil extraction and refining have become exceedingly difficult, leading to the demise of industries reliant on petroleum derivatives. Plastic products have been the first casualties. As Xian notes, in the few cities that still utilize electricity, the cables and wires are insulated with ceramics. With the loss of electricity, steel is now smelted using charcoal, and trains rely on steam engines. He Tian and others cannot afford such luxuries. They are forced to resort to ancient, eco-friendly methods, utilizing local resources. The potato seedlings are thriving, yet, akin to millet, the greatest threat arises from the surrounding small animals. He Tian and Xian have erected a bamboo-framed shelter over the potato field, draping it with a layer of tattered fishing net. While watering, the two stand at opposite corners of the field, walking towards each other while swinging their arms to sprinkle water, ensuring efficiency without drenching one another. The watering can is also fashioned from bamboo. He Tian feels fortunate for the abundance of bamboo in the forest she inhabits. It is currently the peak growing season for bamboo. During a rainy spring night, it can grow more than 10 centimeters in a single night. The rapidly growing bamboo provides He Tian and his companions with a variety of construction materials. Moreover, their frequent visits to the bamboo grove are also in pursuit of spring bamboo shoots. Fresh bamboo shoots, after being peeled, can be briefly blanched in boiling water, or even left unblanched, and then sliced into fine shreds for a quick stir-fry, perhaps accompanied by a hint of chili and Sichuan pepper, along with strands of carrot and fern, creating a flavor that is exquisitely sweet and difficult to articulate. The succulent shoots, when cut into thick chunks and stewed with cured meat, shiitake mushrooms, and chestnuts, yield a broth that is rich and aromatic, perfect for drenching freshly steamed rice. Not only He Tian, but even Xian could easily devour 2 bowls of this delightful dish. Such exquisite food, of course, must be preserved for future enjoyment. Fresh spring bamboo shoots are sliced and hung on strings to dry, exposed to the wind and sun, transforming into dried bamboo shoots. In addition to bamboo shoots, the bamboo grove is also abundant with small mushrooms. These translucent white mushrooms grow in delicate clusters throughout the forest, nourished by years of accumulated bamboo leaves, which also impart a unique flavor to them. Once harvested and cleaned, they are set aside in a bowl. First, a piece of salted fish or a cured duck leg is used to simmer with the dried bamboo shoots in a clay pot over low heat for several hours. When the aroma fills the air, the broth is ladled out, revealing the mushrooms, which become completely transparent, their caps unfurling in the soup, enriched by an additional distinctive fragrance. This broth is also excellent for hot pot. Once the broth is ready, potato vermicelli is added first, followed by the mushrooms. Golden droplets of fat float atop the soup, with the red duck leg nestled at the bottom, and the glistening potato vermicelli adorned with translucent caps. Adding a few vibrant green ferns would render it truly perfect. Regrettably, this delectable bamboo mushroom cannot be sun-dried for preservation. However, there exists the exquisite bamboo fungus. Its appearance does not suggest it to be a culinary delight. It grows near the desiccated roots of bamboo, resembling a diminutive gourd pulp, a netted pouch, or a mushroom dragging a net. Fragile and riddled with numerous holes, it crumbles at the slightest touch, scattering debris everywhere. Yet, when harvested with care, it can be enjoyed raw in a refreshing salad, and its true splendor emerges when added to soup. Dried bamboo fungus can be stored for extended periods, though its sole drawback lies in its fragility, as it shatters into fine particles under pressure. When simmered in broth made from fresh wild chicken, duck, or game meat, the bamboo fungus, with its gourd-like form, absorbs the savory essence of the soup, effectively eliminating excess fat. Once saturated with broth, the bamboo fungus regains its original crispness, yet upon consumption, it releases the rich liquid within, offering a delightful softness complemented by a satisfying crunch during chewing. Fresh, tender bamboo leaves are also a remarkable ingredient, suitable for tea preparation. After being washed and sun-dried, they can be stored in bamboo tubes, providing a fragrant infusion that soothes the lungs on a sweltering summer day or a cozy winter night by the hearth. Particularly large and robust bamboo leaves are also useful. After being harvested and dried, they can be reserved for wrapping rice dumplings. Undoubtedly, the most significant utility of bamboo lies in its role as a building material. As spring plowing commences, Xian suggests constructing an irrigation channel to divert mountain stream water directly to the fields. Once the waterway reaches the edge of the land, several slender bamboo pipes can be used to distribute it to the millet, potato, and radish plots. On each plot of land, bamboo tubes were drilled on their sides, and smaller bamboo tubes were inserted, arranged in rows upon the ground. The smaller tubes were perforated with tiny holes, allowing for an even distribution of water for irrigation. Each diverging bamboo tube had a cap at its beginning. When water was needed for irrigation, one merely had to remove the cap. At the very start of the waterway, there was likewise a cap. Once opened, water flowed in from the mountain stream. The current was gentle, taking nearly 3 minutes to reach the fields. This undertaking demanded considerable effort from He Tian and Xian, yet the planning, sketching, deliberating, and discussions consumed only a few days. The construction itself took merely a day. He Tian observed the water streaming into the bamboo, and she followed the slow current to the edge of the field. When the water finally flowed into the soil, she exclaimed joyfully and embraced Xian. After the completion of the waterway, adjustments would need to be made gradually to ensure it was increasingly suitable. This was not a matter to be rushed. For instance, the water flow directed to the carrot patch was presently too strong for the delicate seedlings. Thus, He Tian opted to channel the incoming water into a watering can to nourish them gently. After a week of bustling spring plowing, He Tian remained in a state of exhilaration. Xian reminded her that the merchant caravan was about to depart. Shouldn't they procure some supplies? It was only then that He Tian recalled that her initial shopping had been based on the assumption of living alone for an entire year. Regardless, they needed to prepare for the fact that this year would be shared by two. Consequently, staples such as rice, flour, sugar, and salt would need to be purchased in at least double the quantity, and additional cotton fabric for clothing would also be necessary. Moreover, It was essential to allow Xian to select items he favored, along with various other small necessities. At this moment, she realized, wait a moment. Xian had stolen someone else's boat, along with an exceedingly expensive gold-plated motor. The thought of the Lord's arrogant, armed soldiers made He Tian feel a twinge of fear. Regardless of her unease, the items they needed could only be found at the market. Otherwise, they would have to wait an entire year. With a resolute heart, He Tian steeled herself and set off with Xian once more toward the marketplace, this time with wheat in tow. Upon reaching the riverbank, she hesitantly inquired, "Where did you throw the boat?" "What?" He replied, "I sank it and tossed it ashore." "Indeed, the wreckage must have drifted downstream," she mused. "And the motor?" "Naturally. That too was discarded. What purpose would it serve us? Buying diesel would only expose us." "How exorbitant!" He Tian nearly dropped the in exasperation. "It cost a fortune." Xian chuckled. "Even if we had kept it, you still wouldn't be able to afford the diesel." He Tian shook her head. "Without diesel, can't we try using other oils? My grandmother has a book that mentions how, when the severe cold first arrived, people resorted to using cooking oil, and in desperate times, even vodka was used as fuel." Xian laughed again. "I was just teasing you. I've hidden it away. Even if it were truly discarded, we could simply steal another." With a nonchalant demeanor, He Tian found it hard to believe. "You were once a city dweller. How can you have no sense of the law whatsoever? And you, a mountain dweller, seem even more law-abiding than I." Xian retorted with a smile. "North of the estuary, everyone unanimously recognizes it as an ungoverned territory. Since it is ungoverned, what is law to us? Haha, bears and lead bullets abide by no rules." He Tian, unable to argue against Xian, sighed, and ultimately resolved to proceed with caution today. Xian, in high spirits, responded affirmatively. After rowing for a while, He Tian recalled the sum of money Xian had entrusted to her, which was not only substantial, but indeed more than anticipated. "Oh, I had incapacitated a soldier and donned his attire to pilfer the motor. I discarded the clothing after crossing the river mouth. Yet I certainly could not afford to part with the money in my pocket." He Tian paused for a moment, reflecting. There was some merit to that reasoning. This time, their venture to the market felt as effortless as a familiar route. The two shared laughter and cheerful banter along the way, devoid of any lingering sorrow of parting, with the amusing presence of the little rascal, Xiaomi, adding to the merriment. Even though He Tian felt a touch of guilt for her thieving ways, the atmosphere remained lively and joyous. Upon reaching the dock's edge, they once again queued to collect their tickets and register. However, since they had no mink pelts to sell this time, they were disdainfully waved aside by a petty official. Once ashore, they were met with indifference, merely blending in with the throng of shoppers. Xian observed quietly, noting that the patrolling soldiers did not appear more tense than before. Rather, as their departure drew near, they exhibited a certain lethargy. He speculated that the matter of a rogue citizen incapacitating a soldier and stealing the motor had been resolved privately between the merchants and the authorities. It is crucial to understand that the caravan came here in pursuit of profit. Should the authorities tighten their vigilance, or worse, conduct searches and interrogations, it was likely that the local populace, startled by the commotion, would hastily procure essential items like salt and iron and depart, leaving no room for the purchase of wine or entertainment services. The caravan was responsible for compensation, and the manager seized the opportunity to make a modest profit, leaving everyone in high spirits. Initially, He Tian felt a twinge of unease, but after Xian elucidated the rationale behind the situation, she was completely reassured and joyfully set off for a shopping spree. Regardless of the era, the shopping desires of women have always flourished abundantly. It is no exaggeration to assert that they are the greatest driving force behind economic development and scientific progress. Women's money is indeed easy to earn. He Tian soon discovered several shops specializing in women's goods, ranging from ready-made clothing to fabrics, from shampoos to beauty creams, and even colorful glass bead earrings and satin hairbands, all in exquisite array. There were also reusable ultra-absorbent sanitary pads on offer. To Xian, these pads resembled small saddles, fastened with buttons on either side, with a detachable rectangular cotton cloth in the center. After contemplating their function, he felt his face flush and turned away, pretending to admire the necklaces hanging on the wall. He Tian was quite intrigued by this invention and inquired about its usage from the shopkeeper. She picked up a sample to feel the fabric, which was remarkably soft cotton. The shopkeeper, a woman in her 30s, noticed the gathering of young ladies and wives, and showcased a glass cup, exclaiming, Look at how absorbent this fabric strip is. The rectangular cloth was immersed in the cup and quickly absorbed nearly half the water. On heavier days, it needed changing every 2 hours, while on lighter days, it could last up to 5 hours. The shopkeeper also compared it with a traditional sanitary pad filled with cotton fluff and plant ash, highlighting the inferior absorbency of conventional materials that often leaked and felt sticky and uncomfortable. Changing it once is quite troublesome, especially during the winter. Take a look at our new product. All it requires is the replacement of this cotton pad. Cleaning is effortless. Each set comes with 3 pads. Purchasing 2 sets will suffice. Nowadays, urban ladies are using this as well. The shopkeeper, with her charming eloquence, persuades both young maidens and married women to open their purses. He Tian, with a gentle inquiry, asks Xian if she needs any. Xian merely wishes to retreat in embarrassment, shaking her head. I'm waiting for you in the next store. Last winter, when He Tian inquired if Xian required any sanitary products during her menstrual cycle, she recalled that her grandmother had long since entered menopause, leaving her as the sole user of such items in the household. It wouldn't be appropriate to let Xian use the ones her grandmother had utilized. She could certainly prepare new ones. At that time, Xian had displayed a similar reaction. However, amidst the icy chill of winter, she could hardly venture outside. She merely lowered her head, shaking it softly, and murmured, I haven't had it yet. He Tian, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback but quickly reassured her, it's perfectly fine. I read that some girls only start menstruating in their 20s. There are even those who never experience it. It's just that their flow is scant. Some refer to it as hidden menstruation. Don't worry. Not having it can actually be a blessing, sparing one from many inconveniences. She hastily rambled on, noticing that Xian's head was nearly drooping to her chest, and promptly fell silent. When He Tian first encountered Xian, she was struck by her ethereal beauty, fearing that such a delicate creature might be difficult to tend to. However, her perspective gradually shifted, and she began to perceive that this girl harbored a certain degree of insecurity. Perhaps it is due to her striking appearance and tall stature. Yet her flat chest and the absence of menstruation render her akin to an underdeveloped young girl. He Tian pondered for a moment before purchasing 4 sets. Should Xian experience her first menstruation someday, this additional set would serve as a fitting gift. After acquiring these assorted small items, He Tian proceeded to procure salt, sugar, rice, and flour. Xian suggested that they should purchase a greater quantity. Why, one might ask? While salt and sugar are of little concern, being easily stored and rarely spoiling, rice and flour can deteriorate over time. Xian remarked that who could foresee whether the same lord would preside over the city next year? Even if he did, what if he were to wage war? Might he impose higher taxes? Given that salt and sugar are imperishable, it would be wise to stockpile them. He Tian reflected on this and found it quite reasonable. Thus, Xian used his share of the funds to acquire a substantial amount of salt. The market also offered yeast, various sauces, and the like, which Xian eagerly purchased, soon filling his backpack to the brim. There were also vendors selling assorted medicinal remedies, and he seemed to buy in abundance, much to He Tian's dismay. Exiting the official market, they arrived at the riverside where local villagers engaged in their own trading, which was a chaotic affair. Numerous individuals brought their unique homegrown products to sell or exchange. Xian noticed a stall selling linen, which he deemed to be of superior quality, and he could not help but be intrigued, urging He Tian to join him in observing the vendor. Upon approaching, they discovered that the family also offered ramie fabric, pristine white in color, with tightly woven threads that felt cool to the touch. A considerable crowd had gathered around. The vendor, a young man in his 20s, displayed his fabric in bamboo baskets atop a horizontally placed cart. With a somewhat awkward smile, he remarked that the cloth was ideal for summer garments and encouraged onlookers to take a look. Each piece of fabric measured less than 40 centimeters in width, predominantly in unbleached ivory, creamy white, and faintly yellowish hues. A few had been dyed in sky blue and tender green, while others were in shades of crimson, deep blue, and brown. He Tian inquired about the price and examined the unfolded fabrics, estimating that one piece could suffice for a long-sleeve dress or a sleeveless top paired with trousers. If one were to create a complete summer outfit, it might require 1.5 pieces. The cost of a single piece was comparable to that of a large black marten. In truth, the price was significantly higher than that of thin cotton fabric sold in official markets. This prompted some to bargain, noting that cotton fabrics often featured prints, a plethora of colors and patterns, were lighter and more breathable, and did not fade. They questioned the justification for such steep prices. The man standing at the stall seemed somewhat at a loss for words, merely forcing a smile as he replied, "Our fabric is of fine quality as well." However, when pressed about its merits compared to cotton, he struggled to articulate any advantages. Behind the stall sat a young woman, evidently the vendor's sister. She was far more eloquent than her brother. "Madam, if you are purchasing for a young lady or a new bride, certainly opt for the floral fabrics. But if it is for your own wear, I assure you, linen is far more durable than cotton and provides superior breathability. Why not give it a try? I have some cotton scraps here. Feel free to tug on them, and then try pulling on this linen. You shall see. If one were to work from home." Durability and breathability are essential, making linen an excellent choice. Although the patterns may be somewhat limited, they are still sufficient. You might consider purchasing a blue piece for the gentlemen or boys in the household, and perhaps a deep crimson for yourself. For those with elderly family members, or those who prefer lighter shades, a lovely sky green would also suffice. Alternatively, if you possess a flair for craftsmanship, you could combine various colors into a garment reminiscent of the long waistcoat made from reversed rabbit fur that she wears. It too is quite striking. Her waistcoat features a charming patchwork pattern composed of sky blue, deep crimson, and dark blue linen, which indeed is visually appealing. Her brother sports a shirt that similarly employs patchwork, with strips of sky blue, dark blue, and brown fabric intricately sewn together, while the reverse side is a solid dark blue, also quite attractive. It was the distinctive attire of this brother-sister duo that caught the attention of Xian from afar. The discerning buyers among the crowd of bargain hunters, primarily composed of middle-aged women, were undoubtedly knowledgeable about quality. The young lady's words only heightened their interest. As they fondled the well-made garments worn by her and her brother, they eagerly calculated the cost and readily opened their wallets. Despite her brother being somewhat inarticulate, he exhibited remarkable speed and accuracy in mental arithmetic. Some transactions were made with cash, while others involved exchanges of mink fur. Upon securing the fabric, the young lady generously gifted the buyers a bag of flax seeds, which are easy to cultivate and yield a harvest in just 4 months. "I reside in a nearby village. Simply inquire about the 3 families weaving flax, and you shall find out," she added. "Bring your harvested flax to purchase fabric, and I will offer you a discount. We also buy flax, but it must be dry flax to ensure accurate weighing." At that moment, numerous individuals began to inquire about the cultivation of flax, directions to her home, and the pricing details. There are still inquiries about whether her family is accepting apprentices. Others have asked if they could purchase fabric to create garments resembling those worn by Xian and her brother. He Tian quietly remarked to Xian that the young lady was indeed clever. She coaxed the townsfolk into cultivating hemp and then offered to sell them the fabric, claiming it was at a discount. It was evident that her family could not manage such extensive fields nor attend to them adequately. Xian felt as if He Tian's whispers had rendered his ears soft, nodding in agreement to her every word. Once the crowd in front dispersed, He Tian subtly squeezed his hand, prompting him to notice that the girl named Xian had a limp. Many diseases that had once become extinct have resurfaced due to the lack of vaccines, and poliomyelitis is among them. This affliction is not confined to remote forests. Even in urban areas, impoverished children unable to afford vaccines are afflicted. A limping hunter faces considerable difficulties, relying solely on traps for hunting, resulting in significantly reduced catches. Surviving in the mountains, chopping wood, fetching water, and ice fishing requires immense effort from able-bodied individuals, let alone those with disabilities. However, this weaver of hemp, Xian, demonstrates remarkable intelligence. She delegates the arduous farming tasks, which demand the most physical strength. Flax thrives in moist conditions, necessitating copious irrigation, followed by drying, threshing, and bundling, all labor-intensive processes. Yet, the loom is a realm He Tian is familiar with. Spinning and weaving are less impacted by one's physical condition. It is the skill that matters. Xian has cleverly reserved the technical tasks for herself while outsourcing the physically demanding ones. She has carved out a unique path toward prosperity. At last, He Tian and Xian took their turn. He Tian inquired about Xian's preferences and procured 3 pairs of sky blue horses, 3 pairs in their natural hue, and 2 pairs of white rami. He then engaged in conversation with Xian for a while. The outcome of their exchange was that Xian generously gifted He Tian 2 bags of flax seeds and affectionately patted the head of Xiaomi, presenting it with a small scarf of the same color, which was tied around its neck. This venture truly yielded a bountiful harvest. As the small boat was launched, its sides were only 30 centimeters above the water's surface. Approaching home, He Tian directed the course, steering the boat into a tributary. This narrow stream measured only 6 or 7 meters in width and 2 to 3 meters in depth. He Tian leaped ashore, while Xian secured the bamboo pole from the boat into the muddy bank, fastening the vessel before also jumping on a solid ground. Upon seeing both humans dash away, Xiaomi called out, seeking attention, but finding none, it resorted to lying on the gunwale, gathering its strength. Its hind legs squatted and stood repeatedly. In a state of urgency, it yelped a few times before making a sudden leap onto the bank, chasing after its unfeeling owner. Once it caught up, He Tian crouched down to stroke its little head, rewarding it with a delectable morsel of cooked duck liver. He Tian then chopped some branches, each measuring over a meter in length, bundling them into a diameter of 30 centimeters. He and Xian each dragged a bundle and tossed it into the river near the shore, where the current was gentle. Next, he sharpened one end of a branch and firmly inserted it into the riverbed, securing a rope atop it, thus completing the task. This bundle of branches would rest at the riverbed, and after a few days, it would yield a plethora of river shrimp, loaches, small fish, and crabs seeking refuge. A simple shake of the boat would result in a bountiful catch. Venturing further inland from the riverbank, one would soon encounter a marshland, where ponds of various sizes interconnected, and the grassy areas were dotted with nests crafted from feathers and blades of grass. The surface of the pond was adorned with countless wild ducks, mingling with various waterfowl. He Tian tossed Xian a hand-woven net bag, and the two of them unceremoniously began to gather eggs from the bird nests one by one. Xiaomi, initially ecstatic at the sight of eggs strewn across the ground, quickly subdued her enthusiasm upon noticing her master's gaze, opting instead to walk demurely beside He Tian. Upon returning home, He Tian prepared a pot of millet porridge that had been soaking all day, cracking 6 eggs for Xian to whisk into a smooth batter. She washed 3 large potatoes, peeling and slicing them into 2 or 3 millimeter thick rounds. Then diced an onion and sliced a piece of smoked rabbit meat into thin strips. With these preparations complete, the millet porridge had simmered for half an hour. He Tian set the porridge aside and placed a skillet over the heat, sauteing the onion in goose fat until it turned golden. She layered the potato slices flatly, followed by a layer of smoked meat, repeating this process until the final layer was again composed of potato slices. At this point, she added a pinch of salt to the egg mixture and poured it into the skillet, gently shaking it to distribute evenly. Before long, the enticing aromas of eggs, meat, and potatoes filled the room, causing Xiaomi to swallow in anticipation. Once the egg pancake was perfectly cooked, He Tian inverted a large ceramic plate onto the skillet, gripping the handle with one hand while pressing down on the plate with the other. With a swift motion, the pancake tumbled onto the plate. When served, it was cut into wedges like a cake, revealing layers of golden eggs, potatoes, and rosy meat, resembling a marbled pattern. The first bite revealed the tender, creamy center of the potato, the crispy base, the savory, resilient smoked meat, and the sweet, airy eggs, all contributing to a rich and varied flavor profile. Paired with the millet porridge, this dinner was a profound delight. At this moment, the sun outside began its descent, casting a warm orange glow that enveloped the leaves and branches of the forest in a golden haze. Beneath the windowsill, the sweet potato chunks in the clay cup had begun to sprout delicate green shoots. Inside, laughter and joy filled the air, occasionally punctuated by the playful barks of a small dog. Outside, the various crops in the fields grew quietly, diligently absorbing the precious sunlight of spring. As the days grew warmer and the daylight hours lengthened, He Tian and Xian found themselves increasingly occupied. For the farmers tending their fields, the task was straightforward: simply care for their crops. However, for the hunters in the mountains, there was an additional urgency to hunt, as the frigid winter months made the scarcity of protein-rich food difficult to endure. Every morning, after watering their fields, He Tian and Xian would take with them wheat and rice, embarking on a canoe to navigate the nearby rivers, lakes, and marshes. Wheat and the two masters occupied the canoe, while the rice was tethered at the back, following along. Upon reaching their destination, they disembarked, allowing the rice to forage freely in the adjacent woods before finding a suitable spot to set up their hide. Draped in gray-green cloaks and adorned with hats crafted from willow branches, He Tian and Xian nestled with wheat in their concealment. A flock of wild ducks and geese flew overhead, and with a few resounding shots, He Tian commanded Wheat to leap from their cover and retrieve the fallen prey. After 2 rounds of instruction, Wheat grasped the task. When more ducks and geese fell, He Tian gestured, and Wheat sprang forth to fetch the game. This time, He Tian refrained from letting Xian fire, choosing instead to take aim himself, successfully downing a wild duck that landed in the grass just a few meters ahead of their hide. He Tian's encouragement and rewards are quite normal, while Xian's expressions of affection are particularly extravagant. In addition to openly declaring his fondness, Xian enjoys cradling the puppy, Xiaomi, on his lap, especially during the evenings by the bonfire or the hearth, when Xiaomi grows drowsy, his little head bobbing, struggling to maintain the dignity of a hound. Xian would scoop him up, placing him on his knees to stroke his fur. He would then flip Xiaomi onto his back, exposing his belly, and pose him in a surrender stance, occasionally scratching his ears and gently caressing his tail. Previously, He Tian found this behavior amusingly endearing, but today, while training the hunting dog, she found such antics unacceptable. Xian pouted, "What's wrong with that?" He Tian raised her hands, shaking her head, imitating Xian's tone. "Oh my, little darling can't do that." She elongated her face, while Xian puffed his cheeks and huffed in response. He Tian frowned. "What are you saying?" Xian lifted his eyelids slightly. "You can't hear it, but Xiaomi can." He Tian rolled her eyes. There is a clear divergence in the method of raising Xiaomi between He Tian and Xian. Xian believes that Xiaomi is at his most adorable now, and once he grows up, he will no longer resemble a plush toy. Conversely, He Tian contends that a hunting dog, a fierce creature, must embody calmness and composure, fearing that such indulgence would spoil the dog. While it is undeniably charming for a puppy to leap onto one's lap and wag its tail, what would it look like when it grows tall enough to stand at her height, yet still insists on climbing onto its owner's lap for affection? Once again, Xiaomi dashed off to fetch a toy. During this moment, He Tian remarked to Xian that the Wheat would soon be half a year old. Many small male dogs of this age would already be lifting their legs to urinate, yet it still squatted. He expressed concern that if Xian continued to treat it as a baby, it might grow up still squatting. Xian seemed to ponder this, her face flushing suddenly, a mix of anger and annoyance that appeared distinct from her usual displeasure. This startled He Tian momentarily, but soon a glimmer of amusement returned to his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He glanced at He Tian again, turned his face away, and softly said, "Ahem, understood." He Tian gazed at Xian, who wore a faint smile with a slight furrow in her brow, thinking to himself how it was said that beautiful women are prone to both joy and ire. At that moment, Xian turned her face back and caught sight of He Tian, whose lips were slightly parted, staring at her with a dazed expression. Her heart raced, beating faster with each moment, transforming into a fluffy little creature that tingled within her chest, almost compelling her to draw He Tian into an embrace, showering him with affection as she would with the Wheat. Yet, such thoughts remained mere musings. What would follow? Would He Tian distance himself after that? The initial kindness she extended towards him stemmed from a sense of safety in their shared gender. But was there a possibility that upon realizing he was a male, she would joyfully accept him and grow closer? Xian felt uncertain. In the place where He Tian had grown up, societal standards for male aesthetics were singular, robust, and powerful. He suspected he embodied only a fragment of that ideal. What if he confessed, only to discover that He Tian was drawn to a different type altogether? Could he possibly linger in her home indefinitely? Yet, it was equally imprudent to delay his practice. However, it was essential not to act too hastily, thought He Tian. Very well, let us conclude today's endeavors. The nearby forest bordering the wetlands was a burgeoning grove, sparse with towering trees and abundant with open spaces, where wild grasses thrived, interspersed with edible wild vegetables. Dami, their guide in foraging for these delicacies, had an affinity for a succulent leafy green known to the mountain folk as deer ear vegetable, aptly named for its resemblance to a deer's ear. Before cultivated vegetables could be harvested, these wild greens graced the table. He Tian and Xian followed closely behind Dami. Wherever it ventured, they hastened to keep pace. And upon discovering an edible wild plant, they would shoo Dami away to gather the greens. Poor Dami did not mind, for the springtime forest was replete with delectable offerings. Recently, it had even begun to disregard the humble soybean. Before long, He Tian and Xian's basket for wild vegetables was half filled with treasures: deer ear vegetable, shepherd's purse, gray vegetable, purple flowered ground ivy, purple clover, sunflower leaves, and wild garlic. The basket featured bamboo dividers, facilitating the separation of different types of greens. In addition to these, He Tian unearthed something akin to lily bulbs, referred to as crystal vegetables, which could be sautéed, simmered in soup, or served cold. Many of the wild vegetables were unfamiliar to Xian, but judging by He Tian's descriptions, they promised to be delightful. Chopped shepherd's purse made for the most exquisite filling for dumplings. Mixing the breast meat of a pine chicken with shepherd's purse, adding an egg, would yield a delectable concoction. The dough for wonton wrappers is made solely with eggs, omitting water entirely, resulting in a pale yellow dough that is rolled out thinly and cut into square pieces, ready to be filled with stuffing. Once the chicken broth is prepared and strained, only the soup is used to cook the wontons, imparting a delightful and fragrant flavor. Oh, just speaking of it makes my mouth water. The wild greens are stir-fried with shredded meat. The wild garlic has its green leaves trimmed, leaving only the bulb, which is then brushed with oil and roasted until it achieves a golden hue, fragrant and sticky, devoid of any spiciness, with only a lingering sweetness. In a glass jar, vinegar, chili peppers, sugar, and salt are combined, and the garlic bulbs are immersed to pickle. After several months, they transform into a vibrant green, perfectly timed for summer. In the evenings, a few cloves are taken out as a side dish to accompany porridge, crunchy and sweet with a hint of spice. Although the flavor remains after consumption, crystal vegetables can be pickled in a similar manner. Pickled crystal vegetables are even more delectable than pickled garlic. Lacking the spiciness, they are sweet and crisp. Crystal vegetables can also be added to porridge or cooked alongside sweet chestnuts, serving as a delightful snack. Soft and glutinous. Best enjoyed with bamboo leaf tea. The tender shoots of purple clover are lightly sautéed with a touch of oil and salt, while purple-flowered ground ivy is served cold in a salad. As I discuss these wild greens and their preparations, I feel no fatigue while crouched down, foraging for them. Once the basket is full, the rice has reached the edge of the forest near the wetlands. In the marshes behind the thickets, numerous clumps of wild grass grow, entangled together. The largest clump is about 1 cubic meter in size, while smaller ones are as large as a soccer ball. The tips of the grass blades are a purplish gray, contrasting with their dark green roots. This is the lush grass we utilize for crafting straw sandals and cotton quilts. He Tian handed Xian a sickle, instructing him on how to cut the plush grass. Naturally, one must select the tallest specimens. Grasping the base of the grass clump firmly, and with a vigorous swing of the sickle, cut it cleanly. It is imperative to maintain a tight grip during this process. One must swiftly bind the cut grass into a bundle, for once severed, the plush grass will fluff and disperse, becoming remarkably light. A gust of wind could whisk away half of the freshly cut grass if not properly secured. The collected plush grass appears voluminous, resting upon the back of the rice sack as if it were burdened with several spheres, yet it remains surprisingly light. As we approach the end of May, the temperature rose slightly. Whether walking through the woods, along the riverbank, or beside the pond, one is greeted by varying shades of verdant green. He Tian's fields were no exception. The potato seedlings stood tallest, nearly reaching 20 centimeters in height, while carrots, radishes, and millet shimmered in vibrant green hues. The sweet potato sprouts submerged in the ceramic cups had also begun to grow. Initially, only a few seedlings occupied the shallow, large ceramic bowl, but gradually, they multiplied and thickened, resembling tender green shoots eagerly drinking water. Each day, one would need to add 10 centimeters of water to the bowl. Once the sweet potato sprouts developed roots, they could be transplanted into the earth. He Tian and Xian cultivated a patch of sweet potatoes, and beneath the window sill in their abode, a row of sweet potato seedlings thrived, their vibrant green a delightful sight. He Tian left several empty ceramic cups, occasionally filling them with wildflowers gathered from the mountains and forests. Outside the window, the apple tree has burst into bloom, adorned with delicate pink and white flowers. Even within the confines of the house, one can inhale the fragrant aroma, and upon closing one's eyes, it feels as though a platter of ripe apples rests before one's nose. The apple blossoms have attracted numerous bees and butterflies, flitting about both in front and behind the house. While the bees are welcomed by He Tian, the butterflies are met with less enthusiasm. It is essential to understand that some butterflies frolicking in the vegetable garden do so not merely for amusement. They are engaged in the courtship ritual. Upon successful mating, they will reproduce, laying eggs upon the vegetable leaves, and the hatching larvae will voraciously devour the crops that He Tian has diligently cultivated, particularly the seedlings of cabbage. Thus, It was not long before He Tian and Xian surrounded the garden with additional bamboo poles, draping fishing nets over them. The nets would only be lifted during tilling, fertilizing, and pest control. During these moments, the two would dream of the possibility of constructing a greenhouse. Carrots, radishes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cabbages are the crops that He Tian has meticulously tended to, all flourishing splendidly thus far. After June, she plans to plant tomatoes, cucumbers, loofahs, long beans, and eggplants, vegetables she has always managed to cultivate successfully and feels confident in growing well. Last year, the tomato yield was modest due to a lack of time for care. But with Xian's assistance this year, He Tian believes a bountiful harvest is within reach. This would allow her to dry the tomatoes or transform them into preserves for winter storage. This year, she also purchased seeds for a variety of cherry tomato. Judging by the plant samples brought by the seed merchant, these tomatoes are petite, scarcely larger than a mountain walnut, with a delightful sweet and sour flavor. They are more amenable to canning than the large tomatoes she has been cultivating and are also easier to dry. In this manner, she can prepare tomato sauce from the larger tomatoes while canning and drying the smaller ones. Consequently, her winter food options will become significantly more diverse. Having acquired reusable superabsorbent sanitary pads, she has decided against cultivating cotton this year. She turned over the plot originally designated for cotton into a rectangular area over 2 meters long, where she sowed a packet of complementary flax seeds. As for the remaining flax seeds, she transformed them into cookies, while Xian enjoyed them as snacks. By mixing goose fat and goose eggs with flour, adding salt and sugar, she rolled out thin sheets, pricked them with a fork to create small holes, brushed them with a layer of egg white, sprinkled them with flax seeds, and cut them into small squares to bake in the oven. After 10 to 20 minutes, they emerged as crispy delights. The baked flax seeds are quite delectable, rich in oil, and though diminutive, they impart a hint of nutty flavor. These cookies, accompanied by a cup of sweet and tangy hawthorn honey tea during her afternoon respite, revitalize one's spirit swiftly. In addition to her usual crops, at Xian's suggestion, she also procured seeds for pumpkin and watermelon, two varieties she has never attempted to cultivate before. She wonders whether they will thrive. As Xian eloquently spoke of the dishes crafted from these two varieties of melon, he extolled the versatility of pumpkin, which can serve as a staple food, steamed alongside rice or simmered in porridge, and can also be transformed into delightful desserts such as pumpkin pie and pumpkin balls. The small pumpkins, when used to create a rib soup, are not only delectable but also visually appealing, with the ribs nestled within the pumpkins, presumably steamed to perfection. The broth is imbued with the fragrant essence of pumpkin. The pumpkin pie, in particular, is a culinary triumph. The filling, made from pumpkin and eggs, incorporates a spice known as cinnamon. He pondered thoughtfully, envisioning a flaky crust adorned with a golden pumpkin filling, perhaps dusted with a veil of powdered sugar or embellished with delicate meringue flowers. He Tian, ever inquisitive, promptly inquired about meringue, what it is, how it is made, and if it is delicious. Xian, feeling a swell of pride, admitted that while he might falter in explaining other pastries, he possessed a clear understanding of meringue. It is not overly complex. The ingredients consist solely of egg whites and sugar, vigorously whisked together until the egg whites are whipped and the sugar dissolved. However, while it may seem straightforward, the nuances of ingredient ratios, baking temperatures, and whether to heat the syrup or simply whisk, it can significantly alter the texture and taste of the meringue. He spoke at length about the distinct methods of preparing meringue in Italian, French, and Swiss styles. As He Tian listened, she contemplated the truth in his words. It is indeed not difficult, merely requiring fresh eggs. The last time she accompanied Xiaomi to gather eggs, a sudden inspiration struck her. Recalling Xian's first mention of raising ducks and geese for their eggs and meat, they had envisioned capturing mature ducks and geese to ensure their health through live capture, yet He Tian had always employed a gun for such endeavors. During this excursion to collect eggs, she observed that some ducklings had already hatched from their nests, and it suddenly dawned on her that she had previously fallen into a misconception, bringing Xian along into the predicament. While adult ducks and geese, capable of flight and swimming, were difficult to capture, were the ducklings not equally elusive? The unhatched ducklings remained quite frail, however, as they matured and gained strength. Following their mothers into the water for a swim, they would still be unable to fly. If a net were crafted, wouldn't the quantity be determined by desire? As this thought lingered, the two exchanged knowing glances, chuckling. Therefore, He Tian fashioned a net for catching the ducklings and goslings using a bamboo pole. At the end of the long handle, a circular bamboo frame was affixed, upon which a piece of netting, salvaged from a torn fishing net, was sewn. The design bore resemblance to the net she had used in her childhood for catching butterflies and fish, albeit longer and larger. After completing one, He Tian tested it by the riverbank, and then crafted another for Xian. Upon receiving the net, Xian promptly utilized it to ensnare the little wheat. Giggling as she trapped it within, observing its frantic movements as it flailed within the net, desperately clawing at the mesh. He took a few steps back, chuckling all the while. The wheat, in its panic, dragged the net a few paces forward, still unable to escape. Xian found herself doubled over in laughter at the sight of the wheat scurrying with a bamboo pole-like tail trailing behind, reaching out to poke at the tuft of fluff protruding from the netting. The farce came to an end only when the wheat managed to tear a hole in the fishing net. Holding the damaged net, Xian glanced at the scowling He Tian and the wheat, which had scurried to He Tian's side, chirping in complaint. Sheepishly, she remarked, I will mend the fishing net. He Tian sighed in exasperation. As she envisioned Xian clumsily threading a needle with her graceful, elongated fingers, a grimace crossed her face, with veins popping on her forehead, intensifying her headache. She now comprehended that Xian's enthusiastic suggestion to construct water channels from bamboo for automated irrigation was not aimed at enhancing productivity, but rather to spare time for leisure. Xian, in truth, was quite the lazy individual. Initially, his eagerness to learn seemed a mere ploy to win her favor. Now, however, he appeared preoccupied with devising ways to carve out more time for play. This is not to say that Xian shirked his responsibilities or lacked diligence while working. When it came to hunting, foraging for eggs, fishing, or gathering wild vegetables, he approached these tasks with great enthusiasm. He was also willing to cultivate vegetables and millet, though his zeal for farming paled in comparison to that for hunting. Regardless, he diligently engaged in plowing, weeding, and even in the laborious task of fertilizing with a mixture of rice and wheat husks, taking on the heavier, messier jobs with a sense of responsibility. However, when it came to chopping firewood, fetching water, or irrigation, he would seek ways to enhance efficiency. Xian seemed disinterested in tasks that lacked interaction and were repetitive. Before capturing the ducklings, He Tian and the others needed to prepare suitable accommodations for them. Xian was particularly enthusiastic about cutting bamboo, constructing shelters, and crafting cages. After a couple of days of toil, they erected a new shelter adjacent to the rice storage, thereby saving a wall and ensuring warmth during winter. The new shelter boasted a door with a lock and 2 small windows. Temporarily, the interior was divided into 2 levels. The upper section served as a duck cage, framed with sturdy bamboo and enclosed with slender bamboo bars, allowing for a row of 4 cages to be placed within. Once the ducklings have matured, a layer of boards will be added to the shelter, topped with 2 layers of cages. The bamboo cage is rectangular, featuring a door on the side. One half swings outward while the other holds a feeding trough. Beneath the cage, several wooden boxes filled with sand are placed to collect duck droppings. Clearing land, excavating a pond, and channeling water are all tasks that are far from trivial. However, the thought of cultivating lotus roots, thereby allowing for the harvest of this delightful ingredient right at one's doorstep, captivates He Tian immensely. Nodding vigorously, He Tian feels a surge of excitement. Yet concerns about the rooftop linger in her mind. The greenhouse must allow light to filter through. Xian contemplates this for a moment, but has yet to devise a solution. Nevertheless, they can ponder it gradually, for perhaps one day they will discover suitable materials and methods. Wasn't their previous endeavor of raising ducks a similar process? He Tian chuckles, lamenting that they have yet to catch any ducks, and are uncertain whether they will thrive. Xian adds, should they grow, there's no guarantee they will lay eggs. He Tian smiles at him, questioning, but how will we know if we don't try? Their thoughts are in perfect harmony. Thus, she sits before the cage door, majestically guarding them. Whenever the ducklings emit their frightened cries and flap their wings in distress, she lowers her head to watch them, releasing a low growl as a warning. Consequently, the ducklings quack even more pitifully. Upon returning home, He Tian and Xian place the 25 ducks from the 2 cages into their shelter. Xiaomi reflects, indeed, these little creatures are destined to become neighbors with everyone. Among the 2 cages of ducklings, there may even be a few goslings mixed in. When capturing, Xian and He Tian startle the mother bird accompanied by water ducks, wild ducks, and wild geese. However, the young birds currently mingled together, appearing quite similar at first glance. They were all fluffy, adorned with brown and black down feathers, some bearing black mottling. A few were particularly tall, likely the goslings. The ducklings huddled closely, pecking at one another. Some of the weaker ones were knocked to the ground during feeding, mercilessly trampled by their companions. The books left by Grandma contained no information on poultry farming, so He Tian had to rely on instinct, separating the frail ones into another cage. From this moment onward, in addition to rice and wheat, they would need to prepare food for the ducklings. With so many mouths to feed, He Tian felt a considerable weight of responsibility. Fortunately, procuring sustenance for the ducklings proved relatively simple. The tender grass sprouting by the riverbank, wild water celery, and a plant known as bulrush, along with earthworms, small shrimp, and fish unearthed during tilling, were all favored delicacies. He Tian and Xian once again rowed their boat into the creek. She retrieved the several traps they had previously set here, yielding a bountiful catch. Each trap contained 4 or 5 sizable fish, including carp, blackfish, catfish, and bullhead. In addition to the fish, there were river shrimp boasting large claws. Xian assisted He Tian in placing their catch into the wooden box at the center of the boat. The lid was secured, while the fish continued to thrash within. She organized the traps and returned them to the water, anticipating further rewards in a week's time. The little boat curved into the creek, and it was time to retrieve another type of trap that He Tian had set there a few days prior. She directed Xian to help her haul up the submerged branches. Observing the current state of withered branches and leaves, there is still a month of potential left. Upon returning home, He Tian selected a plump carp, dispatched it, and after cleaning and preparing it, braised it with shreds of ginger, wild onions, and water celery. Additionally, he steamed a pot of rice. At this time, the carp was in its breeding season, its belly brimming with roe, the fragrant broth drenching the rice, creating a delightful richness. The scales, gills, bones, and entrails of the carp were finely chopped and mixed with aquatic plants, providing sustenance for the ducklings. As for the wheat, it received a special reward. He Tian bestowed upon it a generous morsel of fish roe, leaving its tiny beak speckled with yellow eggs. As June arrived, the most splendid season of the year was on the verge of commencing. In the forest surrounding He Tian's abode, summer officially begins in mid-June. One evening, without any forewarning, the air outside was filled with the symphony of various insects. Crickets, longhorn beetles, and ladybugs, along with countless nameless critters, seemed to have conspired together, chirping harmoniously in the cool evening breeze. Then, the first cicada's call heralded the official arrival of summer. Cucumbers, tomatoes, raspberries, and strawberries could now be sown. A few days later, the daytime temperatures soared to around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius. While tilling the soil and weeding, one had to don a bamboo-woven hat and wrap a towel around the neck. Otherwise, one would quickly be drenched in sweat. During labor, they wore gloves crafted from squirrel fur. The deferred squirrel skin was thin, highly elastic, allowing for dexterous movement of the fingers, while also being breathable. However, upon removing the gloves, one would find their palms and backs of the hands covered in a sticky sheen of perspiration. Certainly, not wearing gloves is undeniably more comfortable. However, after turning the soil with a bamboo plow, one must still bend down to collect the weeds. Some of these weeds bear sharp, densely packed thorns on their stems, which can easily pierce the skin, making it quite difficult to remove. If fortune does not favor one, an infection may ensue, leading to considerable trouble. We no longer reside in an era where antibiotics can be conveniently purchased at the local pharmacy. Even a minor injury, such as a scrape or cut, can result in infection, and a simple cold might escalate into pneumonia. A cavity could lead to an abscess, potentially resulting in a brain infection. Many individuals have thus lost their chances of survival. Therefore, when Xian attempted to remove his gloves, He Tian solemnly intervened, recalling the words her grandmother imparted during her youth. One can never be too cautious. At noon, the heat was such that a single layer of clothing sufficed. Yet as night descended, it remained necessary to cover oneself with a quilt for sleep. The need to keep the stove burning continuously had diminished, saving a considerable amount of firewood. However, the task of rekindling the fire each morning proved to be a nuisance. That night, Xian lay listening to the chirping of insects, counting the number of times He Tian turned over. Not long ago, they had gathered an abundance of fragrant wildflowers, which they dried and hung in the corners of the room. According to He Tian, the scent of these dried flowers was conducive to sleep. Yet it seemed to be of little effect now. As she turned over once more, he softly inquired, "What troubles you?" He Tian, startled, replied, "Did I wake you?" Xian turned to face her with a smile. "What are you thinking about?" He Tian sighed, feeling a bit shy. "Oh, it's nothing really. Just a bit excited. Summer has arrived, and there is so much to do. To prepare for summer garments, one must gather pine nuts and other nuts, hoping that the squirrels do not consume them all. Care must be given to the fruit trees, as the apple blossoms will soon fade. Once the small fruits emerge, it is essential to thin them out, leaving only one or two on each branch. Additionally, attention is needed for the newly planted items. It is hoped that this summer will bring splendid weather, with favorable winds and timely rains. The furs collected last year can now be processed, and the wood gathered this spring has dried sufficiently. Some small structures require repairs, and work can commence soon. Moreover, there is the matter of constructing a greenhouse, which must begin promptly, as this is the most opportune time for digging the earth. Reflecting on this, it occurs to me that we have numerous ceramic jars and pots that are cracked. Should we consider firing a new batch? That would require opening the kiln, which is no trivial matter. Soap must also be made, and if fortune smiles upon us, it would be splendid to gather some honey and beeswax. Xian listened with a smile as she rambled on, occasionally interjecting with a word or two. After a while, he softly reassured He Tian that while there is much to be done, each task can be tackled one by one, and it will all turn out well, especially with his support. The shelves were far from the window, and the light was scarce. However, once accustomed to the darkness, the two individuals lying together were still able to see each other. When He Tian caught sight of Xian's bright eyes, her heart warmed. She could not resist reaching out from under the blanket to grasp her companion's hand as a gesture of gratitude. Xian was startled when he felt the movement of the blanket against his chest and quickly seized the small hand that had ventured into his space. He Tian, thinking Xian was merely playing with her, shook his hand playfully and smiled sweetly. She found solace and soon drifted into slumber. Yet her arm remained ensconced within Xian's bedding. This left Xian unable to find rest. Had she removed her inner garment beneath the covers? The sensation evoked memories of the milk jelly pudding he once relished, causing his Adam's apple to betray him with an embarrassing, resonant swallow. The following day, He Tian awoke to find Xian had disassembled her duvet cover, which now hung on a line to dry. She scratched her head, recalling that they had only washed it the previous week. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the washing machine sitting in the open space, filled with water and soaking the duvet cover. At that moment, Xiaomi trotted over, wagging its tail, followed closely by Xian, who was leading Dami. Today was not a laundry day. He Tian intended to voice her thoughts, but Xian interrupted with a drooping demeanor, asking, "Do you need your duvet cover and pillowcase washed? My neck feels itchy. I wonder if Xiaomi has fleas." "What?" He Tian quickly squatted down to inspect Xiaomi, whose fur was tousled and who gazed up innocently with a soft whimper. Xian pursed his lips, crouched beside Xiaomi, and gently patted its head, saying, "I'm sorry, I'll treat you to something delicious later." After changing the bedding and enjoying breakfast, Xian and He Tian commenced the essential task of repairing the wooden cabin. This was of utmost importance. While food and clothing could be diminished, a sturdy shelter was imperative. The quaint cabin was constructed from solid logs, its interior spanning a mere 15 to 16 square meters. After accounting for the stove and chimney, the usable space shrank even further, yet it was just the right size for the two of them. Wood is an excellent heat-resistant material, allowing homes constructed from it to remain warm in winter and cool in summer. Solid logs exhibit remarkable durability against decay, and with proper care, a small wooden cabin can last for centuries. However, gaps between the logs necessitate the installation of wooden boards to block the wind. For those minute crevices that elude the reach of the boards, mortar must be employed for sealing. After enduring a year of wind, rain, and the ravages of snow, some of the mortar may crumble at the slightest touch, requiring replenishment. Additionally, the grooves between the boards often accumulate fallen leaves and dust, which should be cleared to prevent seeds from taking root and damaging the cabin structure. The roof of the wooden house is composed of layers of boards, affixed like tiles to a sloping framework, beneath which lies a thick layer of hay. Bundles of hay are secured to the boards and then covered with a layer of netting. Over time, exposure to wind and sunlight transforms the originally golden grass into a slate gray hue, akin to the logs comprising the cabin itself. As the years pass, this gray layer glimmers faintly in the sunlight. However, unlike other households that merely lay down a layer of hay during their annual roof repairs, The He family applies a thin layer of special mud in addition to the straw. This mud is not ordinary. It is mixed with moss and grass seeds. In areas where tall trees cluster or near water sources, thick, lush green moss thrives. He Tian and Xian ascend the ladder to the roof, using wooden sticks to break apart the hardened mud from the previous year. As the dry clumps of earth tumble down the sloping roof, a curious wheat stalk approaches a piece of shattered mud, sniffs it, and quickly retreats to observe from a safer distance. Once the old mud is removed, the netting concealed beneath the hay is revealed. At this moment, one must meticulously inspect the structure, identifying areas in need of repair and checking for any signs of decay. After mending the insulation, it is time to apply the mud. Each person carries a wooden bucket containing a prepared mud paste, using bamboo strips fashioned into short-handled spatulas to scoop out a portion of the mud and evenly spread it across the roof. Starting from the ridge, the application gradually descends, sparing the eaves from much coating. The freshly mud house now appears somewhat peculiar, resembling a turtle that has just emerged from a muddy pit. However, in a week's time, it will appear even more unusual. After a week, moss and grass seeds awaken under the sun, rejuvenating the roof, which will then resemble an elderly man's balding head. With the passage of time and several summer rains nurturing the growth, the grass and moss will flourish, transforming the roof into a lush green expanse, akin to a turtle adorned with verdant fur. Do not underestimate this layer of greenery. It requires minimal soil or nutrients, with roots that are short and delicate. Yet it robustly shields the roof from fierce winds, preventing the hay from being whisked away. Moreover, it effectively drains rainwater, allowing it to flow swiftly off the roof, thereby protecting the underlying hay and wooden planks from rot. At least, that is what He Tian asserts. Xian gazes up at the roof, still reminiscent of a muddy turtle, struggling to envision its transformation into a green-furred creature. As the roof repairs conclude, dusk approaches. He Tian steams rice over the fire, and together with Xian, they head to their sweet potato field. Like other tuberous plants, sweet potatoes thrive in temperate climates, thus yielding only one harvest per season, while hardy carrots can be sown from early spring until winter's onset. However, sweet potatoes possess a unique advantage that other tuberous plants lack. Their tender leaves can be consumed as vegetables and are remarkably delicious. A few weeks after planting the sweet potato sprouts, they flourish, with their dark green leaves resembling small palms. At this juncture, it becomes necessary to trim some of the leaves. Otherwise, their excessive growth will absorb too many nutrients, leaving the roots malnourished. Armed with small scissors, they swiftly filled a small basket with an abundance of sweet potato leaves. Once the tender leaves were washed, they could be stir-fried with oil and salt or sautéed alongside wild garlic, yielding flavors that rival those of cultivated vegetables. The remaining coarser leaves and stems were chopped finely to feed the ducklings. As soon as the rice was steamed to perfection, He Tian set up the wok, adding a generous spoonful of goose fat, rendered from the geese caught this year. After slaughtering the plump geese, the fat near the belly and entrails was extracted and gently heated in the oil pot. Soon, fragrant, glistening oil would seep forth, and once cooled, the oil residue was filtered through a small bamboo sieve and stored in small ceramic jars or large glass bottles, sealed tightly and kept in a cool place. Each jar could last for a year. The majority of the cooking oil used by He Tian's family is goose fat, and they typically hunt a wild boar every autumn, with lard serving as another common cooking fat. Oils from wild ducks, pheasants, roe deer, fish, and other game possess flavors that are slightly inferior to those of lard and goose fat, thus repurposed for making lamp oil, soap, and lubricants for machines. The oil heated up, and He Tian trimmed the leaves of the wild garlic, leaving only the bulb. He placed it on the cutting board and, with a swift strike of his knife, tossed it into the pan. After a brief stir, the enticing aroma filled the air, prompting him to add the sweet potato leaves. Once the leaves changed color, he removed the pan from the heat and sprinkled a touch of salt before plating. The second dish featured river shrimp. A few days prior, the smaller fish and shrimp had been transformed into sustenance for the wheat and ducklings, leaving only a dozen shrimp, each about 10 centimeters long. He Tian had nurtured them in a small water tank, where they expelled the mud and cleared their intestines over the days. Today marked their transformation into a delightful meal. The fresh river shrimp were inherently sweet, requiring merely a hint of salt for seasoning. Arranged on a brown earthenware plate, the vibrant red shrimp lay alongside the vivid green wild garlic leaves, a sight that ignited the appetite, not to mention the alluring fragrance. Xian carefully selected a shrimp, skillfully peeling it before offering it to her lips. Ah, He Tian opened his mouth, and with a smile, he placed the succulent shrimp meat inside. She chewed a few times, returning his smile. Is it delicious? Absolutely. Then let me peel you another. No, no, this time I shall peel it for you. Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, maintaining her composure. All right, then you feed me. He Tian, grinning widely, peeled a shrimp and fed it to him. Is it good? Xian closed her eyes and made a shushing gesture, as if savoring each bite. He Tian waited, expecting a gourmet critique, but to his surprise, she opened her eyes and smiled, declaring, it's exceptionally delicious. With the presence of these little ducklings, the kitchen scraps and leftover food at home have finally found their purpose. In the past, dealing with such waste was quite troublesome. While it was said that they could be transformed into fertilizer, the foul odor of decomposing fish bones and meat would attract unforeseen animals. Even when buried underground or stored in wooden boxes, foraging creatures would still manage to unearth them, leaving the yard in disarray and permeated with stench. Thus, although it felt wasteful, He Tian would often toss the leftover bones into the river, allowing the swift current to carry them away. Now, however, things have become much simpler. She possesses a machine designed to shred pine cones, initially intended for extracting pine nuts. Now, she tosses in fish bones, shrimp shells, and entrails, along with tender grass and leaves, transforming them into feed. Perhaps due to their plentiful diet, rich in protein and soybeans, the ducklings have grown noticeably larger within a few weeks. By fastening several pieces together with rope, they create manageable enclosures, which can be easily transported. When they cultivate the fields, they set a few of these enclosures at the edges and drive the ducklings inside, tossing in whatever worms, cut weeds, or decaying leaves they find. After several training sessions, Xiaomi has become adept at herding this flock of ducklings into the pen. Each time He Tian secures the enclosure, Xiaomi proudly sits on the ground, tilting her little head upward in anticipation of praise. At this moment, Xian would revert to his old ways, lifting Xiaomi high into the air, inevitably causing a bit of clumsy bumping, all the while mumbling in a peculiar tone. Let me see this most intelligent dog in the world. At such times, He Tian would ponder, it's no wonder your neck itches. If Xiaomi were to contract fleas, how could it not affect you? The ducklings thrived, save for the one unfortunate soul that Xiaomi had accidentally bitten to death. Even the initially frail ones gradually caught up in weight and competitiveness for food. Xian's confidence soared, and he suggested capturing some rabbits for domestication. Rabbits would be easier to feed. The weeds we remove could serve as their sustenance. They grow rapidly too. In 3 to 4 months, they would be ready for consumption. Moreover, they would assist us in weed control. Look at that plot of land across the ravine. Isn't it overrun with wild vines? Those plants have thorny edges. Yet rabbits feed on them. If we enclose them and let them in, we won't need to weed. In just a few days, they would devour everything. Then we could dig the pond. It is unclear why he is so obsessed with excavating a pond. However, catching rabbits is not as easy as catching ducklings. Rabbit mothers are exceedingly cautious, hiding their young in underground burrows or nests among the rocks, thus evading the claws of foxes and birds of prey. In the past, He Tian would have scoffed at the idea of catching rabbits, but now, with Xiaomi, everything has changed. For a hunting dog, rabbits are its natural prey. The masters seek to train their hunting dogs not merely in the art of capturing hares, but in the ability to maintain composure even upon sighting or grasping one. Before embarking on the hunt for the little rabbits, He Tian produced a rabbit pelt. Xian, in his eloquence, proclaimed this to be an exercise in honing the biting strength of Xiaomi. Early that morning, He Tian escorted Xiaomi to an open area, where she severed the rabbit's tail, affixing a stone to it before casting it into the thicket. Instantly, Xiaomi lunged forward, yet the master commanded, sit. Reluctantly, Xiaomi emitted a low whine, but obediently settled down. Her eyes remained fixed on the disappearing rabbit tail, the tip of her tail rhythmically tapping against the ground. After maintaining this excited yet focused state for several seconds, He Tian issued the command once more, go. At that moment, Xiaomi comprehended that the rabbit tail had ceased to be her toy. It had transformed into the prey desired by her master. He Tian patted her side, prompting Xiaomi to promptly position herself beside her foot, sitting upright. After repeating this training several times, He Tian declared to Xian that they were ready for a real trial. They paddled their boat to a wetland nestled between 2 ponds. Here, towering reeds were absent, the tallest grass barely reaching thigh height, accompanied by modest shrubs, concealing numerous nests of waterfowl, and, of course, rabbits. Just days prior, while foraging for eggs, He Tian had observed evidence of a fox's presence in this area. This wetland served as a veritable buffet for the fox, with waterfowl eggs, fledglings yet to take flight, and rabbits all gracing its menu. Given the fox's presence, one could surmise that the rabbit population was plentiful. He Tian leapt ashore, while Xian secured the boat by the riverbank. Together, they ventured into the thicket with the puppy, Xiaomi. She encouraged Xiaomi to sniff the rabbits fur once more and gently patted its head. Go on. Excitedly, Xiaomi barked a few times before dashing through the grass. After a few laps, it bolted in a particular direction, with He Tian and Xian closely trailing behind. This young hunting dog, still inexperienced, discovered a rabbit's burrow and barked furiously at the entrance, clawing at the earth. Clods of soil and blades of grass struck Xiaomi's eyes, prompting it to scratch its face and turn in circles, whimpering in distress. The sand had blinded its sight. He Tian, using water from her canteen, dampened a cloth and washed away the grains of sand from its eyes, offering a comforting pat on the dog's head as encouragement. Once more, He Tian directed Xiaomi, and it ventured into the burrow. Shortly after, it emerged with a small rabbit, scarcely larger than a hand. Terrified, the little creature curled up and remained motionless, prompting Xian to hastily place it into a bamboo cage. Xiaomi dashed back into the burrow, retrieving another rabbit, and repeated this several times, but to no avail. It seemed the remaining rabbits had either scurried away through the tunnels or hidden in places too small for Xiaomi to access. The two rabbits were a grayish-white, their fur matted together by Xiaomi's saliva, with their noses and mouths quivering in evident fear. They relocated, and soon, Xiaomi discovered another rabbit hole. This time, without any prompting from He Tian, it silently burrowed inside and shortly returned with 3 small rabbits. This should suffice, right? He Tian mused, gazing at the fluffy little creatures, feeling an unexpected pang of compassion. Oddly, she had not felt this way when capturing ducklings. It is perhaps because mammals evoke a greater sense of empathy within us. Xian, unfazed, naturally, as this idea originated from him. After all, one does not feel pity when hunting. He Tian gazed at the rabbits in the cage, contemplating the necessity of nurturing them, knowing that they were to be raised only to be slaughtered for consumption. Alas, she lamented, I cannot bear to eat rice. After a moment's reflection, she added, yet if food truly runs out, there is little choice. As she spoke, Xian pointed towards the grass, exclaiming, a wild rabbit. Indeed, a brownish-yellow rabbit was hastily darting deeper into the thicket. He Tian swiftly raised her rifle, aimed, and fired. Afterward, a pang of regret washed over her, hoping fervently that the rabbit was male. Losing its mother, she pondered, would the little one survive? Frustrated, she mused, we eat them, and then their offspring, an endless cycle. Xian burst into hearty laughter. By the end of June, this forest basked in up to 15 hours of sunlight each day. The grasses most favored by rice would regrow tall mere days after being cut. A single reindeer could consume an entire shed of hay over the winter. Moreover, it required supplementary beans and needed to be taken into the snowy woods to forage freely. With scythes in hand, He Tian and Xian harvested copious amounts of grass, binding them securely in the middle, laying them down to compact, and tightly fastening the ends to form bundles. They also gathered a multitude of bulrushes by the pond. Bulrushes bear a resemblance to reeds, albeit more slender, with some reaching nearly 2 meters in height. However, those that grow to such heights are not particularly palatable. Hence, He Tian advised Xian to select only the tender-looking ones, peeling away the outer skin to reveal the delectable tender heart within. These can be used to prepare soups, stir-fries, or braised dishes, all of which are exquisite. If one can gather a substantial amount, they may be sliced and sun-dried for consumption during the winter months. Dried bulrush combined with cured meats creates a distinctively delightful flavor. Bulrush is not merely edible. The shoes they wear in winter are crafted from the leaves and slender stalks of this plant. Presently, some bulrush has developed a brownish-yellow, sausage-like formation, which is its flower. When squeezed, these stalks exhibit a certain elasticity, revealing countless minute, fluffy fibers. The fluff from bulrush flowers serves as an excellent coagulant. A small pinch applied to a wound can swiftly halt bleeding. Furthermore, once dried and soaked in grease, it can serve as a small torch. Having harvested a considerable quantity of bulrush, they piled the fodder high at the stern of the boat, while the rabbit cage rested behind He Tian. Xiaomi and Xian sat on the opposite side of the boat, once again returning home laden with their bounty. Upon arriving home, He Tian first kindled a fire to prepare a meal, while Xian erected 2 rows of bamboo racks in the open space before the house. Each rack featured 3 horizontal bars, upon which today's gathered grass was divided into manageable bundles, tightly secured at the base, split in the middle, and hung from the crossbeams of the bamboo racks. After drying, they would be tied again, more securely this time, and stored in the shed. The more tender portions were reserved for the rice, while the older, tougher stalks were suitable for kindling or weaving into grass mats. Xian finally mastered the craft of weaving grass mats. Before me lies a stack of hay, unfurled and arranged according to various purposes, determining its width and narrowness. I then take 2 strands of grass to twist into a single rope, gathering a handful of hay, roughly the thickness of my fingers, and securing it at the center. This act is known as positioning. Once the position is established, I twist 4 additional strands of grass into ropes. More may be required depending on the width of the mat, tying them symmetrically on either side of the central rope, ensuring that the distance between each is equal. Following this, I thread my fingers through the center of the knots and grasp another handful of grass, binding it with a new rope to the previously secured bundle, thus continuing the process. This task is not difficult. As long as I maintain a consistent quantity of grass each time and ensure uniformity in width, the mat is woven seamlessly. Should the grass rope run out, I simply add a new one. This technique can also be employed for crafting bamboo mats. With summer upon us, if there are people at home, there is no need to keep doors and windows continuously closed. However, if left open, flies and mosquitoes may intrude, and even small animals might wander in. In such instances, bamboo mats must be hung. These bamboo mats, known as Xian, were previously utilized, albeit in a more refined manner. The method remains largely unchanged except for the substitution of finely split bamboo strips for hay. However, achieving uniformity in weaving is a skill I have yet to master. Properly stored bamboo mats, when kept in a well-ventilated and cool place, can be reused indefinitely if they remain free from mold. Occasionally, if too many threads on the mat break or some bamboo strips snap, it becomes necessary to dismantle and replace the threads and strips. Having gathered today's forage, I head to assist He Tian with the meal preparation. He Tian has already steamed the rice and is now slicing the water bamboo. I attempt once more to skin the prey. At last, the rabbit is thoroughly prepared. The rabbit has been cleaned, and the rice is steamed to perfection, ready for stir-frying. The pickled radishes, having been marinated for nearly a year, possess a slightly diminished crispness, yet their flavors, spicy, salty, and sweet, have intensified remarkably. Coupled with the fresh, aromatic crunch of water bamboo, the exquisite taste of the rabbit meat shines even brighter. He Tian savored a piece of rabbit meat and felt no hesitation in embracing the idea of raising rabbits for their delectable flesh. The young bunnies, merely 2 months old, are not yet capable of burrowing. Thus, it would suffice to confine them within their shelter. However, Xian, not entirely at ease, constructed several additional cages to house the rabbits alongside the ducklings in one enclosure, facilitating unified management. He Tian was somewhat taken aback when he observed Xian fashioning a drinking trough from bamboo for them. Do rabbits require water? Indeed, they relish it. In my youth, I kept a floppy-eared rabbit as a pet. He gestured towards the rabbit cage, noting that rabbits are quite tidy creatures, designating a specific area for their waste. In addition to the trough, Xian provided the rabbits with some dried wood for gnawing. He Tian noticed some rabbits consuming their own recently excreted droppings and felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Previously, he had been deceived by their charming exterior. Xian explained that rabbits produce 2 types of droppings. One is typical feces, while the other consists of undigested food that they must re-ingest. Upon hearing this, He Tian's revulsion deepened. The rabbit's diet closely resembles that of the rice, though Xian occasionally supplemented it with a bit of meat. He mentioned that such rabbits are less susceptible to illness, a claim that He Tian was uncertain about. However, he acknowledged that rabbits indeed assist in weeding. The day after the little rabbits arrived at their new home, He Tian and Xian enclosed them with a fence across the ravine, allowing them to nibble on the detestable thistles that plagued the area. Each morning, they would set the rabbits free to roam, and after a few days, the grass in the enclosed plot was completely devoured. Subsequently, He Tian and Xian relocated the rabbits to a slope approximately 6 or 7 meters away from the ravine, enabling them to continue their weeding efforts. They ultimately chose this site for the excavation of a pond. A depth of about 1 meter would suffice, but the final size would depend on the terrain's conditions, as they might encounter large boulders or stubborn tree roots during the digging process. Consequently, the shape of the pond would likely become irregular. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential, for He Tian's design aimed to harmonize the pond with the surrounding landscape, favoring a natural appearance. The excavation of the pond proceeded over several weeks. The initial task involved marking the area with a rope. He Tian took a several-meter-long rope, wrapping it around one tree. Then another, and yet another. All trees within the bounds of the rope were to be felled, particularly the towering ones. While it was not overly challenging to cut down these large trees, the depth of their roots posed a significant challenge for removal, prompting the decision to leave them standing around the pond to provide shade. Within the roped area, there were only one or two exceptionally tall trees, a cedar and a spruce, each boasting a diameter of 30 to 40 centimeters and a height of 7 to 8 meters. Fortunately, apart from that, all the other trees are of a thickness that can be clasped by two hands. They have felled nearly 20 trees of varying sizes in total. The arduous work truly commenced from this point onward. He Tian undertook the task of excavation, delegating the responsibilities of farming and cooking to He Tian, while he tirelessly excavated from dawn until dusk. Even after finishing her own agricultural tasks, He Tian would come to assist him, though she would shake her head in disapproval each time. However, after several days of labor, when He Tian returned, she no longer shook her head. Along the edges marked by the rope, He Tian had excavated a pit measuring 3 meters in length, over 2 meters in width, and approximately 1 meter deep. He had also delineated grids on the untouched ground with a shovel, referring to each section as a day's work. He Tian counted, noting there were still 18 days' worth of work remaining. All the stones he unearthed were piled together, sorted by size into several heaps. He explained to He Tian that the smallest stones would be mixed with volcanic ash to create concrete, while the larger ones could be used to build a stone wall. Pointing to a piece of irregular granite, half a meter high and 30 to 40 centimeters thick, He Tian inquired about it. He Tian pondered for a moment and decided to keep it, suggesting it could be fashioned into a rockery. He Tian rolled her eyes in response. He Tian's steadfast determination, which she had witnessed while constructing the vine bridge, was once again reaffirmed. Once this child set her mind to something, she would surely find a way to accomplish it. Thus, with a resigned eye roll, she joined him in the laborious endeavor of excavating stones, uprooting tree roots, and transporting the excavated soil and stones in baskets to the pond, where they were stacked alongside the felled trees, all of which was labor-intensive work. Together, the two worked diligently. And after several days, the progress of the project was commendable. The excavated earth and stones piled ever higher, and the pond grew increasingly expansive. Each morning, armed with their tools, they arrived at the pond's edge, envisioning how beautiful this water feature would be in front of their home. Once the lotus roots were planted, the summer would bring forth blooming lotuses. Ducks and white geese would float gracefully upon the water's surface, amidst vibrant flowers and lush greenery. After indulging in their picturesque daydreams, thoughts turned to culinary delights. At that time, they would relish fresh lotus roots daily, savoring dishes like lotus leaf glutinous rice chicken and osmanthus lotus seed soup. The lotus powder could also be utilized to create numerous delectable snacks. If they could also raise fish and shrimp in the pond, it would be even better, but they quickly halted that line of thought. If they wished to cultivate fish and shrimp, how large and deep would the pond need to be? He Tian promptly interrupted He Tian, reminding her that they had agreed on a depth of 1 meter, yet it was nearly 2 meters now. Each day, the two had to climb ladders to excavate, placing the removed earth and stones into bamboo baskets to be hoisted up with ropes. In truth, digging a bit deeper could yield benefits, as the pond's ecosystem would eventually thrive autonomously, fostering fish, shrimp, loaches, and little snails, allowing the ducks to forage without their assistance. And of course, the river snails were delicious, spicy, and served on small silver skewers. Yet, He Tian remained unwilling to relent. He Tian made a disgusted expression, stating, "I read in a book that those are unclean and host numerous parasites." After saying this, she leaned back slightly, scrutinizing He Tian from head to toe, a smile gradually spreading across her face. He Tian discerned her playful teasing, yet he could not help but feign anger. As his brow furrowed momentarily, a smile crept upon his lips, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he gazed at her. "You spend every day eating and sleeping with me. Perhaps you have caught my affections." The instant he uttered those words, a rush of crimson colored his cheeks. He Tian, who had been giggling merrily, felt a gentle pang in her chest upon witnessing He Tian's sudden display of bashfulness. It was as if a small hammer had lightly tapped her heart. Xian, adorned with a straw hat that concealed his lustrous black hair, bore a few beads of sweat on his brow and nose from their labor of filling a basket with soil. A streak of mud marred his right cheek, adding to his charm. As He Tian gazed into Xian's deep, enigmatic eyes, that invisible hammer struck her heart once more, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth as she instinctively lowered her gaze. She found herself puzzled, questioning why she suddenly felt shy to meet his gaze. For a fleeting moment, both fell silent, resuming their work in quietude. In the summer forest, the foliage flourished abundantly, with cicadas singing melodiously from the trees, while a nearby mountain stream babbled cheerfully. The branches swayed gently, birds took flight, and bees and butterflies flitted silently among the blossoms. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a sudden breeze rustled through the woods. Dark clouds swiftly approached from the direction of the river. He Tian promptly retrieved the grass mats she and Xian had woven earlier. She first covered the newly sprouted vegetables with a layer of matting before hurrying to the water pool. She fashioned a protective barrier from cut branches around the excavated soil and covered it with the grass mats, ensuring that a torrential downpour would not wash away their hard-earned labor. The toil of digging up that precious earth could not be allowed to go to waste. After sifting through the soil to remove small stones, grass roots, and tree roots, and subsequently mixing it with the earth from termite mounds and fine sand from shallow wetlands, one can produce pottery. The soil found in the forest is not, in fact, the most suitable choice for pottery making. This particular soil contains a high amount of humus, while the ideal clay for pottery is characterized by its high viscosity and the presence of components such as quartz and feldspar. However, if one is merely creating pottery for personal use and is not particular about the uniformity of appearance and texture, then such considerations become irrelevant. The pottery utilized by He Tian's family, ranging from large water jars and clay pots to small bowls and combs, is all crafted by themselves. Due to the quality of the soil, the resulting pottery often exhibits a dull hue, predominantly deep brown, with some pieces appearing nearly black. The texture is coarse, particularly in larger items, which are marred by numerous small pits and a granular feel. Long ago, He Tian's grandparents cleared a flat area near the riverbank, where their initial kiln measured merely 1 cubic meter, resembling a sunken circular pit. The first batch produced was rather crude, consisting of clay bricks, tiles, and 2 circular discs with holes in the center, intended to serve as lids for the next kiln. Subsequently, they elevated and sealed the kiln with the initial products, successfully firing a pottery jar along with additional clay bricks. Eventually, they constructed a kiln resembling a small house, which has continued to be in use to this day. 1/3 of it is submerged in the ground. The cave is 2 meters high, over 1 meter deep, and more than 1 meter wide, capable of firing several to hundreds of pieces of pottery, depending on their size and purpose. If it is for large water jars, a maximum of 6 can be fired. However, for smaller items such as teacups or utilitarian bricks, the quantity can exceed 100. Even without the intention of firing pottery, the clay can serve various other purposes, such as covering charcoal heaps to exclude air during carbonization, enriching fields, or constructing an above-ground nursery. Just as the grass mat was laid down, raindrops the size of beans began to fall. He Tian changed his clothes, and outside the window, the rain had coalesced into a shimmering curtain. The raindrops tapped against the glass, producing a crackling sound. He Tian called out to Xian, who was staring blankly out the window. "Hurry and change your clothes. What are you daydreaming about? Don't worry, your water tank will be fine." Xian turned around, about to respond, when he sneezed. Each time he sneezed, Xian would invariably rush to wash his hands. He Tian followed behind him, hastily draping a piece of cloth over his shoulders without a moment's hesitation. Recently, they had donned light garments. The beauty-conscious Xian had even put on a new summer outfit made of linen purchased from the San household. The original hue of the fine linen clung to his body when wet, resembling a layer of translucent film. As He Tian wrapped the cloth around Xian, he couldn't help but glance at that semi-transparent fabric, and an unbidden thought arose. Such a beautiful person, one wonders what he looks like without his clothes. Surely, he must be even more exquisite. Upon reflection, I recall that during our visit to the hot springs last winter, Xian was always clad in an additional layer of undergarments. Despite our extended time together, I had yet to witness her in a state of undress. It seemed that she felt a sense of shyness under He Tian's gaze, as she crossed her arms over her chest and playfully nudged her. Only then did He Tian, feeling a bit embarrassed, turn away, and announce her intention to stoke the fire, assuring that the chill would soon dissipate. The flames quickly roared to life. And as He Tian fixated on the flickering embers, the image of Xian, smiling with her chest partially concealed, re-emerged in her mind. It dawned on her at that moment that beneath Xian's outer garment, she was not wearing any undergarments. This simply would not do. Even if her figure was somewhat boyish, the summer attire was so sheer that any perspiration, rain, or splashes would leave nothing to the imagination. Xian changed her clothing, dried her hair, and descended from the loft. The fire was blazing, and warmth gradually enveloped the room. He Tian added 2 cups of water to the kettle and set it upon the flames. She then retrieved a glass jar from the wooden shelf, filled with plums harvested at the end of last summer. With a small knife, she carved a cross into the plums, placed them into the jar, poured in honey, and sealed the lid tightly. After a month or 2, the tangy plums would absorb the sweetness of the honey, resulting in a delightful balance of sour and sweet flavors. The pale green skin of the plums would transform into a glistening sheen, resembling a delicate layer of frost. Such honeyed plums are ideal for preparing a pot of sour plum soup. Once cooled, a few mint leaves can be added, and if stored in a bamboo tube and suspended in the flowing waters of a mountain stream, they become a refreshing treat after a day's labor, perfect for quenching one's thirst. However, today He Tian added finely sliced ginger to the nearly boiling water. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he poured it directly into a ceramic cup containing a single plum, filling the air with a peculiar, sweet aroma. Cheers! He Tian lifted his teacup and clinked it with Xian's. The ginger-infused sour plum tea was not only tangy and sweet, but also swiftly dispelled the last remnants of cold lingering in their bodies. The unique tartness of the plum tantalized the palate, while the fragrances of honey and ginger enveloped them in warmth and comfort. They savored this delightful, fragrant tea for a considerable time. He Tian retrieved the flaxseed crackers he had previously prepared, and the two engaged in aimless, leisurely conversation as they sipped their tea. The rain had ceased. Summer rains arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. Raindrops, round and plump, continued to gently slide off the edges of leaves, treetops, eaves, and blades of grass. In the thicket, the insects resumed their cheerful chirping, while a few late-returning birds traced arcs across the deepening blue-black sky. The window of the cabin in the woods glowed with a warm, orange light. Occasionally, laughter and the playful barks of a little dog could be heard. Chapter 4. Green rice balls. The weather grew increasingly warm. In the forest, alongside the plant-eating insects, blood-sucking mosquitoes began to appear. The most detestable were tiny black insects, each no larger than a sesame seed, yet they moved in swarms, converging like dark clouds at the slightest whiff of blood. As the net was cast upon the river, a swarm of tiny insects inexplicably emerged, converging around the small boat. They flitted onto the struggling fish within, which had lost its scales to the snare. And the insects clustered around the wounds, voraciously licking the blood, refusing to be shooed away. The ones unable to access the fresh blood surged towards He Tian and Xian, undeterred by their gloves and the cloths wrapped around their faces and necks, leaving only their eyes and nostrils exposed. The insects relentlessly invaded, at times infiltrating their eyes and nostrils, provoking a profound sense of revulsion. Even the bamboo eye shields proved futile. When the insects swarmed, the glass became quickly obscured, impairing their vision. Particularly concerning was the rice. Unlike wheat, which could be brought indoors, rice was relentlessly pursued by these pests, whether foraging in the woods or seeking refuge in makeshift shelters. Yet, humanity was not entirely powerless against these nuisances. He Tian gathered an abundance of mugwort and wild chrysanthemums, aromatic plants whose scents repelled the insects. Both mugwort and wild chrysanthemums are remarkably resilient, flourishing abundantly, sometimes growing into waist-high shrubs at their peak. When cut near the base, they would regrow to their original height within a fortnight. He collected the most robust branches and leaves, fashioned them into small bundles, and hung them to dry. A circle was formed on the ground using stones or clay bricks, into which mugwort was ignited and then extinguished, allowing it to smolder slowly, releasing a dense, grayish smoke imbued with a potent medicinal aroma, sending the insects fleeing in terror. Dried mugwort was hung by He Tian around the doors and windows, while the granary was adorned with it from top to bottom, and the area surrounding the toilet was no exception. In addition to repelling mosquitoes, He Tian concocted a special ointment for Dami and Xiaomi, applying it to their faces and areas with sparse fur on their limbs. This ointment was prepared early in spring, A rectangular incision was made in the birch tree's bark, peeling away a thin layer, which was then dried. Now, the dried mugwort. Wild chrysanthemum leaves, and the leaves and rhizomes of bulrushes were placed in a small clay stove, forming a conical mound reminiscent of a tiny tent. A spark was placed at the center of this miniature tent, ignited and then extinguished, allowing the heat to extract the essence from the bark and dried leaves. An abandoned iron pot was inverted over the little tent, and the smoke that wafted out transformed into a viscous, oily residue that clung to the pot. After several hours, the pot was turned over, and the sticky oil was scraped off and mixed with animal fat, creating an effective mosquito-repellent ointment. Xian firmly believed this ointment was meant for livestock, as the fats used by He Tian were fish oil and chicken fat, applied around Dami's eyes, ears, tail, and belly. The ointment proved remarkably effective, much to Dami's satisfaction, yet Xian recoiled, covering his nose in distaste as he approached. Xiaomi, too, had the ointment liberally spread across its entire belly and within its perked-up ears. Xian cradled it tenderly, murmuring affectionately, "My poor little darling, it's all right. Even if you smell, I still love you." Beyond its insect-repelling properties, mugwort also had culinary applications. Select the tenderest leaf buds, taking only the very tip of the branch. After plucking them, wash and dry them thoroughly. Combine the buds with millet that has been soaked for 4 to 5 hours in a manual blender, blending until a smooth paste is achieved. Next, incorporate 4 egg yolks and continue blending until the mixture transforms into a delicate green hue, so refined that individual leaves or grains of millet are no longer discernible. Transfer this mixture into a large bowl for later use. Place the 4 egg whites in a small ceramic basin and whisk them vigorously with a manual egg beater. Even in the absence of electricity, the egg beater remains a steadfast companion to humankind. Ingenious methods have led to the creation of various manual egg beaters for culinary delights. The egg beater from the He family's kitchen is crafted from bamboo. At this juncture, add sugar and continue whisking until the egg whites reach a semi-solid state, forming little peaks as you lift the beater. Gradually fold the prepared mugwort and millet paste into the egg whites using a bamboo spatula. Pour the mixture into an aluminum round mold, gently tapping the edges twice to release any trapped air before placing it in a steamer. Allow it to steam for 20 minutes, then remove the steamer from the heat. Resist the urge to open the lid immediately, let it cool gradually. A sudden temperature drop may cause the cake to collapse, detracting from its appearance and compromising its fluffy, tender texture. Once steamed, the mugwort and millet cake assumes a pale green color. For a marbled effect with alternating green and white, employ a gentle up and down motion while incorporating the batter into the egg whites, ensuring not to mix too thoroughly. The steamed cake is cut into bite-sized pieces, its sides adorned with countless tiny sponge-like holes. A single bite reveals a delicate softness, a unique aroma resulting from the harmonious blend of millet, egg, mugwort, and sugar, accompanied by a hint of coolness. Its pale green hue is visually pleasing. For those desiring a touch more sweetness, a drizzle of honey can be added. Or one might simply place a spoonful of vibrant jam on the plate. The contrast of the red jam against the light green steamed cake is striking, enhancing the multi-layered sweetness of the dish. However, this method of consumption does not align with traditional practices involving mugwort. Traditionally, there are 2 primary methods. The first involves crafting a soup from fresh mugwort leaves. Mugwort is added to hot water, boiled, and then beaten egg liquid is incorporated, with a pinch of salt added upon serving. This soup is often challenging to acquire a taste for, and he candidly admits it resembles drinking medicine. The second method, which he greatly enjoys, is the preparation of mugwort dumplings. These dumplings are made from glutinous rice flour. Fresh mugwort leaves are blanched in boiling water mixed with wood ash, cooled, and then the juice is strained through cheesecloth, or alternatively, fresh leaves are blended with water, boiled, and the juice extracted. This deep green liquid is then combined with glutinous rice flour to form a dough, allowed to rest, shaped into logs, cut into small pieces, flattened, and rolled into round wrappers slightly smaller than a palm, filled with red bean paste, and steamed to create the mugwort dumpling. The dough, infused with the vibrant green juice, yields what is also known as green dumplings. For those who appreciate the texture of mugwort, the leaves can be finely chopped, seasoned with a pinch of salt to eliminate bitterness, and directly mixed into the glutinous rice flour, resulting in visible flecks of leaf within the dough, which takes on a deeper hue. However, He Tian prefers to create a more intricate version. The salted duck eggs that were previously marinated are now ready to be enjoyed. Select a few, remove the mud and pine needles, wash them thoroughly, and boil until cooked, extracting the yolks. This batch of salted duck eggs has turned out exceptionally well, each yolk oozing with richness, creating a delightful sandy texture. Enjoying a bowl of congee accompanied by an egg for breakfast brings immense joy. When preparing green dumplings, a layer of red bean paste is first spread on the rolled dough, followed by a duck egg yolk, wrapped up like a bun, placed bottom side down and gently pressed before being placed in the steamer. Xian has a penchant for both sweet and savory foods. Much like his fondness for chestnut stewed duck legs, he can devour 3 or 4 of these yolk and bean paste green dumplings in one sitting. If it weren't for having already dined, he could certainly indulge in more. The glutinous rice flour skin, infused with the fragrance of mugwort, clings delicately to the palate, while the red bean paste, stir-fried in lard by He Tian, is both rich and sweet. Paired with the crumbly salted egg yolk, each bite amalgamates a symphony of flavors, leaving him with a smile at the corners of his mouth. In addition to the red bean and egg yolk filling, He Tian also concocts a meat-filled variation. The filling consists of cured meat and red cowpeas. She takes a piece of roe deer breast meat, cured last winter, chopping it into chunks roughly the size of her fingertips, and soaks it overnight with the red cowpeas. The cowpeas, planted last year, have flourished. And with the arrival of spring and summer, the newly purchased grains can be creatively utilized. For instance, millet and mugwort steamed cakes. After soaking overnight in a ceramic bowl, the cowpeas have doubled in size, absorbing the saltiness from the cured meat. At this point, a touch of fresh meat filling is added, contingent on their hunting yield, whether it be a grouse or a wild hare, both of which complement this dish splendidly. Add a touch of scallions to the filling for seasoning, mix well, and after wrapping, steam over high heat for 20 to 30 minutes. The texture of this green dumpling is markedly different from others. The dough is particularly thick. A bite reveals a burst of luscious broth, with the cowpeas absorbing the savory essence of the meat, yielding a delightful chewiness. The meat, complemented by the fragrance of mugwort, creates a uniquely exquisite flavor. After one attempt, Xian suggested adding a bit of shiitake mushroom to the filling. Upon reflection, it seemed more fitting to craft buns instead. Thus, He Tian combined mugwort juice with flour to create a leavened dough, omitting the cowpeas from the filling, and steamed a batch of light green chicken and shiitake mushroom buns. Summer brings not only a swarm of mosquitoes, but also abundant rain. The excavation of the pond was interrupted by a downpour, necessitating a wait until the accumulated water drained away and the pond bed dried before work could resume. After the first rain, Xian inspected the project and promptly decided to dig a drainage ditch. His initiative was commendable, even while the pond was not completely dry. He tossed in some branches and layered them with grass mats, then leaped into the pond to excavate a drainage hole. Days later, he successfully carved out a small tunnel at the pond's bottom. This tunnel, measuring over 3 meters in length, led to a mountain stream, featuring a hollowed-out bamboo pole within. At the stream's end, a switch was installed. When the cork tied with a leather cord was removed, the water from the pond would flow forth, cascading down the mountain stream, merging into the river, and ultimately reaching the sea. After several days of diligent work, He Tian and Xian transformed the pond into a respectable semblance of its intended form. Next, they would introduce small fish and shrimp, along with transplanting aquatic plants. To achieve success, finally, it was time to fill the pond with water. The pond is constructed on a sloped terrain with an incline of approximately 10 degrees. On one side lies a continuous expanse of forest, while on the other, a stream cascades down from the mountainside. Both the outlet and inlet are situated near the stream, with the outlet positioned at a lower elevation and the inlet at a higher point. Drawing from their previous experience in building irrigation channels, they felled a large bamboo stalk and swiftly constructed a water diversion channel to direct the stream's flow into the pond. This stream, 3 to 4 meters wide, flows incessantly, its vigor intensifying after rainfall, sometimes overflowing and cascading towards He Tian's fields. However, under normal circumstances, it takes 2 to 3 hours to fill the pond to capacity. During the construction, Xian adhered strictly to the planned schedule. If obstacles arose the previous day, such as massive boulders or intricately entangled tree roots, causing delays, he would exert even greater effort the following day to catch up. Yet at this moment, he relaxed, showing no signs of urgency. With a smile as he watched the water flow into the pond, transforming the bottom into a thick mire, and he beckoned He Tian to join him in collecting aquatic plants. Conversely, He Tian lingered by the pond, reluctant to leave, eager to witness the moment the water reached its full capacity. Neither of them possessed experience in cultivating aquatic plants, nor did He Tian's family have any related literature. Thus, their endeavor to gather plants felt more like an excursion with wheat. In addition to the various water grasses commonly found by the water's edge, such as duckweed and water hyacinth, He Tian wished to see if there were any lotus roots in the nearby pond. Regrettably, there were none. As soon as they reached the shore, He Tian rushed back to the pond, only to find it filled to 8/10 of its capacity. However, Xian deemed that sufficient. The summer is marked by frequent rains, and should a torrential downpour occur, it may necessitate the release of water. Otherwise, the pond could overflow, causing the small fish, shrimp, and duckweed to be swept away. Upon this reflection, it became apparent that a filter should be installed at the drainage outlet to prevent the aquatic life from escaping during the water release. However, if the filter were to become clogged with fallen leaves, it would impede the drainage process altogether. Thus, the two engaged in a discussion regarding this matter. After some deliberation, they decided to first close the water diversion channel, dismantle it, and subsequently plant a variety of translocated flora. In a few days, once the plants have acclimatized, they would introduce the small fish and shrimp into the pond. Xian, with arms crossed in pride, gazed at the currently barren expanse of murky water. In his vision, the scenery of this muddy pond was not as it appeared now. Rather, it was a place where towering trees cast their shadows, and large stones were arranged at the water's edge, providing seating for contemplative enjoyment of the view. A stone pathway extended from a bamboo bridge, which spanned a mountain creek, with gentle water flowing beneath. The edges of the stones, their recesses, and the crevices were adorned with lush green moss. At the center of the pond lay a massive granite boulder, also draped in moss and lichen, accompanied by small creeping plants that bore delicate pale purple flowers, slightly larger than grains of rice. Fish swam around this grand stone, while 3 to 5 white geese and water ducks floated leisurely by the pond's edge. In the heart of the pond blossomed a cluster of pink lotus flowers, their graceful forms swaying gently in the breeze. And then, on the 45th day of the 5th lunar month, in celebration of the completion of this grand project, and with the season finally upon them, He Tian prepared to observe the Dragon Boat Festival. In the aftermath of the calamity, a sudden tsunami engulfed the coastal lands, subjecting the inhabitants of seaside cities to an overwhelming disaster, followed by a terrifying drop in temperature. According to the accounts of survivors, in a single night, the temperature plummeted from 26 degrees Celsius to minus 30 degrees. Transportation was paralyzed, and the trapped survivors had no choice but to rely on burning anything combustible they could find to sustain their lives. Over the ensuing decades, the fortunate few who survived gradually congregated in habitable zones. The scarcity of resources drove these dwindling survivors to engage in brutal conflicts. Consequently, some chose to abandon the warmer yet fiercely competitive settlements, opting instead for isolation in the forests, where nearly half the year is blanketed in ice and snow. The conditions for survival here were harsher, yet the competition among people was significantly less fierce. After numerous migrations and the passage of several decades, lang of various ethnicities emerged, with no one daring to claim a lineage untouched by interbreeding. Thus, diverse cultures underwent several amalgamations, with some being forgotten, while others were preserved in a distorted manner. The forest where the He family resided was no exception. The neighbors near their home, the residents of the village below the mountain, originally hailed from different origins. Some departed for warmer climes, while others remained to thrive in this region. Generations later, although there were families with black hair and eyes, whose surnames bore resemblance to those of East Asian descent, no one continued the use of the lunar calendar. Even if one wished to employ it, they could not find a lunar calendar, nor was there anyone to calculate it. The He family relied solely on an heirloom mechanical watch, which displayed the date, to keep track of time. This is perhaps due to humanity's eternal love for food. On a river, the inhabitants upstream and downstream may celebrate the vernal equinox 1 or 2 days apart. For instance, when the first croak of frogs is heard in the forest, the following day marks the Dragon Boat Festival. This is not merely a whimsical decision by our ancestors. There exists a scientific rationale behind it. Their calls signify the onset of the hottest days of the year. She diligently gathered a variety of aromatic herbs, dried them, ground them into powder, and filled small sachets crafted from scraps of cloth, adding a generous amount of mugwort to the fragrant mixture. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, before the sun has risen, these small pouches must be hung on door curtains, windows, and beams. The place where one sleeps on the wooden platform also sees a change, as the small flower basket filled with dried chrysanthemum leaves is replaced with these sachets. However, the ones hung here are more exquisite. 3 sachets of varying sizes are strung together, adorned with a small tassel made of red thread. He Tian also fashioned numerous small zongzi, only slightly larger than a thumb, using reed leaves, filling them with spices, and after wrapping them securely, binding them with silk thread. The thread comes in 5 colors: black, red, yellow, blue, and green. After several wraps, another color of thread is twisted around, resulting in zongzi of various hues. The finished zongzi are strung together with a coarse needle and hemp thread, suitable for wearing around the neck or hanging on walls as decoration. He Tian possesses a box of small beads. While stringing the zongzi, a few beads are threaded between each one. Xian initially believed these beads to be wooden, only to later discover they are seeds from an unknown plant, their outer surface smooth and lustrous, a pale gray adorned with dark gray vertical stripes, with a grass core inside that, when removed, reveals a natural bead hole. Whether crafting fragrant sachets from tiny scraps of fabric or folding small rice dumplings with leaves, Xian finds himself inept at such delicate tasks. Despite He Tian's patient and enthusiastic attempts to teach him, he possesses the self-awareness to acknowledge his limitations. The extent of his assistance lies in grinding spices and stringing together the completed dumplings. With the ground fragrant powder combined with a hint of fat, Xian also shapes some conical incense pillars. These fragrant creations are placed in a clay dish filled with sand and positioned in the corners of the room, ignited each night before sleep, ensuring a peaceful slumber free from pesky insects. In my childhood, I used to string green and red beans as well. He Tian continues her diligent work beneath the lamp, eager to create more decorative dumplings before the arrival of the Dragon Boat Festival. Wrapping the dumplings with string is too time-consuming, so she focuses on weaving them with cattail leaves. She envisions stringing these green dumplings into varying lengths with hemp twine, embellishing them with a few beads and adding a tassel made of hemp twine, dyed red with beet juice. How lovely they would look swaying in the breeze. The fragrant aroma of the cattail leaves mingles with that of the powdered incense. Holding a leaf, she folds it, the light casting a translucent emerald glow upon it. Her hand, gripping the leaf, along with her wrist peeking from her sleeve, resembles a delicate frozen stream of milk. To dye the beads, her fingertips bear the tint of beet juice, now a soft pink, while her tiny, short fingernails retain their original hue. Observing her deft hands as they fold the leaves, Xian is struck by an odd impulse to gently bite her fingers. He clears his throat, pondering how to string such hard beans. Certainly, one must first soak them until they soften. He Tian cast a glance at him, smiling. After a night of soaking, the beans became tender and plumped. Grasping the beans by their ends, he skillfully pierced them with the smallest needle, creating tiny holes in their bellies. The vibrant hues of red and green were quite pleasing to the eye. However, once the beans dried, many would split at the needle's entry point, resulting in fragments that fell away. He Tian shook his head, lamenting the lack of skill, merely knowing how to indulge in food. Yet, when it came to culinary delights, Xian always had a wealth of stories to share. There are countless varieties of zongzi, among which the most common are those wrapped in glutinous rice. However, I have witnessed individuals using various beans along with glutinous rice, encasing a sweet date within. Savory meat zongzi also have their admirers, but my personal favorite remains the salted egg yolk with red bean paste. Oh, and let us not forget lotus seed paste. How is lotus seed paste made? I'm not entirely certain. Nevertheless, considering it is called lotus seed paste, it likely involves lotus flowers, lotus roots, and lotus seeds. There is also a type of crystal zongzi, which is semi-transparent, containing a delightful ball of red bean paste inside, exquisitely crafted and charming. Why is it transparent? It seems it is not made from glutinous rice, but rather from sago. Sago, you see, is derived from the pith of a palm tree found near the equator. When the tree is cut open, its interior is filled with starch, which is, perhaps cooked. Then, it is fashioned into various sizes of small pearls. And once dried, it becomes sago. Sago can also be used to create sweet sago desserts with melon, coconut milk ice, and many other delightful, refreshing treats. This night, like many others, was filled with dreams of various culinary wonders. At the break of dawn the following day, He Tian hung the meticulously crafted sachets at the corners of the shed, while Xian suspended the small rice dumplings beneath the eaves and on either side of the door curtain. A gentle breeze swept through, causing them to sway gracefully, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. He Tian recalled her grandmother mentioning the tradition of sweeping away the 5 poisons during the Dragon Boat Festival. Yet her grandmother was uncertain about the specifics. Perhaps it entailed tidying the courtyard to deter spiders, centipedes, scorpions, toads, and snakes from lurking indoors. Regardless, He Tian and Xian took a pig bristle brush and first swept the little rice's shelter, followed by a gentle brushing of its fur. The little ducklings and bunnies were also brought out in their cages to bask in the sunlight. In the end, they adorned the necks of the wheat and rice with vibrant strings of small dumplings. Xian found the sight of the wheat donning the dumplings irresistibly charming and playful, so he persuaded He Tian to craft a similar one for him, featuring 5 differently sized dumplings separated by beads, with a tassel fashioned from finely split cattail leaves dangling from the end, leaving the string long enough to tie into a decorative knot at his waist. Observing Xian's playful demeanor as he paraded around, He Tian decided to create one for herself as well, fastening it at her waist. Xian chuckled at the sight, pleased that the entire family appeared coordinated and harmonious. How delightful it was. The traditions of the Dragon Boat Festival included dragon boat races, sweeping away the 5 poisons, and enjoying rice dumplings, with the latter being the focal point. The night before, while wrapping the small dumplings, He Tian had prepared diligently with Xian for today's dumpling-making session. To her understanding, Xian was only aware of the taste, oblivious to the methods of preparation. Sometimes, he did not even recognize what he had eaten. However, his palate was quite straightforward to cater to, sweet and savory. Today, the salted duck eggs were perfectly boiled for breakfast, accompanied by a bowl of red date and rice porridge. I savored 1 egg, and now I am extracting the remaining yolks, placing them in a large bowl for later use. The sweet red bean paste, already prepared, is smooth and fragrant, melting delightfully upon the palate. In addition to these delicacies, He Tian has also marinated some meat. The pine hen and wild duck, procured the day before yesterday, were cleaned and stored in the cellar. Last night, I retrieved them. The pine hen was selected for its leg meat, while the duck breast was removed. Both cut into small cubes measuring 2 centimeters. They were marinated in sugar, honey, soy sauce, and a pinch of salt, placed in a covered bowl, and left in a cool spot overnight to absorb the flavors. The chicken has taken on a rich brown hue, while the duck breast has turned a deep reddish brown. Furthermore, she soaked a dozen chestnuts, along with a small handful of red cowpeas and peanuts. With all the ingredients prepared, He Tian commenced the process of wrapping zongzi. First, the zongzi leaves needed to be boiled and cooled. Commonly used leaves include those from the bamboo, reed, and bulrush, while reeds typically grow in forested areas near streams. Their collection in summer can be perilous, so He Tian opted not to gather them. Recently, she and Xian have been engaged in farming at home or fishing and hunting in the dense woods where bears and leopards roam, seldom venturing out for foraging. Bulrush leaves are abundant by the ponds, long and broad, and if bulrush leaves are unavailable, one may also use cattail leaves. Both aquatic plants impart a refreshing aroma, making the zongzi delicious. He Tian's favorite is zongzi wrapped in bamboo leaves, which possess a unique fragrance absent in the other leaves. When unwrapping the zongzi, some glutinous rice invariably clings to the bamboo leaves, and He Tian can hardly resist licking it off. It is simply irresistible. The bamboo leaf possesses a distinctive advantage over the leaves of bulrush and cattail. It is far less prone to breaking. After unwrapping and consuming the zongzi, the leaves can be soaked in water to wash away the grains of rice and stickiness, dried, and preserved for multiple uses. Hence, she opted for bamboo leaves. The ideal bamboo leaves for wrapping zongzi are those that have slightly yellowed, although their appearance may be unappealing, resembling the onset of wilting with large, dark brown spots akin to hazelnuts. They yield the most delectable zongzi. These leaves are also the broadest, perfect for encasing a generous amount of filling. The narrower, greener bamboo leaves are suitable for wrapping red bean paste zongzi, which, once formed, fits snugly in the palm. Upon cooking, when the leaves are unfurled, the glutinous rice glistens, tinted with a hint of the bamboo leaf's verdant hue, fragrant and smooth. Even without any filling, a plain white rice zongzi, dipped in a touch of sugar, provides immense satisfaction as an afternoon treat. After gathering the bamboo leaves, trim the ends to uniform length, fold them into thirds, and immerse them in a pot of water along with the twine for wrapping the zongzi, bringing everything to a boil. The twine is fashioned from split bulrush and cattail leaves. After boiling for 20 minutes, the leaves and twine can be retrieved and allowed to cool, filling the air with a delightful aroma. The cooked leaves and twine become more pliable, easily bendable without breaking. He Tian instructed Xian to hold a leaf. Roll it into a cone, tighten it, fill it with glutinous rice, add a small spoonful of red bean paste, cover with another layer of rice, and fold the remaining leaves down to secure it tightly. The leaf tips are wrapped around the formed zongzi, secured with twine, completing the process, ready to be placed in the pot. This results in a small zongzi. To craft the large rice dumpling, 2 leaves are required, layered one atop the other, forming a larger conical shape. Begin by filling it with a handful of glutinous rice, followed by a piece of meat, and then another handful of rice. According to personal preference, one might add either a salted egg yolk, a few beans or peanuts, or a single chestnut. Naturally, one must not forget the beloved red bean paste and egg yolk that Xian adores. Finally, cover it with another layer of rice, securely wrap it, and tie it tightly. Perhaps due to the culinary nature of this task, Xian excelled remarkably, soon mastering the art of wrapping dumplings independently. Together, they diligently wrapped 3 large bowls filled with dumplings, 2 bowls of large ones, and 1 bowl of smaller varieties. He Tian bundled dumplings with the same filling together, selected a few types, and sought out the largest pot in the household, placing the larger dumplings at the bottom and the smaller ones on top, adding water and setting it to boil. Once cooked, the dumplings were allowed to cool and then hung on a bamboo pole to dry, subsequently stored in a wooden box in the cellar, akin to being placed in a refrigerator. When it was time to eat, they could be retrieved, either heated in a steamer or boiled again. As the large pot of dumplings reached completion, the aroma filled the room, coinciding perfectly with lunchtime. Xian, unable to contain his anticipation, called out for a dumpling, eagerly placing it on a ceramic plate. Upon unwrapping the dumpling, it was an irresistible sight, the rice glistening and the fat richly apparent. Xian first savored a dumpling filled with the red bean paste and egg yolk he had requested, followed by one containing He Tian's favorite combination of fresh meat, chestnuts, and cowpeas. He immediately found this dumpling equally delectable and shared one with He Tian. Remarkably, a single large dumpling was sufficient to satiate He Tian to a point of 8/10 fullness. Today, they had truly outdone themselves, regardless of whether they are savory or sweet. Zongzi are best enjoyed while warm, though they offer a distinct charm when consumed cold. The thought of carrying a string of zongzi for lunch during future hunting excursions crossed He Tian's mind as he peeled open a red date zongzi. He personally opined that, once unwrapped, the red date zongzi presents the most exquisite appearance among all varieties, glistening beautifully atop the green bamboo leaves. The glutinous rice, tinged with the vibrant green of the leaves, contrasts brilliantly with the bright red dates, the hue symbolizing sweetness permeating the surrounding rice, releasing an enticing fragrance. During their afternoon break, they each savored a petite and delicate red bean paste zongzi, accompanied by a cup of bamboo leaf tea, indulging in light-hearted conversation. Outside, the cicadas continued their chorus in the forest, while the mountain stream babbled melodiously. Although the platter of zongzi before them was not an exceptionally rare delicacy, the moment brimmed with a simple yet profound happiness. After the Dragon Boat Festival, the sweltering heat of summer settled in. The midday sun could only be described as scorching, prompting He Tian and Xian to labor in the fields during the early hours, when the sun had yet to rise and the world was shrouded in twilight. Even so, once the sun ascended, they were drenched in perspiration. That afternoon, shortly after finishing their meal, dark clouds gathered overhead, and rain began to pour. Fortunately, the crops in the fields had flourished remarkably. The seedlings were no longer susceptible to being battered to the ground by the rain. The bean sprouts and gourd vines had either climbed the trellises or begun to crawl along the earth, rendering the need for makeshift rain shelters unnecessary. Outside, the relentless downpour failed to bring much relief, leaving the house humid and stifling. They had originally planned to embark on a boating expedition today. The fishing nets cast a few days prior, along with the traps and branches set in the tributary, were ready to be retrieved. If fortune favors, one might even chance upon some eggs. As midsummer approaches, the first batch of newly hatched ducklings has begun to molt, their mothers preoccupied with nurturing them, leaving no time for further egg-laying. Yet, the waterfowl do not arrive all at once. Some latecomers are still making their way, commencing their breeding rituals. Though the availability of eggs has dwindled significantly compared to a month ago, they can still be found. Back then, the grassy banks of the pond were strewn with them. During torrential rains, one cannot venture outdoors, yet idleness at home is not an option. Fresh eggs, even when stored in a cool and ventilated spot, can only last a month at most. Beyond that, the yolk may adhere to the shell, altering the egg's flavor. Previously, while preparing green rice cakes in Zhongzi, she had utilized a considerable number of salted duck eggs, and today she intends to make more. She cleans the duck eggs with fresh water and lays them out on a bamboo tray to dry, then asks Xian to retrieve several large glass jars from the cupboard. For her first batch of salted eggs, she had employed a mud coating method to conserve salt. This time, she plans to adopt a more straightforward approach, soaking them in saturated brine. After boiling water cools, she pours it into the glass jars, adds salt, and stirs continuously until all the salt dissolves, then continues to add salt until saturation is achieved. One by one, she gently places the cleaned and dried duck eggs into the brine, sealing the jars tightly before returning them to the cupboard. With the duck eggs soaking, the rain persists. Xian dons a raincoat and straw hat to tend to the water source, with Xiaomi scampering after him, not to assist, but simply to revel in the rain. Indeed, it had scarcely ventured out before it rolled around in a puddle of rainwater, coating itself in mud. Xian stood nearby, clapping and cheering it on, urging it to leap back into the muddy pit. He Tian shook her head, adding wood to the stove while donning her raincoat. She glanced at her palms. In the pursuit of constructing a water pool, she had been digging and prying stones, wielding a hoe and a shovel daily. Even with gloves, her hands had developed a new layer of calluses. Her hands were in such a state, let alone Xian's. On the very first day of digging the water pool, Xian had already formed several blisters. Yet this fellow applied medicinal powder and wrapped them in bandages, returning the next day to vigorously wield the hoe once more. He Tian felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing his delicate hands marred by blisters and calluses. Such exquisite hands were fit only for holding teacups and musical instruments. It seemed a sheer waste. Xian, however, appeared utterly unconcerned. Before bedtime, He Tian retrieved the badger oil ointment, instructing him to apply a generous layer on his hands. But he merely lay in bed feigning sleep. Frustrated, He Tian took a portion of the ointment, warmed it in her palm, and gently spread it over his hands, massaging it in softly. Xian chuckled, lifting the curtain to sneak in, leaving the silly little weed outside. Wheat scratched at the curtain, only to realize it had been outsmarted. The master who had just encouraged it to frolic in the mud now turned away, cheerfully asking the other master if it was time for a bath. Would they also be steaming buns to eat? Naturally, with the holidays upon them. How could they not indulge in something special and delicious to reward themselves? He Tian first steamed a beet and a few small carrots. Carrots are sown after the arrival of spring and are among the earliest crops to be harvested. Currently, the roots are not yet robust, merely a tad thicker than a finger. After being washed, they are sliced and julienned, then seasoned with salt, sugar, and vinegar, creating a refreshing dish that is both sweet and juicy, enjoyable even when consumed as a fruit. This year, beets were procured from the market. In the past, my grandmother cultivated them, yet I have seldom planted them myself. On my second visit to the market, I impulsively purchased some, but refrained from planting them, instead burying them in sand and sawdust, storing them in the cellar. In truth, the white sugar consumed is derived from beet roots. However, the roots themselves are not particularly palatable. While they possess a sweetness when cooked, they also carry an earthy aroma. Typically, I simply slice them and pair them with boiled eggs, fresh wild greens, and walnuts, creating a visually pleasing and delightful dish. Today, after steaming the beets, I sliced a few pieces and instructed Xian to mash them into a paste, placing it in a ceramic bowl. I then applied a bit of goose fat to my hands, mixed it with flour, and incorporated yeast. The beet roots were quite moist, eliminating the need for additional water, though I added a spoonful of sugar to promote a fluffier dough. Soon, I needed a purplish-red dough. Next, I had Xian mash the steamed carrots into a puree, combining them with flour and yeast to form a vibrant orange dough. As she kneaded, Xian curiously inquired about the purpose of this endeavor. With a smile, I responded, "You shall see." While saying this, I poured flour into a third ceramic bowl and began to knead once more. At this moment, the second pot of water reached a boil, prompting me to encourage Xian to take a bath first, reminding her to wash the wheat after she was done. In the summer, one does not require an excess of hot water for a bath. A mere kettle suffices. Xian fetched hot water along with a change of clothes, donned a raincoat, and stepped outside, calling for Xiaomi several times. However, the dog refused to be deceived, perhaps feeling slighted, stubbornly turning its head away in disregard. He Tian had no choice but to say, "Then I shall bathe it later. You go ahead and don't get drenched." Xian let out a hearty laugh and ran off, leaving Xiaomi feeling even more aggrieved. It whimpered a few times, pawing at the curtain, then rested its head on the floor, wagging its muddy tail in an attempt to curry favor with He Tian. After emitting a few more soft whines, the dog lay flat on the porch, resembling a flattened pastry, continuing to wag its tail in hopes of being allowed inside. Yet, its owner paid it no mind. In its frustration, it kicked its hind legs a few times, scratching its paws against the wooden porch, producing a rasping sound. To Xiaomi, entering the house alongside its masters was a privilege not afforded to the other household animals. Even the larger ones were excluded, now suddenly stripped of this privilege. How could it not feel sorrowful? He Tian ignored the muddy little creature, whose tail, paws, and belly were all smeared with mud, matted into strands of fur. She had no desire to clean the floor. Meanwhile, He Tian pondered how to make the steamed buns even more delectable. The dough, already sweetened with beetroot and carrots, would not necessarily be enhanced by the addition of red bean paste, especially since she had recently included it liberally in the zongzi and green dumplings. No matter how delightful, after so many servings, one yearns for a change in flavor. After a moment's contemplation, she recalled the assorted nuts she had gathered last year, which still remained in a haphazard collection. Rather than letting them go to waste, she decided to grind them together, adding sugar and cooked oil to create a delectable filling for sweet dumplings. He Tian first placed a generous spoonful of goose fat into a frying pan, heating it until it was ready to be poured into a small bowl. While waiting for the oil to cool, she crushed the various nuts, mixing them with sugar, and after a moment's thought, added a pinch of salt, stirring them thoroughly. Wheat, observing He Tian's flurry of activity from behind the curtain, initially barked a few reluctant barks, but soon grew bored and scampered into the drizzling rain to play in the mud. Once the oil had cooled, she poured it into the mixture and stirred it again. As she blended the ingredients, the nuts and sugar combined to create an enticing aroma, prompting He Tian to indulge in a small spoonful. She glanced at the dough she had kneaded earlier, lifting the damp cloth covering the bowl. The purple-red beet dough had already begun to ferment, while the other two doughs would soon expand as well. With her index finger, she punctured each of the 3 doughs in succession. Just then, Wheat suddenly barked twice from behind the house, and then silence fell. He Tian withdrew her finger from the dough, straining to listen. The surroundings were still, save for the sound of the rain pattering against the ground. A slight stiffness crept into her body, and she quickly made her way to the door. Her hunting rifle hung behind it. As He Tian opened the wooden door and raised her hand to retrieve her gun, a tremendous force unexpectedly slammed the door against her. With a resounding thud, she was knocked backward, falling to the ground, her forehead and nose throbbing painfully, tears streaming from her eyes in response to the sudden jolt. Ignoring the urge to wipe her eyes, she pushed herself up off the ground, swiftly grasping the hunting rifle, her arm whipping it around as she chambered around. He Tian turned, crouched down, and glimpsed several tall figures standing outside the door curtain, poised to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a tingling sensation surged through her left arm. In her moment of alarm, she decisively squeezed the trigger. The door curtain was sent flying by the force of the gunpowder explosion, igniting and transforming into a cloud of black smoke. Simultaneously, the numbness in her left arm spread throughout her body. Her vision darkened, and a sharp ringing filled her ears, plunging her into complete darkness. When He Tian regained consciousness, she could only open her eyes, her muscles unresponsive to her commands, her vision blurred, and dizziness striking her intermittently, accompanied by waves of nausea in her chest. She heard someone shouting. Lifting her up, she felt the urge to vomit. Immediately, someone roughly grasped her arm and dragged her to a corner of the room, forcing her to lean against the wall. Shortly thereafter, someone pinched her jaw and tossed a pill into her mouth. The pill was intensely spicy, dissolving upon contact, and the fiery flavor brought tears to her eyes. However, the nauseous sensation subsided. She glanced towards the doorway, where blood was continuously flowing from a burly man's chest into the muddy ground, mingling with the rainwater and spreading in all directions. Xian, Xiaomi. They had yet to discover Xian. He Tian's heart raced once more. From the moment she sensed something amiss, to the exchange of attacks, it had likely been no more than a minute. Xian could escape. Her heart pounded with fervor, praying that these individuals had no further accomplices, so that Xian could flee swiftly. She took several rapid breaths when someone crouched before her, gripping her chin and lifting her face. With a grin, he exclaimed, "Brothers, take a look." The others chuckled, surprised to encounter such a specimen in this desolate wilderness. One individual approached and caressed her face, remarking on their good fortune. "She's a bit fiery, but that only adds to the thrill. The higher this little mare jumps, the more entertaining it becomes." Haha. They laughed heartily. "Let us bind her up. This little minx is dangerous. Our big brother just bit the dust without a trace of gold to show for it. This is her territory, so let's ensure she doesn't stir up any trouble." As they spoke, they secured He Tian tightly, using a small bamboo stick to gag her, rendering her voiceless, akin to placing a bit in a horse's mouth. He Tian felt a surge of anger and humiliation, yet she was utterly powerless to resist. Even a single finger could not move, and her throat felt swollen, silencing any sound. Two burly men tossed her onto the windowsill after tying her up, while the other two rummaged through the place. They initially discovered some money, dividing it among themselves before continuing their search. They seemed quite hungry, but found no food. One man approached He Tian, inquiring, "Little girl, where is your food?" Another cautioned, "Be careful, it seems there might be another person in the house." They pressed He Tian again, but she feigned unconsciousness, staring blankly with unblin at that moment. The silent giant retrieved a small glass jar from the cabinet, shaking it gently, causing a melodic clinking sound. "Brothers, do not merely feast your eyes upon the beauty. Come and behold what I have here," he exclaimed. "Gold, pure gold, as large as soybeans." The four bandits huddled together, their eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed at the few golden pebbles within the glass container. With eager hands, they unscrewed the jar, examining the shiny stones, their laughter echoing with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, no one paid heed to He Tian. Struggling against her immobility, she desperately wished to shake her head or signal for help, but her body refused to respond. In her mind's eye, Xian, who should have been seeking refuge, stood just outside the window, silently inquiring with his gaze. "Are you all right?" "What a fool!" He Tian silently lamented, frustration mounting as she remained voiceless, her eyes rolling in exasperation. Anxiety surged within her, causing her heart to race violently and her ears to ring, as tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with what felt like drool. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she fainted once more. Upon regaining consciousness moments later, Xian had vanished from sight, yet He Tian understood that he would not abandon her to her fate. However, as a young girl, what could Xian possibly accomplish? The thought of the four formidable men, armed with advanced weaponry and sophisticated tranquilizers, filled her with despair. Just moments ago, she had failed to comprehend how the tranquilizer dart had been discharged. The group of bandits donned standardized camouflage uniforms and sturdy boots, unmistakably indicating that they were no ordinary mountain thieves. Each of them was remarkably robust, their faces and hands marked with old scars. During their recent covert assault, they narrowly missed achieving total success. The unfortunate fate of the one whom He Tian managed to eliminate was merely a stroke of bad luck. As the four bandits reveled in the exhilaration of discovering gold, their leader summoned the two who had bound He Tian, instructing them to bring her forth for questioning. The usually taciturn individual had now procured a pot and rice, settling down by the fire to steam the grains. He Tian's bamboo gag was removed, and she was dragged before the bandit chief. A prominent scar traced from his temple to his chin marred the right side of his face. With a grin revealing a set of wolf-like white teeth, he inquired, "Where's the cellar?" He Tian hesitated momentarily before responding, "There is no meat in the cellar." Although she was now able to speak, her words were mumbled. "Oh, then where is the meat?" she was asked. "It's behind the house, in a smokehouse," she replied. The smokehouse was situated not far from the latrine, and from its window, one could observe all the shanties. An axe and a hunting rifle hung behind the door, intended for bear deterrence. If they could be separated, Xian might have a chance. It would be futile to lie about the absence of others in the house. The bandits had already noticed the presence of 2 sets of toiletries, clothing of various sizes, and 2 sets of bedding on the shelves. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she pressed her lips tightly together, tears flowing unbidden down her cheeks. 2 brigands exchanged sinister smiles as they departed from the room. The one who had been igniting the fire to cook rice also rose and exited, closing the door behind him. He Tian trembled all over. No matter how she urged herself or bit her lip with determination, tears of fear still welled in her eyes. "Why are you crying?" The bandit leader wore an expression akin to a cat toying with a mouse, grinning as he untied her bonds. "Tell me, are you a young maiden or a young wife?" He Tian remained silent. The bandit leader laughed heartily. "Ah, it seems the effects of the have yet to wear off. This certainly diminishes the fun." He stood up, first removing the gun slung across his body and placing it on the ground. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he knocked everything off the table, shattering a ceramic vase that exploded into countless fragments, one of which struck He Tian's face, leaving a gash on her cheek. The bandit leader grinned maliciously, lifting He Tian as one might a chick, and placed her onto the table. Anger surged within her chest, threatening to erupt. Yet her limbs felt weak and utterly immobilized. Just as the bandit leader was about to unfasten her clothing, a sudden scream pierced the air from outside the dwelling. He quickly seized He Tian, gripping the fabric at the nape of her neck and shielding her in front of him as he peered out the window. The rain continued to patter softly, muffling any sounds. After that anguished cry, silence enveloped the surroundings. He Tian felt a prickling pain in her scalp, biting her lip in silence. What resilience! The bandit leader struck her face with a slap, yanking her hair and dragging her to the door. "Let's see how tough you are when your family is sliced into little pieces." The blow left He Tian seeing stars, her ears ringing, tears and blood streaming down her face, yet she remained silent. She feared that her screams would distract Xian, causing him anxiety. These bandits were certainly no benevolent souls. If she maneuvered carefully, leveraging her familiarity with the surroundings, perhaps she and Xian could still cling to a sliver of hope. Just moments ago, 3 bandits had exited the house, leering at the window. One remarked, "Why is it always Big Biao who comes first?" Another replied, "Because he is more capable than us. Besides, we've split the money, so let him have his turn. He won't ruin anything." "Today is different," one chuckled. "She looks like a little rabbit, haha." After a brief exchange, they beckoned the quiet one. "Which room belongs to the cured meat?" "Why yes, it's that one, the one without windows." It turned out he was a stutterer. The other 2, finding his reasoning sound, followed him to the windowless room. The stutterer opened the door, and indeed, they had found the right place. The walls and ceiling of the dimly lit room were blackened, with strings of fish and chickens hanging from above. He stood at the entrance, scanning the walls for the bamboo pole used to retrieve the cured meat, but he saw none. The room was devoid of windows, and with the rain pouring outside, he contemplated retrieving his flint for illumination. Suddenly, someone behind him urged, "Why are you blocking the doorway? Step inside. Damn it. Do you intend for us both to stand here and get drenched?" With a stuttered chuckle, he entered, only for the person following him to be met with an alarming sight, as if a great bat had descended from the heavens. Before he could utter a sound, a chilling sensation gripped his throat. The last individual lingered at the entrance, pondering the necessity of 3 people to acquire the meat. The moment the door to the smokehouse opened, a pungent scent of smoke and char enveloped the air, making the prospect of standing in the rain seem preferable. To his astonishment, his companion suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck as if possessed, emitting a strange, wheezing sound. As he knelt beside him, the last man finally discerned the horror. His friend's scalp and back were drenched in blood. A cry of despair escaped his lips as he hastily raised his gun. But before he could react, a vivid flash occurred, and a sharp pain pierced his throat. A torrent of blood erupted from his own gullet, flooding his mouth and airways. In that moment, he realized the bizarre wheezing sound his companion had emitted was the result of choking on his own blood. Frantically, he attempted to staunch the wound, only to despairingly discover that the gash in his throat was both precise and deep, severing his carotid artery and trachea, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Jeba suddenly felt a warm splash of liquid erupt upon the back of his head. As he reached to ascertain what had just touched him, he was startled by a panicked cry from the last man. Gripping his firearm, he turned to behold a young figure standing at the threshold of a small cabin, silhouetted against the light, rendering his features indistinct. In an instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the tempestuous scene, revealing the young man in stark detail. He stood with his torso exposed, his raven hair gathered into a high ponytail, his slender frame accentuated by strikingly beautiful features. Adorning his nearly luminescent chest was a grotesque tattoo of a monstrous creature, its head crowned with antlers, talons of an eagle, and a serpentine body covered in scales, glaring defiantly from his chest. The creature's dagger-like teeth and sharp claws dripped with crimson, while the lower half of the young man's face bore a similar sanguine hue, blood trickling ceaselessly from his chin. Behind him lay two companions, sprawled in the muddy water, their eyes bulging and mouths agape, resembling fish cast ashore. One writhed in agony, clawing at his chest, while the other clutched his gushing throat, thrashing futilely in the mire. In sheer horror, Jeba reflexively pulled the trigger, but in that moment, the young man delivered a swift kick to his wrist, followed by a sweeping motion of his hands before Jeba collapsed to the ground, clutching his gushing throat. Eyes wide in terror at this moment, Heba finally discerned the weapon wielded by the young man. It was a pair of gleaming blades, 3 to 4 centimeters wide, with edges on both sides, so thin they seemed as if they would shatter upon contact. Lacking a hilt, the blades were merely the thickness of a finger, bound to the young man's wrist. The singular purpose of such weapons was likely to swiftly sever the blood vessels at the side of a person's neck, quick enough that the victim would not even feel pain before blood gushed forth. After 2 flashes of lightning, the world reverted to its gloomy state. As dark clouds billowed and torrential rain poured down, the wood in the hearth emitted a soft crackling sound. The bandit leader, dragging He Tian, sheltered behind the door, acutely aware that they had encountered formidable resistance. Initially, they sought merely a refuge from the rain, and perhaps to indulge in a bit of plunder. But they had not anticipated such misfortune. Before even entering the dwelling, one of their own had already perished. Now, it seemed that both Lai Zi and Heba were likely facing dire consequences. He scrutinized the room once more, and it appeared that only 2 individuals resided there. So, how had one person managed to dispatch Lai Zi and his companions? They were not inexperienced novices in this line of work. Humph. The bandit leader let out a sinister laugh, pulling He Tian before him. He flung open the door and shouted into the rain-soaked forest, "Come out. Otherwise, I shall sever this little girl's ear." As he spoke, he grasped He Tian's collar and yanked it violently. His intention was to humiliate her, to evoke terror and tears, thus revealing the hidden individual. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that the hostage dared to resist. The young girl lowered her head and bit down fiercely on his thumb, and she bit with considerable force. The bandit leader, consumed by rage, bellowed fiercely and struck He Tian on the head with the butt of his gun. However, He Tian clung tenaciously to her resolve, even as the blow landed. She tugged with such force that she managed to sever his thumb. The bandit howled in agony, both astonished and enraged at the sight of his mutilated hand. In retaliation, he delivered a powerful punch that sent He Tian spinning to the ground. Just as he prepared to pounce on her for another brutal kick, a resounding crash echoed through the room as someone burst through the shattered glass window. It was revealed that her family had been hiding just beneath the window moments before. As the bandit tightened his finger on the trigger, a hail of bullets erupted, illuminating the room in flashes of fire, casting it into a chaotic dance of light and shadow. Shards of glass, splinters of wood, and fragments of various objects flew wildly about. Even the water jar shattered, sending water and ceramic debris spraying towards the ceiling. Amidst the flames, 2 figures grappled fervently, and the sound of gunfire erupted once more. Xian shouted urgently for everyone to take cover. Immediately following, the anguished cries of the bandit pierced the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. As Xian crashed through the window, he shoved He Tian just in time, propelling her behind an overturned table. She curled up beneath it like a large caterpillar, trembling at the sound of gunfire. Blood filled her mouth and nostrils, her teeth clenching around a severed thumb, forgotten in her panic. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest, while her mind was a cacophony of chaos, yet paradoxically blank. She strained to move, but her limbs remained heavy and unresponsive, leaving her to peer out cautiously. Originally, Xian had pushed him onto the stove, causing the pot of partially cooked rice to topple, scattering its contents all over the bandit's face. In an instant, the flames from the stove scorched his back. In a fit of pain, the bandit seized Xian and attempted to hurl him to the ground. However, at that moment, Xian managed to grasp the bandit's gun, regrettably directing the muzzle skyward, unleashing a series of shots that obliterated a cupboard, sending its contents crashing to the floor. At last, the bandit's firearm was out of ammunition. Yet He Tian felt no relief. The towering bandit, nearly 2 meters tall, grappled with Xian like a bear savaging a deer. The sole illumination in the room emanated from the flickering flames of the hearth, and He Tian could vaguely discern Xian, bloodied and stripped of his clothing. In that moment, she found herself utterly immobilized, unable to assist, and her desperation compelled her to cry out. As she shouted, her right elbow struck the floor, perhaps striking a nerve, inducing a wave of numbness. To her astonishment, following this sensation, her right arm regained movement. He Tian propped herself up and began to pound her legs fiercely with her right fist. Ever since being struck by the needle, her legs had felt as if frozen in a state of numbness. After her vigorous assault, the numbness significantly subsided, and she could finally sense pain. Leaning against the table leg, she rose, determined to rush to Xian's aid, but he appeared wholly outmatched. She staggered a couple of steps before collapsing once more, her head spinning and her stomach convulsing, leading to a violent retching. In the aftermath, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her, forcing her to lie on the ground, gasping for breath. She has now grasped the reason why that gang of bandits forced a pill, pungent and numbing, into her mouth. A substance potent enough to cause her throat to swell. The effects of the medicine are exceedingly fierce. Should she lose consciousness and vomit, she would likely suffocate on her own regurgitation. Damn it, those scoundrels! He Tian, filled with indignation, raised his head, only to behold the bandit leader standing behind Xian. One arm clamped tightly around his neck, teeth gritted, veins bulging at his temples, as he bared his teeth, choking Xian, whose face turned crimson, making sounds akin to choking. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the bandit leader let out a howl of pain as Xian astonishingly snapped his arm. In that instant, the tides of life and death shifted. Xian pivoted and unleashed a flurry of punches into the bandit leader's ribs, blood spraying high, splattering against the beams and cabinets. The bandit leader's cries echoing in agony. It turned out that the blade strapped to Xian's wrist had also pierced into the bandit's body during his assault. In the flickering orange glow of the fire, Xian's muscular arms bulged, splattered with blood across his chest and back. His once handsome visage now transformed into a gruesome mask. He Tian watched in astonishment as Xian, resembling a predator embracing his prey, plunged the blade deep into the bandit's flesh once more, before stepping back and allowing the lifeless body to crash heavily to the ground. He turned around, his chest heaving violently. The black dragon coiled upon his torso seemed to awaken, as if nourished by a sanguine sacrifice. With each breath, it ebbed and flowed amidst the ominous cloud patterns, moving as if through a river of blood. The fierce form of the dragon extended from his left shoulder along his spine, curling down towards his waist, following the contours of his abdomen. Its tail obscured beneath the waistband of his trousers. "Are you all right?" Xian's breath remained labored as he spoke, wiping his face with a hand and unsteadily approaching He Tian. She stared at him in a daze, her mind a tumultuous whirl. When Xian reached her side, it seemed he had lost all strength, collapsing to the ground. He supported her, allowing her to lean against him, and with trembling hands, he caressed her face, asking once more, "Are you all right?" He Tian remained in a stupor, her voice hoarse as she mumbled, "No wonder you wear clothes while bathing." Xian was taken aback, unable to fathom her response. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, but before he could think of a reply, He Tian rolled her eyes and fainted. Poor He Tian did not remain unconscious for long this time. Upon awakening, she found herself still resting against Xian, who was gently wiping her face with a damp cloth. It was then that she became aware of the stinging pain on her cheeks, where she had been struck. Despite Xian's gentle touch and the coolness of the cloth, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and let out a soft hiss. "You're awake?" Xian exclaimed with surprise, then asked, "Does it hurt badly?" He Tian shook her head, gazing at Xian for a moment before suddenly coming to her senses, repeatedly asking, "Are you injured? I saw blood all over you." "I'm fine," he reassured her. "You should first tend to your own wounds." Then she recalled the little wheat, and with a cry of despair, exclaimed, "Little wheat. Little wheat is fine." Xian quickly embraced He Tian, gently patting her back and pointing out, "Look, it's lying right over there." Upon glancing, He Tian saw a small creature resembling a mud ball lying not far from her on the floor. However, it appeared lifeless, its tongue hanging out, rolling its eyes, and its paws and tail utterly still. "Little wheat is dead." He Tian felt tears welling up again. But Xian grasped one of Little Wheat's legs and dragged it closer, its tongue still lolling out as it slid across the scattered debris on the floor. He held He Tian's hand, urging her to feel Little Wheat's belly. "See, it's warm and rising and falling. It's alive, truly not dead." Only then did He Tian regain her composure, deducing that perhaps the bandits, in an effort not to alarm those within the house, had merely administered a tranquilizer to the little dog that had been a messenger. She chuckled softly. "Not dead. Yes, not dead. With another light laugh, her awareness sharpened, and upon glancing at Xian, she noticed traces of blood still on his face, and on his body as well. It was unclear whether he had not had time to put on a shirt or if it was intentional, as he wore only trousers. Nestled in his embrace, lying upon his legs, her cheek pressed against his chest and abdomen, she turned her face and found herself staring into the eyes of the fierce dragon. At that moment, He Tian sensed that something was amiss. Only then did she realize that Xian had taken down a sleeping mat and laid it on the floor, and she was now resting upon it. He had the time to move the straw mat, yet he was not wearing a shirt. It was only then that she noticed her torn collar was still gaping open, and Xian seemed to be looking at her, whether intentionally or not. In a moment of panic, she instinctively struggled a few times. Ouch! Xian gently exclaimed, pressing her down, his tone carrying a hint of reproach, almost as if issuing a warning to refrain from unnecessary movements. He Tian was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing something was amiss. Her shoulder nestled against Xian's chest. Her body sprawled across his legs, and now, a firm object was pressing against her beneath. In an instant, He Tian recalled the first time they had bathed together in a hot spring last winter. She had even asked him to scrub her back. How could she have brought a wooden stick into the bath? That stick was a part of his body. Furthermore, she had never thought to hide from him while sleeping or changing clothes. Why did she wash the sheets once a week? Because they were dirty. She reflected on the past 6 months spent day and night with a young man, often indulging in intimate gestures, even bathing together. Naturally, she felt both anger and embarrassment. But most distressing was the realization that she had been a fool. If Xian had not chosen today to drop his facade, she would have remained oblivious to the extent of his teasing. In a fit of anger and humiliation, He Tian glared at Xian, demanding, "You let me lie down by myself." After the tribulations, Xian was elated to see He Tian relatively unscathed. In his exuberance, he momentarily lost his sense of propriety. Upon noticing He Tian's genuine anger, he was taken aback. Her fair complexion bore several distinct marks where fingers had struck, her forehead was swollen, and her hair was disheveled. Her almond-shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her little nose was tinged with red, portraying a blend of indignation and grievance. Realizing his folly, he hastily resolved to behave and gently assisted He Tian in rising from his lap. However, as soon as she was seated, an inexplicable urge overcame him, and he found himself unwilling to release her. He nestled his nose against her hair, gently rubbing it as he often did with wheat, whispering near her ear, "You're all right. That's wonderful." At that moment, as He Tian was being helped to sit up, the subtle shift in her position made her acutely aware of Xian's undeniable physical response, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Yet her limbs felt as limp as overcooked noodles, leaving her utterly defenseless should Xian choose to continue. A mix of anxiety, shyness, and an indescribable emotion coursed through her, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Just then, Xian released her, advising her to rest while he tidied up. With a playful smile, he affectionately tousled her hair and said, "Take a moment to rest. I'll clean up." After uttering these words, he placed a light kiss on her head. The dynamic between them had shifted. While He Tian was lost in thought, Xian busied himself clearing away the shards of glass and would scattered across the floor, discarding the shattered dishes and meticulously rearranging the disordered utensils, all the while forgetting to don a shirt. He Tian remained silent, observing Xian as he busied himself, while secretly scrutinizing the intricate dragon tattoo adorning his body. Unlike him, He Tian bore no tattoos, nor did any of her family members. However, one does not need to have tasted pork to recognize a pig's trot. Such an expansive and exquisitely rendered tattoo could not have been completed in a single sitting. It must have taken several sessions to achieve its present form. The swirling clouds and mist that enveloped the dragon hinted at an artistry that had matured over time. It was evident that this tattoo had been inked during his youth, gradually expanding as its owner grew, ultimately resulting in a natural effect reminiscent of genuine clouds and fog in adulthood. After stealing a glance for a while, she couldn't help but wonder where the dragon's tail was hidden. What might it look like? Or was it altogether concealed, lost within the clouds? After all, one often sees the head of a divine dragon, but rarely its tail. This thought made her cheeks flush. Not long ago, when she urged Xian to change out of his wet clothes, she had pondered what his body might look like when unclothed. Would it be as handsome as she imagined? Now, it was clear that it indeed matched her expectations of beauty, yet was also entirely different from what she had envisioned. Once again, Her thoughts drifted to the whereabouts of the dragon's tail. Alas, this fellow had deceived her for so long, yet it was not so easy to unravel. Reflecting on this, He Tian began to feel a pang of regret. In hindsight, Xian had revealed many cracks in his facade long before. There was even a moment when she noticed a hint of stubble on his lips and considered whether he should use a bleaching cream. However, in the end, she hesitated and did not dare to ask. Her grandmother had once mentioned that women with abundant hair often appeared this way. One merely needed to apply a bleaching cream to lighten the fine hairs, making them resemble the fuzz on a ripe peach. And then, there was the matter of her flat chest. She never wore the corset she made. The veins on her arms stood out prominently, a testament to her formidable strength. The more He Tian pondered, the more infuriated he became, yet he realized that he had never deceived her. It was she who, upon first seeing him, had hastily assumed that this beautiful, long-haired maiden was merely a shy young lady. Little did she know that beneath the facade of the maiden lay a fearsome dragon. Upon reflection, He Tian considered that Xian may not have intended to deceive her from the outset. Having fled into the mountains, who could predict what the future held? It was hardly feasible to unveil one's entire history and background to a stranger right away. As for the reasons behind his flight, his retreat into the mountains, the massed encounters with the city lord's guards, and the mastery he possessed in the art of killing, all these were matters Xian had never voluntarily disclosed. Nor had He Tian ever inquired. He Tian, being a hunter, understood that when a deer faced her, it was most vulnerable to a strike aimed at its heart. She was adept at skinning deer, rabbits, chickens, and ducks, skills she had honed since birth, thus executing them with remarkable proficiency. Conversely, Xian had evidently been trained from a young age in the art of murder, enabling him to precisely thrust a blade between the ribs of his adversaries. The angle of the blade never impeded by the ribcage, penetrating directly to the heart. Given such a background, it was wholly improbable that he would bare his soul to a stranger at the outset. Perhaps he thought that since she had misjudged him, he might as well let it be. Should he depart in the future and someone pursue inquiries, she would never suspect that the young lady she had sheltered was, in fact, a man. He Tian was momentarily lost in thought before realizing that the body of the bandit leader had vanished from the room. She inquired of Xian about the whereabouts of their remains. Xian replied, "I have stacked them outside. We shall attend to it once the rain subsides a bit." Outside the window, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, and a cold wind, laden with moisture, swept through the shattered pane. He Tian struggled slightly, her limbs still numb and heavy, and resorted to directing Xian to hastily affix the shutters over the window. Otherwise, their home would succumb to dampness. Alas, she cried out in distress, lamenting the state of her window. Only one pane of glass remained intact, and the thought of having to replace the window, accompanied by the cost of new glass, weighed heavily on her mind. Xian, sensing her concerns, offered her solace. "I found quite a sum of money on them. These fellows seem to be deserters from somewhere." He sighed, pondering the origins of that money, wondering who they had robbed before arriving at their doorstep. He Tian remained silent, lost in contemplation. Regrettably, the shutters intended for bare protection had been shattered into fragments, compelling Xian to search for some wooden planks to secure the window from the outside. Although the wind and rain would no longer intrude, the room was plunged into a deeper darkness. Once he completed this task, he lit an oil lamp and placed it on the table, poured a glass of water, and approached, sitting down on the floor beside He Tian. "You must be thirsty. Would you like some water?" he asked, reaching out to assist her in rising. He Tian quickly replied, "I do not wish to drink." In truth, she was parched, but she feared that if she consumed water, she might need to relieve herself later. And if she remained immobile at that time, what would she do? Upon observing her demeanor, Xian instantly discerned her thoughts and softly advised, "You ought to drink more water to expedite the elimination of the medication from your system. Do not fret. I can assist you with the restroom." He Tian's face flushed at the suggestion. How could one possibly assist with such a matter? Xian looked at her with an innocent yet earnest expression, inquiring, "Did you not have an adult hold you when you were little?" Indeed, she had. Every child experiences such moments. In that instant, He Tian's mind raced to the implication of Xian's words regarding restroom assistance, and her cheeks burned crimson. Observing Xian, his demeanor remained serious, albeit with a tinge of concern for her, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of amusement. When their gazes met, her face grew even warmer. Frowning, He Tian surmised that he was undoubtedly conjuring some inappropriate thoughts, and she recalled his previous moments of blushing embarrassment over the past few months. If only her hands were free, she would have promptly smacked that seemingly innocent face of his. I refuse to drink, she declared, resolutely closing her eyes. After a brief pause, she added, aren't you cold? Hurry and put on some clothes. This display of bare skin is rather overwhelming. Earlier, when he was drenched in blood and sweat, it was bearable, but now, was he deliberately provoking her thoughts? Where had gone the shy young lady, who would blush at the slightest exposure, flinch, and flee? How had she transformed into this bold young man, flaunting his chiseled abs and bare torso after just a few rumbles of thunder? Once, she believed that Xian's flat chest was a misjudgment, but in truth, his chest was quite ample. It merely lacked the softness of hers, as his was composed of muscle. How insightful that observation was. He Tian closed her eyes, refusing to look at him, and let out a soft huff. Xian recognized her lingering displeasure and attempted to engage her in conversation, asking, are you thirsty? What do you plan to eat? She had prepared a large pot of dough, and now what should she do? It was only upon hearing this that He Tian remembered the substantial amount of dough she had set aside. Regardless of her frustration, food should not be wasted. Thus, she commanded, help me up. The bowl of dough, covered with a damp cloth, remained miraculously unscathed despite the chaos that erupted when Xian clashed with the bandit leader, shrapnel flying, glass shards scattering, and even the cabinet doors crashing down, resembling a hornet's nest. Remarkably, the dough endured it all. He Tian instructed Xian to carefully turn the ceramic bowl upside down, shaking off the debris that had settled on the cloth. Upon lifting the cover, she discovered that the 3 different colored doughs had risen to twice their original size. Had it truly been less than 2 hours since they had begun this tumultuous struggle? Gazing at the perfectly fermented dough, she felt as though her prior ordeal had merely been a nightmare. Yet, the shattered window, the hornet's nest of a cabinet, and the disarrayed room served as stark reminders of reality. With a sigh, she acknowledged that simply being alive was indeed a blessing. Still weak and weary, she could only direct Xian on what to do. He placed 2 pillows and a blanket behind her so she could sit up and supervise. Meanwhile, the nut filling had been devoured by several bandits as soon as they entered. Let us speak of Xian's culinary skills. While he may manage simple tasks, the art of crafting dumplings proves to be quite a challenge for him, especially when it comes to the delicate process of enclosing a loose filling, such as in sweet dumplings. It might be wiser to create steamed buns instead. He Tian instructed him to first separate the 3 pieces of dough, knead them thoroughly once more, and release the air trapped within. Each portion was then to be divided into 12 smaller pieces. Upon retrieving the dough, they discovered that the ceramic basin had developed a crack and was no longer usable. Alas, it mattered little. The priority was to prepare food. He took a small piece of the purple dough, rolling it into a ball, then flattened a piece of white dough into a round wrapper to envelop the purple ball, ensuring the base was tightly sealed. Turning it over, he scored a cross on the top, cutting down 2 to 3 centimeters deep. The prepared dough was placed atop a steamer lined with a damp cloth, and after a second fermentation, the incision blossomed into a white petal encasing the purple filling, resembling a flower. Xian found the process delightful and proceeded to replicate it with the remaining dough, creating variations with purple filling and white wrappers, as well as orange filling with purple wrappers, resulting in a vibrant medley of colors. He Tian further guided him to roll 2 different colored doughs into strips, stacking one atop the other, pressing them slightly, rolling them up, and then shaping them into a ball before making a cross cut. This would yield a beautiful 2-tone flower. In no time, both tiers of the steamer were filled to capacity. The subsequent steps were familiar to Xian, having observed them for quite some time. He placed the pot on the fire, added water, stacked the steamers, ignited the flame, and steamed for over 20 minutes until the buns were cooked. However, the steamer still contained a half pot of rice that was only partially cooked, a remnant of the chaos that ensued when Xian and the bandit leader clashed, resulting in half of it spilling and the other half remaining undercooked. He Tian instructed Xian to add water to the rice and cook it into congee. She also asked him to place an empty steamer over the pot first, ensuring that when the congee boiled, the liquid would not soak the buns, which would render them unpalatable. As the buns steamed, Xian applied a generous layer of her on He Tian's face, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you must be in such distress. It may take several days for the swelling to subside. Shall I apply some ice?" He Tian, upon opening her eyes, was met with the sight of his muscular chest swaying before her, causing her to blush and squint. At that moment, the rain outside finally eased, drizzling softly, and sunlight re-emerged. He Tian urged Xian, we must swiftly dispose of the bodies. The phrase stealing rain but not snow implies that rain can wash away many traces, such as the blood left on the ground from moving corpses. Xian understood this principle well. While ambushing the three bandits, he was consumed with worry for He Tian, whose fate remained uncertain. She might still be enduring indignities. The odds were against him, with the enemy outnumbering them and possessing superior weaponry, leaving him no choice but to strike fatally, as leaving any alive was not an option. Xian carried each of the 5 bandits' bodies down the mountain one by one, discarding them into the river. Before disposing of the bodies, he stripped them of their clothing in hopes of uncovering further clues, yet found nothing that could reveal their identities. Following the torrential rain, the river swelled dramatically, with the increased volume hastening its flow and producing a thunderous roar, carrying down an abundance of silt and decayed wood, transforming the water into a murky light yellow. The surface was adorned with swirling white foam and frothy eddies. He placed the weapons he had discovered from the 5 individuals into the sweet potato cellar. The gun, capable of firing fine needles, resembled a long tube, containing a 10 milliliter syringe filled with 12 needle tips, each approximately 8 centimeters long and as slender as a hair. Cities capable of producing such weaponry are now scarce. The potency of these needles, when inflicted upon a human, is formidable, let alone upon a small dog that is significantly smaller in size. The steamed buns were ready. Xian moved the steamer to the stove and covered it. The remaining half pot of rice had been transformed into a substantial porridge, from which Xian ladled 2 bowls onto the table, accompanied by sliced pickled radish as a side dish. The buns, arranged on a ceramic plate, resembled blooming flowers. He Tian, already feeling both hungry and thirsty, was enticed by the sweet aroma of the buns, which caused her stomach to rumble. Xian supported her, asking if she could stand. He Tian nodded affirmatively. He gently placed his hand under her armpit to assist her in rising, half embracing and half supporting her as he guided her to a chair. He then inquired about her hands. Did she have strength now? The vividly colored buns were quite delightful in taste, especially the purple ones. The earthy flavor of the beets had entirely dissipated after fermentation and steaming, leaving a notably sweet aroma. This dinner, which had evolved from afternoon tea snacks, was remarkably simple and entirely vegetarian. Yet both Xian and He Tian found it immensely satisfying. The fragrance of the food, mingling with the scent of burning wood, effectively masked the lingering odor of blood in the room. The rain had finally ceased, and golden rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the wooden boards of the window. Outside, raindrops cascaded from the leaves, landing on the ground with a gentle patter. He Tian staggered, supported by Xian, and emerged from the dwelling, surveying the surroundings. Apart from the cabin they occupied, there was scant evidence of the altercation. The area before the smokehouse was muddy, yet the rain had expunged all traces of blood, save for 2 arc-shaped splatters upon the wooden door. However, these would soon vanish with a mere wipe of straw. Xian was correct. He ought not to have donned his garments. As He Tian leaned upon him, she observed that his hair was matted with congealed blood, forming individual strands. Behind his ears, upon his neck, and across his back, dried blood was ubiquitous. He proceeded to heat water, bathe, and then replenish it for He Tian. As she disrobed, He Tian noticed that her attire was likewise besmirched with bloodstains upon the breast and shoulders. Those upon her chest were from her epistaxis, while the remainder had transferred from Xian. Though his appearance had been alarming, the blood was not his own. He had claimed to have sustained no grave injuries. Yet He Tian surreptitiously observed him occasionally clutching his lower right flank. As she sat in the tub, the warm water enveloping her, she was immediately beset by sharp pains in numerous places. Her arms and lower right side bore several large contusions. She dared not gaze into a mirror. Yet she knew that she was presently sporting a blackened and swollen countenance. The ablution was both soothing and distressing. With the grime expunged, the muscular soreness abated somewhat. Yet as she attempted to extricate herself from the tub, He Tian's left arm failed her, causing her to strike the edge of the wooden vessel. She cried out in pain, whereupon Xian, from beyond the door, inquired, "Are you unharmed? Shall I render assistance?" He Tian hastily exclaimed, "No, I am quite all right." She hurriedly dried herself, donned her clothes, her heart racing uncontrollably, and her left hand proving uncooperative. In her flustered state, she struggled to fasten her buttons. Had this been earlier, even just a few hours prior, she would have felt indifferent, but now, Her once intimate companion of the same gender had suddenly transformed. Although Xian had not altered his behavior, the mere sight of him, nay, even the sound of his voice, made her feel like a startled creature. The fur on the back of her neck standing on end, as an invisible sense of threat enveloped her. It was not fear of Xian that gripped her, but rather a sensation that lingered between fear and shyness. He Tian, trembling slightly, finally managed to get dressed and opened the door, only to be greeted by Xian's warm smile. The moment their eyes met, her lips involuntarily curled upwards. Then she pondered, he remains the same, unchanged. Why then do I perceive a shift? She was still grappling with this confusion. After the revelation of his gender, Xian's demeanor towards her, the way he looked at her, bore subtle yet pivotal changes. As bedtime approached, Xiaomi remained unresponsive. She nudged it gently, eliciting a weak whimper. He Tian feared it might succumb, yet felt helpless regarding what to do to save it. After some contemplation, she reasoned that providing hydration could be beneficial. Thus she instructed Xian to draw some water with a piece of cotton thread, carefully dripping it into its mouth. Xiaomi managed to drink a little, though not much. Xian worried that it might choke, so he fed it slowly, drop by drop. After coaxing it to drink about half a bowl of water, he sighed and gently placed it back in its basket. The wheat is nearly 6 months old, and its teeth have mostly been replaced. Its basket, cozy nook, and toys have been gnawed beyond recognition. Xian gently caresses the uneven bite marks on the wooden ball, then strokes the little dog's head, murmuring softly, Xiaomai, you are the bravest little pup in this world. You will wake up, won't you? Tomorrow morning, you will awaken, and I will take you to chase after the ducklings. And I shall buy you a wind-up rabbit toy that moves on its own. Please wake up soon. He Tian is also deeply concerned. But what use is worry? They possess no medicine. The pills discovered on the bandits merely serve to jolt a person awake quickly, offering no remedy for muscle paralysis. Her own left arm still cannot be lifted, rendering her unable to even hold a cup. What if? What if her arm remains this way forever? As He Tian contemplates this, tears begin to flow. Xian is startled, asking, what is wrong? At that moment, He Tian envisions a life with only one arm and how she would survive, unable to wield a gun for hunting, unable to guide reindeer sleds, unable to carve ice for water, and even incapable of chopping wood, cooking, or preparing meals. She cannot manage any of it. She once thought those resourceful individuals were clever, finding alternative ways to weave hemp and earn a living despite physical limitations, even outsourcing labor. But what will she do now? She does not even know how to weave hemp. The more she thinks, the more fear and sadness envelop her. Her quiet sobs grow louder as Xian inquires again and again. He comforts her, insisting, Xiaomai. Xiaomai will be fine. What is truly troubling you? He Tian, wiping away her tears, choked out, if this arm of mine remains immobile, will it eventually atrophy? As soon as she finished speaking, tears streamed down her face. It certainly will. The muscles will wither, and my arms will be of different sizes. Not at all. Xian, disregarding the potential ire of He Tian, grasped her left arm and gently kneaded it before delicately pinching her fingertips. Do you feel anything? Is there pain? If you feel pain, it indicates the nerves are intact. It's merely the lingering effects of the medication. He Tian listened with a hint of skepticism, recalling how she managed to stand after forcefully striking her legs, and found solace in Xian's words. Xian gently wiped her tears away. Everything will be all right. He Tian halted her tears and nodded, only to be overtaken by another wave of sorrow. I should have heeded your advice. I should have drunk more water sooner. Xian, noticing her renewed tears, hastily wiped them away again, poured her a glass of water, and guided her to sit by the table. Now please drink. She sipped the water and gradually calmed down, her long eyelashes fluttering together, the corners of her eyes still glistening with tears. Her plump little mouth was slightly pursed, as if she might burst into tears again at any moment, appearing exquisitely adorable under the light. Xian felt a stirring in his heart, yearning to embrace her as he had when they had just escaped danger that afternoon, to cuddle and kiss her. Yet, he feared provoking He Tian's anger. He had deceived her for so long. Had it not been for the ambush this afternoon, leading him to rush out mid-bath to confront danger, he could not ascertain how much longer he could have concealed the truth. The unexpected revelation had occurred, yet the weight that had long burdened his heart had finally begun to lift. In the ensuing moments, he gazed at He Tian, his heart fluttering like a small rabbit, soft and warm within. He Tian took several gulps of water, then heard Xian suggest, if you extract the congealed blood from the wound, it might heal more swiftly. Congealed blood? How does one extract it? He Tian felt bewildered. When bitten by a snake, the venom is likewise extracted, followed by massage and heat treatment. Eventually, one recovers. Xian appeared quite confident, speaking to her with the same assurance he had when discussing the construction of a vine bridge or a water pool. He Tian wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and nodded. She looked at Xian, silently inquiring what to do next. Xian blushed slightly and instructed, "You should first expose your arm." He Tian was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing. But upon meeting Xian's earnest and innocent gaze, she hesitated no longer and began to unfasten her clothing. As she removed one sleeve, she glanced at Xian. Under the dim light, her shoulder and arm seemed to shimmer with a subtle sheen. Beneath her outer garment, she wore a simple sleeveless top that revealed her collarbone. Her figure was delicately curved, rendering Xian unable to avert his gaze. He Tian noticed Xian furrowing his brow as he scrutinized her arm. Mistakenly believing he found her injury more severe than he had previously thought, panic surged within her, and tears threatened again. Would it not heal? How could it not? Xian grasped her hand, guiding her closer. "Come here, let's first locate the needle mark. Do you remember where it was?" He pulled He Tian toward him. The wound was relatively easy to identify, situated on the outer side of her arm, approximately a palm's breadth above the elbow. Marked by a small red, surrounded by a patch of bruising. He Tian, upon observing the wound, realized that no matter the circumstances, she could not possibly reach it. She cast a pleading glance towards Xian, who, as if anticipating her need, patted his leg and beckoned her over, saying, "Come sit on me. I shall assist you." He Tian, embracing her own arms, felt a rush of crimson to her cheeks. She shook her head, declaring, "I will not sit." Just this afternoon, upon regaining consciousness, he had already requested her to take a seat upon him, and the consequences were rather overwhelming. Goodness, what if it happened again? How would she manage? Should she even greet young Xian? Xian, recalling his previous indiscretion, cleared his throat softly. That was the first time. No, it was merely an accident. He added, "This time, I am mentally prepared. It shall not occur again." As if fearing that He Tian might doubt him, he continued, "Consider. We have been together for quite some time. When have I ever behaved in such a manner?" He Tian remained somewhat bewildered by the matter. She had perused literature on the anatomy of males and females, yet lamentably, there existed a scarcity of literary works that delved into the intricacies of such experiences and emotions. She pondered. Xian had consistently upheld the virtues of a gentleman and had indeed refrained from any transgressions, which led her to place her trust in his words. Turning slightly, she settled upon his lap and lowered her gaze to him, extending her arm before his face. "Is this permissible?" Xian, secretly elated and barely suppressing a chuckle, wrapped one arm around her waist while taking her right hand and placing it upon his shoulder. "Of course. Why wouldn't it be? It is absolutely delightful. This is what they mean by being enveloped in tender warmth." The little angel, He Tian, had just finished bathing, exuding a delightful fragrance. Her hair still damp, cascading down her back and gently brushing against his hand. He Tian discerned a peculiar tone in his voice, lowering her gaze. She caught sight of the normally aloof and handsome face of Xian, which now bore a hint of mischief. Just as she felt a wave of confusion wash over her, she noticed the movement of Xian's Adam's apple, accompanied by the sound of him swallowing. In that instant, He Tian realized she had been tricked, ready to spring up in indignation. Xian, aware that his facade had slipped, quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, apologizing profusely. He had merely intended to seize the opportunity for another embrace, unaware that such a posture could be misconstrued as anything less than innocent. In his nervousness, he tightened his grip on He Tian, who, at that very moment, leaped up, causing his arms to encircle her tightly and his face to bury itself in the soft contours of her chest. He Tian froze momentarily, letting out a startled scream before jumping again. This time, Xian was taken aback and released his hold. How could you do this?" she exclaimed. Her right arm crossed over her chest, glaring at Xian. "You promised you wouldn't." He Tian turned and fled, the confines of the room offering little space for escape, compelling her to climb the ladder to the beams above. Xian looked down at himself, realizing he had misspoken. Meanwhile, He Tian lay on the grass mat, feeling a mix of shame and anger, her thoughts drifting to her arm, stirring a wave of concern. The revelation of Xian's true self seemed to strip away any pretense, leaving her in a state of confusion. A few hours ago, Xian was still her most dependable and intimate companion. In her heart, he was a girl who placed immense value on privacy and personal space, occasionally blushing shyly when embraced. However, it now appears that both her regard for privacy and her bashfulness in intimate moments were mere facades concealing the truth of his identity. It remains uncertain whether the aspect of reliability can still be preserved. He Tian sighed as Xian climbed onto the shelf. She immediately turned her back, ignoring him. He lay down beside He Tian as usual, remaining silent for a moment before softly calling out to her, imploring her not to be angry, acknowledging his fault, and assuring her it was not intentional. He Tian merely huffed in response. He reached out his hand, gently prodding her shoulder with a finger, urging her to recover swiftly, reminding her that there were many tasks yet to be accomplished. He Tian continued to feign indifference. Xian persisted, lamenting the need to replace the wooden cabinet doors and patch the holes in the walls. What should be used for the repairs? Would mud suffice? He Tian mused to himself, fearing that mere mud would not be adequate. What if there were seeds in the mud? Moreover, with exposure to the elements, even a small chip would create a dent, attracting certain bees that favor nesting in wooden hollows. It would require the addition of wood shavings, followed by a small piece of wood coated in fish glue to effectuate the repair. Xian inquired further, noting that nearly all of their dishes had been shattered, leaving only 2 cups and a single plate remaining, while 2 wooden basins had also been broken. If they did not venture to craft pottery themselves, they would have to descend to the village below to make purchases. It seemed their items were rather pricey, was it not? Indeed. He Tian, filled with concern, agreed with a sigh. The windows also needed to be replaced, requiring custom orders. This was the most troublesome part, as they were not readily available. If you feel better, shall we descend the mountain tomorrow? Or should we wait a couple of days? People will surely ask why the windows are broken. What if those bandit matters come to light? Should we wait until the situation calms down? We can simply say it was a bear. Xian, while playfully engaging her in conversation, gradually inched closer, and in the dim light, he noticed that although He Tian was wrapped in a blanket, her left arm and shoulder were still bare. He gently poked her cheek, saying, "Look at all the things we need to attend to. You must recover swiftly, all right? Then, you lie there while I tend to your wound?" He Tian remained silent, and Xian propped himself up with one arm, half sitting, half reclining. As he gazed at her, under the soft moonlight, He Tian blinked and whispered, "Okay." This time, Xian dared not overstep. Although he held her smooth arm, their skin touching caused his heart to race like a drum, and his body reacted accordingly. Yet, he refrained from any further actions. He assisted He Tian in massaging her arm muscles, helped her into her sleeves, and tucked her in, whispering, "Do not be afraid." He Tian wanted to respond, "I am not afraid of you." "I am afraid. Of what?" She could not articulate it herself. She heard Xian turn away, his back to her. His voice low, "Once you are well, I will move out." He Tian could no longer contain herself. She lay back and turned her head to glance at the shadow of Xian, who was lying on his side. "Where do you live?" she inquired. "I have set up a small shed beside the watermelon field," he replied. "Has the weather turned cold?" Xian felt a surge of joy within him. Suppressing his elation as he replied, somewhat aggrieved, "It has grown chilly. I've built a small brick house outside." "Weren't you supposed to construct a warm house?" He Tian felt a pang of discomfort. There were distinctions between genders. It was indeed inappropriate for her to share a room with Xian any further. Yet, she had not considered sending him away. Had he not mentioned it, she would not have contemplated making him stay elsewhere. Her thoughts were in disarray, and finally, she said, "Then I shall help you enlarge your house." The smile on Xian's face faltered. This was not how it was supposed to be. You should have said that he need not move out. He felt a wave of regret and wished to pound the bed in frustration. The following morning, He Tian was awakened by the enticing aroma of food. Stretching languidly beneath the covers, she felt her body still aching. Suddenly, she froze, sat up, rotated her left arm, and clenched her fist. "Xian, my hand is better," she exclaimed. He Tian stumbled out of bed and rushed outside, where she found Xian adding water to the washing machine. A rice stalk stood nearby, craning its neck to reach a carrot hanging just out of its reach. Peering into the bucket, He Tian noticed not only the blood-stained clothes, but also a bedsheet with faint traces of blood. It dawned on her that since the incident, her focus had been solely on Xian's transformation. Her own hand had been immobile. The wheat had rolled its eyes and stuck out its tongue. "It seems that I have not inquired about the extent of his discomfort." It has always been Xian diligently attending to her needs. Are you still in pain? Xian, startled, instinctively covered his abdomen, only to hastily withdraw his hand and smile, saying, no. He Tian, skeptical, could not simply pull up his shirt to investigate. Instead, he scrutinized Xian with concern. Are you truly all right? I am indeed fine, he replied, coughing a few times, his face flushed. Did you not witness everything yesterday? Are you really okay? Well, just a minor injury. My stomach aches a bit. It might be a slight internal injury, but it's nothing serious. As long as I keep warm, a few days of coughing will suffice. Xian smiled. I have prepared a porridge of mixed grains and meat. Let us eat quickly. He gestured toward Tian's hands. Is it better now? Yes. I told you there was nothing to worry about. However, the meat porridge Xian prepared was rather unpalatable. He had cooked it over too high a flame and failed to stir it consistently, resulting in a scorched layer at the bottom. The porridge emitted an enticing aroma but tasted slightly burnt. Upon tasting, the rice was cooked, yet the cowpeas, red beans, and wild rice remained stubbornly firm. The porridge contained pickled deer meat, which was quite delectable, but Xian neglected to soak the beans or the pickled meat beforehand, rendering the meat overly salty and the beans half-cooked. Nevertheless, He Tian finished an entire bowl of porridge. While eating, Xian succumbed to a fit of coughing, his throat reddening with each spasm. After their meal, when Xian expressed his intent to set up a shelter beside the watermelon field, He Tian resolutely thwarted him. No. You have sustained an internal injury. How can one still reside beneath the gourd trellis, exposed to the wind? Should you catch a chill, it may seem inconsequential now. But as age creeps upon you, persistent coughs could plague your days, to the point of expelling your very essence. What do you think? With tear-filled, puppy-like eyes, Xian gazed at He Tian. He Tian exhaled softly, suggesting, perhaps it is best for you to stay indoors. Xian responded with a grateful smile. Internally, He Tian berated himself. How foolishly blinded by desire. Yet, how can he remain so astonishingly handsome even after transforming into a man? After tending to the family's crops and nourishing the little ducks and rabbits with rice, Xiaomi finally roused from slumber. When Xian retrieved Xiaomi from the muddy pit, it bore a needle protruding from its rear. Now, the pitiful Xiaomi had awakened. Bewildered as to why its hind legs refused to move, it excitedly cried out for a while, only to relieve itself in the basket it had been resting in. Heartbroken, He Tian rushed to comfort Xiaomi, while Xian prepared warm water in a wooden basin for its bath. The mud that had clung to its body had long since dried, now transformed into a muddy broth. Xiaomi, with its front paws perched on the edge of the basin, occasionally licked He Tian's arm. After its bath, He Tian arranged a new nest in a basket and provided water and food. Unlike the emotional turmoil He Tian experienced when he discovered his own arms had ceased to move, Xiaomi, after satisfying its hunger and thirst, soon drifted back into slumber. He Tian assessed the damage within his home, lamenting that the shattered window was the most costly loss. When it was originally installed, it had cost the equivalent of 4 sable furs, and with the passage of time, its value had undoubtedly increased. In addition to the window, an aluminum pot had been crushed, and only a few of the ceramic and wooden cups, plates, and bowls remained intact. An entire cabinet lay in ruins, necessitating the replacement of 3 cabinet doors. In comparison to these losses, the wooden rack that held various spices, jars, and containers could be easily reconstructed. However, it was the less valuable yet rare ingredients that had been destroyed, such as the candied cherries and the gray beans that his grandmother had collected, along with several precious spices that had been stored for an extended period. Furthermore, there were 5 bullet holes piercing the round wooden walls of the house, a loss that was difficult to quantify at present. Xian temporarily filled the holes with mud, while He Tian suggested waiting for the water levels to recede before venturing to the riverside to gather sand, mixing it with sawdust and fish glue to fill the bullet holes, ultimately sealing the exterior with a layer of mud and hardening it with fire. Alternatively, he proposed using appropriately sized wooden sticks to reinforce the interior, binding them with fish glue. Xian recommended that mixing volcanic ash to create cement would be more effective and durable. However, obtaining volcanic ash was no simple task. With so many rabbits and ducks currently at home, even a swift journey would take at least 3 to 4 days, risking the starvation of these animals. In winter, when the roads were covered in snow, rice could be used to pull sleds, but now, without snow, would they have to burden the rice with ash while walking behind? Certainly, one could navigate the ponds, marshes, and rivers in the forest by boat, or by crafting a bamboo raft. But would that not necessitate bringing a vessel along as well? The migratory salmon have begun to arrive at their birthplace, where they will spawn. As they swim upstream, bears with their large mouths stand guard in the middle of the river, awaiting their arrival. When a bear, engaged in its hunt, perceives an intruder invading its territory, its temper is far from amiable. Yet, upon hearing He Tian's account, Xian displayed no signs of disappointment, as if a long-term plan had already taken root in his mind. With a clear objective, he embraced the anticipation of waiting. After enjoying their lunch, Xiaomi awakened once more, this time managing to crawl out of the nest. However, its hind legs remained feeble, compelling it to struggle as it dragged itself to the porch, where it relieved itself. He Tian looked on with great sympathy. Xian gently washed Xiaomi's belly, lifting it high with a towel and showering it with affectionate kisses, exclaiming, "I know Xiaomi is the bravest little boy in the world. He will be just fine." Today, Xian and He Tian planned to retrieve the fishing nets. They placed Xiaomi in a basket while discussing how to create an automatic feeding device as they made their way to the riverbank. He Tian's canoe lay inverted among the trees by the river, and upon turning it over, they discovered a few snails nestled on the bottom. Xian carried the boat to the water's edge and assisted He Tian in boarding. Xiaomi poked its head out of the basket, sensing an outing was imminent, and barked excitedly, wagging its tail with great effort. Poor little dog, aside from its weak hind legs, even its tail struggled to rise an expression of various emotions. The river water remained murky, littered with numerous twigs and leaves. One could only wonder if the fishing net would withstand the current. Each summer's torrential downpour tests the very survival of the nets. If the submerged nets catch on a large piece of driftwood, the accelerated flow of water could tear them apart. The fishing nets utilized in summer differ significantly from those employed in winter. This particular type of net is referred to as a fish trap, characterized by its cylindrical shape. The net is intricately woven around a series of circular bamboo rings, allowing it to be compactly folded and stored on the boat. Once cast into the water, it unfolds in segments. The bamboo rings are crafted from strips of bamboo, approximately the width of a finger, which are roasted over a fire. By grasping both ends, the bamboo is gradually bent and secured to form a circular ring with a diameter of 50 centimeters. The netting is then wrapped between these rings, creating a cylindrical cage. Depending on the required length, multiple rings can be employed, resulting in a net trap that can extend up to 5 or 6 meters. This length represents the maximum capacity that He Tian's canoe can safely accommodate. Should the net be any longer, the struggle of numerous fish within could cause the small vessel to rock perilously, risking capsizing. Once the net trap is completed, one end is tightly secured and weighted, while the other end is left open. When launching it into the river, the weight is first dropped in, followed by the careful placement of the trap in segments. A stone is also placed within the open end of the net, and finally, a rope attached to a buoy is tied on. With the net properly deployed, He Tian, wielding his oars, navigates the canoe to the center of the river. The water has returned to its usual flow rate, and the quality of the water is gradually regaining its deep blue-green hue. He Tian retrieves the buoy and gazes at the trees lining the riverbanks. Their net has drifted downstream, now a considerable distance from the original casting point. Together, they begin to haul in the net, sensing that it is likely to contain fish. They exchange knowing smiles, quickening their pace. If we were to construct a larger boat and install a winch, wouldn't it be possible to deploy an even larger net? Why are you always so greedy? It is not greed. By catching more fish at once, one can free up time, right? What do you need so much time for? He Tian inquired. Xian lowered his head slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, for there were numerous tasks awaiting his attention. As the two conversed, they began to haul up the fish trap. At the bottom of the cage, a dozen plump fish floundered energetically, splashing water in all directions. Some fish struggled so vigorously that their scales were scraped off by the netting, splattering onto the boat. Xian retrieved the fish one by one, tossing them into a wooden box within the vessel. He had become familiar with many types of fish by now. Within this catch were several flat-headed catfish, their scales fine and their flesh firm, delectable whether fried or stir-fried. The crucian carp, perfect for soup, would benefit from the addition of some water celery or wild greens. Regrettably, there was no tofu, for a few pieces of tender tofu simmered alongside would transform the broth into a milky white delight, seasoned with just a pinch of salt for exquisite flavor. There were various types of carp, the most common being the gray carp, which possesses a muddy taste and must be kept in a tank of clean water for a week before consumption, typically braised or sweet and sour, requiring a rich sauce for optimal flavor. Another variety of carp, comparable in size to the gray carp, boasts sparse scales, with only a few large scales along the gill area and back, while the rest of its body is smooth. Its flesh is considerably more delicate than that of the gray carp, perfect for quick stir-frying with scallions and ginger, enhanced with a hint of chili, or for preparing a large pot of soup, where one might dip slices of fish into the bubbling broth with chopsticks. They moved about in schools, the females laden with roe, while the males bore their milt. The roe of the pike can be transformed into caviar, with some pike roe presenting a golden hue. This golden roe is reputed to yield a more delectable caviar. Additionally, the roe of various other fish, such as trout, white salmon, and salmon, is also suitable for caviar production, though the most rare and exquisite comes from sturgeon. Prior to the harsh winter, the sturgeon population had dwindled due to overfishing, and sturgeon caviar was dubbed golden caviar. However, it seems that the number of sturgeons in this river may now far exceed the local human population, awaiting the fortunate fishermen to capture them. Sturgeons can live for several decades, and those exceeding a meter in length are commonly found in this vicinity. It is said that the roe from older sturgeons is particularly delicious, yet based on He Tian's experience, there is little discernible difference in flavor between the roe of a sturgeon the length of an arm and that of one close to a meter long. Unlike other fish, the roe of the sturgeon does not display the vibrant orange of white salmon or salmon roe that typically whets the appetite. Instead, it is black. However, once transformed into caviar and spread onto dry bread or crackers, the taste is truly exceptional. At the end of summer, some merchants arrive to procure caviar. Yet, sturgeon caviar is not akin to mink fur, as its availability is uncertain, and the method of producing caviar varies from person to person, resulting in inconsistent quality. Thus, few are inclined to purchase it. They row their boats to shore, laden with their catch, and it is already past 2 in the afternoon. With the presence of ducklings, He Tian no longer cleans the fish by the riverbank, as the scales and entrails are favored delicacies for the ducks. They carried the wooden box to the edge of the ravine, allowing half of it to submerge in the water. The lid of the box was securely tied with grass rope, ensuring that the fish within could survive for a longer duration. They needed to row out once more to retrieve the cages and branch traps from the tributary stream. Before their departure, He Tian instructed Xian to enter the vegetable cellar to fetch a string of small rice dumplings. She also filled their water flasks to the brim before descending the mountain with a bundle of wheat. After drifting downstream for nearly half an hour, they steered their small boat into the tributary. The surface of this little river shimmered with a vibrant green hue, and the water level had risen by 20 to 30 centimeters since their last visit. The river had expanded from its original width of 7 or 8 meters to nearly 10. Numerous trees that once stood at the riverbank were now submerged. The weeping willow that Xian used as a landmark appeared to be lying in the water, its branches floating on the surface and creating ripples that spread outward. At this moment, the sun hung high in the sky, marking the hottest part of the day, although a refreshing breeze skimmed across the water. The heat from above was intense. Both He Tian and Xian wore bamboo hats, while the wheat lay languidly in the basket, panting with its tongue lolling out. Xian maneuvered the boat to the willow tree, where He Tian plucked several willow twigs and wove them into a small circle to shield the wheat from the sun's rays. Normally, at this hour, the wheat would be wagging its tail and chirping eagerly at the boat's edge, longing to leap into the water for a swim. The most dazzling sunlight and highest temperatures coincided with the time when the fish and shrimp nestled within the branch traps were most plentiful. They sought refuge in the shade of the branches, unaware that this serene sanctuary was, in fact, a trap. The branches of the trap sank deeper, stirring up a great deal of silt that soiled the bottom of the boat. Eels, mudskippers, shrimp, various fish, and even a few crabs scrambled in panic from what they believed to be their sanctuary, one by one being collected into a wooden box. The smaller fish and shrimp were placed into a bamboo tube filled with river water, destined for the pond at home. Xian offered a mudskipper to Xiaomi, who barked softly at the clawed creature, playfully swatting at its pincers with her forepaws. The net was retrieved piece by piece. Aside from pike, it yielded several flower carp and black fish, a bountiful catch indeed. He Tian twisted the heads and tails off a few mudskippers, tossing them into the net as bait before submerging it once more. Throughout their excursion, they only spotted a mother duck hiding with her ducklings amidst the grasses and reeds. failing to find a single bird's nest with eggs. He Tian chuckled, reassuring, "Don't fret. Even in the absence of bird eggs, there are other eggs to be found. In just a week, the soft-shelled turtles will lay theirs." "Turtle eggs?" Xian's eyes widened in curiosity. "Are they delicious? I've never tasted turtle eggs." "They can't possibly be worse than duck or goose eggs," He Tian replied with a smile, adding, "Besides, badgers and foxes seem to enjoy them quite a bit." Xian laughed. "Well, I'll be waiting then. I've yet to try turtle eggs. Turtle meat is quite tasty too." How do you eat it?" Xian pondered, unable to envision the act of splitting open a turtle shell to extract the meat. He Tian shook his head, "Certainly not that way. Just wait and see. It's simply delicious." Two individuals maneuvered their boat to the bank beside a patch of grass, securing it to a shrub before taking their sickles to cut the grass. They aimed to gather an ample supply of fodder, drying and storing it away, ensuring that rice would serve as sustenance during the winter months. With the addition of rabbits and ducks, further preparations were necessary. Seizing the opportunity of the lush summer waterside, they hastily harvested more grass to prevent their animals from suffering hunger in the cold season. Despite the verdant foliage currently abundant, summer is fleeting. A single frost could lay the grass low, and when the frost melts, the stalks and leaves would be reduced to a mere puddle of green sludge. Once the cut grass was bundled and piled aside, they sought refuge in the shade of a tree, sipping water and enjoying some small rice dumplings to replenish their strength before turning to cut reeds. Once dried, the reeds would serve as roofing for a shelter. Given the necessity to gather more dry grass, it was also essential to construct an additional storage shed for it. As the grass was stacked onto the boat, Xian and He Tian, seated at either end, could only see each other's eyes and the tops of their hats. He Tian retrieved a basin and a small bamboo stool, along with assorted tools, settling by the mountain stream to clean and gut fish. The fish's entrails, gills, and scales were discarded into the basin, while the gutted fish were threaded through their gills with a blade of grass and suspended from branches spanning the stream, allowing the flowing water to wash away the slime, blood, and adhering scales. Once the second fish was cleaned, they lifted the first and placed it in a basket woven from reed stalks. Together, their pace quickened. Rice was also released, foraging in the woods, occasionally lifting its head to glance this way, seemingly puzzled by the little creature that, upon encountering it, would always bark incessantly. Yet today lay docile in its basket. A total of 12 dogfish were caught today, 8 of which were female, their bellies brimming with roe. He Tian placed the fish roe into a large bowl, intending to strain it and prepare caviar after dinner. Once the fish were thoroughly cleaned and gutted, they were placed in a sizable earthenware jar, generously sprinkled with salt, sealed tightly, and set aside in the cellar for a week or two before smoking. Returning indoors, He Tian observed the porridge that Xian had prepared, guiding him. "Once the porridge begins to boil, you must stir it with a wooden spatula, ensuring the spatula touches the bottom of the pot before turning. Then, you can remove 1 or 2 pieces of firewood, allowing it to simmer gently." Xian followed each instruction diligently. He Tian, carrying the basket, strolled through the vegetable garden. This year, she had also planted some round-hearted cabbage and kale. Though these had yet to mature, the pumpkins were merely growing vines. Who could tell if they would bear fruit come autumn? However, upon inspection today, there were indeed numerous pumpkin blossoms, some adorned with slender stems. Could these be tiny pumpkins? He Tian counted and found nearly 20 blossoms in full bloom. She picked half of them, selecting only the large flowers without any small pumpkins growing from their bare stems. Upon returning home, she discovered that Xian had already removed the porridge from the fire. It had been cooked to perfection, neither burnt nor too thick, but rather rich and smooth. He had also filleted a dogfish with great care. He instructed Xian to heat the pan, add oil, and toss in chopped scallions and ginger. After sautéing until fragrant, he added the fish fillets. To enhance the fish's tenderness and aroma, he suggested mixing a bit of potato starch into the marinade. Xian followed the instructions meticulously, and the final dish presented an appealing appearance, albeit slightly overcooked. Subsequently, He Tian cracked 2 eggs, whisked them together with a pinch of salt, and added more oil to the pan. He dipped the cleaned pumpkin flowers into the egg mixture and swiftly fried them. The egg-coated petals retained their vibrant yellow hue, while the green sepals glistened, some adorned with delicate strands of egg. He picked one up, blew gently on it, and took a bite, savoring its delightful flavor. The petals of the pumpkin flowers were fluffy and tender. After frying, the egg coating was crisp, while the interior remained soft. preserving the unique sweetness of the blossoms. There was no need to wait for the pumpkins to mature, as this dish was already delectable. He Tian picked up another flower. Xian agreed, pondering whether the young pumpkins could also be dipped in egg batter and fried. He raised his chopsticks, holding a beautiful pumpkin flower before his eyes. He Tian playfully tapped his flower with his own, winking at Xian, teasing that soon they would be able to collect turtle eggs. Xian smiled, replying, "All right. I shall wait." After a torrential downpour, the weather turned splendid for several consecutive days, with no suspicious individuals in sight. The lives of He Tian and Xian resumed their usual rhythm, rising before dawn and retiring after sunset. The weeks ahead would bring the longest daylight hours and the highest average temperatures of the year. The sun gradually rises around 4 in the morning, illuminating the sky until approximately 10 at night, when the horizon remains faintly aglow. The ample sunlight hastens the ripening of various crops. Clusters of small green orbs emerge from the tomato vines, while the pea plants bear pods that seem ripe for harvest. The chili blossoms bloom in successive waves, with the young peppers reaching the size of little pinkies, some tips beginning to blush red, others transitioning from green to yellow, while many still remain a vibrant green. Millet has also grown tall, seemingly on the verge of blossoming. Cabbages, lettuces, and Brussels sprouts thrive daily. The potatoes have long since flowered, and the tubers hidden beneath the soil are likely now the size of small walnuts, while the radishes, carrots, and sweet potatoes appear remarkably healthy. The little ducklings and bunnies grow as if inflated with air, and even the rice is visibly plumping. In the smokehouse, racks hang in neat rows, perhaps soon requiring another tier for curing. Everything seems vibrant and teeming with joy. Xian feels he should be content with the current state of affairs. Yet he is not. Each morning, upon awakening and turning his head, he no longer sees the cherubic visage of He Tian, but rather a mere cotton curtain. Though He Tian, touched by his pitiable state, ceased to mention constructing a greenhouse, that very evening she crafted a curtain. It is quite aesthetically pleasing. She ingeniously fashioned a patchwork curtain from several pieces of her grandmother's old garments. She meticulously carved grooves into the beams on either side of the shelf and procured a bamboo pole, expertly cut to an appropriate length, to suspend the curtain, with both ends snugly nestled in the grooves. This was rather different from what he had envisioned. He pondered this internally while maintaining a smile on his face. Early this morning, Xian rose with the dawn. They were to row to a village near the river valley today, where the nearest carpenter resided, skilled in crafting windows. Hence, he needed to rise early, prepare breakfast, and complete his daily tasks, sweeping, planting, feeding the ducks and rabbits, and scattering rice to allow it to forage freely in the woods. Before long, He Tian also awakened. After freshening up, she began to gather the items they would take with them. Their provisions for the journey included glutinous rice and jujube dumplings, mingled with oat bread and caviar. The fresh pike roe, extracted from the fish's belly, was immediately immersed in brine for several minutes. The roe, freshly harvested from the fish, appeared as irregular elongated blocks, each encased in a delicate membrane that housed thousands of tiny roe, slightly larger than millet grains. This membrane was laced with intricate, fine blood vessels that nourished the roe. After soaking for several minutes, the membrane transitioned from transparent to a pale white, as the minuscule blood vessels absorbed the salt and ruptured, allowing for the easy removal of the membrane and the intact extraction of the entire cluster of roe. The extracted roe continued to soak in the brine for a while longer before being strained. He Tian utilized a finely woven bamboo sieve to pour the fish roe, gently rinsing it with water while softly stirring with her fingertips, allowing each individual roe to separate. The roe was connected to delicate blood vessels, and after a thorough rinsing and gentle kneading for approximately 10 minutes, all the vessels and mucilage were washed away. Following multiple rinses, each pearl of roe gleamed under the light, revealing the yolk within. She then transferred the cleaned roe into a jar of fresh brine. For those who favor a stronger saltiness, a soak of around half an hour sufficed, while those with a lighter palate could drain it after just 10 minutes. The caviar was now ready, suitable for direct consumption, spread upon bread or crackers, or sprinkled over cold dishes to enhance flavor. However, it is advisable to avoid using metallic spoons while enjoying caviar, as the metallic taste can diminish its freshness. Xian recalled that in the past, she had always used shell or bone spoons for caviar, and was somewhat surprised to see He Tian with her small bamboo spoon, as she believed it would bring out the sweetness of the roe more effectively. This was a matter of personal preference, and Xian opted for the shell spoon instead. The prepared caviar was stored in a sealed jar within the cellar, where it could be preserved for about 2 to 3 weeks. He Tian mentioned that the most delightful way to enjoy it was to slice a thick piece of smoked salmon, add a touch of dill, and a spoonful of caviar. Then place it directly into one's mouth using fingers. It was so delectable that I nearly bit off my own fingers. As she spoke, she spread some on a cracker and offered it to Xian before treating herself to a piece. Xian accepted the biscuit, pondering how delightful it would be to place smoked salmon atop a crisp cracker, complemented by a dollop of sour cream. A delicate mint leaf could further enhance the flavor. Dairy products such as sour cream, cheese, and butter were seldom encountered by He Tian, due to her limited experience. She found it challenging to envision the taste of these foods. Cheese varies significantly in texture. The hardest varieties are as solid as stone, requiring a grater to be transformed into shavings, while the softest can melt in one's hand within moments. The aroma of freshly baked bread slathered in butter, with a hint of jam, is particularly enticing, though it is equally fragrant without the jam. When cheese is placed atop a slice of bread and baked, it stretches into long, inviting strands. Among all dairy delights, ice cream reigns supreme. As for the process of its creation, Xian remained oblivious to the intricacies of making ice cream. Her understanding of how cheese, butter, and cream are produced was equally vague. Perhaps it involved continuously churning fresh milk and then introducing yeast or similar cultures for fermentation. After a moment of contemplation, she found herself at a loss but confidently asserted that it must be incredibly delicious. Currently, He Tian could only rely on her imagination to grasp these flavors. Among the several pike she had caught, 2 of the fish eggs glimmered a golden hue. The caviar derived from these golden roe bore little difference in flavor from ordinary caviar, yet it was notably more sought after. After a few days of rest, Xiaomi was once again full of energy. Upon noticing He Tian placing a variety of food into a woven basket, it eagerly wagged its tail around the feet of its 2 masters, bustling with excitement, fearful of being left behind on today's outing. After their departure, they glided downstream with hardly any respite. He Tian expressed a slight concern, asking if Xian would need to cover her face. Xian chuckled softly, assuring him it was unnecessary, for there was no one left to seek her out. The nearest village lay close to the riverside, where fur trading took place each spring. Beyond the reed marshes that traversed the riverbank, there existed a ferry. A brief stroll westward from the ferry would lead one to the village. The village itself comprised merely a handful of households, totaling fewer than 100 souls, with most inhabitants relying on fishing and agriculture for sustenance. A few families cultivated rice, but the fertile land was often inundated during heavy rains, resulting in modest yields, typically sufficient only for their own consumption, though they occasionally exchanged some with others. Continuing southward by boat from the ferry would bring one to a quaint town, replete with a physician, establishments selling liquor, and larger shops. He Tian and Xian navigated their small vessel through the marshy labyrinth of reeds, arriving at a small dock on the opposite side of the village just as noon approached. Though termed a dock, it was merely a wooden platform erected beside the riverbank, flanked by reeds towering over a person's height, with several wooden posts for mooring the boat. After securing their vessel, they disembarked with the wheat and inquired around, swiftly locating the carpenter's residence. The carpenter's yard was cluttered with various pieces of furniture, both completed and in progress: beds, tables, chairs, cabinets, and doors. Some items were freshly painted and drying, while others bore a rough-hewn quality. The carpenter himself appeared to be a venerable gentleman, perhaps in his 70s, who puffed on a pipe while diligently crafting a canoe. He sat upon the trunk of a white birch tree, tirelessly hollowing out the heartwood with his chisel and plane. Upon seeing He Tian, he squinted and pondered. "Have you grown so much? What about your grandmother?" He Tian shook her head. "She is no longer with us. It has been nearly 2 years." The elderly man set down his tools, clasped his hands together, and murmured a blessing for her. "Thank you." He raised his chin and gestured towards Xian, standing behind He Tian. "Is this your man?" He Tian's face instantly flushed crimson as she stammered. The old man scrutinized Xian, noting how they resembled a family, so clean and fair, indeed well matched with He Tian. Xian felt a surge of joy within, but refrained from displaying it too openly. He Tian cleared her throat. "Grandpa, we are here to order windows." "Are the windows broken?" "Yes, they were shattered by a bear." "Did you bring the measurements?" "I did." They confirmed the dimensions, selected the glass, and paid the deposit. The price undoubtedly pained He Tian, yet Xian, Listening to the old man repeatedly referring to him as your man felt a surge of delight and, surprisingly, did not haggle, paying without hesitation. When He Tian had arrived, she had hesitated over whether to use the money obtained from the 5 bandits, wondering if it was ill-gotten gains. However, Xian did not hesitate at all. After all, should they bury the money in a jar underground? It was not a substantial amount anyway. Indeed, it was not much. When they returned 2 weeks later to collect their new windows, they would still need to pay the remaining quarter of the balance. Having made arrangements for the window, He Tian and Xian followed the guidance of the elderly gentleman and ventured to the only shop in the village. The proprietor of this modest establishment also dealt in mountain goods and local specialties, engaging in regular commerce with merchants from the south. The shop, quaint in size, featured a door on the street-facing wall, opposite which stood a shelf displaying various items. Prominently showcased were matches, flintstones, oil lamps, hemp rope, fishing net threads, shuttles, as well as iron pots, spatulas, hoes, and vegetable knives. He Tian rang the bell placed upon the counter and waited patiently. After a brief moment, a woman in her 30s or 40s appeared through the door behind the counter, with a complexion of dark red and black and a slight limp. She acknowledged He Tian with a nod, inquiring if she needed assistance. Feeling a tad bashful, He Tian stammered, "I would like to inquire. Do you purchase caviar?" The shopkeeper glanced at a small blackboard on the wall, which bore today's date, and asked when it had been made. 2 or 3 days ago. "Allow me to see its quality, please. Is it salmon roe or pike roe?" He Tian placed 2 small jars upon the counter. The proprietor lifted them to the light for inspection, then inquired, "May I sample it?" He Tian readily agreed, and the shopkeeper fetched a small shell spoon. After tasting, she proposed a price. As it was He Tian's first time selling caviar, she was uncertain whether the price was fair, as the blackboard only indicated the prices of the most popular items, omitting any mention of caviar. Noticing her hesitation, the shopkeeper raised the price by an additional 10 yuan per jar. When He Tian still seemed indecisive, the shopkeeper added, "Alternatively, I could offer you 2 large boxes of matches. A box containing 100 sticks, each capable of igniting, impervious to strong winds." He Tian hesitated, while Xian pointed towards a small tin can perched atop the highest shelf. "Madam, please add another can of condensed milk." The shopkeeper appeared somewhat troubled, exclaiming, "Oh dear. This can of condensed milk costs 12 yuan. Xian chuckled, "It's nearing expiration. Perhaps you could lower the price a bit. We will return after collecting the fish roe." "Very well," the shopkeeper conceded, stepping onto a stool to retrieve a can of condensed milk. "Let me clarify. We only accept